I clearly only ate 2 tails of turtle head meat, but unexpectedly the next day I turned into a small soft-shelled turtle. What's worse is that I can only crawl 2.5 meters per hour. A heavily injured wild wolf easily blocked me. Looking at its sturdy body, I can only retract my head and limbs into the shell. Just as it was about to launch its attack, a cold mechanical sound echoed in my mind. Congratulations on activating the King Overlord Devouring System. As long as the Ninja Turtles hunt and devour creatures to accumulate experience points, they can evolve into million-power warriors. The lava sawtooth turtles that incinerate everything. Even the ancient divine dragon turtle that devours the starry sky can successfully evolve. As soon as the words fell, I did not like but felt sad. I am now just a small turtle the size of a palm, and I am grateful that I am not being devoured by the wild wolf in front of me. However, something strange happened. At this moment, my turtle shell unexpectedly emitted strands of green light. The wolf, unaware of the situation, immediately opened its mouth and bit me fiercely. Ding! Reward host's passive talent. Counterattack. When the host is attacked, they can retaliate with 50% of the damage to the attacker. With a crisp crack, the wild wolf suddenly spewed blood from its mouth, and all of its teeth were broken. After a while, he collapsed to the ground due to excessive blood loss. Ding! The host has killed a first-level monster, the wilderness wolf, and gains 0.5 experience points. Please have the host make contact to devour the target. Upon hearing the words, I quickly extended my turtle claw and immediately felt the body of the wild forest wolf. Devouring Synthesis Evolution begins. In an instant, its body was seen melting at a visible speed. With a piercing sense of pain, I successfully evolved into an ordinary forest turtle, and it also comes with the visual and auditory abilities of a wild forest wolf, and even the deadliest speed has been increased by 5 times. Just as I was about to take a walk to aid digestion, that cold mechanical sound came again. Ding! A triple-headed monster is approaching rapidly. Please be careful and avoid it. Ding! A level 1 monster appears 200 meters to the left. Ding! A dual-layered monster appeared 300 meters behind. Fuck! I'm just an inconspicuous little turtle. Why am I surrounded by so many monsters? Just in an instant, I caught a strong smell of blood. Suddenly, I understood. This bloody smell must have been emitted by the recently devoured wild forest wolf. Attracted a group of monsters around. One single demon beast is enough to be troublesome, but I didn't expect this forest to actually have a triple demon beast. Can't provoke me, can't hide from me, so I quickly ran away with my agile turtle legs. Just at that moment, a black shadow darted out from the woods. When I looked up suddenly, I saw a pair of cold, sinister eyes staring at me intently. It turned out to be a 3-meter-long python. Seeing this, my heart tightened instantly. Being able to appear silently and so quickly, it must be the triple monster without a doubt. Moreover, it is extremely difficult for beasts of this level to escape even if they hear the sound in advance. I dare not think any further. Once the surrounding monsters come towards me, then I'm going to be dead for sure. So I set up my battle stance and prepared to challenge this giant python. However, the strength of the triple monster far exceeded my expectations. I only made a slight move. The python quickly wrapped around me and then opened its mouth wide, swallowing me whole. And the only reaction I can make is to retract all 4 limbs and my head into a turtle shell. At this moment, roars of beasts spread around, and the python also felt the pressure. Hiss! I saw it spit out snake letters to intimidate the surrounding monsters, and inside the python's belly, my breathing also became rapid, feeling like I could suffocate at any moment. What makes me feel even more desperate is that at this moment, a severe sense of pain is coming from all over my body. It turns out that the stomach acid of the python has secreted and stuck to my body, ready to digest me. Could it be that I have to stay here today? At a critical moment, I fiercely tore open a gash with my mouth. In an instant, the python writhed in pain, violently thrashing its tail and fiercely attacking the nearby approaching monsters. It needs to vent its pain at this moment. After a while, ding, the host kills the triple monster jungle python and gains 2 experience points. When I opened my eyes again, I saw a bright hole, and there were many corpses of monsters outside. I paused for a moment, then burst into a brilliant turtle laugh, and then struggled to crawl out of the python's belly. When I angrily turned my head and looked, I found that the body of the jungle python was full of holes, and its head was firmly bitten by a dead grizzly bear. It serves you right. If you hadn't swallowed me, you wouldn't have ended up in this situation today. I vividly remember causing a wound on myself when the jungle python bit me, which led to its rampage. The result after the riot is definitely being besieged by monsters, and these dead monsters should also be killed by the jungle pythons. But in the end, it also met a tragic death. No way. I want to leave this place of controversy immediately. If the smell of blood here attracts another group of monsters, then I'm really done for. However, just as I was about to run away, that intense feeling of pain struck again. With a gust of strong wind, I can clearly sense that at this moment, my cells, bones, and even meridians have undergone a tremendous transformation, and my limbs and lips have become sharper, in the blink of an eye. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to a higher realm. Just as I was excited to check the various data, a wave of dizziness hit my head. It seems that after the breakthrough, it became a monster, and the feeling of hunger has become even stronger. So I quickly climbed up and started biting the injured part of the python, devouring its flesh and blood greedily. Gradually, a feeling of fullness appears. Physical strength also increases accordingly. Just at this moment, ding! A triple-headed monster appears 300 meters behind. Upon hearing those words, I immediately ran away. I have already experienced the power of 3 formidable monsters, so I no longer dare to hesitate and instead sprinted all the way. It stopped only after the sound of the system warning disappeared. When I was hiding and catching my breath under a pile of rubble, the cold mechanical sound started again. Ding! 2 level 1 wild monsters found 300 meters ahead. I felt strange upon hearing these words. Wild beasts? Meanwhile, with the sharp hearing of a wild forest wolf, I heard the voices of 2 humans. That century-old ginseng plant is hidden under the pile of rubble. I noticed it 6 months ago. Brothers, you are really loyal. As long as we sell this century-old ginseng, we will have enough money to buy that bottle of top-grade poison. Shui Ling Luo is very beautiful. Let's first poison her parents to death, and then keep Shui Ling Luo with us so that we, the 2 brothers, can play with her every day. Brother, you're right. I haven't played something this good until now, and I can't wait any longer. At this moment, I finally understand that wild creatures are actually humans. Yes, that's right. I am now a monster, and humans are just wild creatures to me. When I finished listening to their conversation, I immediately had a cold gleam in my eyes. These 2 individuals are really ruthless. They actually want to kill someone's parents and take away their daughter, and even want to take over their household. Pa, you 2 wild beasts. Your ginseng, Grandpa will gladly accept. Soon, I used my claws to break open the gravel and found the ginseng they were talking about. Seeing the situation, without saying a word, I immediately opened my mouth and bit them. Anyway, no matter what, those 2 animals should not get away with it. Ding! The host takes 1 plant of 100-year-old ginseng and gains 1 experience point. Suddenly, I was overjoyed in my heart. From now on, I can also gain experience points by specifically selecting these immortal root herbs. Before, killing a level 1 monster, the savage forest wolf, only yielded 0.5 experience points. If you want to gain 1 experience point, it is estimated that you need to slay a dual beast monster to obtain it. And that is simply not something I can do right now. Made a big profit. I immediately allocated points to my speed, defense, and attack. Just as I was feeling relieved, I heard footsteps slowly approaching. It turned out that those 2 monsters arrived, so I didn't stay long. With a move of the limbs, he slipped out in an instant. Did a big black rat just run by? Not good. Go quickly and take a look at ginseng. When the 2 kicked away the pile of broken stones, what came into view was actually a pit, and there were also several ginseng roots next to it. It's really gutsy, even daring to steal my master's ginseng. Chase it quickly. Kill it. It must have just eaten ginseng. There's still some in its stomach. They chased after me, saying that cutting it open and dissecting it might salvage something. At this moment, a 2-headed monster was discovered 300 meters ahead, and it was about to tear me apart. Watch me today. I will crush you all. As I said that, I swiped a stone with my paw and sent it flying. Then a shark turned around to another direction. I saw that the stone flew far away and landed with a bang on the ground, immediately attracting the attention of the 2 wandering monsters. Coincidentally or not, at this moment, those 2 individuals had just caught up. Due to their hasty pursuit, they unexpectedly collided with 2 formidable monsters. Not good. It is a double-headed monster blackback bear. Run fast. The 2 people were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies, and they turned around and ran away. Roar! At this moment, a bloodthirsty gleam appeared in the eyes of the black bear, and with a roar, it fiercely chased after. But I climbed onto a broken tree trunk, listening to the gradually fading screams, and laughed like a turtle. In order to accumulate enough experience to continue leveling up, I turned around and climbed deep into the monster beast forest. where many monster beasts reside. Very dangerous, but also accompanied by many opportunities. The reason why I dare to go is because I have a systematic forecast that can detect dangers in advance, so I don't have much psychological pressure. Ding! A triple monster was found 300 meters ahead, along with 2 ordinary monsters. I was immediately scared and turned around to run. Ding! A double-headed monster appeared 300 meters behind. Fuck! I quickly slammed on the brakes and ran to the left again, but before I could run out of the designated area, 2 beast roars clearly came over. It seems that these 2 monsters have started fighting each other. Suddenly, I had a thought in my mind: courage is more important than Tsinghua University or Peking University. I decided to go and watch the scene. If there is a chance to take action, maybe I can make a profit. Even if it's not successful, I won't lose anything. The reason why I dare to have such thoughts is because my defense has reached the dual realm, and I am also blessed with the talent to counterattack, can retaliate with 50% damage to them. So I walked through one jungle after another, gradually getting closer to the 2 monsters fighting. After a while, 2 monsters came into view in front of my turtle eyes. On the left is a triple-headed monster cat with a body length of 1 meter, emitting a very strong aura. On the right is a dual-headed tiger monster with a body length of 4 meters, but its aura is noticeably slightly inferior to the former. Suddenly, the 2-headed tiger roared angrily, and the 3-tailed cat was actually shaken back step by step. As soon as I saw the situation, I immediately thought of something. Previously, the system had indicated the appearance of 1 triple beast and 2 ordinary beasts, but now there is only 1 triple beast, and it is very weak. It is estimated that this is a newly born monster, currently in a weak state. No wonder the 2-headed tiger dares to come and cause trouble. But even if the 3-tailed cat is weak, it is still a triple demonic beast that cannot be easily defeated by a double demonic beast. Just as the double-headed tiger lunged with its mouth wide open, the 3-tailed cat agilely leaped and then swiped with its paw, directly tearing open one of the heads of the double-headed tiger. The 2-headed tiger immediately rolled on the ground in pain. Just as the 3-tailed cat was about to deliver a final deadly blow to it, meowing sounds came from behind. Hearing the sound, the 3-tailed cat's expression immediately changed, and then it turned around and ran towards the back. It seems that something happened to the 3-tailed cat's offspring. Think about what to do. There is currently a great opportunity. At this moment, I am staring at the 2-headed tiger rolling on the ground and howling in pain, with a hint of greed in my eyes. This guy is seriously injured now. Take advantage of his illness to take his life. I rushed straight towards the 2-headed tiger without much consideration. Little did they know, the 2-headed tiger let out a furious roar upon seeing the situation. Even if I am injured, I am not someone like you, a turtle, who can contend with me. Since you dare to come, I will devour you, and I will regain some strength. Speaking, the tiger opened its mouth wide and fiercely lunged at me to bite, and I, on the other hand, leaped forward and quickly retracted my limbs and head into the turtle shell, then swiftly rushed into its mouth. The 2-headed tiger didn't think much about it, and immediately bit hard. Ding! Host talent triggered. Counterattack. Kaka kaka. Familiar crisp sound resounded once again. The teeth of the 2-headed tiger were completely shattered. After hearing its miserable scream, it wanted to spit me out. However, I will not let it succeed. Immediately I stretched out my head and fiercely bit its tongue. After a crazy biting that lasted for 2.5 minutes, the 2-headed tiger was in so much pain that it lost its sanity, and then it bit my tortoise shell again. Ding! Host talent triggered. Counterattack. Another wave of counterattack hit its mouth, instantly causing it to convulse in pain. Then blood continuously spurted out from the mouth. After a moment, the 2-headed tiger stopped struggling and collapsed to the ground. Ding! The host kills the double-headed tiger, gaining 1 experience point. When I crawled out of its rotten mouth, my heart was already extremely excited. A palm-sized small turtle unexpectedly killed a 4-meter-sized 2-headed tiger. This will surely go down in the history of turtles. Before I could even enjoy this feast, I quickly started running away with my turtle legs, because at this moment, the system has issued a warning that a quadruple monster has appeared 300 meters behind. It seems that the scent of the bloody carcass of a 2-headed tiger attracted it. For powerful beasts, let alone resisting, it would be fortunate enough to escape in time. I kept accelerating and running away like this until the sound of the system disappeared, and then I finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, what surprised me was that at this moment, another malicious wild wolf had set its sights on me. Old enemies. Seeing this, not only did my heart not have the slightest ripple, but I leisurely climbed to its feet. This action immediately angered the wild wolf. and it immediately aimed at my turtle shell and took a bite. Ding! Host talent triggered. Counterattack. Roar! The wild wolf first let out a miserable cry, then fell to the ground and couldn't get up, and I just snorted lightly, then gave it a scratch on the neck with my paw, immediately enjoying it. Ding! The host kills a first-level monster, the wilderness wolf, and gains 0.5 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the dual realm of demonic beasts. Reward host with new skill, assassination. After reaching a proficiency level of 100, it can be upgraded to shadow assassination. Currently, the proficiency level is 1. I am ecstatic upon hearing these words. It is very rare for low-level monsters to possess skills, especially among the turtle-like ones. Turtles' attacks are inherently weak, but now I have obtained an active attack skill, and I can even level it up. Satisfied. No, I want to go and try out my new skill. Thinking this way, I moved my body and went to find other monsters to level up my proficiency. Ding! A level 1 monster appears 400 meters ahead. It seems that the higher the level, the larger the range scanned by the system. How cool! After a while, I found the single-layered monster, which turned out to be a black spider. Surprisingly, it was about 1 meter in size. Seeing this, without saying a word, I swiftly dodged in a strange manner. Assassination! With a swoosh sound, my claws have already slashed through the abdomen of the black spider. Immediately after, my body landed steadily on the ground behind. I only heard a black spider scream in agony, and then it fell to the ground and died. Ding! The host kills a level 1 monster, black forest spider, and gains 0.5 experience points. Ding! Proficiency level increased by 10. Although relying on the advantage of realm to perfectly display the assassination skills, I just enjoy bullying the weak. What I want is to survive and hold steady. At critical moments, one can still reap the benefits, but apart from that, never engage in any meaningless risky actions. Keep the experience points for now, then go find a few level 1 demon beasts to practice with. Like this, the palm-sized garlic-headed turtle began hunting on the outskirts of the monster forest. Ding! The host has killed a first-level monster, the black forest bee. Earn experience points 0.5. Increase proficiency by 10. Ding! The host has killed a first-level wild beast, the wild boar. Earn experience points 0.5. Increase proficiency by 10. After an afternoon, I have successfully accumulated 5 experience points and have maxed out my proficiency in assassination. Now I have successfully upgraded to shadow assassination. And what excites me the most is that I have now broken through to the triple beast level. In theory, it should be feasible for me to hunt down a dual beast monster with my current strength, but it is always inevitable to engage in fierce battles, so it is quite difficult to accumulate experience and break through to the 4th level. Suddenly, I thought of that 100-year-old ginseng, and instead of fighting with monsters to gain experience, it is better to go in search of those rare treasures and exotic treasures. At least there will be no danger, coincidentally or not. At this moment the system prompts that there is a double wild monster appearing 500 meters behind. When I approached to investigate, a strange laughter resembling a turtle's voice suddenly emerged. Isn't this the same old man from yesterday? How did his strength increase? If it weren't for that big black rat yesterday, the two of us wouldn't have been chased by the black bear. Now, only I have survived. At this moment, Uncle Dio is kneeling in front of the fire pit, placing paper money into it. I see his face full of sadness, but he can't seem to shed a tear for a long time. I can hardly bear to watch. Brother, rest assured, if I successfully take over the Shui family, I will definitely bring people to swallow that big black rat alive. At this moment, the sky was gradually getting dark, and Uncle Dio also stood up, picked up the medicine that was placed aside, and prepared to go home. As soon as I saw this, my eyes lit up. This guy has made a breakthrough to the 2nd level in just one day. Most likely, he has obtained something good. Brother, you are already dead. There's no use keeping your belongings, so I took them and I'm ready to use them to carry out our assassination plan. Uncle Dio sighed softly and turned around to leave. Originally, after talking for a long time, it turns out that all they wanted was to make a fortune from someone's death. They just felt guilty inside, so they came to burn paper and mourn. This person is a beast in human skin who wants to take over someone else's home. Watch me not let you get away with it, I said as I exerted force and rushed towards Diao Yi. With a swish sound, I effortlessly jumped into the medicine basket. Ding! The host has left the monster forest, and the new map is currently loading. After a while, I had some new information in my mind. It turns out that there is a town called Qingfeng outside the monster beast forest, which is a human settlement. There are two big families inside, namely the dragon family and the snow family. Wanting to dominate a large family with just a mediocre ability is simply a fool's dream. I made a light hum and continued to search in the medicine. After a while, a lingji mushroom suddenly sprouted. Hee, there really are good things. Seeing this, I immediately opened my mouth and bit. Ding! The host takes 1 reishi mushroom for 200 years. Earn experience points 0.5. It turns out to be 200 years. But why are there only so few experience points? It must be related to reaching the triple realm. However, compared to killing demon beasts, it is much safer and easier. So I decided to follow Uncle Diao first. If I could obtain treasures of higher years, then I would make a big profit. In the blink of an eye, I have already entered Qingfeng Town. Although I can turn off the system scanning function now, it is still safer to keep it activated when in unfamiliar and dangerous places. After a while, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Ding! A level 5 wild monster appears 500 meters ahead. When I tremble in fear, a deep voice suddenly resounded. Did you bring the things? 5 tails of gold. Another Ganoderma lucidum, which is 200 years old, has been added. Where is the poison I asked for? I only heard the voice of Master Diao deliberately lowering. Here, let's deliver it now. Upon hearing this, I immediately crawled into a medicine bag. After Master Diao put down the medicine and searched around, his face turned pale. Dare to play with me? Deal cancelled. If you ever dare to approach me again, I will kill you. As soon as the words fell, the owner of that deep voice kicked Master Diao away with 1 foot. What is this kind of stuff thinking about all day? No skills, just thinking about taking over the Shui family. I really can't understand how this guy has managed to survive until now. In the blink of an eye, Uncle Diao finally breathed a sigh of relief after running to a crowded place. Where is my lingji? How could it be gone? Did the big black rat steal it again? When he thought of his 100-year-old ginseng, his face immediately turned the color of pig liver. Li Hei Diao, why are you wandering on the street when I asked you to gather medicinal herbs? At this moment, a cold and clear voice sounded. Steward, I have just finished collecting medicinal herbs and returned. Quickly put the medicinal herbs back in the warehouse. Yes. Li Hei Diao said and headed straight to the Shui family. Upon hearing this, I burst into laughter like a turtle. Li Hei Diao. This name is really bold. But laughing aside, at this moment I have grasped a very important clue. Warehouse. There must be good things in there. I instantly feel that Li Hei Diao is my lucky star. When Li Hei Diao entered the warehouse, he was immediately pulled into a corner by someone. Where is the poison in Rongshui? I only heard the man ask in a low voice. Snow supervisor, Lingji is gone. The transaction has been cancelled. Li Hei Diao whispered guiltily. I gave you an opportunity to take over the Shui family, but you are just useless. I only heard the man's voice suddenly turn cold. This matter ends here. Take care of your own mouth. If you dare to speak out, I will kill you. I will never speak out of turn. Li Hei Diao was filled with fear and anxiety. At this moment, I finally understand. I said so. Someone like Li Hei Diao, a stupid fool. How could he have the audacity and ability to occupy the Shui family? He is just someone else's pawn. But on second thought, the Shui family is really unlucky. They have actually been targeted by someone from within. Don't you dare leave yet? The man shouted loudly, and as soon as his voice fell, Li Hei Diao hurriedly left with his medicine bag on his back. But while no one was paying attention, I jumped out of the medicine and then dove into the deepest part of the warehouse. Treasure, I'm here. Ding, the host consumes 1 root of 100-year-old ginseng. Experience points plus 0. How come there is no experience point? It seems that reaching the triple realm, taking 100-year-old treasure is useless. When I am in a certain state, taking 100-year ginseng can gain me 1 experience point. Based on previous experience calculations, consuming 100-year-old ginseng to break through to the second level should yield 0.5 experience points. When you reach Sanchong, taking centennial ginseng no longer grants experience points, but it doesn't matter anyway, because this warehouse is full of treasures. Ding, the host takes 1 cold marrow branch for 200 years, gains 0.5 experience points. Ding, the host takes 1 plant of the 300-year blood serum fruit and gains 1 experience point. Just as I was enjoying my meal, an unexpected incident occurred. Ding, a large number of irresistible wild creatures are rapidly approaching. Please hurry and escape. Host, for a moment, I was so scared that my soul scattered, and I didn't care about any other treasures at this time, so he quickly ran towards the outside of the warehouse. Because he was small in size and ran fast, he didn't attract anyone's attention at all. After a while, I escaped to a corner of the yard. At this moment, the sky was gradually darkening. I decided to break through to the 4th level first, to enhance my strength and prioritize self-preservation. The intense pain came back again in no time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the 4th level of the monster beast. Before I had a chance to check the various attributes, a strong feeling of hunger emerged. Just because I suddenly caught a whiff of a fragrance, I followed it all the way. Finally, I stopped at the entrance of a kitchen, and it turned out that there was delicious food inside. While no one is around, hide in the kitchen for now and grab something to eat to regain some energy. Just then, a loud rumbling sound suddenly came from outside, and soon after, someone could be heard exclaiming in alarm, "There are bandits! Everyone run away quickly!" I immediately breathed a sigh of relief when I heard that. It's a good thing it's not my business. I should have known and hid in the warehouse. I haven't had a chance to visit that secret room yet, but the next second, I felt somewhat relieved. Those guys are so powerful. They're probably here to rob the Shui family. If I stay in the warehouse for a few more seconds, I'll definitely be caught by those bandits and end up as turtle soup. No, it's important to eat first. Even if there is a great fight and shouting outside, it cannot shake my desire to eat. However, before I could finish eating, the door suddenly slammed open. Seeing the situation, I quickly took a bite of food and quietly crawled under the table. I didn't expect a family in a small town to have some resistance power. At this moment, a voice panting heavily came. "Speak softly." The other person seems to be very cautious. After entering the kitchen, he began to search and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that no one was there. "Ing-san, why did the Shui clan target the Shui family? After all, the Shui family is still a branch of the Shui clan. Take someone's money to help them avoid disaster. Also, please do not call me by my name anymore. We are now bandits, here to plunder the Shui family." I have heard about this matter before. The elder of the Shui family, a member of the Shui clan, was responsible for annihilating the Shui family in Qingfeng town. I don't know if it's true or false. Please don't spread rumors. Okay, we have also rested enough. Quickly exterminate the Snow family. Don't waste any time. This operation can take away all of the Shui family's resources. It's really worth it. The two of them walked outside as they spoke. I originally planned to return to the warehouse, but after listening to their conversation, I decided to give up. So I jumped out of the window and quietly crawled towards the outside of the house. Just arrived in the corridor, I was stunned by the scene in front of me. I saw corpses scattered all over the corridor, with blood flowing like a river. It seems that the Shui family has indeed been completely slaughtered. At this moment, a familiar voice came from inside a certain room. "Snow boss, please don't kill me. I previously did a job for you, to poison the Snow family. Although it failed, it clearly shows that I am loyal to you. The matter of the Shui family's extermination no longer requires your involvement. Go die for me." As soon as the words fell, Li Haidiao was thrown out of the door and fell heavily to the ground, quickly becoming silent. I quickly increased my speed and slipped away to avoid being discovered by others. Qingfeng town is really scary. Let's go back to the monster beast forest first. Suddenly, a scent of medicine entered my nose. It was the fragrance of ginseng. I suddenly had a hint of greed in my eyes, and quickly followed the scent to a corner of the wall. The first thing that catches the eye is a black package, and the fragrance of ginseng should be emanating from inside it. Just as I was about to approach, a head suddenly popped out. When I looked closely, it turned out to be a girl climbing out of the newly broken wall hole. She had just stuck her head out. "What are you doing, turtle? Don't touch my package," the girl cried while desperately climbing out. Unexpectedly, just as my body was halfway out, it got stuck in the wall opening, and I, on the other hand, paid no attention to her and gently tore open the package with a claw. Looking at the things inside, I was instantly shocked and dumbfounded. So many treasures, getting rich. Seeing the situation, I didn't hesitate and immediately started eating. I heard that Shui Lingluo from the Shui family is a top-notch person. Bring her back to have some fun with the brothers. At this moment, the sound of bandits came from inside the wall. "Don't you dare touch my daughter. I will fight you all. Husband, if I am captured while being with you, I will choose to die rather than let these beasts gain the slightest advantage." The voices within the wall are filled with sadness and heroism. Upon hearing these words, I was momentarily speechless. Taking advantage of someone's vulnerability like this is a bit inhumane. Although I am not a good person either, I have not lost my humanity. Eating so many treasures from her home, it is only right to save her. With this thought in mind, I crawled towards the young girl. Immediately after, 2 claws went down. In an instant, the hole in the wall also widened a bit, and upon seeing this, the young girl continued to cry as she crawled out. Hey, saving your life in exchange for a ginseng plant should be no problem, right? Although the girl cannot hear, I think it is reasonable. So I climbed back to the package and put the ginseng that I wanted to eat earlier into my mouth. Just at this moment, ding! A tenfold wild monster appeared 600 meters ahead. Upon hearing this, I grabbed the ginseng and ran outside. I can't afford to provoke the boss. It's better to save my own life first. Ding! A quadruple wild monster is approaching rapidly. Please be careful and avoid it. When I turned around, I found that the girl had also followed. Never mind. Avoiding those assassins is the priority. After a while, I arrived at the entrance of Qingfeng Town. Ding! A level 5 wild monster appears 600 meters to the right. I turned my head and saw a thatched house on the right. Dark and silent. That monster should be hiding between the thatched houses. My defense has already reached the 5th level. With the added blessing of counterattack talent, if you target me, you will only bring trouble upon yourself. After saying that, I snorted coldly and ran towards the outskirts of the town. Ding! A level 5 wild monster is approaching rapidly. Please be careful and avoid it. As soon as the words fell, a figure rushed towards me, with a cold light gleaming in their eyes. Leave that 300-year-old ginseng for me. I only heard a furious shout from the figure, followed by a quick and high leap. Stepped hard on my turtle shell. Jump so high. Cackle to death, you turtle grandson. Fearing that the other party would step on the air, Yijio purposely crawled forward 2 steps, then shrunk his limbs and head into the turtle shell. Ding! Host talent triggered. Counterattack. Ka-ching! It was the sound of bones breaking. Ah! The figure screamed miserably and fell to the ground. Fixing his eyes on it, it was a middle-aged man. Dead bastard. So hard. Get the hell out of here. The middle-aged man stood up and with a leap of his left foot, he was about to kick Yijio away. It's true that I'm a Wangbang, but please don't put the word dead in front of Wangbang. Yijio was in the turtle shell and retorted seriously. Unleash the skill. Rock shock. The turtle shell seemed to weigh hundreds of pounds, fixed in place emitting a faint black light and vibrating with a very small amplitude. The middle-aged man kicked his left foot. Ding! Host talent triggered. Counterattack. Click. Ah! My left leg. The middle-aged man fell to the ground. This time, not only was his left leg broken, even his toes were ruined. What the hell is this? It can't be broken even if you step on it, and it can't be kicked away even if you kick it. It's also like a thorn, crippling himself instead. Ding! Granite shot proficiency. Increased by 0. Shadow assault kill hasn't been used yet. Turtle son. Your turtle grandpa will take you. Use skill. Shadow assault. Yijio brushed his face and disappeared. The middle-aged man saw the palm-sized turtle, which seemed to blend into the darkness under the night, and his heart was filled with great fear. Not good. He swung both his fists to fend off the turtle that might attack. Bang! On his right wrist, he suffered a huge impact. Miserable screams once again came out from his mouth. However, a gash appeared on his wrist, and even the bone inside had a cut mark. Aside from the bones being connected, the wrist was almost sliced off. Ding! Shadow assault proficiency. Increased by 0. Yijio reappeared in the night, shaking off the blood on his right front paw. This guy was smart enough to block the vitals in advance. Otherwise, being sliced would not be as simple as a wrist. It's still the reason why the attack power is too weak. Otherwise with the skill, the wrist would have been sliced off for you. Tap tap. The young girl followed, and when she saw someone, she panicked. Little turtle, run! Yijio's face darkened. Xueling Luo, do you know this fertilized bastard? The middle-aged man grunted miserably. Xueling Luo had become a scared bird, and when she heard the other party call out her name, she panicked and backed away. Map scanning alert, 600 meters behind. 2 8-weight wild monsters have appeared. 5-7 heavy wild monsters. Yijio's face changed and he turned around and ran. The gang of killers were catching up. Xueling Luo was at a loss, and when she saw Little Turtle running, she followed. Yijio didn't take the right path and drilled into the cluttered barren forest, finally entering the demonic beast forest peacefully, and the young girl named Xueling Luo followed him and disappeared while running. The entrance of Qingfeng Town. There was a group of people appeared. Black rats? One person spoke out in confusion. The middle-aged man lying on the ground, looking for the sound, was surprised and said, General Manager Xue, since it's you, you must recognize Xueling Luo. Did she run away from here? Chief Manager Snow opened his mouth indifferently. Seeing the murderous aura of this group of people, the black rat did not dare to speak for a moment. Who is he? The leader asked. Chief Snow explained respectfully. He is the black merchant that I recommendedly Black Dick to purchase the meltwater poison. Black Rat's body trembled, foreboding something bad. The leader turned to Black Rat. Did Xueling Luo pass through here? I didn't see it. The Black Rat bowed his head, afraid of getting into trouble of killing. Kill. The leader spat out 2 words. Don't kill me. I'll say it. I'll say it all. Xueling Luo just ran away from here. I wanted to stop it but was saved by an adult king's rascal. The Black Rat said miserably. Seeing that he didn't look like he was faking, Chief Snow guessed. There's a royal beast expert that saved Xueling Luo. No matter who rescued her, there's no way she'll survive the night. The leader waved his hand and led his men to rush outside the town. The Xue family couple stopped a good number of the strongest among them, but with their strength, they were strong enough to chase after Xueling Luo. Before Chief Snow left, he killed the Black Rat with a palm strike. There are some truths that you shouldn't know. Rest in peace. Late night. The central section of the Demon Beast Forest. It's finally safe. Yi Jiu hid in a tree hole and panted slightly. Eat this ginseng first. Quickly eat the ginseng. Ding. The host has taken one 300-year-old ginseng. Gained experience points. The experience points have really dropped. Previously, when I was in the 3rd level realm, taking 300 years of ginseng, I was able to gain 1 experience point off. After breaking through into a 4th level demonic beast, not only did eating precious treasures have an effect, killing demonic beasts should also have an effect. He estimated that his current self, killing a 2nd-ranked demonic beast, could not gain experience points, and killing a 3rd-ranked demonic beast, could only get an experience point. In his heart, he gradually figured out a pattern. Killing a demonic beast or wild monster of the same realm, one could obtain 1 experience point. Killing a demonic beast or wild monster that was 1 realm lower than one's own could only gain 1 experience point. Killing a demonic beast or wild monster that was 2 realms lower than oneself would not be able to gain experience points. Instead, killing a demonic beast or wild monster that was 1 realm higher would earn 1 experience point. If you kill a demonic beast or wild monster that is 2 realms higher, you will gain an experience point, and so on and so forth. This law, placed above taking treasures, was also the same. Thinking of this, he didn't dare to use the experience points indiscriminately and prepared to keep them. First, let's keep the realm stuck at the 4th level, and then brush a lot of experience points. Unless he encountered an extremely dangerous moment, he would never use it to make a breakthrough. Otherwise, the realm would rise again, and if he still wanted to get experience points, he would have to kill high realm demonic beasts. High realm demonic beasts were rare and cunning. Killing them was laborious and dangerous, and was not as convenient as killing low realm demonic beasts. Check the situation on the panel. Speed, 4/10. Defense, 5 out of 10. Attack, 4/10. Experience points. Martial arts, opened. See the martial arts item blink. Intentionally tap in. Evolution, Barren Forest Tortoise, 4th level demonic beast with keen sense of hearing. Feats, opened at 5th realm. Skill 1, Shadow Assault 0/500, proficiency increased to 500. Can be upgraded to Void Assassination. Skill, Granite Shock 0 out of 100, increase proficiency to 100. Can be upgraded to Granite Seal. Secret skill, Riot, within 1 minute. All abilities increase by 50%. Cooldown, 3 days. In addition to swiping experience points, I have to raise my proficiency. Climbing out of the tree hole. Brush experience. Brush proficiency. Map scan prompt, 600 meters ahead. A triple demonic beast has appeared. Yi Jiu's eyes lit up as he rushed forward. Map scan alert, 600 meters ahead. A 4th weight demonic beast has appeared. I'm also a 4th weight. And my defense is even at a 5th weight. Also have skills. A 4th weight demonic beast can also be killed. Once again, he powered up and rushed up. Continued. Under the night, the demonic beast forest still had a few moments of light. Yi Xiu smelled the scent of blood and arrived in the dense forest. A 1-horned rhinoceros exuded the aura of a 4th-grade demonic beast and thrust its 1 horn into the head of a black-spotted boar. The black-spotted boar struggled desperately and was about to die. Don't die. Leave it for me to brush up on my experience points and proficiency. Yi Jiu made a full-speed dash and cast Shadow Assault before the black-spotted boar died. Ding. Host killed the triple demonic beast wild-spotted boar. Gain experience points. Ding. Shadow Assault kill proficiency. Increase by 10. Roar. The unicorn rhino was enraged. This was its prey, and a mere palm-sized turtle dared to grab it, looking for death. Both hooves lifted and rumbled as it stomped on the turtle. The harder you push, the more excited I get. Yi Jiu shrunk his limbs and head into the turtle shell. Rock shock. Ding. Host talent triggered. Counterattack. The 1-horned rhinoceros was sent flying, both hooves covered in blood. It was dumbfounded. It was only a palm-sized thing. Why was it so hard on its feet? Ding. Rock shock proficiency. Increase by 15. Cool. Come and step on it. Yi Xiao rushed towards the unicorn rhinoceros. The unicorn rhinoceros suffered a loss and didn't dare to take a hard hit, so it turned around and fled. However, the thing that made it collapse happened. This thing actually caught up. Ding! The host has killed the 4th level demonic beast unicorn rhinoceros. Gained experience point 1. In the end, Yi Jiao killed the unicorn rhinoceros. Go find another demonic beast to brush. Experience points. Proficiency. All need to be brushed up. There was a map scanning prompt, and he once again found a 4th level demonic beast. Utilizing Shadow Assault, Granite Shock, and Talented Counterattack, he killed this 4th ranked demonic beast. He once again gained experience point 1. Looking at the panel again. Speed, 4/10. Defense, 5 out of 10. Attack, 4/10. Experience points. Martial Arts, opened. Idea points into Martial Arts. Evolution, Desert Forest Tortoise, 4th level demonic beast with keen sense of hearing. Feats, opened at 5th realm. Skill 1, Shadow Assault 4500, proficiency increased to 500. Can be upgraded to Void Assassination. Skill, Granite Shock 50 out of 100, increase proficiency to 100. Can be upgraded to Granite Seal. Secret skill, Riot, within 1 minute. All abilities are increased by 50%. Cooldown, 3 days. The experience points and the skill's proficiency, both increased. Still need more experience points and proficiency. Yi Lak went back to the demonic beast. Ding! Host killed the 4th level demonic beast Rift Earth Tiger. Ding! Rock Shock proficiency, increase by 15. Ding! Shadow Assault proficiency, increase by 15. Ding! The host needs experience points to break through the realm. So the upper limit of experience points is, for this kill, no experience points can be gained. What? Yi Jiao was shocked. Surprisingly, there was an upper limit, but he quickly relieved himself. Just by killing weak demonic beasts, one could grow into a party of great power. Even he himself was skeptical. After all, whether one could upgrade by fighting monsters also depended on the quality of the monsters. You can only brush proficiency. You can't brush experience points. No! His eyes lit up. Capped experience points. Then if I use it up, won't I still be able to brush it? Immediately, he opened the panel. Speed, 4/10. Defense, 5 out of 10. Attack, 4/10. Experience points. Speed plus 1. Defense plus. Attack plus. At once, the panel data changed. Speed, 5/10. Defense. Attack. Experience points, 0. Ha 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 ha. Speed 5/10. Defense 6/10. Realm still at 4/10. I'm really a talent among turtles. He decided to brush out an experience point. Use it up, and then continue. Let's attack and stay still. Put in defense and speed, and brush out a super strong level out. Yi Zhao's heart was revitalized and he went to hunt demonic beasts once again. Ding! Host killed the 4th level demonic beast Wild Black Bull. Gained experience point 1. Ding! Granite Shock proficiency, increase by 15. Ding! Shadow Assault proficiency, increase by 15. Map scan alert, 600 meters ahead. A 5th grade demonic beast has appeared. Yi Jiao rushed over. Not long after, it came back. That 5th weight demonic beast is too cunning. If not for its low attack power, I would definitely kill it. Although it was also possible to rely on defensive talents and skills to grind the 5th weight demonic beast to death. But doing so was too much of a waste of time and energy. Compared to decimating a 4th weight demonic beast, the cost effectiveness was too low. I'll just go and kill the 4th weight demonic beast. With my 5th weight speed and 6th weight defense, the 4th weight demonic beast can't hurt me. Yi Jiao hunted demonic beasts once again. In time for dawn, he once again swiped an experience point, opening the panel. Speed, 5/10. Defense. Attack. Experience point. Speed plus. Defense plus. Yi Jiao couldn't wait to add points. Ding! The host's speed, defense, and attack gap is too large to use experience points. Yi Lak was dumbfounded. Between speed, defense and attack, there could only be a difference of up to 2 realms? In fact, he had long been guessing that he might brush up to a certain level and be restricted. Therefore when it really came, he did not feel surprised. Then speed plus, defense plus, the panel data changed again. Speed, defense, attack, experience points. Adding points in this way, not only could one maximize strength, between speed, defense and attack, one had not yet exceeded 2 realms, and one's own realm remained steady at the 4th realm. This way I'll be able to brush 5 experience points again. While he was still at the 4th realm, he hunted and killed 4th level demonic beasts as soon as possible to brush high experience points. Yi Xiao used the technique of getting stuck in the realm and brushing experience points and proficiency to the extreme. By the time he had brushed his experience points to the upper limit, The sky had already dawned and the positive sun was hanging in the sky. The system prompted before. The proficiency of Granite Shock has reached 100 and has been upgraded to Granite Seal. Opening the panel to take a look. Speed, Defense, Attack, Experience Points, Martial Arts, opened. See the Martial Arts item blinking. Intentionally tap into Martial Arts. Evolution, Deserted Forest Tortoise, 4th level demonic beast with keen sense of hearing. Feats, opened at 5th realm. Skill 1, Shadow Assault 5 out of 500, proficiency increased to 500. Can be upgraded to Void Assassination. Skill, Rock Seal 0/500, increase proficiency to 500. Can be upgraded to Void Shock. Secret Skill, Riot, within 1 minute. All abilities are increased by 50%. Cooldown, 3 days. The experience points brushed up to the point where Granite Shock was upgraded to Granite Seal, and the proficiency of Shadow Assault increased drastically. Now that the experience points are brushed to the limit. Speed, Attack, Strike and Defense cannot be added. It's too unprofitable to just brush proficiency alone. The only way is to make a breakthrough. Actually, breaking through wasn't a bad thing. Reaching the 5th realm and being able to open up feats would help him a lot. Yilak didn't think much about it and decisively broke through. Attack +1. At once, the panel data produced a change. Speed, Defense, Attack, Experience Points. Ding, the host's speed, defense, and attack have all reached 5 or more, and can break through to the 5th realm. Is it a breakthrough? Breakthrough. The body kept getting stronger. Ding, breakthrough realm successful. 5th realm, able to open up the feats. Go replenish your strength first. There were a lot of demonic beasts that he had killed earlier, and he lacked no shortage of food. When he was full, he checked the panel. Host, Yi Xiao. Realm, 5 out of 10, 5th level demonic beast. After reaching the 10th level, it gains the qualification to return to its ancestor once. Evolution, Deserted Forest Turtle, 5th weight demonic beast with keen sense of hearing. Talent, Counterattack, when attacked, return 50% of the attacker's damage. Speed, Defense, Attack, Experience Points. Martial Arts, opened. See the Martial Arts item blink. Tap in with your mind. Evolution, Deserted Forest Turtle, a 5th weight demonic beast with keen hearing. Technique, Ancient God Swallowing Heaven Scripture, requirement for use, with current realm, decapitate a 6th level demonic beast or wild monster. Skill 1, Shadow Assault 5 out of 500, increase proficiency to 500 to upgrade to Void Assassination. Skill, Granite Seal 0/500, increase proficiency to 500, can be upgraded to Void Shock. Secret Skill, Riot, within 1 minute, all abilities increase by 50%. Cooldown, 3 days. Ancient God Heaven Swallowing Scripture. Yi Jiao will have a merit technique too. Yi Xiao was looking forward to it. Unfinished, however, the requirement to use it is to decapitate a 6th level demonic beast or wild monster, so to be on the safe side, use the remaining skill points. Sooner or later, it would have to be used. Speed +1, Defense +1. The panel data changed. Check the panel. Speed, Defense, Attack, Experience Points, 0. Between Speed, Defense and Attack, there is already a difference of 2 realms. Experience point usage has reached the upper limit. At most 3 experience points will be swiped and I'll have to break through. However, Yi Jiao wasn't worried about whether he could kill a 6th level demonic beast or wild monster. Just kidding. His defense and speed reached the peak of the 7th level. A 6th level demonic beast or wild monster. Not to mention that he couldn't fight. He couldn't even chase after it. If he cooperated with the Rock Seal, his defense could even reach the 8th realm. Moreover, once he triggered the talent counterattack, the counterattack damage reached the 7th level. His attack can't be underestimated either. With Shadow Assault, the killing power can reach the 6th level. Who could stand this? Crawling towards the depths of the demonic beast forest. With the presence of map scanning, it wasn't difficult to find a 6th level demonic beast. Map scanning alert, 700 meters to the upper left. A 5th level wild monster and 2 6th level wild monsters have appeared. Those killers? Yi Jiao said in shock. Whatever, my defense and speed have reached the 7th weight, and I have a talent boost. So I'm not afraid of siege. Just grab a 6th weight wild monster and beat it violently. Accelerating to the upper left. Map scan prompt, 700 meters to the left. A 4-weight wild monster has appeared. System alert, a 4-weight wild monster is rapidly approaching. Please pay attention to dodge. Yi Jiao frowned. How come there were so many people who came to the demon beast forest? Also at this moment, a terrified young girl, panicked, ran by. It's the young girl called Xueling Luo, unexpectedly running into the depths of the demon beast forest. What a life! Yi Jiao was surprised. Xueling Luo, with your Xue family gone, you're the only one left. You'd better obediently obey me. A youth chased after Xueling Luo with a reckless sardonic smile on his face. Behind this youth, 2 guards followed expressionlessly. The family was exterminated. How dare a girl be reduced to such a state? That's just it. I just happened to have to kill a 6th-weight wild monster to save your life. Although the destruction of the Snow family had nothing to do with him, but he had gotten benefits from the Snow family. Now that he saw the Snow family's young girl in distress, it was never a bad thing to help. Brush. Yi Jiao rushed up. Little turtle? Xueling Luo was shocked when she saw the palm-sized turtle running past her side. Originally, she was already desperate. With her family slaughtered and a night of fleeing, she had long been physically and mentally exhausted. And now that she had met with the sons of the dragon family, where did she have the strength to flee? Seeing that she was going to be captured and abused by the dragon family's sons, she was ready to commit suicide here. Unexpectedly, the magical little turtle that saved her last night appeared again. Where did the dead bastard come from? Get the hell out of my way. The youth unleashed his 5th heavy aura and kicked at the oncoming turtle. Please don't put the word dead in front of bastard. Yi Jiao rushed even faster. Rock seal. On his turtle shell, a translucent turtle shell seal emerged. That kick came. Ding. Host talent triggered. Counterattack. Ka-ching. It was the sound of bones breaking. Ah. Poof. The youth suffered a heavy blow and flew backwards in a scream, spilling blood in the air. Bang. The entire person fell to the ground. Head tilted. Dead. Ding. The host has killed a 5th-weight wild monster. Gained experience point 1. Ding. Granite seal proficiency increased by 15. Yi Jiao was satisfied. Stuck at the 5th realm was good. Killing the same realm would gain 1 experience point. If he broke through to the 6th level, he would only gain an experience point. The 2 guards were stunned. Kicking a kick and killing themselves? Young master. One of the guards came back to his senses and ran towards the youth. You bastard has even become a spirit. Daring to kill the young master of the Long family. I'll disassemble you today. The other guard shouted angrily, drew his knife, and slashed at the turtle. He was a martial artist of the 6th realm. A single slash could kill the turtle. Yi Jiao didn't flash or dodge. The knife fell on the turtle's back. Ding. Host talent triggered. Counterattack. Ka. The knife instantly shattered. The guard's face changed drastically. How could it be? He was a 6th level martial artist. A knife would not be able to withstand it, even at the same realm. But this turtle in front of him not only withstood it, but also shattered his own knife. Even the iron bastard wasn't this resistant to being beaten, right? My turn. Yi Jiao sneered. Although his attack was at the 5th realm, it was the peak of the 5th realm, infinitely close to the 6th realm. Combined with the speed of the 6th realm, as well as the skills, the power was straight up to the 6th realm. It was already possible to decimate the opponent. Shadow assault. Brush. Yi Jiao left a residual shadow in place. Not good. The guard vaguely saw the turtle flashing in front of his neck, and immediately suppressed the shock in his heart. A fist blasted away. Rock seal. Yi Jiao cast his second skill. Ding. Host talent triggered. Counterattack. The guard was instantly seriously injured. Without giving the opponent a chance to catch his breath, shadow assault came. The guard's hand was sliced off. Ah! The guard screamed miserably as he grabbed his severed hand. The 5th realm has been raised to its peak, and with the skill, it's powerful. Yi Jiao wanted to cast shadow assault again to end this person. Get lost! A violent shout came from the side. It was the guard who was checking out the young master of the dragon family, striking with a palm. Yi Jiao smiled coldly and shrunk his head and limbs into his turtle shell. Rock seal. Ding. Host talent triggered. Counterattack. Bang. The guard was seriously injured and his entire body was sent flying out. Yi Jiao landed on the ground and rushed towards the guard with the broken hand once again. Don't come over. The guard with the broken hand was scared out of his wits and kept retreating backward. However, messing with his mind would only cause him to die faster. Shadow assault. Brush. Yi Jiao appeared next to the broken-handed guard's head, and a fatal wound appeared on the broken-handed guard's neck as blood spurted out. Ding. The host has killed a 6th level wild monster. Gain experience points. Ding. Slaying a 6th-weight wild monster opens the ancient god swallowing heaven scripture. Please pay attention to the panel data. The guards who were shaken out of the room ran as if they had seen a ghost, carrying the dead young master. Yi Jiao was just about to make a move when he suddenly thought. His experience points were maxed out, and the ancient god swallowing heaven scripture could be used, so there was no point in killing anymore. Just as he hesitated, the guard had already run away. Count yourself lucky. Yi Jiao gave up on the kill. Little turtle. Thank you for saving me. Xueling Luo walked to Yi Jiao and squatted down. Her cheeks were stained with dirt, but she still couldn't block her delicate features. It's useless for you to thank me. It's not like the two of us can communicate. Yi Jiu ignored her and walked outside. Not only did he open the ancient god swallowing heaven scripture, he used shadow assault and granite seal many times, and his proficiency went up quite a bit. His mood was extraordinarily beautiful. Do you like eating vintage treasures? I have them here. I'll give you one as a way to repay you. Xueling Luo chased after him, then took out a fruit that emitted a strange fragrance from his package. Unfinished business. Yi Jiu was overjoyed and turned around nonchalantly, taking a bite of the fruit in his mouth. But he didn't eat it. The experience points had reached the upper limit, so he had to use up the experience points before eating the fruit would be useful. At the same time, a thought arose in his mind. When Xueling Luo saw the joy in the little turtle's eyes, he couldn't help but smile gently. What an easily satisfied little fellow. She, whose family was broken and running to escape, was not as good as a turtle. Once life's calamities appear, it's really half-hearted. Xueling Luo raised her head and looked around, exhaustion and confusion in her eyes. There was a chase outside, and the demonic beast forest was in crisis. Where to go next? How to survive? Suddenly, her pants leg was pulled by something. She looked down and saw that it was little turtle biting her pant leg, and made some gestures. One moment it was pointing at the package, one moment it was pointing at her, and one moment it was pointing at itself. Little turtle, do you mean that you're going to protect me? Xueling Luo hesitated. Yi Jiu immediately nodded and then pointed at the parcel. There were many treasures inside that parcel, which could allow him to brush up on several waves of experience points. Compared to killing demonic beasts to get experience points, eating treasures was safe and easy, and it didn't waste time and energy. And the price to get the parcel was just to protect a young girl. Maybe others wanted to be in the demon beast forest. Protecting a young girl would be difficult, but Yi Jiu was different. He had a map scanning function, and protecting a young girl was really like playing. You keep pointing at the package. I understand what you mean. Xueling Luo held up the little turtle. If you can really protect me, the treasures inside the package, all of them can be given to you. She didn't know the next road, how to go, and how to live. So what's the harm in trusting little turtle for once? Ha 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 ha, make a lot of money. Yi Jiu was gorgeous. But don't worry, Yi Jiu, won't take advantage of you either. When I say I'll protect you, I won't let you hurt a single hair. Although Xueling Luo couldn't hear his promise, Yi Jiu had already made the intention to deal in good faith. He climbed outside. This was the depths of the demonic beast forest, and the chances of danger were high. Go to the central section and stay there for a while, then send Xueling Luo to the human city after she recovers her energy. Yi Jiu had already formulated a plan. Xueling Luo held the package and followed little turtle. With the map scan, Yi Jiu brought Xueling Luo and came to the central section peacefully. Finally, he landed in a small hidden low valley. There was also a small river passing through the low valley, very suitable for hiding. Surrounded by dense forests of vines, it's hard to realize that there's a small low valley inside. Little turtle is really great. This was all found by you. Xueling Luo's heart was slightly at ease. She could finally take a rest. Yi Xiao hunted demonic beasts everywhere and had long since discovered the subtleties of this place. Only that he was small and could stay anywhere, so he had not come to this place until Xueling Luo's appearance. Seeing Xueling Luo surveying the surroundings, he happened to check the panel data, intentionally tapping into the martial arts item. Evolution, Desolate Forest Tortoise, 5th level demonic beast with keen sense of hearing. Technique, Ancient God Heaven Swallowing Scripture. Skill 1, Shadow Assault 75-500, proficiency increased to 500. Can be upgraded to Void Assassination. Skill, Granite. Stone Seal 55-500, increase proficiency to 500. Can be upgraded to Void Shock. Secret Art, Riot, within 1 minute. All abilities are increased by 50%. Cooldown, 3 days. System You Old Pit then. Cultivate this technique. Even use experience points. Old me even if I die outside. Jump from the mountain. Also will not cultivate. Yi Jiu cursed the system for being a pit, but then paused at the end of his words, because he saw the introduction behind the Gongfu. Reach 0 experience points and gain the ability to communicate with all demonic beasts. This was something good. Damn it, just refine it. Yi Jiu cursed and accepted it. Suddenly, a huge divine thought squeezed into his mind, hurting him so much that he almost fainted. This is the Ancient God Heaven Swallowing Scripture. The contents of the divine thoughts from the Ancient God Heaven Swallowing Scripture entered his mind and directly transformed into a part of his memory. I'll go. What a domineering gong method. It's worthy of coming with the system. After the merit law became a memory, he already knew how powerful the Ancient God Heaven Swallowing Scripture was. The first step realm for all cultivators in the world was the Spirit Martial Realm, placed amongst the demon race. The Spirit Martial Realm was also called the Demon Beast Realm. They all had 10 weights. This was the most basic realm. And once one broke through this realm, one would gain the ability to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. At that time, the body will possess yuan power. Those who possessed yuan power had extraordinary strength. Those who are powerful in it can overturn rivers and cut off the sky and earth. However, in order to possess yuan power, one must absorb a large amount of heaven and earth essence. And the heaven and earth essence is not so good to get. They are basically occupied by strong people and big powers. In addition, even if one possessed heaven and earth essence, in order to absorb it, one would need to have a cultivation body with excellent qualifications, as well as the assistance of a good gong method. The ancient god heaven swallowing scripture is really bullish. After cultivating it, it devours everything in the heavens and earth and turns it into yuan power, not limited by the essence of heaven and earth. With this alone, Yi Jiu felt that cultivating it was worth it. Cultivating to a high depth, one can master great divine abilities such as the indestructible golden turtle, Dharma phase heaven and earth, and communicating with demonic beasts is only the most basic ability of the ancient god heaven swallowing scripture. Yi Jiu was excited in his heart. If he mastered Dharma phase heaven and earth, he would instantly transform into the greatness of heaven and earth, shaking the earth with a single kick, and roaring for all beings to palpitate. In some ways, this was even better than breaking through the realm and improving his strength. Aspiring must cultivate. Yi Jiu somewhat fell in love with this gong method. Calm down a little. Check the data on the other part of the panel. Speed, defense, attack, experience points. These were the 3 experience points gained from killing the dragon family's young master and guards. Now, between speed, defense and attack, there was a difference of 2 realms, so it was impossible to add points, and the experience points had reached the upper limit value. One could only choose to either break through, or add points to the feats. With just these 3 experience points, cultivating the ancient god heaven swallowing scripture is a drop in the bucket. Use it to increase your strength first. Only the treasures within the package were enough for Yi Jiu to cultivate the ancient god swallowing heaven scripture. Then, let's raise our strength and protect Xueling Luo more securely. Next, he added 1 to attack, 1 to speed, and 1 to defense. The panel data changed. Speed, defense, attack, experience points, 0. Ding. The host's speed, defense, and attack have all reached 6 or more, and can break through to the 6th realm. Is it a breakthrough? Breakthrough. Qingfeng Town Dragon Family. Family head. The young master was killed by Xueling Luo and her demonic pet turtle. The guards placed the young master's body on the ground and pleaded with snot and tears. Xueling Luo, your Xue family was ransacked by bandits and has long lost its family background. Why are you still so arrogant? That's my dragon's son. The dragon family's head. His face grimaced with hatred. With a boom, the aura of the 10th level of the spiritual martial realm was released. Turning around haughtily, he looked at the guards and his killing intent erupted. Author's digression, this author's new book 1877. Not bad. If you like it, please collect more. Unfinished. I asked you to protect Dragon's son, but you let my dragon's son die. You must die as well. The dragon family head roared angrily and struck the guard with his palm. Bang! A force of chi knocked him back. Dragon family lord. Killing him would be one less martial artist you can call upon. Don't you think it's a pity? A man wearing a bronze mask walked in. Who are you? The dragon family lord sank his voice. This man's chi was deep, with a spirit martial 10th level, the same strength as him. Xueling Luo has something I want on her body. How about we team up and kill the demonic beast forest and slaughter Xueling Luo and that demonic turtle? The man wearing a bronze mask smiled faintly. The Long family lord's pupils shrank, wanting Xueling Luo's life. Could it be the gang of bandits that ransacked the Xue family last night? No, bandits wouldn't be so nosy. They were killers. Long family master. The opportunity is not to be missed. The other party spoke again, his words carrying deep meaning. I only want to kill Xueling Luo and her demonic favorites. Regarding your matters, I won't interfere, nor will I look deeply into it. Wouldn't the dragon family lord not be able to hear that? So he immediately pointed out his position to avoid getting into trouble. Kill Xueling Luo and the demon turtle, and we'll go our separate ways. The man wearing a bronze mask smiled faintly. I'll immediately organize my people and head to the demon beast forest right away. My people are ready as well. The 2 men reached cooperation. The central section of the demon beast forest, the small low valley. Yi Lak checked the panel after the breakthrough. Host, Yi Lak. Realm, 6 out of 10, 6th level demonic beasts. After reaching the 10th level, they are qualified to return to their ancestors once. Evolution, desolate forest turtle, 6th heavy demonic beast with keen hearing. Talent, counterattack, when attacked, return 50% of the attacker's damage. Speed, defense, attack, experience points, 0. The martial arts item did not blink. The panel didn't change much. Now go find food. Yilak circled around the small low valley in search of prey. It didn't take long before he hunted and fed on a fourth-weight demonic beast. It was quite a pity that becoming a sixth heavy demonic beast, killing a fourth heavy demonic beast could not gain experience points. Yi Jiao went back, dragging the wild fruit that was wrapped in leaves. This was for Xueling Luo. If she got hungry and ate the treasures within the package, he would lose a lot of money. Thank you, little turtle. Xueling Luo fell asleep after eating. She was too tired after fleeing all night. I still have an exotic fruit that I haven't eaten, so I'll eat it now. Yi Jiao quickly finished eating it. Ding! Host takes one 400-year-old cold truth fruit. No experience points for eating it. What a pity. Yi Jiao was heartbroken and helpless. However, even if the realm was at the 5th level, eating it would be useless, because after he killed the young master of the Long family and one of the guards, the experience points reached the upper limit value. It's fine. It's fine. There are better ones inside the package. Yi Jiao consoled himself. In the afternoon, I'm going to go around the neighborhood. It's best to hunt high-level demonic beasts. Becoming a 6th-level demonic beast, the map scanned a range of 800 meters. He moved within 800 meters from the small low valley. One night passed. Ding! The host has killed the 6th-grade demonic beast, the Earth Dragon Tiger. Gained experience point 1. It was too difficult to crouch near the little low valley, and it was only the next morning that there was such a haul. But in order to get the package of treasures, all of this was worth it. Yi Jiao stored the experience points temporarily, preparing to brush up to the upper limit value before breaking through the realm. Otherwise, if he raised his realm and wanted to gain experience points again, he would have to kill higher-level demonic beasts. Go back, lest Xueling Luo does something out of the ordinary and worry. As soon as he entered the small low valley, he found Xueling Luo bathing. This girl had fled all night. Her body was dirty, and it was time to wash it while there was no danger at this time of the year. Little turtle, I knew you didn't go far. Xueling Luo was relieved to see the turtle return. Waking up with a start and realizing that little turtle was gone, her heart was still quite panicked, but she believed that little turtle wouldn't abandon him. At this moment, seeing the other party return, her heart settled down. Wash well. I'm going to stroll around and keep a lookout for you. Seeing that Xueling Luo wasn't in danger, Yi Xiao once again crawled outside. Afternoon. Xueling Luo has recovered almost enough to have the ability to go out with me. It's time to send her back to the human city. Yi Jiao saw that Xueling Luo had an essence and made a decision in his heart. Phew! A large wind blew down. Yi Jiao's body shook, instinctively sensing danger. Map scan alert, 800 meters behind. A Yuanwu Realm 2nd level wild monster has appeared. System alert, a Yuanwu Realm 2nd level wild monster is rapidly approaching. Please pay attention to dodge. Yuanwu. Yi Jiao's legs went weak. Above the demonic beast realm/spirit martial realm was the Yuanwu realm. Those who reached the Yuanwu realm all possessed the ability to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, and were also able to condense Yuan power in their bodies. The strength of Yuanwu realm martial artists who had mastered Yuan force was completely incomparable to those in the demon beast realm/spirit martial realm. It was no exaggeration to say that a Yuanwu realm's exhalation of a breath could exterminate a demon beast realm/spirit martial realm practitioner. I don't seem to have the ability to mess with a Yuanwu realm big shot. He was just about to run away with Xueling Luo when a person flew overhead. Flying in the air was one of the signs of a Yuanwu realm person. Big uncle, Xueling Luo said in surprise. Yi Jiao? Suddenly, he remembered something. The night the Xue family was exterminated, he heard a conversation between two assassins in the kitchen. The person behind the attempt to exterminate the Snow family seemed to be an elder of the Snow's family. This person, it can't be that elder of the Snow's family, right? Yi Jiao swallowed his saliva. Luo, it's fortunate that you have the jade pendant I gifted you with. Otherwise it would be too difficult to find you. The man landed in the low valley and sighed in relief when he saw that Xueling Luo was fine. Immediately, his gaze was like electricity, staring at the turtle beside Xueling Luo, eyes that were slightly unkind. Xueling Luo saw that his elder uncle's expression was not right, and hurriedly explained, Elder uncle, I can survive until today, thanks to the little turtle. A palm-sized wangba has the ability to save you? Big uncle was shocked, but the unkindness in his eyes had already disappeared, so it can't see through my strength. Yi Jiao flashed through this thought. Little turtle is capable of a lot, keeping me safe so far, but those bandits still ransacked the Xue family. Many people died. Xueling Luo's eyes were red and tears fell. Her voice choked. Yi Jiao was unmoved, his heart on guard. This person could be that elder and had to be guarded. The eldest uncle originally had a few moments of curiosity, but when he heard Xueling Luo's outpouring, the curiosity in his eyes was covered by sadness. Your parents, did they give a 3,000-year-old 7-leaf fruit? To the Snow Dragon Peak Elder? Eldest uncle sighed softly and spoke out the doubts in his heart. No, that was what my parents handed over to the Snows clan. Eldest uncle. Could it be that the 7-leaf fruit was taken away by the Snow Dragon Peak Elder? Hearing this, Shui Ling Luo sensed that something was wrong. Humph, I told you where he got the 7-leaf fruit. To think that he would monopolize the treasures that your parents handed over. Unfinished business. Eldest uncle's face turned cold, and there were a few moments of killing intent in his eyes. He roughly guessed the reason why the Shui family was destroyed. Yi Zhou's heart was relieved. It turned out that the elder who had hired an assassin and exterminated the Snow family was someone else. It seemed that this person had truly come to save Shui Ling Luo and was not harboring a killing intent. Eldest uncle, is it possible that Shui Longfeng got greedy? So he invited killers disguised as bandits to exterminate my Shui family? Shui Ling Luo was shocked and furious. Naive girl, speaking so straight. I don't know how much suffering I'll have to endure when I go to the Snows family. Yi Zhou secretly shook his head. Eldest uncle frowned. Shui Longfeng is one of the core elders of the Snows family. His strength and identity is not ordinary. You must not speculate in the future. But, eldest uncle, can you bear to see my parents in trouble? Are they dead? Shui Ling Luo shed tears. The eldest uncle was silent for a while and said, return to the Snows family first. I will shelter your safety. About the matter of the Snow family being destroyed, I will investigate. Shui Ling Luo cried out in pain. Big uncle's silence like this had already changed to tell her that her parents were dead. Child, go, your parents will not die in vain. The eldest uncle walked up and sighed softly. Yi Zhou hurriedly slipped to the side. This was a super boss. He couldn't afford to mess with it yet. In the end, Shui Ling Luo was picked up. Before she left, she wanted to bring Yi Zhou with her, but Yi Zhou wouldn't agree. Little turtle, will I be able to see you again in the future? Shui Ling Luo placed the package next to Little Turtle and said with red, swollen eyes, if I can transform into an adult, we'll have a chance to meet. Yi Zhou had already accepted the fact of the demon body, but facing this kind of parting, he still developed a few sad feelings. Luo, let's go. The eldest uncle grabbed Shui Ling Luo's shoulders and slowly rose into the air. Little turtle, you protected me. The treasures in the package are all yours. I will never forget you in this life. Shui Ling Luo shouted with reluctance, teardrops falling towards the ground. Demon turtle, since you don't want to follow me, then I'll gift you a chance to repay you for protecting Luo. The eldest uncle faintly voiced out and threw one hand, a white fruit falling to the ground. Yi Zhou picked it up and took a look. It was the cold truth fruit. At first sniff, the foreign fragrance was strong. It was even more fragrant than the 400-year-old cold true fruit that he had eaten before. Made a big profit. The vintage of this cold true fruit is definitely high. Yi Zhao's heart was excited. The treasures within the package, plus this cold true fruit. He already had the ability to cultivate the ancient god heaven swallowing scripture. Experience points. Here I come. Yi Zhou ran towards the parcel. Before eating, check the panel data. Speed, defense, attack, experience points. He had crouched down to quite a few demonic beasts in the past 2 days with the help of the map scanning function. It was just enough to brush his experience points to the upper limit. Even the proficiency of Shadow Assault Kill and Granite Seal had increased a lot. Don't break through for the time being, or else once the realm is high, the effect of taking treasures will be greatly reduced. Yi Xiao tore open the package and looked at the large amount of treasures inside. His eyes went straight. First, take the experience points and add them to the feats. Feats plus. This time, he would prioritize obtaining the ability to communicate with demonic beasts. As for breaking through the realm, with the map scanning, and his own strength, if he wanted to break through in the future, it would at most take a bit of effort and time. At this moment, the face in his mind, board, the martial arts item, was flashing. Ideas tapped in. Evolution, Deserted Forest Tortoise, 6th level demonic beast with a keen sense of hearing. Technique, Ancient God Heaven Swallowing Scripture. Skill 1, Shadow Assault 55-500, increase proficiency to 500. Can be upgraded to Void Assassination. Skill, Granite Seal 115/500, increase proficiency to 500. Can be upgraded to Void Shock. Secret Technique, Riot, within 1 minute. All abilities are increased by 50%. Cooldown, 3 days. The experience points of the feat, increased. Haha, I will soon be able to obtain the ability to communicate with all demonic beasts. Yi Zhou began to devour the treasures. Ding, the host has taken one 500-year-old Ganoderma lucidum. Gain experience points. Ding, host takes one 600-year-old snow Ganoderma. Gain experience point 1. Ding, the host takes one branch of 500-year-old Cymbidium leaf. Gain experience points. Ding, host. Not a moment later, the experience points were reached. He immediately took the experience points and added them to his feats. Then, proceeded to take the precious treasure. Ding! The host has taken one 700-year-old heavenly flower fruit. Gain experience points. Ding! Host! And so on. Within a few minutes, the system beep came. Ding! Ancient God heaven swallowing scripture. A divine thought that drilled into Yijio's mind. Luckily, having had one experience, he was able to adapt quickly. It's the ancient God heaven swallowing scripture. Just as he thought of this, the system beep came again. Ding! Automatic cultivation in progress. Ding! Cultivation completed. Host gains the ability to communicate with all demonic beasts. Yijio was stunned. There was still this kind of operation. It's good to have experience points. Just by adding points to the technique, I can automatically cultivate without time or effort. Yi Degree felt the convenience and liked this cultivation method more and more. Checking the panel data. Intentionally tapped into the martial arts item. Evolution, Desolate Forest Tortoise, 6th level demonic beast with keen hearing. Technique, Ancient God Heaven swallowing scripture. Skill 1, Shadow Assault 55-500, proficiency increased to 500. Can be upgraded to Void Assassination. Skill, Granite Seal 115/500, increase proficiency to 500. Can be upgraded to Void Shock. Secret Art, Riot, within 1 minute. All abilities are increased by 50%. Cooldown, 3 days. For one of the feats, a change occurred. Reach 50 experience points and gain the ability to communicate with all creatures. Yijio longed for this ability, but it couldn't be done in the short term. In order to add 0 experience points to the Gong method, he had used an entire parcel of treasures. To add 50 points this time, he didn't know how long it would take to save up. Looking at the remaining treasures again, there was only one cold truth fruit left. It was still gifted by Xueling Luo's eldest uncle. It could be seen how much effort had gone into adding 0 experience points to the merit technique. The matter of adding points for feats, put it aside for now. Strength cannot be ignored. It must also be raised. Strength is fundamental. Can't merit method improve? Strength is still staying in place. Looking towards that cold true fruit. Eat it first, then brush up the experience points. Then breakthrough. Quickly ate the cold truth fruit. Ding! The host has taken one 800-year-old cold true fruit. Gain experience points. Crap! One single one filled up the experience points. The highest vintage precious treasure he had eaten before was only 700 years old. The cold truth fruit that Xueling Luo's eldest uncle gave him was really something, reaching 800 years. Checking the panel. Speed, defense, attack, experience points. Between speed, defense, and attack, there is a difference of 2 realms, and points cannot be added. The experience points reached the upper limit value and could not be swiped again. Seeing this, Yijio decisively chose to break through. Unfinished, speed +1, defense +1, attack +1. Ding! The host's speed, defense, and attack have all reached 7 or more, and can break through to the 7th realm. Is it a breakthrough? Breakthrough! A powerful aura emanated from Yijio's body. Ding! Breakthrough realm successful. Meat, I want meat. He still had meat left from before, so the aspect of replenishing his physical energy wasn't a concern. After eating his fill, he checked the panel. Speed, defense, attack, experience points, 0, speed and defense. Immediately reached the 10th realm. An attack should work harder to raise to the 10th realm as early as possible. In this way, he would be able to obtain the qualification of returning to his ancestors once. Hunting demonic beasts. I want to brush up my experience points. Yijio wanted to obtain the returning ancestor qualification as soon as possible. If he was lucky and obtained certain great treasures from the returning ancestor, it would change his fate in life. With a movement of his limbs, he rushed towards the outside of the small low valley. Map scan alert, 900 meters behind. 210 heavy wild monsters have appeared. Map scanning hint, 900 meters behind. 9 heavy wild monsters have appeared. 8 wild monsters. Map scanning hint, 900 meters behind, appears. Yijio was shocked. This was the middle of the demon beast forest, and so many people appeared at once. Could it be that they were going to massacre the demonic beasts on a large scale? Can't it be that the gang of killers, who were late in finding Xueling Luo, started to gather people to cover and kill the demonic beasts in the forest? Thinking about this, Yijio decided to withdraw. Although his strength had qualitatively improved since the past, what was the point of contacting those killers or unrelated humans? Not only would he not be able to brush up his experience points, but he would also be in trouble. He was not willing to do things that were not pleasing to the eye. Turning around, he ran towards the depths of the demon beast forest. The current him, with his speed and defense reaching the peak of the 9th level, was already qualified. Heading to the depths. Along the way, there were demonic beasts in the central section that were influenced by humans and were also fleeing to the depths. Yijio joined the fleeing army. constantly looking for suitable targets to kill. The humans' actions will enrage the Beast King of the Demon Beast Forest. They will have to pay the price in blood, slaughtering from the periphery to the central region. The powerful ones in the depths of the forest will never forgive them lightly. As they searched, they also learned quite a bit of news from the mouths of the demonic beasts. That gang was indeed slaughtering demonic beasts. If it triggers a beast tide, this group of people will be the sinners among the humans. Yi Jiao sneered coldly. Suddenly, he spotted an injured 8th weight demonic beast with sharp eyes. These guys slaughtering demonic beasts is an opportunity for me to brush up on my experience points. This kind of bloodied one, I like it the most. Speed and defense were at the peak of the 9th gravity, and attack was at the peak of the 7th gravity. Combined with skills, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill a severely injured 8th weight demonic beast. Experience points. Here I come. He approached the 8th weight demonic beast. It didn't take long. Ding! The host has killed an 8th weight demonic beast. Gained experience points. Brush another experience point and you'll be able to break through again. Yi Jiao once again searched for prey. By the time he reached the deep zone, he was just in time to brush his experience points to full value. Map scan alert, 900 meters ahead. A 9th level demonic beast has appeared. It was worthy of being in the depths of the demonic beast forest. Just as he entered, he found a 9th heavy demon beast. It's still a bit unsafe. I'd better break through the realm as soon as possible. Yi Jiao found a stone crevice that wasn't disturbed by demonic beasts and drilled into it, breaking through at ease. Checking the panel. Speed, defense, attack, experience points, defense +1, attack +1, speed +1. Ding, the upper limit value of defense, speed, and attack is 10. Please add experience points reasonably. Yi Jiao pondered. According to the ancient god swallowing heaven scripture introduction, after the 10th level of demonic beasts, if they wanted to move up, they had to open up a yuan power pool. This was because any cultivator who wanted to break through from the spirit martial realm / demon beast realm to the yuan wu realm, the first step was to open a yuan power pool. Once it was successfully opened, one would successfully step into the yuan wu realm. If one fails to open it, one cannot step into the yuan wu realm for the rest of one's life. Thus, even if he wasn't restricted, he couldn't allow his defense, speed, and attack, at the 10th realm, to inch forward by half a step. Then let's change the additions. Defense plus, speed plus, and attack +1. The panel data changed. Speed, 10 out of 10. Defense, 10 out of 10. Attack, experience points. Ding, the host's speed, defense, and attack have all reached 8 or more, and can break through to the 8th realm. Is it a breakthrough? Breakthrough. Yi Jiao became stronger once again. Map scanning tip, 1000 meters to the right. A 9th level demonic beast has appeared. He felt it was normal. When one breaks through the realm, the range of the map scan will also expand. Demonic beasts that could not be scanned before could be scanned as the range of the map scan expanded. I'm going to be hungry soon. Hurry up and fill my stomach. Breaking through the realm was very physically exhausting. If he didn't fill his stomach and made continuous breakthroughs, Yi Jiao would definitely faint from hunger, or even have a life-threatening condition. This was the depths of the demonic beast forest. He didn't dare to mess around. Yi Jiao quickly killed a demonic beast and quickly ate before returning to the stone crevice. Saturated. Now, a second breakthrough can be made. Yi Lak licked his lips, and there was excitement in his eyes. There was still an experience point, which was completely capable of allowing him to break through to the 10th realm. The returning ancestor qualification was immediately available. Attack plus. First, he would break through to the 9th realm and then continue to break through. Otherwise, the body wouldn't be able to take it if he continuously broke through. At once. Speed, 10 out of 10. Defense, 10 out of 10. Attack. Experience points. Become. Speed, 10 out of 10. Defense, 10 out of 10. Attack, 9/10. Experience points. Ding. The host's speed, defense, and attack have all reached 9 or more, and can break through to the 9th realm. Is it a breakthrough? Breakthrough immediately. My return qualification. It's coming. Ding. Breakthrough realm successful. Eat meat, eat meat. Yi Jiao quickly finished the remaining meat. He was now a 9th weight demonic beast, only one step away from the 10th level. Yi Xiao made preparations and was just about to make another breakthrough. Map scanning alert. 100 meters ahead. A 10th weight demonic beast has appeared. Map scanning alert. 100 meters ahead. A Yuanwu realm first level demonic beast has appeared. His eyes changed slightly. The map had scanned through the demonic beast forest, and there was a piece of information in it that he memorized. The demonic beast forest was ruled by a Yuanwu realm first level beast king. Roar! Roars stirred from the front, shaking Yi Jiao's ears. Humans, you guys have crossed the border. I will kill all of you. That roar revealed a message that stabilized Yijo's heart. It was good that it wasn't directed at him. Boom! The ground shook. It was the Beast King running outside. Yijo exhaled a breath and didn't dare to delay, immediately adding 1 to his attack. The panel data changed. It became Speed, 10 out of 10. Defense, 10 out of 10. Attack, 10 tenths. Experience points. Ding! The host's speed, defense, and attack have all reached 10 or more, and can break through to the 10th realm. Is it a breakthrough? Unfinished. Breakthrough. He grew stronger once again. Ding! Breakthrough realm successful. Ding! The host has become a 10th level demonic beast and gained the qualification to return to the ancestor once. Does it proceed to return to the ancestor? Yijo wanted to return to his ancestor with all his heart, but when it really came to returning to his ancestor, he hesitated instead. Because the humans attacked the demonic beast forest in a big way and startled the Beast King. He didn't dare to carry out ancestor return rashly. And to return to the ancestor, would it make a sound? Would it trigger a vision? Would it sleep for a long time, or be unable to move? He didn't know anything about it. However, once one of the above situations appeared, danger would descend. Whether it was the Beast King, other high-level demonic beasts, or human powerhouses, they could all pose a deadly threat to him. System, what will happen when returning to the ancestors? The system answered him with yet another prompt. Whether or not to return to his ancestors. Yijo sighed. Can I wait before returning to my ancestor? Ding! Ancestral return countdown, 5 days. The system sent out feedback, making his heart happy. Fortunately, okay, I'll leave the demon beast forest now. He decided to find a quiet place for the ancestral return. Climbing out of the stone crevice. Gulp! His stomach was hungry. He had not replenished his stamina after breaking through to the 10th realm. Find food while leaving. Wrap around to the side and leave the demon beast forest from another direction. On the run. Check the panel. Only the martial arts item had changed. Intentionally tap into the martial arts item. Evolution, Desolate Forest Tortoise, 10th weight demonic beast with keen sense of hearing. Technique, Ancient God Swallowing Heaven Scripture. Skill 1, Shadow Assault 405 500, proficiency increased to 500. Can be upgraded to Void Assassination. Skill, Granite Seal 170/500, increase proficiency to 500. Can upgrade to Void Shock. Secret skill, Riot, within 1 minute. All abilities increase by 50%. Cooldown, 3 days. Previously, on his escape route, he had hunted and killed quite a few demonic beasts, and his proficiency had increased quite a bit. Shadow Assault and Kill would soon be upgraded to Void Assassination. Dang! A dull explosion sound came from the central section of the demonic beast forest. Yijo's eyes changed. Without waiting for him to react, an intense wave of air swept over. Strong people at the Yuanwu realm level are fighting. He thought of the Beast King. According to the map scanning hints, the Beast King was a Yuanwu realm first level demonic beast, and on the human side, there were no Yuanwu realm martial artists. But the next moment, his thoughts were overturned. Roar! Miserable screams came from the central section. The screams of a demonic beast. Beast King? Yijo's pupils shrank. It couldn't be. The human side didn't have any Yuanwu realm martial artists. How could they be qualified to harm the Beast King? Crap! In the hands of humans, they wouldn't be in possession of star-level weapons, right? According to the introduction of the Ancient God Swallowing Heaven Scripture, weapons were categorized into star level, moon level, heaven level, supreme level, and God level. Weapons at the star level and above possessed power at the Yuanwu realm level. How damn ruthless, surprisingly preparing weapons that are at least at the star level. It's a good thing I didn't mess with them. Yi Xiao said that he couldn't afford to mess with them and slipped away. With the help of the map scanning prompt, he ran out of the depths of the demon beast forest in a puff of smoke and came to the central section on the other side. Map scanning. Scanning tip, 1200 meters ahead. A 6th heavy demon beast has appeared. There's food. Slaying the 6th weight demonic beast, he quickly ate. After his stamina recovered, he continued to advance to the periphery, and before long, he left the demon beast forest and arrived at another mountain range. Host has left the demon beast forest. Is it scanning for a new map? Scanning. Ding. Scanning for a new map begins. Ding. Scanning information loaded 10%. 0%. 0%. Ding. Information loading 100%. Some more new information appeared in Yijo's brain. Sinking Rock Mountain Range. Within the mountain range, there were 2 large forces entrenched. One was the Sinking Rock sect, formed by humans. The other power was ruled by a Sinking Rock Beast King. It was the same as the Beast King that ruled the Demon Beast Forest. Only the Sinking Rock Beast King was much more powerful, and the Sinking Rock Mountain Range was much wider, and there were more powerful people in it. or else there wouldn't be two large forces entrenched in it. Find a place where there are no demonic beasts or humans to disturb, and carry out the ancestral return in peace. Yi Jiu ran into the sinking rock mountain range in a beautiful manner. By the time he found a remote cave, it was already late at night. The cave is blocked by messy rocks, so if I carry out my ancestor return inside, even if there are any changes, they won't leak out. Moreover, he had drilled in through the cracks of the messy rocks, leaving no visible traces at all. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his fluctuating emotions. Now, start returning to map scan alert. 1200 meters ahead, a Yuanwu realm first level demonic beast has appeared. System prompt, a Yuanwu realm first level wild monster is rapidly approaching. Please pay attention to avoid it. Yi Jiu was annoyed. Who did I invite to mess with? There are Yuanwu realm demonic beasts appearing in such a remote place. He cursed, but he didn't dare to stay for long. Between the Yuanwu realm and the demonic beast realm, there was a huge gap in strength. If he really encountered a Yuanwu realm demonic beast, one claw from them could kill him. Quickly slipping to the entrance of the cave. Boom! The chaotic rocks were blasted to pieces. His figure lurched by the light of the moon. Yi Jiu saw an earth dragon with its entire body stained with blood, panting as it drilled into the cave. The earth dragon exuded the aura of the first level of the Yuanwu realm, and its fist-sized dragon eyes locked eyes with him. At that moment, the world was eternal and time and space were frozen. The only thing that remained was the palm-sized turtle and the 3-meter-tall earth dragon, facing each other with 4 eyes. Roar! A beastly roar mixed with a strong fishy odor gushed out from the mouth of the earth dragon. Yi Jiu had a death grip on the ground and was not blown away by the sound waves and airwaves. Damn! This is the beast king of the demon beast forest. How did this guy get here? He was informed from the information scan from the map that the beast king of the demonic beast forest was an earth dragon. You can communicate with me, and know that I'm the ruler of the demon beast forest? The earth dragon was shocked. He originally wanted to use his voice to shock this mole turtle to death. However, he did not expect that this turtle was extraordinary. The other party was actually spiritually intelligent and spoke words that he could understand. Crap, forget that I gained the ability to communicate with all demonic beasts. Yi Jiu secretly said in his heart. Seeing that you're special, eating it should be able to recover my injuries. The earth dragon let out a low roar, burrowed into the cave, and clawed at Yi Jiu. Seriously injured and still dare to be arrogant. Let me out or I'll kill you. Yi Jiu didn't want to collide with a Yuanwu realm demonic beast, even if the other party was seriously injured. However, if he thought so, the other party wouldn't understand it that way. A mere palm-sized wongbang. How dare you clamor in front of me? Leave it for me. The earth dragon snorted, its claws pressing away. Brush. Yi Jiu instantly flashed and dodged the dragon claw. Rock seal. A translucent turtle shell seal appeared on the turtle shell. He used the skill to thicken his defense. Bye-bye Euler. Yi Jiu scoffed, and like a rat, he drilled out from between the gap between the earth dragon and the cave. Unfinished business. The earth dragon was confused. So fast. Is this a fucking turtle? This is a big black rat. Right. With a swoosh, it flashed past in front of him, and the dragon's eyes were dazzled. The other party was only the size of a palm, and its speed was astonishingly fast. It had a huge body of tens of meters long, but it couldn't be faster than a small turtle. I'm going to eat you. Stop right there. The earth dragon was infuriated at being tricked. With a low roar, Yuan power fluctuations surged from its body. Yellow light was released on its body, connecting the cave and turning into a yellow light curtain. Bang! Yi Jiu was unable to avoid and crashed into the yellow light curtain, being squeezed by the Yuan power within it. He was unable to move. Yuanwu realm demonic beasts really couldn't be underestimated. Bastard! Honestly, become food in my mouth and I will let you die a painful death. The earth dragon stepped back. Its bloody mouth retreated to Yi Jiu's side and opened its mouth to bite. Just don't want me to go. Good. Looks like I won't be able to escape until I finish you off. Ruthlessness surfaced in Yi Chao's eyes. The opponent was a Yuanwu realm first level demonic beast, but it was seriously injured. He had a chance. Finish me off? Ridiculous mole cricket. The earth dragon was infuriated and laughed at the opponent's words. If you can't bite my turtle shell, I'll get you killed today. Yi Jiu retracted his limbs and head into the turtle shell. The translucent turtle shell seal on the turtle shell grew brighter and brighter. The earth dragon opened its mouth and bit into the turtle shell, immediately triggering the talent on the turtle shell, counterattack. With a click, the dragon's teeth almost crumbled. Your turtle shell, how can it bounce back damage? The earth dragon shrank back and hurriedly moved away from the turtle. It felt the pain. Because of the severe injury, this pain touched its entire body, and the pain instantly skyrocketed a dozen times. Asshole! It hurt until it roared in anger. The dragon claw covered in yellow light once again grabbed at the turtle shell. It used its yuan power. This strike was extraordinary. Can't bite it, right? That means I can still get you killed. Yi Jiao stuck his limbs and head out, and his eyes reddened when he saw the dragon's claws covering the yellow light grabbing at him. He immediately replied to the system in his head and used the secret technique. Riot. Ding. Host uses riot. Within 1 minute, all abilities are increased by 50%. Cooldown, 3 days. Ding. Riot 1 minute countdown begins. Bloodlight spread all over Yi Jiao's body. He felt an unprecedented power that filled his entire body. With a low roar, he forcefully pulled out of the yellow light screen, out of the body. The moment he landed, all 4 limbs moved in unison. Brush. His speed was terrifyingly fast, as if he had disappeared in an instant. Boom! The clawing dragon clawed and grabbed empty, clawing out large pits in the ground. So fast? The earth dragon was shocked. Steeply, a shadow appeared in front of him. It was the turtle. Not good. He subconsciously closed his eyes. Just as he tried to let the yellow yuan power cover his eyes, a sharp pain spread from his left eye. Roar! The earth dragon screamed miserably. Its left eye was cut. Yi Jiao landed next to the left eye and said hideously, "Aren't you forbidden to let me go? I'll make you regret it." With a forceful leap, he jumped inside the left eye of the earth dragon. Bang! Also at this time, the yellow yuan power of the earth dragon finally covered the left eye, and instead of jumping in, he fell into the yuan power. Die for me! While the turtle didn't struggle out of the yuan power, the earth dog shook his head and slammed it hard into the left stone wall. There was a rumbling sound, as if the ground shook. The stone wall was knocked out into a large pit. The turtle in the pit was surprisingly intact. You can't even bite me, and you still want to crush me. Dream on. Yi Jiao used the shadow assault skill again. Brush. He disappeared from the stone wall. It should be said that it was too fast. Disappeared again. It was alert in its heart and immediately released yellow yuan power, covering its entire body to prevent the other party from making a surprise attack. However, this time, the turtle did not appear. The appearance of this situation, in turn, made the earth dragon anxious. It was already seriously injured, and with its left eye cut, the injury was compounded, and its strength, which had been stabilized with great difficulty, was declining again. Moreover, it had been releasing its yellow yuan power, and its consumption was also extremely great. But if it didn't release the yellow yuan power, the other party would launch a surprise attack again. If it continued to consume like this, without waiting for the other party to appear, it would have to break down without attacking itself. For a while, regret surfaced in the bottom of the earth dragon's heart. Had he known that this situation would occur, he would have let this turtle go. Right, if I exit the cave, the turtle will definitely have the self-awareness to leave this place. The earth dragon thought of this and immediately retreated from the cave. Want me to leave now? Too late. I'll play you to death. Yi Jiao's voice came out from the entrance of the cave. This earth dragon was most likely attacked by a human, and under severe injuries, it fled the demonic beast forest. Coincidentally, it came to this cave to recuperate from its injuries and met up with him. However, the earth dragon had to think twice about messing with Yi Jiao. Now it's good. Not only is this guy's injury aggravated again, he also has to face the danger of being attacked by him. Upon hearing this, the earth dragon said angrily, "When this seat recovers from its injuries, I will skin you alive." Dropping a vicious sentence, he ran towards the mountains and forests. Perhaps it was afraid of the sinking rock mountain ranges beast king or those humans. It did not fly in the air. Yi Jiao didn't say anything and secretly followed the earth dragon. Ding! The riot is over for 1 minute. Please prepare the host for rest and recuperation. Riot cooling time countdown, 3 days. The system beep in his head came. At the same time, the blood light on his body disappeared. His power weakened, and his aura dropped. The side effects of having used the secret art came. Pain. Pain all over his body. But the more pain he felt, the more he hated the earth dragon. Forcing me to use the secret technique. I won't be satisfied if I don't get you killed. Yi Jiao was very vindictive and gritted his teeth to follow the earth dragon. He wanted to take advantage of the earth dragon's injuries and reduced strength to strike out and kill him. Early in the morning, the earth dragon stopped running and scanned the surroundings. Seeing no movement, he drilled into an underground crack. Yi Jiao exhaled a breath and coldly said, "It will be your death soon." He also jumped into the underground crack. A yellow yuan power, emitting yellow light, illuminated the surroundings of the crack. Below was the earth dragon with its bloody mouth open, and above was the turtle that had just jumped down. "I knew you would follow me. You can't use your strength in the air. Let's see how you can run. Suffer and die." The earth dragon gathered all of its yuan power, above its teeth. It was going to use its strongest strike to bite the turtle. Yi Jiao smiled coldly. "Coincidence? I knew you would be on guard. But against me, is it useful?" Void assassination technique. He borrowed strength in the void as if he was able to fly. Brush. The palm-sized turtle disappeared in an instant. When it appeared, it was already in the mouth of the Earth Dragon. Oops. A death crisis rose in the Earth Dragon's heart, immediately releasing its yellow yuan power and blocking its inner cavity. It never expected that the other party would be able to borrow strength in the air and be faster than before. The yellow yuan power covered the inner cavity. However, the release was too hasty and the yellow yuan power was too weak. Yi Xiao took the opportunity to perform the void assassination technique again, tearing through the yellow yuan power easily. I want your life. He rushed into the Earth Dragon's body and unleashed a frenzy of destruction. This night, the Earth Dragon died in agony. It never dreamed that it would be struck down by a tiny turtle. If it had known, it wouldn't have messed with this turtle. Before it died, it felt remorse in its heart countless times, but it was useless. It still died in the end. Yi Jiao felt the Earth Dragon die, and with his strength exhausted, he couldn't hold on any longer, so he was in the Earth Dragon's body, and fell into a deep sleep. Ding! Congratulations host! Open the second Devouring Synthesis Evolution. Please choose the devouring target. The system beep woke Yi Jiao up. 5 days are up. Ha ha! I'm so lucky. Last night I only wanted to kill the Earth Dragon to vent my hatred. I didn't even think about it, to use it as a devouring target. Yi Lak was excited in his heart. His own mindlessness had turned into a blessing. Choosing the Earth Dragon as a devouring target was ideal. Unfinished business. I choose to devour the Earth Dragon. Ding! The host has chosen the devouring target, the Earth Dragon. Please pay attention to the panel data. Yi Jiao checked the panel. Experience points. It was already at full value. Hey! Yesterday, killing an Earth Dragon of the first level of the Yuanwu realm would have earned 10 experience points, but because of the upper limit value 4, I only got 1 experience point. This made Yi Lak quite distressed. Fortunately, there was also good news, and his emotions quickly perked up. Ideas tapped into the martial arts item. Evolution, Desolate Forest Tortoise, 10th level demonic beast with keen hearing. Technique, Ancient God Heaven swallowing scripture. Skill 1, Void Assassination 50/1000, proficiency increased to 1000. Can be upgraded to Void Devouring? Skill, Granite Seal 470/500, increase proficiency to 500. Can be upgraded to Void Shock? Secret skill, Riot, within 1 minute. All abilities are increased by 50%. Cooldown, 3 days. Currently on cooldown. Unable to use the secret art. Last night, when I unleashed Riot, I actually turned Shadow Assault and Granite Seal into Riotous Shadow Assault and Riotous Granite Seal against a Yuanwu Realm first level Earth Dragon, and the proficiency level went up by 100 and 100%. Because of this, the 500 proficiency on his Shadow Assault kill could be brushed up quickly and finally upgraded to the Void Assassination technique. And the 50 proficiency on Void Assassination was gained when he cast this skill on the Earth Dragon after his Riot disappeared. The proficiency on Granite Seal is almost full, so after Devour Synthesis Evolution, brush it up and upgrade it to Void Shock as soon as possible. After Void Assassination, there was Void Devouring. Then what skill was after Void Shock? He was looking forward to it. Exiting the martial arts panel, his mind tapped into the evolution item. Evolution, Desolate Forest Turtle, 10th level demonic beast with keen hearing. Devouring target, Earth Dragon, Yuanwu Realm first level demonic beast. Select synthesis points, Earth Dragon's trace of Holy Dragon bloodline. Earth Dragon's tough flesh. Earth Dragon's terrifying bite strength. Synthesis evolution target, Earth Dragon Turtle. Tough flesh body. Got any meat on me? Terrifying bite power my ass. My turtle shell can't even be broken. No need to think about it. I want the Holy Dragon bloodline. Yi Xiao laughed. The system didn't respond. Ahem. I choose to synthesize a trace of the Earth Dragon's Holy Dragon bloodline. Yi Jiao got serious. Please ask the host to contact the devouring target. He was now inside the Earth Dragon's body and didn't even need to move. Devouring synthetic evolution begins. The Earth Dragon's huge body rapidly dissolved. Pain came from all over his body. His bones, cells, and meridians were all metamorphosing. My body has finally changed. Yi Jiao turned into the size of a rock, with a turtle shell that was black and gold in color, covered with hideous bone spurs. The sharp claws of the limbs emitted a cold light and were incomparably sharp. The head had a dragon head feature, looking domineering and cold. Ding! Devour Synthesis Evolution is successful. The next Devouring Synthesis Evolution will open in 15 days. Yi Xiao couldn't wait to check the panel. Host, Yi Xiao. Realm, 10 out of 10, 10th level demonic beast. Countdown to return, 4 days. Evolution, Earth Dragon Turtle, 10th weight demonic beast with Holy Dragon bloodline. Talent 1, counterattack, when attacked. Return 55% of the attacker's damage. Talent, Divine Seal of the Earth King, activate this. When activating this seal, one's body will be able to channel the power of the earth. so the sky won't collapse and the earth won't fall. The rest of the stats did not change. I'm an earth dragon turtle, and I also possess the holy dragon bloodline. And I have one more talent. Even the damage of the counterattack talent has increased to 55%. Yijio laughed out loud. Being equipped with the holy dragon bloodline, would there be any surprises if he were to perform a rejuvenation? Just now, he wanted to perform a rejuvenation. Gulp. Not good. Overjoyed, after devouring a synthetic evolution, one would be extremely hungry. He was already experiencing vertigo. Not daring to delay, he climbed out of the underground fissure and searched for meat. Map scan alert. 1200 meters ahead. An 8th weight demonic beast has appeared. I'll eat you. 8th weight demonic beast. Hearing the system prompt, Yijio remembered that his experience points had already reached the upper limit. First, take the experience points and add them to the feats. Feats added. Scanning the data on the panel. Merit technique, ancient god heaven swallowing scripture. The merit law experience points increased to, but it was still more than halfway to 50 experience points. Then look at another part of the data. Speed, 10 out of 10. Defense, 10 out of 10. Attack, 10 tenths. Experience points, 0. All of them had reached the 10th realm. So the next thing to do was something extremely important. Open the Yuan power pool, break through the limitations of the 10th realm, and step into the Yuan Wu realm. But the question came, how was it going to break through? His strength increase relied on the system. How to break through? One had to find a solution from the system. Nowadays, the only panel data in the system that can still be changed are the return to ancestry, skill proficiency, and feats. The rest of the data had been restricted and could not be changed. As for the experience points, they had been capped before, but they hadn't produced any changes, so they had nothing to do with experience points. Returning to the ancestors has nothing to do with breakthroughs. Skill proficiency increases, and only upgrades stronger skills. His attention fell on the merit method. The merit law was used to assist him in cultivation. The fact that he was going to open up a Yuan power pool should have a strong connection with the merit law. Although there was currently no information about opening up a Yuan power pool from the merit law, he did not see any information about it, but he could only find a breakthrough from the merit law. Right now, when I kill demonic beasts, the experience points I get can only be used on the merit law. So let's brush up the merit law to 100 experience points and see. It just so happened that he also wanted to obtain the ability to communicate with all creatures. That's it. For the next period of time, brush experience points. And yes, proficiency as well. Yijio formulated what he would do next. Gulp. A sense of vertigo hit his brain. But first, I have to fill my stomach. Ding. Host killed the 8th level demonic beast, the two-headed wolf. Yijio feasted. After evolving into an earth dragon turtle, he had an incredible amount of food, and he ate up the double-headed wolf in one meal. That was a demonic beast that was several times bigger than his size. Eat your fill. Refreshing. Burped. Next, before brushing up on experience points and proficiency, qualify for the return to ancestor, and use it up. Regarding the return to ancestor, Yijio had been looking forward to it for a long time. If it wasn't for the earth dragon interrupting, he would have returned to his ancestors last night. Luckily, the earth dragon interrupted my ancestor return, or else I wouldn't have been able to evolve into an earth dragon turtle today. With the bloodline of a sacred dragon, Yijio didn't hate the earth dragon now, but was grateful to the earth dragon. Having the bloodline of a holy dragon, there would definitely be some kind of surprise in the return to ancestry. This was all the creation given by the earth dragon. Find a hidden place for the ancestor return. No more surprises. He was already prepared for the ancestral return and did not want problems to occur in the middle. Immediately, he ran to a more remote place and hid. At noon, he arrived at a piece of barren earth. Drilling under the cracks in the barren soil, he did some snaking and crawling and entered a crack in the ground about 1,000 meters underground. This is the time to return to the ancestors. Yijio adjusted his state and said mentally, perform the return to ancestor. Unfinished. Host is sure you want to carry out the ancestor return? The system prompted. I'm sure. Ding. Countdown to homecoming. 10, 9, 8, 1. Ancestral return begins. Yijio's body and soul trembled when he heard this voice. It was as if there was something that scanned his entire body. Ding. The host is an ordinary demonic turtle and doesn't have the potential to return to the ancestor. Yijio's heart sank. Ding. Detected that the host has a holy dragon bloodline in his body, and his physical body has become an earth dragon turtle. Ancestor return is successful. The system beep sounded again, and his consciousness was pulled into a certain image. Under a clear sky of 10,000 miles, the sea was boundless. Steeply, the calm surface of the sea rose with tens of thousands of meters of waves. A 100 000+ meter tall divine turtle leaped out of the sea. With its huge body, it seemed as if it was going to break the dome of the sky. All beings were like ants in front of the divine turtle. The divine turtle emitted a greenish-black light, and an aura of vicissitude and antiquity swept through the 8 directions. That was a power unique to an existence that had lived for an extremely long time. Yi Jiu looked at this scene from God's perspective and had a feeling of sucking in a breath of cool air. It was so damn big. That divine turtle's deep, black pupils seemed to be able to look through the ages. And wherever he looked, heaven and earth distorted. Suddenly, the divine turtle tilted its head up to look at the sky. Yi Jiu was startled in his heart, feeling that he was discovered by the other party. At that moment, he was so creeped out that the desperate thought of not daring to resist arose in his heart. It was as if as long as he dared to move a little, he would be wiped out by the divine turtle with a glance. Not good. Yi Jiu trembled as he saw the divine turtle open its mouth. Roar! The divine tortoise roared, and heaven and earth trembled. Yi Jiu's limbs went limp and he subconsciously paralyzed on the ground. Consciousness returned to his body, but in his eyes, there was still palpitations and fear that he couldn't hide. Ding! The host has obtained 1/10,000th of the returning god realm of the returning heavenly turtle. The system beep slightly stabilized the divine soul. After an unknown amount of time, he calmed down. Return to ruin heavenly turtle. Is this the old ancestor of the turtle-type demonic beasts? Yi Jiu muttered. After slowing down for a while, he checked the panel. Host, Yi Yu, returning market divine realm. Realm, 10 out of 10, 10th level demonic beasts. After reaching the 10th level of Yuanwu realm, they obtain the qualification to return to their ancestors once. Evolution, Earth Dragon Turtle, 10th level demonic beast with Holy Dragon bloodline. Talent 1, counterattack, when attacked. Return 55% of the attacker's damage. Talent, Divine Seal of the Earth King, activating this seal, the body receives the power of the earth. The sky collapses but does not panic. The earth sinks but does not fall. No changes to other stats. The next time I return to my ancestors, I want to reach the 10th level of the Yuanwu realm. He had expectations. At the same time, he deeply realized the importance of his own bloodline. If he didn't possess the sacred dragon bloodline, he wouldn't have the potential to return to his ancestors at all. Before opening the ancestral return next time, I must devour a demonic beast with a higher level of bloodline. Let's see what the ruin god realm was that he obtained from this return to ancestor. The intention tapped the panel's returning god realm. Brush. Yi Jiu entered a small space of about 100 square meters. A small space to carry around. He was excited in his heart. With this space, it could be very convenient for him. According to the system introduction, this is 1/10,000th of the returning ruin heavenly turtle's returning ruin divine realm. The function is definitely not just space. There must be many more functions. Certainly. However, he did not have the luxury of obtaining other functions with his current strength. Having a space to carry around with him was enough. Now that the return is finished, let's start brushing up on experience points and proficiency. The realm had reached its upper limit, and the only way to get a breakthrough opportunity was to brush up on the experience points required for the feats. Moreover, the proficiency of his granite seal, which reached 470, was not far from 500. Today, it would be possible to upgrade the granite seal to Void Shock. With a thought, he exited from the small space. He climbed out of the wasteland rift and started brushing experience points and proficiency. Map scan alert, 1,200 meters ahead. A 9th level demonic beast has appeared. Rock seal, void assassination technique. Ding, the host has killed the 9th weight demonic beast, the half-earth hog. Gain experience points. Ding, granite seal proficiency, increase by 10. Ding, void assassination technique proficiency, increase by 10. Afternoon. Ding, granite seal proficiency, reached 500, has been upgraded to void shock. The system beep came, causing Yi Jiu to impatiently check the panel, intentionally tapping into one of the martial arts. Evolution, Earth Dragon Turtle, 10th level demonic beast with Holy Dragon bloodline. Technique, Ancient God Heaven Swallowing Scripture. Skill 1, Void Assassination 80/1000, increase proficiency to 1000 to upgrade to Void Devouring. Skill, Void Shock 0 out of 1000, increase proficiency to 1000. Can be upgraded to Indestructible Void Seal? After Void Shock, it could be upgraded to Indestructible Void Seal. It all requires 1000 proficiency, so I can only brush it slowly. Yi Jiu was happy that he had gotten the Void Shock skill. However, when he thought about brushing experience points and proficiency, he was more than a little troubled. The higher the level of the demonic beast, the rarer it was. Demonic beasts that had reached the 80th or 90th level were even more rare. Even if he had the map scanning function, he had only killed less than 2 of them until mid-afternoon. The experience points were only gained at 5, not even brushed full. As for brushing full proficiency, it was even further away. How about going deeper into the sinking rock mountain range? He thought for a moment and decided to head there. Although it would be easy to startle the two major forces of the sinking rock mountain range, he wouldn't be able to brush his experience points without going. First, take the experience points and add them to the feats. Merit technique plus 5. Immediately, the experience points of the feats increased. It became as follows. Merit technique, ancient god swallowing heaven scripture. Not to mention 100 experience points. It's still short of 50 experience points. Yilak put away his excess thoughts and headed straight to the depths of the sinking rock mountain range. It was just the right time to try out his new abilities Earth King Divine Seal and Void Shock. From today onwards, the sinking rock mountain range had an additional bloodthirsty demon turtle with hidden movements. Many high-level demonic beasts in the sinking rock mountain range had been killed by this bloodthirsty demon turtle. This was undoubtedly a break in the calmness of the sinking rock mountain range for many years. The sinking rock beast king was the first to be startled. Daring to hunt and kill my men is no less than destroying my rule. The sinking rock beast king exuded the aura of the second level of the Yuanwu realm as it flew out of the mountain. A cold light flashing in its eyes. High-level demonic beasts were supposed to be the core force for it to maintain its rule, and having one less would affect its rule. Demon turtle, you can either submit to me or die under my claws. It began to search for that bloodthirsty demonic turtle. 2 days passed. Void assassination technique. Yizhou borrowed his strength in the air and changed directions sharply many times, suddenly passing by a 10th-weight demonic beast. Poof! The bull-like 10-weight demonic beast had a wound cut out of its neck and fell to the ground dead. Yi Xiao received proficiency and experience points and was just about to leave. There was a strong wind coming from the back. Crap! Yi Jiu didn't even dare to block it, scattering his legs and skipping. Unfinished business. His map scanning prompts did not find any wild monsters or demonic beasts in the rear, but there was an attack coming. This indicated that the person who released the attack was 1,200 meters away, launching a surprise attack on him. How strong did this Nai uncle have to be able to do a long-distance attack? Rumble! A huge pit appeared on the ground, and smoke filled the pit. Definitely a Yuanwu realm-level powerhouse. He was glad that he had made the right choice. Otherwise, if he had blindly resisted with his turtle shell, he would more than likely be cold by now. Demon turtle, stop right there! A low roar came from behind. Yi Jiu twisted his head to look. A yellow stone-headed demonic beast with 4 limbs and a head flew over in the air. It was the Sinking Rock Beast King of the Sinking Rock Mountain Range. A Yuanwu realm second-level powerhouse. Can't beat it. Yi Jiu was so scared that he accelerated once again and burrowed into the dense forest. After devouring Synthesis Evolution, facing a Yuanwu realm first-level demonic beast, he had the confidence to fight. But as for whether he would win or not, he wasn't sure. However, when facing a Yuanwu realm second-level demonic beast, he still had to run as far away as he could, and would never be able to fight. Boom! A large pit exploded in the dense forest. It was caused by the Sinking Rock Beast King releasing Yuan power. Yi Jiu's neck was cold, and he turned his direction sharply, wanting to get rid of the other party. Bang bang bang! The ground shook and a large number of rocks protruded, blocking Yi Jiu's path. This piece of yellow shit is so bullish. It even possesses a natural aptitude. Only demonic beasts with a high bloodline, or mutated demonic beasts, had a natural aptitude, which was very rare. I didn't expect my luck to be so good, encountering a beast king that possessed a talented avatar. Seeing that his way was blocked, Yi Jiu clenched his teeth and turned around to run to the side. Just as soon as he turned around, his charge dropped dramatically, giving the Sinking Rock Beast King an opportunity. A shot of earth-colored Yuan power set off a fierce wind and smashed into Yi Jiu. Yi Jiu was forced to resist it. Void shock. The turtle shell shook slightly, and shocking power was released from it. Before that hair of earth-colored Yuan power touched the turtle shell, it was first hit by the shocking power. Poof! As soon as a slight sound spread, the shocking force was easily broken. Boom! The irresistible force landed solidly on top of the turtle shell. This time, he couldn't even trigger his talent counterattack, because this force was too strong. With his ability, he couldn't even counter out 55% of its power. Crack! Cracks appeared in the turtle shell. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Yi Jiu. His consciousness blurred and he almost fainted. If I don't let you suffer a bit, I really think that this seat can't rule you. The Sinking Rock Beast King flew down. It sized up the demonic turtle and said indifferently, "You have committed the crime of certain death by killing so many of my men and shaking my rule, but I'm giving you a chance to submit to me. Subjugate your old mother. Master quickly use the transfer technique avatar to save me." Yi Jiu shouted, and his mind tapped on the ruined divine realm on the panel. Brush! He entered the ruined divine realm. The Sinking Rock Beast King was confused. That demonic turtle, unexpectedly, disappeared alive before his eyes. Nope, It was a transfer technique. You actually have a master, and you can use a great divine ability like the transfer technique. The sinking rock beast king's body trembled in fear and turned around to flee. Those who could use great divine abilities such as the transfer technique were definitely not simple Yuanwu realm cultivators. It couldn't afford to mess with them. However, not a moment later, it flew back. It flew back again. Its face as gloomy as water. If you had a master, a random attack would have killed me. So why bother using an extremely consuming divine ability like the transfer technique? The sinking rock beast king had fled all the way and hadn't seen anyone attack it. All of this was enough to show that the demonic turtle was committing fraud. This seed will dig 3 feet into the ground and find you out. The sinking rock beast king roared angrily and lowly. His body's yuan power fluctuated. The dirt on the ground floated up, and the rocks protruded. But there was just no demonic turtle in sight. Most likely, it had taken advantage of the time it had fled and quickly left. You're seriously injured. You won't be able to run far. The sinking rock beast king picked a direction where the demonic turtle might escape and flew over. Within the ruin god's territory, Yi Jiu was lying on his back in space, panting heavily. The injury was too heavy to recover himself. One needed to go outside and devour treasures to contain the injuries. Wait a little longer. We'll go out at night. He closed his eyes and tried to keep his breathing steady, estimating that it was night outside. Yi Jiu opened his eyes and his breathing was much smoother. Scan the panel. Experience points. Technique, Ancient God Heaven Swallowing Scripture. In the past few days, Yi Jiu had hunted and killed quite a few demonic beasts, and the experience points he gained were added to the merit method. As a result, the experience points required for the merit method had reached 9. The current number of experience points, which were gained from hunting and killing demonic beasts before, was originally going to be added to the merit technique, but he was chased by the Beast King, and it was too late to use it. Merit technique added. At once, the panel data changed. Merit technique, Ancient God Swallowing Heaven Scripture. Merit technique reached 50 experience points away. Still short. Hey, the demonic beasts can't be hunted anymore, so I don't want to be discovered by that piece of yellow shit, so I can only sneak off to find treasures. He was helpless. Going back to the demon beast forest, even more so, he didn't dare. Those humans could even seriously injure an earth dragon. And with his current situation, once he went, he would basically die 10 deaths. Sinking rock beast king, you wait for Grandpa Turtle. When I break through to the Yuanwu realm, I will come back to settle the score with you. Yi Jiu was a vindictive master and had the sinking rock beast king on his mind. Cautiously leaving the returning ruins divine realm, his eyes were greeted by the silent night and the dark dense forest. He was prepared to return to the ruined divine realm once something was wrong. Fortunately, no danger occurred. Yi Jiu breathed a sigh of relief and carefully left. He wasn't sure where this place was, but it was definitely still in the sinking rock beast king's dominion area. Leave first. Following the small corner, he ran all the way away. Map scan alert, 1,200 meters ahead. A 9 heavy wild monster has appeared. Map scan alert, 1,200 meters ahead. A 10 weight wild monster has appeared. There was a bright light in Yi Jiu's eyes. It's mostly from the Shuriyen sect. Since the realm is so high, there must be treasures on their bodies. In the sinking rock mountain range, there were 2 major forces. One was the demonic beast force ruled by the sinking rock beast king. The second was the stone rock sect formed by humans. Whether or not I can heal my injuries depends on you too. He quietly touched over. Young lord, this is the sinking rock beast king's ruled area. We'd better leave. What are you afraid of? Recently, a demonic turtle came to the sinking rock mountain range and killed many high-level demonic beasts. The danger is greatly reduced. This is a good opportunity to spy on information. But that sinking rock beast king is also looking for that demonic turtle. If we encounter the sinking rock beast king, Lu Chengfeng, if you're afraid, get lost. Don't follow this young master. The 2 youths walked into the dense forest while conversing in low voices. Suddenly, the 2 men's bodies lurched as their eyes looked towards a demonic turtle crawling over. It's that demonic turtle. He's injured. Kill him while he's sick. Go, capture him back. Young Lord Shi and Lu Chengfeng rushed up. Author's digression. This author's new book, 1877, is not bad. If you like it, please collect more. Unfinished. One is a 9th heavy and one is a 10th heavy. With my ability, I need to use my full strength in order to deal with it. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he saw the 2 rushing towards him. Don't kill him. Capture him back and train him as a demonic pet. Just break his turtle shell. Young Lord Shi leapt up, his tenfold power in full force, and stomped on the turtle shell. Lu Chengfeng saw the young lord go first and paused for a moment with his drawn longsword. Yi Jiu shouted lowly, Earth King Divine Seal. Host unleashes the Earth King Divine Seal. The limbs received the power of the earth, and a light yellow light emerged from his entire body. steady as an indestructible divine mountain. Void shock. Yijio followed up by unleashing the skill. The turtle shell shook slightly, and the shocking force was released, penetrating through the youth who kicked at him. The youth felt an impact that traveled throughout his body, but did not experience any abnormalities. Thus, he breathed a sigh of relief and turned to laugh. A mere beast. How can it want to injure me? I'll stomp on your turtle shell. A foot stepped on it. Ding! Host talent triggered. Counterattack. Ka-ching! The youth's leg bones broke, and it suffered a huge impact from the turtle shell and flew out backwards. The youth screamed miserably, but not waiting for him to land. A shocking force impacted his entire body. The leg bones, part of which were not broken, but where cracks had already appeared, were impacted by the concussive force. With a click, they also followed and snapped open. The injuries were compounded. Put! The youth sprayed out a pool of blood and fell to the ground wailing. Looking at Yijio again, he was truly like a divine mountain. No one could shake him by half. If you don't go, then it's my turn. Yijio swept his eyes at the stunned sword-wielding youth and rushed towards the fallen youth. Lu Chunfeng couldn't understand what the demonic turtle was saying, but he also reacted and immediately stabbed his sword at the demonic turtle. Void assassination technique. Yijio unleashed the skill. Brush. Disappeared in an instant. Not good. Young lord, be careful. Lu Changfeng held his sword and swept across the ground in an attempt to block the demonic turtle. Young lord sure did not lose his mind, and hearing the reminder, he subconsciously arched his back and popped up, then chopped the ground with his right foot and jumped into midair. He was also afraid that the demonic turtle would launch a surprise attack. Jump above. With your clumsy 4 little short legs, don't think you can hurt me. He forced himself to endure the pain and said icily. But just as he finished speaking, a rock-sized demonic turtle appeared next to his head. Really good at cooperating. This move of mine was meant to attack from the air. If you were lying on the ground, I really wouldn't be able to kill you in seconds. Yijio snorted, his sharp claws slashing across this person's neck. Can you fucking fly? Young Lord Sure collapsed, and before he could finish his words, his neck was sliced. When he landed on the ground, he was completely cold. Ding! The host has killed the 10th weight wild monster. Gained experience point 1. Yijio landed on the ground, his feet stepping on the corpse, his eyes staring at the sword-wielding youth who rushed over, and let out a low roar. The low roar that seemed like a dragon shook the sword-wielding youth. Dead! Lu Changfeng was stunned. The young master was the son of the sect leader, and the first genius of the sect, and the future successor of the Shi Yen sect leader. Just like that, he died. Something big has happened. Not good. When he saw the demonic turtle charging over, his face changed drastically and he turned around and fled. The young lord was a martial artist at the 10th level of the spiritual martial realm, and he was only at the 9th level of the realm, so he was even more incapable of defeating the demonic turtle. However, with his realm, how could he escape Yijio's pursuit? Not a moment later, a miserable scream came out and his vitality disappeared. Ding! The host has killed a 9th level wild monster. Gain experience points. Yiju nimbly rummaged through their bodies and quickly found 2 packages. These 2 made too much noise before they died. They will most likely startle the nearby demonic beasts. Even the sinking rock beast king. Let's get out of here first. He threw the packages into the ruined divine realm before quickly running out of the dense forest, trying to get as far away as possible from the sinking rock beast king's dominion area, running away in a puff of smoke. Not long after, the sinking rock beast king led a number of high-level demonic beasts and arrived at the dense forest. When the beast king saw the 2 human corpses on the ground, his face changed. He recognized one of them. It was the son of the sect leader of the sinking rock sect. Looking at the wound on his neck, damn it, it was that demonic turtle that killed him. He didn't even escape the dense forest. The sinking rock beast king was impotently furious. The son of the sinking rock sect's headmaster died in its dominion area. That would have serious consequences. To say that it was before, even if it died, it would still be dead. It was originally incompatible with the Stone Rock sect, but now was different. Its own men were killed by the demon turtle, and its strength was greatly reduced. The Shi Yen sect has already been thinking of making a move against it. Right now, the son of the headmaster died in its dominion area. The Shi Yen sect will definitely attack its forces in a big way, and it's still the one with the fiercest attack. This pot, it still had to take the blame, because the demon turtle, also a demonic beast, was one of them. Old me will flay you alive. The sinking rock beast king immediately ordered all the demonic beasts to look for the demonic turtle. As for the 2 human corpses in front of them, they directly devoured them. However, they couldn't have imagined no matter what that Yijio possessed the map scanning function and could circumvent it in advance. Let them look for it. They wouldn't be able to find it. Yijio went out of the dense forest, away from the sinking rock beast king's domination area, and came to a dry riverbed. There was an underground crevice here. The underground crevices of the sinking rock mountain range are really many. I like it. Yijio drilled into the underground crevice and kept climbing down. Gotta contain my injuries quickly, in order to kill those two. My injuries have worsened again. He felt his body becoming weaker and weaker, crawling down to about 2,000 meters underground. He dug a hole in the crack and burrowed in to hide. Yijio took a breath, took out the package, and opened it. There were really treasures. Eat them all. Opened his mouth and devoured it. Ding! Host takes one 800-year-old roan fruit. Ding! The host takes one 900 years green life leaf and gains experience points. Ding! The host takes one 900-year-old star spirit grass and gains experience points. Ding! The host takes one plant of the 700-year-old sandwood root. Ding! The host takes one 900-year-old white orchid fruit and gains experience points. Yijio stopped devouring, killing those two people before. I gained an experience point, plus the ones I got from devouring the treasures. It's exactly 1 experience point. Full value. Feats plus. Use up the experience points and then take the precious treasure. The panel data changed. Technique, Ancient God Heaven Swallowing Scripture. The experience points required for the feat changed from 2, 5. Still need to work on adding points. The injuries have gotten a lot better. Keep eating. Yi Xiao had a bit of essence and devoured the treasures in big gulps. Before a while, he had once again added his experience points. 2, and the precious treasure in front of him, just finished eating. Continue adding points to the feats. Feats plus. The experience points required for the merit method. From 5, 2, still short of 50 points. Still short. Still need to add points. I need to rest for a while and go back tomorrow to brush up on my experience points. He closed his eyes and prepared to sleep. Thud. A dull sound came from underground. Unfinished business. Yijio was awakened. What the hell is down there? He climbed to the entrance of the cave and stretched his head to look down. Also at this moment, the dull sound once again came from below. Yijio was afraid that there was some kind of danger down there, and just as he was about to climb to the ground, a faint essence chi floated up from below. Crap, it can't be the essence of heaven and earth, right? The moment he smelled that essence, his injuries actually had a tendency to accelerate his recovery, and his body's chi and blood were also accelerating their flow. Yijio swallowed his saliva. For a normal cultivator who wanted to open a yuan power pool, absorbing the heaven and earth essence was a must. In the future, if he wanted to raise his strength upwards, he would also need to absorb the heaven and earth essence. Although he relied on the system to raise his strength, the heaven and earth essence should be beneficial to him as well. Go and take a look? He hesitated. Go there. He fumed. In order to add points to his feats, he had offended both the Sinking Rock Beast King and the Stone Rock sect. Even if he went to the surface and hunted demonic beasts or searched for treasures, he would be heavily obstructed, and he currently, the experience points required for the feats, had only reached, not to mention reaching 100, it was still short of 50 experience points. I have a map scan and the ruins divine realm. If I encounter danger, I'll withdraw. If I can't withdraw, I'll enter the ruins divine realm, and if I gain benefits, it'll be a big profit. Thinking about this, Yijio chose to act immediately. With sharp claws on all 4 limbs, he easily clawed through the cracked soil and carefully and cautiously climbed down. All the way down, there was no danger. When he climbed to 1,000 meters below, he keenly felt that the temperature around him rose. At this point, he was already 3,000 meters deep from the ground. Thud! The dull sound came up once again. Perhaps it was because he had gone down too deep. The dull sound was a bit clear. What a rich essence! He could smell the essence of heaven and earth once again. The injuries on his body were recovering faster, and his chi and blood were flowing faster. This feeling, which intoxicated him, made him unable to resist speeding up his climb down. Once again, he went down 1,000 meters. The temperature around him was high now. Thud! The dull sound became clearer, and the essence floating up was even thicker. No wonder there are so many underground cracks in the Sinking Rock Mountain range, mostly caused by this dull sound underground. He descended 500 meters this time, and was already 500 meters from the ground. The temperature around him was frighteningly high. The dirt and stone walls on both sides were somewhat reddened. Thanks to the fact that he was an earth dragon turtle, his heat resistance was high. Continuing to crawl downwards. Map scan alert, 1,200 meters below. A small lower-grade sunken rock essence vein has appeared. Yijio froze, then rejoiced. Crap, surprisingly, it's an essence vein that contains the essence of heaven and earth. According to the introduction of the ancient God swallowing heaven scripture, an essence vein was a special and rare type of heaven and earth essence. Many sects and lineages relied on essence veins to grow and develop. Possessing an essence vein allowed them to constantly absorb the essence within. which was the root of cultivating martial artists and strengthening themselves. At the same time, the essence vein was also a source of conflict. Anyone who wanted to possess it, and so conflict erupted. Often, a large-scale conflict where blood flowed into rivers and mountains of corpses and bones were all because of the essence vein. From this, it could be seen how precious essence veins were. And now, Yi Jiao found an unused essence vein. Although it was only small, only he a turtle to use it. No one would snatch it from him. A big profit. Calm down, I'm different from other cultivators. It's still a question whether I can get experience points after absorbing the essence. He stabilized his mind and continued to climb down. Whether he could get experience points or not, just go and try it. Thud. The sound coming from below was no longer a dull sound, but a roar. The sides of the crack were also shaking slightly. System alert, small inferior sinking rock essence vein, being swallowed by underground magma. Please pay attention to dodge. Yi Jiao's limbs gripped the dirt in the cracks with a death grip, and when he heard this alert tone, his expression became grave. Being swallowed by underground magma? Wouldn't he not be able to absorb the essence then? No, I have to rush to absorb the essence chi before the essence vein is swallowed by the magma. He saw a red light below him. It should be that the crack was almost at the end. Immediately approaching the small sunken rock essence vein, he accelerated his speed. As for the roaring sound and high temperature, it should be the magma mashing it up, so there was no need to worry too much. When he climbed out of the crack, his eyes were greeted by a magma lake, red on all sides. On the surface of the magma lake, there was a 100-meter-long earth-colored essence vein standing upright. The fact that it could be erected in the magma lake meant that a portion of the essence vein that was submerged by the magma lake was definitely very long. Rumble! The magma lake shook, and the earth-colored essence vein that was erected within it dropped 5 or 6 meters. At the same time, the earth-colored essence vein gushed out a large amount of essence chi. There was greed in Yi Zhao's eyes as his gaze fixed on the essence vein. Can it be absorbed? System, can it be absorbed? If it was possible, he couldn't wait to risk jumping down and absorbing it. As an earth dragon turtle, the heat resistance was high. Even if it was close to the magma lake, it could withstand the heat. The system didn't answer him. However, the system was triggered when a large amount of essence gushed from the earth-colored essence vein, flooding his entire body. Ding! A large amount of lower-grade sinking rock essence chi has been discovered. Is it absorbed? Absorb! Yi Jiao shouted. Ding! Absorbing lower-grade sinking rock essence in. Yi Jiao hurriedly went to look at the panel. The experience points were growing. Ha, I'm not going up there. Just wait for the experience points to rise. Yi Jiao was excited. This was much safer than going to the ground. Maybe up there. The sinking rock beast king and the stone rock sect were going crazy. Ding! Absorption interrupted. Yi Jiao's eyes changed. What's going on? Soon he realized what was going on. The earth-colored essence vein that had just gushed out a large amount of essence was gone. A part of it was absorbed by him, but a larger part of it overflowed into the various cracks. Without the essence chi, it was impossible to continue absorbing it. Need to go up to the essence vein, put up a fight. Although the essence vein would drop a few meters every so often, he would still be able to gain a lot of benefits before the essence vein completely descended into the magma lake. With his eyes fixed on the earth-colored sunken rock essence vein, he leapt forward. Rub! The sharp claws of his forelimbs slid on the essence vein for a few meters before finally landing firmly on it. Ding! A large amount of lower-grade sinking rock essence chi has been discovered. Is it absorbed? Absorb! Ding! Absorbing inferior sinking rock essence chi in. Yi Jiao once again laughed out loud. Absorbing essence chi meant that the experience points were rising. Next, he just needed to keep waiting. Just as he was having a good time absorbing it, above the ground, a violent conflict erupted between the Stone Rock sect and the Sinking Rock Beast King. My son was killed by your demonic beasts. All of you demonic beasts, will have to accompany him. The sect leader of the Shuriyen sect roared angrily, his body's Yuanwu realm second-level aura spreading with a roar. The Sinking Rock Beast King's face was uncomfortable as he said, it was killed by that demonic turtle. It belongs to a demonic beast from another region, most likely from the demonic beast forest. A large number of high-level demonic beasts were killed by the demonic turtle. The power he ruled over was not as good as it used to be. If he fought with the Shuriyen sect, he would definitely suffer a big loss. This damned bastard put me in a bad situation. The Sinking Rock Beast King cursed the demonic turtle in his heart. Unfinished business. Demonic beasts are all a class of beasts that only hurt people's lives. Sect disciples and elders listened to the order. Kill all the demonic beasts. The sect leader of the Shuriyen sect killed the Sinking Rock Beast King, and the elder disciples at the back followed, killing and shouting to the heavens. The Sinking Rock Beast King raised his voice to the sky and led the demons, killing them. Rumble! A fight unfolded in the sinking rock mountain range. Deep underground, Yi Jiu lay on his back on the essence vein, comfortably closing his eyes. The injuries were healing at an accelerated rate, and the turtle shell that appeared to be cracked was also slowly healing. The mind checked the panel. The experience points had risen to 0-1. When it rose to an experience point, he would be able to add points to his feats and then continue to wait for the experience points to rise. It's a pity that the essence vein is going to be swallowed by the magma. Otherwise I could lie here for the rest of my life. He sighed softly. Rumble. The magma lake shook, and the earth-colored essence vein sank 5 or 6 meters once again. He looked calm and chose to continue absorbing. When the next day arrived, the earth-colored essence vein was basically swallowed by the magma lake, with only less than 10 meters or so on top of the magma lake. At this time, Yi Jiu's entire body was red. It was almost about to be vaporized. Hold on a little longer. Yi Jiu couldn't leave, wanting to suck it in for a little longer. Sweeping the panel, the experience points had already risen and reached the upper limit. Feats added. Ding! Ancient God Heaven swallowing scripture. After a night of struggling and adding points to the merit law many times, he finally added the experience points required for the merit law to 50. A long-lost divine thought drilled into his mind. This was the ancient God swallowing heaven scripture. Ding! Automatic cultivation in progress. Ding! Cultivation complete. Host gains the ability to communicate with all living things. Yi Jiu's eyes were glowing. Rumble. The magma lake shook, and the essence vein dropped 5 or 6 meters, leaving only 4 or 5 meters still above the magma. It has to go. No matter how reluctant he was, he had to consider the safety of his life. With a forceful stomp of his limbs, Yi Jiu jumped into the air, performed the void assassination technique, and once again borrowed strength in the air, easily climbing up the rock wall, climbing all the way up. He returned inside that stone cave. Yi Jiu exhaled a breath. It's so cool. Checking the panel data. Intentionally tapped into the martial arts item. Evolution, Earth Dragon Turtle, 10th level demonic beast with Holy Dragon bloodline. Technique, Ancient God Heaven swallowing scripture. Heavens, surprisingly, you have to reach 100 experience points to open the Yuan power pool. Yi Jiu wanted to curse. Choosing to add points to his feats in the first place was the right thing to do. It could indeed open up the Yuan power pool for him, but the requirement was too high. Spitting was spitting. If he wanted to open the Yuan power pool, he could only honestly brush experience points. However, the experience points required for the technique were too many, and merely hunting demonic beasts and eating treasures would not be enough to brush them in a short period of time. Most of the demonic beasts and humans up there were looking for him, so it would be difficult for him to live peacefully, not to mention brushing experience points. Since there is an essence vein here, there should be one nearby as well, or else why would the Stone Rock sect and the Sinking Rock Beast King choose to entrench themselves here? Using the essence vein as a foundation to create a power. This was a basic operation. Go to the Sinking Rock Beast King's underground area and wander around. If I want to pit demonic beasts or people, I will also choose you first. Yi Jiu, who held a grudge, followed the underground cracks and crawled towards the underground of the Sinking Rock Beast King's ruling region. Luckily, he had a smaller body with strong destructive power and was able to force his way through the underground cracks. A daytime period passed. Night came. Map scan alert. 1200 meters ahead. 2 8th grade demonic beasts have been found. Yi Jiu's eyes lit up. This place was at least 6 to 7,000 meters from the ground. It was strange to have 2 8th weight demonic beasts appear at this depth. Unless those 2 8th weight demonic beasts themselves survived underground. Go over and take a look. He quietly crawled over. We are lucky to have been sent to guard the essence vein. Yeah, the Shurian sect went berserk and launched an onslaught of attacks against us. Many demonic beasts died, and even Lord Beast King was injured. It's all because of that demonic turtle. If it wasn't for him killing the strongest among us, where would so many things have been born? In fact, if it wasn't for that demonic turtle hunting down the strongest among us, how would we, who are at the 8th realm in the district, be qualified to guard the essence vein? AI. That's right. The elites among us have all gone to defend against the attack of the Shurian sect, and guarding something like the essence vein is, on the contrary, understaffed. And it just so happens that it's our turn. 2 8th weight demonic beasts, lying down inside an underground tunnel, conversed. Poof. On the stone wall of the tunnel, a head drilled out. Then shouldn't you guys be thanking me? Yi looked at the two dumbfounded demonic beasts and spoke. This place was 6 to 7,000 meters deep from the ground, and caught off guard, a demonic turtle drilled out. Thanks to the two demonic beasts' strong mental capacity, they didn't get scared out of their wits. Roar. The two demonic beasts reacted and opened their mouths to bite. Yi Jiu crashed into the tunnel and went up with 2 claws, ending the lives of the two demonic beasts. there are 2 more hidden sentries in front. Their strength is also at the 8th level of the demonic beast realm. It seemed that the sinking rock beast king had truly suffered a great calamity, and such a crucial position as guarding the essence vein had to be handed over to demonic beasts at the 8th level. Serves you right. Later on, your turtle grandpa will have to absorb your essence vein. Yilak was plucking hairs from geese, and was going to pit the sinking rock beast king to the point of having no hairs left. After searching for a day, the conflict up there didn't know which way it had progressed. He only hoped that they kept fighting and he could take the opportunity to suck the essence vein. Still need to speed up. He accelerated through the underground tunnel. The tunnels were crisscrossed, but it didn't affect Yi Jiao at all. Relying on the map scanning hints, he resolved the dark and open sentries. Map scanning hint 1. 200 meters ahead, 9 heavy demonic beasts have appeared. Finally, 9 heavy demonic beasts appeared. This meant that it wasn't far from the sinking rock beast king's essence vein. Void assassination technique. Yi Jiao didn't forget to brush up his proficiency and quietly killed the 2 9th gravity demonic beasts in seconds. Continuing onward. Not a moment later. Map scan alert. 1. 200 meters ahead, 2 10th gravity demonic beasts have appeared. Now that my injuries are healed and the cracks in my turtle shell are healed, I can quickly kill 2 10th gravity demonic beasts with my full strength. After devouring the synthetic evolution, he had all become very powerful. Not to mention, the skills had been upgraded and their power was not what it used to be. While the Beast King is out defending the enemy, should we take the opportunity to absorb some essence? Are you crazy? The underground magma spreads throughout the sinking rock mountain range. 90% of the essence veins have been swallowed by the magma. The essence veins here are only a small portion of what's still left, only enough for the Beast King to absorb. What's so fierce about you? I'm just saying, the Beast King has been injured many times. Every once in a while, he will come back to absorb the essence chi to heal his wounds. You'd better not have any thoughts about the essence veins, or else the Beast King won't be able to heal his wounds. And we on the side of the demon beasts won't be able to defend ourselves against the attack of the Shurian sect. Yes. As long as the Beast King doesn't die, we still have a way to live. Essence vein, I will absolutely not move and will watch it to death. Yi Jiao said, he. Unfinished, the underground magma devoured 90% of the essence veins. The small portion that still exists here must be utilized. Yilak righteously said. Crashing through the stone wall, he entered a spacious tunnel, and without saying a word, he launched an attack on these 2 10th grade demonic beasts. Earth King Divine Seal, Talent Counterattack, Void Assassination Technique, Void Shock. Various moves came out in unison, killing the 2 10th gravity demonic beasts in a simple, violent and quick manner. Proficiency and experience points. Rubbing up. Experience points full. Adding to the feats. The panel data changed. Merit Technique, Ancient God Heaven Swallowing Scripture. The experience points required for the merit technique changed from 50 to 5. It was 47 experience points short of 100. Essence vein, I'm coming. Yi Jiao followed the map scanning prompts and advanced all the way, finally jumping downwards and landing steadily on an earth-colored sunken rock essence vein that was 100 meters long and more than 10 meters wide. Let's first try to see if we can fit the essence vein into the ruined god realm. A thought moved. Ding! The host's returning market divine realm is too fragile to hold a large amount of heaven and earth essence. His ruined divine realm was too fragile to be able to fit it in. Ding! A large amount of lower grade sinking rock essence has been discovered. Is it to be absorbed? Absorb! Yi Jiao quickly forgot about the unpleasantness and comfortably plopped down on the essence vein. Ding! Absorbing lower grade sinking rock essence chi in. Seeing the rise in experience points, he then turned his attention, falling on his surroundings. The hall-like stone cave. Below was reddish magma. This essence vein, however, should have been tended by the sinking rock beast king. There were multiple boulders holding it up below to avoid being swallowed by the magma. Even if the sinking rock beast king came, it wouldn't dare to make a move here, unless it wanted to take the essence vein and shock it into the magma. Yi Jiao felt a great sense of relief. In addition, he didn't need to worry about the struggle situation above. No matter which side won or lost, it wouldn't delay his absorption of essence chi. He estimated that even if the sinking rock beast king's forces were crushed, it would take a day at the earliest for the people from the Stone Rock sect to find the essence vein here. After all, this place was 6 to 7,000 meters from the ground and the terrain was complicated. If the Shurian sect wanted to find it, it would take a lot of time and effort. And one day was enough for him to open up the Yuan power pool and step into the first level of the Yuanwu realm, or even reach the peak of the first level. At that time, he had the ability to drive away the incoming humans or demonic beasts when he cooperated with his secret techniques and skills. What's more, the two sides hadn't yet split the victory, leaving him with more time. In short, this essence vein, he had a great grasp of occupying it. Time passed bit by bit. Sinking Rock Beast Mountain, an immense and incomparable mountain peak. This was the lair of the Sinking Rock Beast King, and a large number of demonic beasts were piled up here. Hold on to me. The Sinking Rock Beast King was dyed in blood and roared at the bottom as it battled the Stone Rock Sect Master. Its forces were basically defeated, being attacked by the Stone Rock Sect's people with all their might, and it finally had to retreat underneath the Sinking Rock Beast Mountain. Luckily, this place was easy to defend and difficult to attack, and there were many demonic beasts, so the people of the Stone Rock Sect could not attack it for a while. Of course, the main reason was that it hadn't died yet. Once it died, the second-level Yuanwu Realm Stone Rock Sect Master could easily crush its forces. You're already at the end of your strength. You've been injured multiple times, and if it weren't for the Essence Vein Absorption, you would have been killed by me long ago. The Stone Rock Sect Master sneered. If it wasn't for that demonic turtle, would I have gotten this far? People of the Shuriyen sect, this account, I'll keep it. The Sinking Rock Beast King hated the demonic turtle. If the demonic turtle appeared in front of him, it would absolutely tear each other apart alive. I'll settle the score with that demonic turtle when I crush your forces. The head of the Shuriyen sect similarly hated the demon turtle. His son had died in the mouth of the demonic turtle. This revenge was a life and death one that had to be avenged. Want to crush me? Dream on! The Sinking Rock Beast King roared as his attack intensified. Don't forget, my sect still has a Yuanwu Realm first-level martial artist who was absorbing the essence from the essence veins within the sect and attempting to make a breakthrough. The sect master of the Sinking Rock sect stepped back, ready to avoid his front. The Sinking Rock Beast King's body chilled. No wonder he hadn't seen that first-level Yuanwu Realm martial artist. Unexpectedly, it had gone to the point where it was about to break through. Once it broke through, it could only choose to flee. No, even if the other party didn't break through, as long as they came over to press the battlefield. In his situation, he had to flee, because it was already injured and its men were severely depleted. It was unable to maneuver around the other party. Demon Turtle, I will definitely dismantle you. The Sinking Rock Beast King cursed in his heart. It was because of a demonic turtle that he had come to this point today. He was becoming more and more hateful towards the demonic turtle. Ah, spray. Yi Jiao sneezed. Who's thinking about me? In a flash, it was early morning, about to dawn. Yi Lak checked the panel data. The experience points required for the feats had increased to, not far. He was energized. Once it reached 100, it would be possible to open a Yuan power pool. In this way, it would be possible to break through to the Yuanwu realm, and his strength would be qualified and continue to rise. Map scan alert, 1200 meters above. A Yuanwu realm second-level demonic beast has appeared. System alert, a Yuanwu realm second-level demonic beast is rapidly approaching. Please pay attention to avoid it. Yi Jiao's heart was on alert. That piece of yellow shit was coming. With a movement of his limbs, he quietly crawled to the bottom of the essence vein. The claws were clasped dead center in the essence vein and continued to absorb the essence vein. In the silence of the huge stone cave, the Sinking Rock Beast King, panting heavily, landed steadily on the essence vein. We need to quickly absorb the essence vein and contain our injuries. Those guys will be coming over at any moment. It also took advantage of the Stone Rock sect master, withdrawing to recuperate, before it had the chance to come back to heal its injuries. A large amount of earth-colored essence was incorporated into the body. The injuries were contained and the depleted Yuan power was replenished. Why is it so quiet? The Sinking Rock Beast King realized that something was wrong. It had arranged so many open and secret sentries, and there was not a single demonic beast that reported to it about the guarding situation. The Sinking Rock Beast King became vigilant and became very sharp. Because of this, it immediately noticed that a small portion of the earth-colored essence it had absorbed was leaking out in another direction. Not good. Something is mixing in. With a brush, it flew to the bottom of the essence vein. Eyes instantly widened. It was that demonic turtle. Damn! What arrogance! Daring to run into my lair and steal and suck my essence vein. No wonder the surroundings were so quiet. All of the open and dark sentries were killed by the demonic turtle. Hi! Yi Jiao laughed awkwardly, and made a point to reach out and wave his claws. Demon turtle, you seek death. Seeing this, the Sinking Rock Beast King was so angry that he almost rose to the sky. Boom! The aura of the second level of the Yuanwu realm filled the entire huge stone cave. Its eyes were instantly bloodshot. I'm going to kill you. It rushed towards the demonic turtle. Yi Jiao crawled around the essence vein and kindly advised. The rocks below are not stable. If you exert more force, this essence vein will have to fall into the magma. With these words, the aura of the Sinking Rock Beast King was indeed withdrawn. That's right. Yi Jiao laughed out loud. Unfinished business. Don't think I can't kill you. I'll tear you apart alive today. The Sinking Rock Beast King roared low in anger and flew towards Yi Jiao. Seeing that you're so badly injured, if you don't take the opportunity to absorb the essence to heal your wounds, When that gang attacks later, you'll have to suffer. The Sinking Rock Beast King's words just now were clearly heard by Yijio. The Sinking Rock Beast King's figure lurched, his eyes staring at the demonic turtle in a silent and terrifying manner, and his panting grew louder and louder. It seemed to be suppressing the violent anger. Yijio laughed. Let me teach you. Take a deep breath and then slowly exhale. Isn't it much better? Hearing the words of the demonic turtle, the anger that the Sinking Rock Beast King had managed to suppress almost exploded. Luckily, the pain on its body constantly reminded it that it must be calm and focus on the big picture. This seat will let you live for a while longer. The Sinking Rock Beast King flew to the top of the essence vein and focused on absorbing the essence chi. No longer paying attention to the demon turtle, Yijio held on for a little while longer, and he would be able to brush up the experience points needed for the technique to 100. Therefore, he didn't continue to stimulate the Sinking Rock Beast King. Several hours later, the Sinking Rock Beast King opened its eyes and flew outside. It sensed that there was another big commotion outside. You'd better honestly absorb the essence here and wait for me to return. The Sinking Rock Beast King stared coldly at the demonic turtle, dropping a harsh sentence and flying upwards. That must be. By then, I'll be able to open up the Yuan power pool and give you a surprise. Yijio smiled wistfully. The Sinking Rock Beast King snorted. Opening the Yuan power pool? If it was really that easy, if I had so many 10th weight demonic beasts in my hands, I wouldn't be stuck at the demonic beast realm for years, or even decades. It simply didn't believe that the demon turtle could open a Yuan power pool shortly after absorbing essence. Why don't you believe me? Yijio was really trying to open the Yuan power pool, but the Sinking Rock Beast King didn't believe it. When I come back, it will be the anniversary of your death. The Sinking Rock Beast King left. Yiju watched it leave and shook his head. Forget it. I'll give you a surprise when the time comes. Time passed quickly. At noon, Yijio checked the panel. Experience points full. Feats added. Merit technique, ancient god heaven swallowing scripture. The experience points required for the feat reached. It was just short of 100 experience points. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Yijio took a deep breath and forced down his excitement. Not long after, the experience points rose to feats plus. Yishao couldn't wait to add points to his feats. Ding! Ancient God Heaven swallowing scripture. A divine thought that drilled into his mind. The content in this divine thought was the ancient God swallowing heaven scripture. Ding! Automatic cultivation in progress. Ding! Yuan power pool opening in progress. Yijio felt as if his chest was being cut by a knife. It was painful, and this pain had just begun. It was as if the knife kept cutting and expanding his chest. Luckily, every time he made a breakthrough and devoured synthetic evolution, Yijio took the pain as a process of becoming stronger. This time, it was no exception. Thus it quickly braced itself. It feels like there's an extra thing inside my chest. As soon as he looked internally, his body shook. One could only see a small black circle floating within the chest. That small circle had a suction force if nothing else, as if it could suck everything in the world into it. This was the Yuan power pool. Ding! Cultivation complete. The host has opened up a Yuan power pool. Ding! The host's speed, defense, and attack broke through the 10 upper limit values. Ding! Ancient God Heaven swallowing scripture. Yiyu immediately checked the panel data. Host, Yiyu, returning market god realm. Realm, 0 out of 10, 10th level demonic beast. After reaching the 10th level of the Yuanwu realm, it obtains the qualification to return to its ancestors once. Evolution, Earth Dragon Turtle, 10th level demonic beast with Holy Dragon bloodline. Talent 1, counterattack, when attacked. Return 55% of the attacker's damage. Talent, Divine Seal of the Earth King. When activating this seal, the body will receive the power of the earth, so the sky will not collapse and the earth will not fall. Speed, 0/100. Defense, 0/100. Attack, 0/100. Experience points, 0. Martial arts, opened. Finally breaking through the limit. As long as I have experience points, I can step into the Yuanwu realm. Yijio laughed. It was not in vain that he had worked so hard for this period of time. Idea point into martial arts. Evolution, Earth Dragon Turtle, 10th level demonic beast with Holy Dragon bloodline. Technique, Ancient God Heaven swallowing scripture. Skill 1, Void Assassination 05/1000. Proficiency increased to 1000. Can be upgraded to Void Devouring. Skill, Void Shock 15 out of 1000. Increase proficiency to 1000. Can be upgraded to Indestructible Void Seal. Skill, open at 2nd level of Yuanwu realm. Secret skill, Riot, within 1 minute. All abilities increase by 50%. Cooldown, 3 days. Qualification for partial evolution. Cool. Yijio was pleasantly surprised. With every evolution, he was able to get stronger. Even if it was a partial evolution, it would be beneficial to him. Must get the qualification for partial evolution. On top of that, breaking through to the second level of the Yuanwu realm would allow him to obtain a third skill. Looking forward to it. Looking at the other two skills again. After this period of time of honing, the proficiency of Void Assassination and Void Shock had improved quite a bit, and Riot, which had long since cooled down, had once again become one of his killer skills. Everything was developing and getting stronger in a good direction. I already have a Yuan power pool, and according to the introduction of the ancient god swallowing heaven scripture, I can devour everything in heaven and earth and turn it into Yuan power. Yi Jiao operated. The earth, heat, and essence that existed here all entered his body. Guided according to the Gong method, they were eventually converted into Yuan power and surged into the Yuan power pool in unison. Ha ha ha, other people need to absorb the essence of heaven and earth if they want to get Yuan power. I can get Yuan power by absorbing everything. He could imagine a scene where he had unlimited Yuan power. Unfortunately, devouring everything could only be converted into Yuan power. Even if one were to devour an essence vein, it would have to be converted into Yuan power in the end, and one would not be able to gain experience points from it. However, the item of being able to devour everything and obtain Yuan power was enough to satisfy him. One must know that this was an ability that could even devour the enemy's attacks. Of course, if the enemy's attack was too high, he still didn't dare to devour it, or else he wouldn't dare to take the damage from the attack. In addition, when the Yuan power entered the Yuan power pool, Yi Jiao did not feel it getting stronger. He knew very well what the reason was. While others got Yuan power, they were able to transform their flesh, which was the process of becoming stronger. When he got Yuan power, he was simply storing it. Like the magicians seen in the movies of his previous life, he needed to store mana to be able to cast various spells. Yuan power in his body was the same thing as mana, only that instead of spells, he was casting all sorts of divine skills, which also increased his battle endurance. With Yuan power, there was battle power. With infinite Yuan power, there was infinite battle power. And if he wanted to become stronger, he only needed to add experience points to speed, defense, and attack. To add experience points. Experience points are the most important. Yi Xiao absorbed essence moment by moment, increasing his experience points while devouring everything around him, filling the Yuan power pool with Yuan power. More than 10 hours passed and it was early in the morning. My Yuan power pool is like a bottomless pit. It's still not stored full. This was a good thing. The more Yuan power pool stored, the more helpful it would be to him. Let's see how the experience points have risen. Check the panel data. Speed 0/100. Defense 0/100. Attack 0/100. Experience points 16. Experience points 16. It's rising faster than before. It should have something to do with me opening the Yuan power pool and breaking through the upper limit value. Yi Jiao laughed. Unfinished. There are 16 experience points. Use it up and step into the Yuanwu realm as soon as possible. He had to break through to the Yuanwu realm before the sinking rock beast king returned. If he had promised to give the other party a surprise, Yi Jiao would not go back on his word. Speed +5. Defense +6. Attack +5. Instantly, these three data changed. It became as follows. Speed 5/100. Defense 6/100. Attack 5/100. Experience points 0. Strength has become stronger, but there is still a long way to go before a breakthrough. Continue absorbing experience points. The sky was already bright. The experience points rose to 15. Speed +5. Defense +4. Attack +5. The panel values became as follows. Speed 10/100. Defense 10/100. Attack 10/100. Experience points 0. Ding. The host's speed, defense, and attack have all reached 10 or more, allowing him to break through to the first level of the Yuanwu realm. Is it a breakthrough? Breakthrough. Ding. Breakthrough realm successful. Yi Jiao's strength became stronger once again. According to the usual practice, after the breakthrough, one would be extremely hungry. One should have eaten immediately, but I have Yuan power. Just as he thought of this, Yuan power pool gushed out Yuan power, replenishing into all parts of his body, restoring his physical energy. This was a typical example of having Yuan power and having battle power. With Yuan power, breaking through in the future can save me a lot of trouble. Rumble. A huge sound came from above, and the surroundings shook slightly. How intense is this fight? Yi Jiao muttered. It didn't take long. Map scan alert. 1. 500 meters above. A Yuanwu realm second level demonic beast has appeared. System alert. A Yuanwu realm second level demonic beast is rapidly approaching. Please pay attention to avoid it. The map scanning range expanded to 1500 meters. At the 10th level of the demonic beast realm, the range was only 1200 meters. This was an increase of 300 meters. Sun Thief. You're finally here. Grandpa is going to give you a surprise. Yi Jiao smiled coldly. In the beginning, if he didn't possess the returning Ruin God realm, he would have been killed by the sinking rock beast king. This revenge had to be avenged. Demon turtle, before I escape today, I will kill you. The sinking rock beast king flew down covered in blood, his body filled with a monstrous fury. Before escaping? It seemed that the sinking rock beast mountain had been breached by the Stone Rock sect, and the sinking rock beast king was prepared to run away after its great defeat. Only, it was going to kill the demon turtle to vent its anger before fleeing. Yi Jiao raised his head and said, "Aren't you afraid that on your way to kill me, you will affect the essence vein and thus be swallowed by the magma? Do you think that after I escape, I will leave the essence vein to those humans? I will just destroy it and not give it to them. Give me death." The sinking rock beast king roared angrily, emitting earth-colored yuan power from its body. At that moment, it was like a blood-stained earth-colored boulder that smashed into the demonic turtle on the essence vein. With this move, not only did it want to kill the other party, it also wanted to smash the essence vein into the magma below. Yi Jiao's eyes changed greatly, and his heart was in a great hurry. Yellow shit, don't you fucking mess up. He flew up, releasing his black yuan power and wrapping himself. Void shock. The black yuan power on the turtle shell fluctuated. Bang! A light black shocking force impacted the sinking rock beast king. After possessing yuan power, the techniques performed, abilities, they would also have yuan power attached to them, making them even more powerful. What? You actually broke through. The sinking rock beast king was shocked. However, when he saw the light black yuan power rushing towards him, he immediately laughed coldly. Even if you break through, you are only at the first level of the Yuanwu realm. This seed is a second level Yuanwu realm demonic beast, and its defense ability is naturally strong. Want to block my attack? Dream on. Without flickering or dodging, it fronted against that light black yuan power. However, it felt nothing. Ha ha ha, are you trying to blow me to death with one breath? The sinking rock beast king sneered and laughed. Coincidentally, I'm also naturally strong in defense. Let's see who's tougher. Yi Jiao transformed into a ball of black streaming light, and in an instant, he came into contact with the sinking rock beast king that was like an earth-colored boulder. He had gone through 2 devouring synthesis evolutions, and with the multiple upgraded skills, his strength couldn't be compared to the same realm, and the other party was seriously injured and his strength had decreased. When the two sides were compared, it was hard to say who would win and who would lose. Boom! The turtle shell collided with the boulder, making a loud dull sound. Ding! Host talent triggered. Counterattack. The sinking rock beast king's fall was curbed, and a counterattacking force stirred out from the turtle shell. Its wounds were shattered and its injuries worsened. Before the sinking rock beast king could finish its words, a layer of light black yuan power fluctuation surfaced on its body, followed by a violent shocking force that swept through its entire body. Its wounds expanded once again, and its injuries worsened once more. Ding! Void shock proficiency. Increase by 0. Demon turtle, how dare you injure me? The sinking rock beast king was scandalized. It felt, for the first time, a threat from the demonic turtle. This fellow's ability to grow is too strong. We can't let him continue to absorb the essence from the essence vein. Blood-red eyes moved away from the demonic turtle and landed on the lower-grade sinking rock essence vein below. It has to be destroyed. It had to be destroyed. It couldn't be given to the demonic turtle and the gang of humans to absorb. Yi Jiao could see the sinking rock beast king's mind and coldly bellowed. I'm going to beat you into a pile of shit. Come on. The two of us will continue to fight hard. He cast Void Assassination Technique, Void Shock, and talented counterattack to block the sinking rock beast king. The sinking rock beast king, on the other hand, relying on its own hardness, as well as the advantage of its high realm, fought hard against Yi Jiao, constantly searching for an opportunity to destroy the essence vein. Just like that, an intense melee unfolded. Only, the sinking rock beast king couldn't gain any advantage in the physical fight. This demonic turtle, not only was it hard, it could also counter damage. Every time it was hard, it had to eat a wave of damage, but it couldn't help the other party if it didn't attack. This was the most suffocating. As for destroying the essence vein, there was almost no chance. I'll see how much yuan power you can have. The sinking rock beast king was a Yuanwu realm second level demonic beast with a huge pool of yuan power and a lot of stored yuan power. Even if it was consumed quite a bit outside, it was more than enough to deal with a Yuanwu realm first level demonic beast. I'll just see if your second level yuan power pool is powerful or my first level yuan power pool is durable. Boom, boom, boom. Melee combat. The two sides displayed their hard fighting to the fullest. Yi lacked sufficient yuan power, not the slightest bit of fatigue, and in the middle of the battle, he was still able to perform skills. As time passed, the sinking rock beast king was bruised and battered, and its blood continued to drip down. It was completely suppressed by Yi Xiao. Realizing this, the sinking rock beast king immediately gave up fighting the demonic turtle hard and turned to forcibly destroying the essence vein. Seek death. Yi Ju rushed up with all his might, tightly blocking the sinking rock beast king's move. In order to avoid the destruction of the essence vein, he was ready to unleash the riot's secret art. Boom! The sinking rock beast king was sent flying. It looked at the demonic turtle in shock and anger. How do you still have Yuan power? Even if it was hard, the fighting ability was still so long-lasting. How could it be so perverted? How could it live as a sinking rock demonic beast that was known for its defense? Looking at himself, his Yuan power was almost empty. Continued fighting with the other party in a physical battle. His injuries touched his roots and he couldn't continue fighting. One couldn't wear out with the demonic turtle. When I return to the 10,000 Beast Mountain, I will definitely join the demons in crusade against you and those damned humans. The sinking rock beast king prepared to leave. You stay. Yi Jiu chased after him, wanting to kill the other party in a place far away from the essence vein to avenge his pursuit. The sinking rock beast king turned his head and smiled disdainfully. Just by you? Just by your turtle grandpa? Yi Jiu shouted angrily. His firepower was on full blast, and it was at this moment that his Yuan power pool showed signs of being consumed. Seeing this, the sinking rock beast king's face changed slightly and accelerated upwards. Void assassination technique. Rock shock. Ding. Host talent triggered. Counterattack. He threw skills wildly, completely ignoring the consumption of Yuan power. With this wild bombardment, he really beat the sinking rock beast king to death. If you don't let me go, you don't want to be good either. The sinking rock beast king was somewhat desperate. A few days ago, it was still able to chase the other party to the point of fleeing in distress. And now, it was actually suppressed by the other party to the point of despair. For a while, its eyes showed a sense of madness. Yi Zhou's heart thumped and he subconsciously took a step back. This bastard won't want to self-detonate, right? Sweeping the essence vein below, it was a huge pile of experience points. It couldn't be anything. Even if he wanted to kill the other party, it had to be done under the premise of protecting the essence vein. Brother Die, why don't you go? He realized that he couldn't push the sinking rock beast king too hard, or else he would not benefit himself if he came to a fish death. The sinking rock beast king froze, then reacted and cursed. Grass. The despairing state of mind fell all of a sudden, and that fear of death permeated the whole body. It no longer dared to say more and accelerated to fly straight upwards. When it was far away from the demonic turtle, it dared to speak harsh words. Demonic turtle, you don't have a few good days left. You colluded with humans and slaughtered demonic beasts. I'm going to the 10,000 Beast Mountain to report this matter. Trying to frame me, I'll get you killed. Yi Jiu chased after him. The sinking rock beast king snorted. When I recover from my injuries, I'll come back for you. It flew to the top of the stone cave and drilled into a tunnel and disappeared. If you want to falsely accuse me, you need to talk about evidence. Seeing that he couldn't catch up, Yi Jiu didn't pursue it anymore. It was still important to absorb the essence. As for the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, even an existence like the sinking rock beast king had to use the word report when facing the 10,000 Beast Mountain. It showed that the influence of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain was extremely great. He was very reluctant to provoke it. You just go to the 10,000 Beast Mountain to report. I'll go to conquer the humans after a while, so I'll see how you'll falsely accuse me then. He snorted coldly and returned to the essence vein, continuing to absorb essence chi and devour everything around him. Experience points and Yuan power were replenished. An hour passed. Map scan alert, 1,500 meters above. A Yuanwu realm second level wild monster has appeared. System alert, a Yuanwu realm second level wild monster is rapidly approaching. Please pay attention to avoid it. The head of the Shuriyin sect? Yi Jiu was startled. According to the information scanned from the map, he knew that Shuriyin Feng, the sect leader of the Shuriyin sect, was the only Yuanwu realm second level human martial artist in the Sinking Rock Mountain range. Other than that, the Shuriyin sect, there was also a Yuanwu realm first level martial artist. Their overall strength was stronger than the Sinking Rock Beast King's forces. Therefore, when the Sinking Rock Beast King was, Yi Jiu did not feel surprised. However, he did not expect the other party to come so quickly. How could they find this place so quickly? Could it be that piece of yellow shit that leaked it? Yilak didn't believe that the other party would be able to find the essence vein here soon after he had crushed the Sinking Rock Beast King. He had spent a daytime to find this place, and he still found it while relying on map scanning. It's definitely that piece of yellow shit that leaked it. It doesn't want me to feel good and wants to use the sword to kill the turtle. Yi Jiu was annoyed beyond measure. As long as he was allowed to absorb even half a day more, his strength would reach the peak of the first level of the Yuanwu realm. At that time, he would have the ability to drive away the other party. It was just that much time away. Sinking Rock Beast King, The next time I encounter you, I will never let you go. Yi Jiu was a bit stifled. If he said to leave the sinking rock beast king behind, the other party would die with it. If he said to let it go, he would draw the enemy over. It's fucking disgusting. Brush. A middle-aged man, holding a long sword, came to the stone cave. He hung in the air, glancing at the demonic turtle below, and was instantly filled with a murderous aura. The sinking rock beast king was right. You beast. You're really here, killing my son. You give me your life. The middle-aged man stabbed his sword at Yi Jiu. If you want my life, you have to be prepared to be killed. Yi Chao's eyes turned red and he was about to cast the riot's secret art. Map scan alert, 1,500 meters above. A Yuanwu realm first level wild monster has appeared. System alert, a Yuanwu realm first level wild monster is rapidly approaching. Please pay attention to dodge. The two system prompts instantly doused Yi Jiu's killing intent. The person coming was most likely another Yuanwu realm martial artist from the Shuriyen sect. 1 against 2. Absolutely unable to fight. He flew to the wall of the stone cave, dodged Shuriyenfeng's strike, and said angrily, "This essence vein. It's mine, don't you force me to strike and kill you." Yi Jiu was truly furious. This touched his core interests. One must know that the very vindictive him had a blood feud with the sinking rock beast king. However, he chose to give up killing the sinking rock beast king in order to absorb the essence chi in the essence vein. It was evident how determined he was to obtain the essence vein. As if he had heard some heavenly joke, Shuriyenfeng sneered, "Your essence vein? Don't force your hand, you beast. You're out of your mind, aren't you? Let me cut open your head and see what's inside." Not only did he want to swallow this essence vein, he also wanted to kill the demonic turtle. A sword stabbed. Yi Jiu hesitated to take a crazy hand when a man in a black robe appeared above the stone cave. Sect leader, the demonic beasts outside have been cleared. I will assist you now and kill the demonic turtle. The black-robed man flew towards the demonic turtle. Killing intent released from his body. He received the order from the sect master and rushed over from the sect, successfully repelling the sinking rock beast king and crushing its forces. No need. I will personally kill him to avenge my son. Shuriyenfeng drank coldly. Reason told Yi Jiu that he had to go. No matter how much he refused to give up his essence vein, he had to go. Otherwise, life would have to be accounted for here. Robbing my essence vein? Shuriyenfeng, I'll remember you. I'll get this debt back no matter what. Yi Jiu executed the void assassination technique, dodging away from Shuriyenfeng's attack, and crawling into a tunnel not far away in a puff of smoke. Ridiculous. What ability do you have to get it back? Shuriyenfeng chased after him. However, when he saw the small holes in the walls of the tunnel, he knew that he could not continue his pursuit. The demonic turtle had escaped from the small hole due to its small size. Don't think that I can spare you. From today onwards, I will order my men to purge all the demonic beasts in the sinking rock mountain range, leaving no one behind. He would slaughter all the demonic beasts in the sinking rock mountain range, until the demonic turtle is uncovered. Unfinished business. Sect leader, I had signs of a breakthrough before, and now that the sinking rock beast king has fled in defeat and its forces have collapsed, I shouldn't be needed. The black-robed man respectfully said. Calling you out was also a desperate move. The main reason is that the opportunity to defeat the sinking rock beast king in one fell swoop is rare. Now that you have won a great victory, you should also hurry back and not delay the breakthrough. Shuriyenfeng sighed softly. Yes. The black-robed man returned to the ground and went straight to the Shuriyen sect. Yi Jiu, who had returned to the ground, scanned the panel data. Speed, 10/100. Defense, 10/100. Attack, 10/100. Experience points. There wasn't much to absorb at all. The experience points were too low. If one could still continue to absorb the essence chi from the essence veins. Shuriyenfeng, just stay here and scavenge for resources. I'll go to your Shuriyen sect and stroll around. Yi Jiu was vindictive, taking advantage of the fact that the Shuriyen sect didn't have any strong people sitting around. He wanted to pit the Shuriyen sect and take back all that he had lost before. Use the experience points first. Defense plus, speed +1. The advantage of the turtle-type demonic beast could not be lost. Yi Lak still prioritized raising defense and speed. At once, the panel data changed. It was as follows. Speed, 11/100. Defense, 1/100. Attack, 10/100. Experience points, 0. Map scanning alert, 1. 500 meters behind. A Yuanwu realm first level wild monster has appeared. Yi Jiu couldn't think about it in time and drilled inside the dirt on the side, carefully observing the outside. Brush. The black-robed man flew through the air. It should be returning to the Shuriyen sect. Follow. Yi Jiu flew into the clouds, and with the help of the map scanning hints, he followed far behind the black-robed man. Half an hour later, a high mountain appeared ahead. Fixing his eyes above the high mountain, there was a large area of palaces and pavilions. The Shurian sect had arrived. The black-robed man, without stopping, flew into the sect. Yi Jiao sneered. I'm laughing at your treasures, Shurian Feng. Sure boo you. You better pray that I didn't find your essence veins. Sure boo you. The name of that black-robed man. It was something he was informed of from the map scanning function. When he scanned the information of the sinking rock mountain range, falling to the ground, Yi Jiao used the cover of the jungle's strange rocks to quickly climb up the high mountain. Before long, he climbed to the top of the high mountain and quietly entered the sinking rock sect. The stone rock sect had few people, and the defense force was thin, so when he entered the sect, no one was alarmed. Map scan alert. 1. 500 meters to the right. 2 7-weight wild monsters have appeared. Yi Jiao was about to look for the Zhang Baolu of the Shurian sect. When he heard the system prompt, he immediately ran to the right. The Shurian sect will definitely win big. Those beasts, they all have to die. Kill it to vent your anger. There were two people conversing, during which the wailing of a demonic beast was mixed in. Yi Jiao went over just in time to see one of them, slashing a two-headed wolf cub to death with one palm. Cool, although we can't attack the sinking rock beast mountain, we can still slaughter these beasts. The other person, wearing a strong suit, kicked away the corpse of the cub and laughed grimly. Go slaughter some more demonic beasts. The youth who chopped the cub to death turned around and walked forward. Yi Xiao ambushed in the bushes by the roadside, his eyes coldly staring at the youth. A sudden surprise attack was launched. The youth's neck was sliced. Ding! The host has killed a 7th-level wild monster. The power-clothed youth who kicked away the cub's corpse saw his companion standing motionless in front of him and went forward to ask, "What's wrong with you?" Like a ghost, Yi Jiao flew next to this person's shoulder and coldly said, "He's dead. Do you want to die?" Bang! The companion in front of him fell to the ground and blood flowed all over the place. The youth in the strong clothes, his pupils shrank, and just as he was about to shout for help, he was slapped by Yi Jiao's claw. "Now, take me to the place where the Shurian sect stores its treasures." Yi Jiao's claw landed at this person's neck. The scorching sun was hot. The power-clothed youth forced himself to be calm and came to the treasure pavilion. "This place is protected by a formation." He spoke in a low voice, his voice filled with fear. Within the weeds on the side, Yi Jiao raised his head and looked at the huge pavilion in front of him. "How can I avoid the formation to go in?" Yi Jiao asked. "I don't know. I'm not qualified to go in." The power-clothed youth shook his head in horror. "Then you're useless." Yi Jiao shot out to kill. The reason why he was so decisive was because the map scan prompted the discovery of a 10-weight wild monster that was approaching. This was a critical time for the Shurian sect to attack the sinking rock beast mountain, and there was still a 10-weight level martial artist within the sect. It meant that his identity was not simple and he might have an important mission within the sect. He took the body of the youth in the strong clothes and threw it into the returning ruins divine realm before lurking once again. Not long after, the 10th level martial artist came to the treasure pavilion. It was a middle-aged man, and judging by the attire, it was suspected to be an elder status. This person walked to the front of the treasure pavilion, looked around, saw no movement, and took out a formation disc from his pocket. Buzz! A layer of silver light appeared in the treasure pavilion. It was a formation light shield. Yi Zhao's eyes changed slightly. The powerful energy within the formation could pose a life threat to him. It's guarded so tightly. The treasures inside, there are definitely quite a lot. Greed surfaced in his eyes. Suddenly, the silver-colored light shield cut an opening and the middle-aged man walked in. Yi Jiao executed the void assassination technique. Brush. Wordlessly, it came to float at the middle-aged man's back. The middle-aged man didn't notice any abnormality and tapped a few times on the array disc, and the opening closed. Then he took out the gate key and opened the door of the treasure pavilion. "I'm coming, Jumbo, Shurian Feng, what you owe me, I'm going to make you double it." Yi Jiao laughed in his heart and followed the middle-aged man, entering the first floor of the treasure pavilion. On the first floor, a strong aroma hit him, lifting his spirits. Smell the aroma. The vintage of the treasures on the first floor should be around 100 to 300 years. It has no effect on me, but there's no use for me to take it away. I'm just going to burn it for fun. I won't keep it. He began to search all the treasures on the first floor and put them into the ruin god realm. As for the middle-aged man, he didn't notice him and was heading upstairs. After searching the first floor, then go to the second floor. Yi Jiao went straight to the second floor and finished searching again, then went to the third and fourth floors to search. When he finished searching, he quietly came to the fifth floor, just in time to see the middle-aged man walking towards a certain precious treasure. "I've been guarding the treasure pavilion for 20 years. I've done hard work without merit. Using a 1,000-year-old portion of a treasure is never too much," the middle-aged man whispered to himself, seemingly comforting himself. Yi Jiao was stunned, then suddenly realized, This guy was not a good thing. Taking advantage of the sect's attack on the sinking rock beast mountain, he was going to supervise the theft. There was a scent wafting in. The 5th floor holds treasures that are between 900 and 1000 years old. Useful to me. He licked his lips, his heart on fire, extrapolating from the previous pattern. Beheading a demonic beast of the same realm would earn 1 experience point. Beheading a demonic beast 1 realm below one's own would earn 1 experience point. Slaying a demonic beast that was 2 realms lower could not gain experience points. Putting it in terms of treasures, it was the same thing. When a demonic beast was at the 1st level, a treasure of the same realm was a 100-year portion. At the 2nd level of demonic beasts, treasures of the same realm were 200-year portions. When a demonic beast was at the 10th level, the same realm treasure was 1000 years old. Now that he was a Yuanwu realm 1st level demonic beast, the same realm treasure was 100 years old. Taking a 1000-year-old treasure was equivalent to killing a demonic beast that was 1 realm below him, and could gain an experience point. Unfinished business. The 1000-year portion of the precious treasure here is useful to me. However, don't let go of the 900-year-old ones either. Yi Lak was prepared to have a wave of locusts that would leave no grass untouched. Take only 1 plant. Take only 1 plant. The middle-aged man muttered. Take them all. Take them all. With this in mind, Yi Jiao flew in the other direction, scavenging all the treasures. Looking at the middle-aged man again, he took 3 steps and came to the innermost stone platform. Picking up the 1000-year ginseng on it, he excitedly said, "Immediately go back. Refine and take it." As soon as he turned around, his breath almost suffocated in fear. My own mother, hey, where's the precious treasure? He was so terrified that his voice turned hoarse. Where his eyes looked, the 5th floor was empty. Not a single precious treasure. Suddenly, his hand was empty. He looked down. Crap! The 1000-year ginseng in his hand was also gone. Who is it? No one responded. The middle-aged man reacted. His whole body creeped out. This was something ghostly, following him in. Suddenly, his face changed drastically. Not good. His body moved and went straight to the 6th floor. The 6th floor of the treasure pavilion was the top floor and the place where the sect's most precious treasures were stored. As soon as he went up, he was scared pale. It was gone. All the treasures up there were gone. Who is stealing the treasures of the Shurian sect? If you don't want to die, get out. The middle-aged man was hysterical. He was responsible for guarding the treasure pavilion, and now that all the treasures inside were gone, he would definitely be executed by the sect. The vintage of the treasures on the 6th floor is basically between 1100 and 1300 years old. Making a big profit, Yi Xiao stepped out from the corner. His eyes contained an excitement that could not be concealed. It's you, beast. Die for me. The middle-aged man unleashed his 10th gravity aura and blasted away with his fist. Ding! Host talent triggered. Counterattack. Bang! The middle-aged man was sent flying, badly injured. If you don't want to die, obediently follow me downstairs and open the formation. The reason Yi Jiao didn't kill him was because the treasure pavilion was protected by an array. If he wanted to go out, he had to let him open the formation. Don't even think about it. I, Zhang Shilin, will not open the formation even if I die. Brush. A sharp claw cut through the surface of his neck, and a thread of blood surfaced. Zhang Shilin's body trembled in fear. I'll open the formation right away. Don't kill me. Yi Jiao put away his claws and coldly said, Bastard skin. Wouldn't it have been better if it was like this? But you can't take away the treasures here. I'll die. Zhang Shilin cried miserably. You can choose to die immediately. Yi Jiao's sentence made the other party shut his mouth. 1 person and 1 demon went downstairs. My god. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 floors, the treasures of the entire treasure pavilion, all gone. Zhang Shilin's legs went weak, almost hiccuping in fear. Cut the crap. Open the formation for me and let me out. Yi Jiao's tone intensified. Zhang Shilin smiled miserably and took out the array disc and tapped it a few times, and an opening appeared on the array that could go in and out. Abruptly. Stay inside for me. Zhang Shilin quickly rushed out of the opening while tapping the array disc, and that opening immediately closed. After doing so, he looked back and his pupils shrunk slightly. That demonic turtle reacted quickly and came out as well. You can indeed stay here forever. Yi Xiao had long been guarding against a hand, and when he saw the other party's strange movement, he immediately executed the void assassination technique and rushed out of the opening on the formation. Don't kill me. Ah, ding. The host killed a 10th weight wild monster. Gain experience points. Zhang Shilin was killed by Yi Jiao without even being able to resist. Getting so many treasures. Let's get out of here before absorbing them. From the returning ruins divine realm, Yi Jiao threw out the body of the strength-clothed youth and then flew towards the remote land. Arriving at the remote place, he entered the ruined god realm. Looking at the pile of treasures inside, He excitedly said, "Devour all the treasures. I want experience points." Ding. Host takes 1,000-year-old glazed fruit, gaining experience points. Ding. The host takes 1,000-year-old iron leaf and gains experience points. Ding. The host takes one plant of 1,000-year-old 100 sunflower and gains experience points. Ding. In no time, the experience points rose to 17. Cool, keep taking it. Ding. The host has taken 1,000-year-old ginseng and gained experience points. Ding. At this moment, the 1,000-year-old ginseng was finished being devoured by him. Experience points rose to 6 points. Yizhou didn't stop his mouth and started devouring 1,100-year-old treasure. Ding. Host takes 1,100-year-old silver moonfruit, gaining experience point 1. Ding. Host takes 1,100-year-old snow-sinking couple, gaining experience point 1. Ding. Ding. The host needs 0 experience points to break through the realm, thus the upper limit experience points is 0. This time, you can't gain experience points by taking it. In a moment of excitement, I overdid it. Wasting a 100-year-old precious treasure caused Yizhou some heartache. Fortunately, there were a lot of precious treasures, and he quickly slowed down. Stopping taking the precious treasure, he checked the panel. Speed, 11/100. Defense, 1/100. Attack, 10/100. Experience points, 0. Add 10 to speed, 10 to defense, and 10 to attack. He started adding points. Ding. The host's speed, defense, and attack have all reached 0 or more, and can break through to the Yuanwu realm's second level. Is it a breakthrough? Breakthrough. The body became stronger, and the pool of yuan power within the chest expanded once again. Ding. Breakthrough realm successful. Yizhou checked the panel. Speed, 1/100. Defense/100. Attack, 0/100. Experience points, 0. I'm now a Yuanwu realm second level demonic beast. He was excited, because at the second level of the Yuanwu realm, the third skill could be opened. Idea points into martial arts. Evolution, Earth Dragon Turtle, Yuanwu realm second level demonic beast with Holy Dragon bloodline. Technique, Ancient God Swallowing Heaven Scripture. Skill 1, Void Assassination 40/1000, increase proficiency to 1000 to upgrade to Void Devouring. Skill, Void Shock 45/1000, increase proficiency to 1000, can be upgraded to Indestructible Void Seal. Skill, Bone Piercing Suction 0 out of 100, increase proficiency to 500, can be upgraded to Abyssal Suction. Secret Art, Riot, within 1 minute. All abilities are increased by 50%. Cooldown, 3 days. The proficiency of Void Assassination and Void Shock has increased a lot. And of course, the most important thing is the third skill, opened. Yizhou was incredibly excited. The third skill, Bone Piercing Suction. Try what type of skill this is. He immediately used it. Immediately, a huge suction force was generated on the turtle shell full of bone spines, sucking the treasures next to it. Yizhou stopped using the skill. Ha 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 ha, it's a perfect match with my talent counterattack, sucking the enemy onto the turtle shell and then forcefully triggering the talent counterattack. This was simply a skill that was customized for him. Proficiency, it has to be raised. The current stinging bone suction was the most elementary skill. The suction power was too weak and not very threatening. Only by constantly upgrading the skill would it be able to generate more and more suction power. Unfinished business. Take the remaining treasures first. Yizhou opened his mouth and ate. Ding. Host takes 1,100-year-old Dihu tea and gains experience points. Ding. The host takes 1,100-year-old soft food fruit and gains experience points. Ding. Reaching the second level of the Yuanwu realm, taking 1,100-year-old treasures. Experience points dropped. Forgetting to get stuck in the realm. I'll have to pay attention next time. Without thinking much, he quickly finished eating. He had eaten part of it before, so he didn't eat much before it was gone. What's left are 200-year-old and 300-year-old treasures, but they are very few. Yizhou devoured it again. Ding. Host takes 1 leaf of 1,200-year-old white ice tablet, gaining experience point 1. Ding. Host takes 1 leaf of 1,200-year-old wine fragrance flower, gaining experience point 1. Ding. Ding. The host takes 1 fire spirit fruit of 1,300 years of age, gaining experience points. Ding. The host takes 1 white jade bamboo of 300 years of age and gains experience points. Ding. After eating, check the panel data. Speed, 1/100. Defense/100. Attack, 0/100. Experience points, 19. There are 19 experience points. Should I add points for speed, defense and attack? Or for feats? Yizhou was torn. Adding points for speed, defense and attack could directly increase strength. However, adding points for feats would qualify for a partial evolution. which would also increase strength and possibly increase the potential value. In fact, looking at it from another angle, it is also a matter of choosing to become stronger in the short term, or to consider for the long term. Short-term strength, directly for speed, defense and attack points. For long-term consideration, then add points for feats. For long-term considerations, to make yourself stronger in the future, Gong Fu must add points. Yi Xiao still looked at the problem quite thoroughly. He had experienced the return to ancestry. If it wasn't for the Devouring Synthesis Evolution, how could he have an additional Earth King Divine Seal talent? How could he have possessed the Sacred Dragon bloodline and thus succeeded in returning to his ancestor? All of this was evolution, allowing his potential to increase greatly, thus bringing him to where he was today. Feats plus 19. Yi Jiao checked the panel. Merit technique, ancient god heaven swallowing scripture. Since I'm adding points to my feats, I can't do it halfway. Otherwise the value of the 19 experience points I just added will be greatly reduced. He knew how to make trade-offs and set a goal in his mind. Obtain more experience points and add 100 experience points to the Gong method as soon as possible, thus obtaining the qualification for partial evolution. After the treasure pavilion is scavenged, it's time to search for the essence vein of the Shuriyen sect next. Yi Jiao smiled coldly. He had become a Yuanwu realm second-level demonic beast, devoured and synthesized to evolve into an earth dragon turtle, and upgraded his skills multiple times. These various things made his strength, which could not be compared with those in the same realm. Nowadays, in Shuriyen sect, there were few that could restrict him. Shuriyen Feng, wait until you cry. Yi Jiao jumped out of the returning ruins divine realm. Map scan alert. 1, 800 meters to the left. 2/5 heavy wild monsters have appeared. Go and poke around. He had raided the treasure pavilion and decapitated multiple people, which might have caused great chaos in the Shuriyen sect. Getting news would allow him to regain. Take the initiative again. Someone took advantage of our sect's attack on the sinking rock beast mountain to raid the treasure pavilion, killing the elders guarding the pavilion, and 2 unlucky people also died. Stop talking and hurry back to your room to hide. Those infiltrators haven't found them yet. Right. Hurry back. It's the perfect time to go see Senior Sister Yen. Usually, Senior Sister Yen is high and cold and ignores us, but now that we've captured her back, let's see if she still dares to ignore us. The 2 youths laughed in a low voice and gradually walked away. The Shuriyen sect is really in a big mess. However, the information I need isn't enough. Follow me over and poke around some more. Yi Jiao followed, just in time to take these 2/5 weight wild monsters and try out the power of the new skill. The power of the new skill was too weak to be basically useless against Yuanwu realm cultivators, and it was very appropriate to use it on low real Niers. Following up along the way, the map scanning prompts kept ringing out. It could be seen what kind of chaos the Shuriyen sect was in. Map scanning alert. 1, 800 meters ahead. A 4th weight wild monster has appeared. Yi Jiao raised his head in the grass. There was a house ahead. The 2 youths ran into the room. Yi Jiao's body moved and quickly ran into the house. Senior Sister Yen, I'm coming. Let me go first. It was agreed that I would come first. It was agreed before. Yi Jiao couldn't listen any longer and broke through the door, directly unleashing his 3rd skill, bone-piercing suction. A suction force was generated from the turtle shell that was full of bone spurs. The youth, who had just taken off his pants, was caught off guard and was pulled by the suction, colliding with the turtle shell. It was only because the turtle shell was not big. Only the crotch of the youth touched the shell when he crashed into it. Ding! Host talent triggered. Counterattack. The youth's screams were just about to come out when he was shocked to death on the spot by the force of Yi Jiao's counterattack. Who are you? The other youth said with a pale face. His body couldn't stop falling back. Yi Jiao smiled grimly. I'm your turtle ancestor. Turtle ancestor. Where is the essence vein of the Shuriyen sect? Tell me. Saying that, killing intent appeared in his eyes. Otherwise, I'll let you die even more miserably. The power of the stinging bone suction was good, but it was a pity that it was impossible to brush proficiency. It seemed that it was the same as brushing experience points. One could only gain proficiency by using this skill on someone who was similar to one's own strength. I don't know. The youth shook his head frantically, his body trembling in fear. Then tell me, where is Shi Buyu? Yi Lak changed his question. Shi Buyu was a big shot of the Shuriyen sect. He definitely knew where the essence vein was. It's in the Earth Fire Cultivation Room. Where is the Earth Fire Cultivation Room? In the Northern Cultivation Ground Tower. Let me go and I won't tell anyone else, as long as you can let me go. The youth pressed himself against the wall and ran towards the window. Come back here. Yi Jiao used the bone-piercing suction and sucked this person onto the turtle shell. With a wave of counter-injury, he was directly subdued. Earth Fire Cultivation Room. Yi Jiao memorized the name of this place. Then he turned around and left without looking at the young girl who was tied to the bed with a terrified face. With the help of map scanning, he went straight to the north. So this is the cultivation ground tower. He flew to a tree and looked ahead with his eyes. There was an upside-down earth tower in front of him, plunging straight into the ground. It was probably the theft of the treasure pavilion and the killing of the disciples and elders within the sect that attracted everyone's attention. Half a human figure was nowhere to be seen in the ground tower and its surroundings. Just in time to save some trouble. Sure, Buyu, I'm coming for you. Yi Jiao smiled coldly and flew into the cultivation earth tower. He went all the way down. Not a moment later, a system beep sounded. Map scanning alert. 800 meters below. A Yuanwu realm first level wild monster has appeared. Shi Yen sect. Only Shi Buyu's realm is at the first level of the Yuanwu realm. Hey, Shi Buyu, I, Yi Xiao, have come to find you. To be continued. The cultivation ground tower had 6 floors, and each floor had a different area. The further down, the smaller the area, but the greater the danger. If you want to enter the 3rd layer, you only need to reach the 6th level of the spirit martial realm. Right, the 3rd layer's earth flamegale can only be withstood by a 6th level martial artist. The 4th layer, you need an 8th weight martial artist to enter. The 5th layer requires a 10th weight martial artist. And finally, the 6th layer, you need to reach the Yuanwu realm to enter. On the 2nd layer, 2 disciples of the sect who walked out of the cultivation room kept on discussing. Yi Jiao flew by from the side and did not startle them. The 3rd layer is blocked by the earth flamegale. What about the 4th, 5th and 6th layers? Thinking in his mind, his speed did not slow down, quickly flying towards the 3rd layer deeper underground. Finding the entrance and exit, he drilled in. Phew! High temperatures accompanied by fierce winds covered every corner of the 3rd layer. So this is the earth flame gale. The wind has high temperatures and contains fire poison, but it can't affect me yet. Yi Jiao continued down, entering the 4th layer. Boom! The earth flame gale, which was hundreds of times fiercer, carried flames and blew all over the 4th layer. But to Yi Jiao, it still didn't affect him. Straight into the 5th layer. Rumble! The sky was filled with flames, filling the 5th layer, and the fierce wind whistled inside, like a fire dragon swimming around. Yi Jiao felt the pressure, but it was within the range of tolerance. The further down you go, the more powerful the earth flame gale becomes. The 6th level of the earth flame gale cannot be underestimated. There was caution in his eyes. Coming to the entrance and exit, he leapt down. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A mass of flames, as if they were the fires of hell, continuously impacted every part of the 6th floor. The flames contained terrifying heat and fire poison. As soon as Yi Jiao entered, he wrapped his body with Yuan power to isolate himself from the flames. It's not a big area here. It's easy to find Shi Buyu. He kept flying through the 6th layer in search of it. Suddenly, in the flames at the very center of the 6th layer, he found Shi Buyu wearing a black robe. The fellow covered his entire body with Yuan power and sat cross-legged on a stone in the flames. Who is it? Shi Buyu sensed the unfamiliar Yuan power and turned his head to shout harshly. Your turtle grandpa. Yi Jiao was nonchalant and met with a chain of skills. Void assassination technique. Void shock. Talent counterattack. Bone-piercing suction. You actually reached the 2nd level of the Yuanwu realm. It's impossible. Shi Buyu was seriously injured. This demonic turtle was too disgusting. Hit it, and it would counter damage. If you don't hit it, you will be hit by it again. One could only run. How can you say it's impossible when you personally experienced something? Yi Jiao chased after it. Shi Buyu collapsed. Even running, he couldn't outrun the other party. What will you do to spare my life? Tell me where the essence vein is? Are you sure you can spare me? Can't. Scram. I won't tell you even if I die. My guess is that it's underneath the 6th floor. Yi Yu smelled the essence. Right when Shi Buyu got up from the very center of the 6th layer, there was essence chi floating out from the center. Thus, he roughly guessed the location of the essence vein. Shi Buyu's face changed, knowing that he couldn't escape the other party's clutches. So he grimly said, you think that you can do whatever you want just because you became a Yuanwu realm 2nd level demonic beast? Yi Yu snorted. For your information, I can indeed do whatever I want. The Shi Yen sect possesses star-level weapons that can seriously injure a Yuanwu realm 2nd level martial artist with a single strike. Not to mention, the power of the formations within my sect. Shi Buyu shouted angrily. That has nothing to do with you dying now. Yi Jiao was going to make his move and settle Shi Buyu. He didn't believe the other party's words. If the Shi Yen sect really had star-level weapons, why didn't they take them out earlier to deal with the sinking rock beast king? If you can spare me, I can take you to escape these threats and escape from the Shi Yen sect. There was panic in Shi Buyu's heart, and he hurriedly exited, fighting for a ray of hope for himself. You guys robbed me of my essence vein. Laozi came over. To reclaim it, you think I would be afraid? Will flee? Yizhou laughed out loud and cast his full skill to suppress Shibu Yu. Ding! The host has killed a Yuanwu realm first level wild monster. Gained experience points. I just need to get stronger before I go out. As long as he was allowed to obtain the essence vein, becoming stronger was just a matter of time. At that time, what else could threaten him? Flying to the very center of the 6th floor, there was an entrance and exit here, but it was blocked by a stone containing Yuan power. Essence was floating out from the cracks in the stone. Opening his mouth and inhaling it invigorated him. Below, there should be another layer. The cultivation earth tower, instead of 6 floors, had 7 floors. Go down there and take a look. Yi Yu struck the boulder. Rumble. Terrifying gusts of wind, carrying hot flames, surged out furiously from the entrance and exit. At the same time, the rich essence chi followed out. Yi Zhou's eyes lit up. The essence chi was so dense, so there was most likely an essence vein down there. So fierce, the wind and flames contained inside. Cultivators below the Yuanwu realm will die if they touch it. He did not fear it and flew directly into the entrance and exit, having just reached the 7th level. Map scan alert. 1, 800 meters ahead. A small sunken rock essence vein has appeared. Ha 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 ha. The essence vein is really inside. Not good. Yi Zhou's eyes changed greatly. The wind was too strong, blowing his entire body in pain, as if there were countless knives, scraping his entire body. At the same time, the dense fire poison, wrapped in flames, continuously invaded all parts of his body. Unleash the Earth King Divine Seal. Yi Zhou landed on all fours. Host unleashed the Earth King Divine Seal. The 4 limbs received the power of the earth, and a light yellow light appeared on his entire body, as stable as an indestructible divine mountain. The wind and flames could no longer shake him. This was the strength of the Earth King Divine Seal. As long as he touched the earth, he was able to channel the power of the earth, making himself as stable as a divine mountain. Let the sky collapse. Let the earth sink. It could not shake itself one iota. Of course, the divine seal of the Earth King also had its shortcomings. That was that once one's body was completely off the ground, one would not be able to use it. This was the reason why Yi Shao hadn't used the Earth King Divine Seal when he was fighting against the enemy before. With Yuan power and earth power wrapped around him, he was no longer affected by the earth flame gale. With a movement of his limbs, he steadily crawled forward. What a rich essence! Yi Zhou licked his lips and crawled faster. Rumble! Rumble! The earth flame gale was pounding him, yet the effect on him was almost nil. If this were another Yuanwu realm 2nd level martial artist coming in, it would be difficult to hold on inside for a while, not to mention advancing. He was able to come and go inside as he pleased thanks to the Earth King Divine Seal. Not a moment later, a 100-meter-long essence vein appeared in the firelight in front of him. Shi Yanfeng, you robbed my essence vein. I'm going to drain your sex essence vein today. Let you know what you'll have to pay for offending me. Yi Zhou climbed next to the essence vein and gently touched it. Ding! A large amount of lower-grade sunken rock essence has been found. Is it absorbed? Absorb. Ding! Absorbing lower-grade sinking rock essence chi-in. Unfinished. Reporting to the sect leader. All the demonic beasts in the sinking rock beast mountain have all been killed. An elder said in a respectful voice. Shi Yanfeng in the air, coldly said. Expand the area. See all the demonic beasts and kill them all for me. Never stop until the demonic turtle is found. Yes. The elder led the order and led the people to the further distance, killing any demonic beasts they saw. This place needs to be guarded. I have to go back to the sect. Shi Yanfeng had to go back and take the array flags and array discs that were set up to seal the essence of the essence vein. Any essence vein that could be preserved for a long time was related to the surrounding environment. Once the essence vein was taken out and changed to a different environment, the essence vein would leak the essence of heaven and earth in a short period of time, eventually becoming a waste vein. Therefore, taking out the essence vein was a big risk. Only by sealing it with a formation could the essence vein avoid leaking out. After Shi Yanfeng gave some instructions, his body moved and flew towards the sect. Its sect leader returning. The sect leader is here. Quickly report the matter of someone breaking into the sect to sect leader. When the group saw the sect leader return, they gathered around. What's going on? Shi Yanfeng frowned. An elder had informed him about the theft of the treasure pavilion and the killing of multiple disciples. What? Shi Yanfeng was shocked and furious. The aura on his body spread out with a bang, shaking many of the elder disciples back. The treasures in that treasure pavilion are treasures that this seat has been collecting for 50 to 60 years. He was furious and his killing intent was sky high. The surrounding elder disciples didn't dare to make a sound for fear of being implicated. Where is that person? Have you found him? Anger to anger. As the sect leader was still able to control his emotions, and immediately asked the key. No, didn't find it. An elder bowed his head and said, "A bunch of rice buckets, in my absence. You guys won't look for Shi Buyu?" Shi Yinfeng roared. "Sect leader. We notified through the voice transmission jade, but Elder Shi didn't reply to us." Elder Shi was at the critical moment of his breakthrough. He shouldn't have noticed the message on the sound transmission jade. A number of elders spoke helplessly. Shi Yinfeng, however, his face changed, sensing that something was wrong. "Not good. You and the others open the Mountain Protector Formation, and even the Extinction Formation on the Cultivation Ground Tower. Open it for me." He dropped a sentence and headed to the weapons building, taking out his star-level weapons before heading straight to the Cultivation Ground Tower. In a row, he broke into the 6th floor of the Earth Tower. "Buyu!" Shi Yinfeng lost his voice in grief as he discovered Shi Buyu's corpse. This was his own nephew, and after losing his son, he treated Shi Buyu like his own son. With such qualifications, you were the sect's first genius, and the next generation sect leader that I reselected. You were clearly almost able to break through to the second level of the Yuanwu realm. He roared lowly in agony, a monstrous murderous rage on his body. His son had been killed, and his own nephew was also dead. This was unacceptable to him. In the past, it was all him, Shi Yinfeng, who killed, bullied and abused people. The hundreds of corpses at the bottom of the mountain, men and women, young and old, were proof that he had abused them with his own hands, and the reason why he dared to do so was because he was strong and could cover the sect. But now, there were people who dared to put their minds on him. As the head of the Shi Yin sect, he couldn't bear it. "Demon Turtle, you killed my son. I vow not to kill you until I give up. Now, someone else has taken the opportunity to kill my nephew and steal the treasures. I, Shi Yinfeng, will make your life worse than death." Shi Yinfeng picked up his star-level weapon and, with bloodshot eyes, rushed towards the 7th floor. A large amount of earthflame gale gushed into the 6th layer from the 7th layer. There was no doubt that someone had opened the entrance and exit to the 7th floor. The murderer, then, was most likely on the 7th floor. Map scan alert. 1, 800 meters behind. A Yuanwu realm 2nd level wild monster has appeared. The system prompt sounded, intending Yi Jiu's thoughts. "Shi Yinfeng, you bastard. You finally arrived." Yilak turned around and looked at the roiling flames in front of him, coldly muttering to himself. His realm, he had reached the 2nd level of the Yuanwu realm, and had opened his 3rd skill. Strength, not what it used to be. When he met Shi Yinfeng again, he would not only be able to win, he could even kill him. "Taking advantage of my absence, you dared to break into my sect, steal treasures, and kill my nephew. You don't have the life to walk out of here today." A low roar like that of a ferocious beast came from the earth flame gale. Yi Jiu looked over and his eyes froze. He only saw Shi Yinfeng, carrying a blood-red hammer in his hand, walking over step by step. As soon as the earth flame gale that filled the 7th floor came into contact with Shi Yinfeng, the blood light emitted from the blood-red hammer was led to the two sides. There really is a star-level weapon. However, why didn't he take it out earlier to deal with the sinking rock beast king? There was something strange about that blood hammer, but in his heart, vigilance still arose. Weapons of star level and above possessed power at the Yuanwu realm level and were a threat to him. Yi Jiu had never been an arrogant person and did not dare to take it lightly. Shi Yinfeng's body was covered with Yuan power and his aura was strong as he held the blood hammer and approached the essence vein. Finally, he saw a figure on the essence vein. You, demon turtle. His breath caught in his throat, yet he roared out in anger at seeing the demonic turtle again, which resulted in his throat being blocked. At that moment, Shi Yinfeng almost choked himself to death. How was it a demonic turtle? Previously, he had been killed by himself and fled by the road. How could it turn around and end its own lair? What was even more difficult to accept was that Shi Buyu, who was at the peak of the 1st level of the Yuanwu realm, had been killed by such a beast. Don't be in a hurry. Speak slowly. No one is robbing from you. Yi Jiu snorted. Killing my son, killing my own nephew, robbing my treasures. Demon turtle, if I don't kill you today, I'll take your name. In fact, your name as Yi Yinfeng is not bad. Be my turtle grandson and not break your lifespan. Yi Jiu was furious, and with a single sentence, he stimulated Shi Yinfeng to the point of losing his mind. I, Shi Yinfeng, am not someone you can mess with. Demon turtle, I will make you regret it. Shi Yinfeng tightened his grip on the blood hammer and smashed it against Yi Jiu. You're the one who messed with me first. Old me's essence vein was snatched away by you, and as I said, I'll get this debt back no matter what. Yi Jiu shouted angrily and moved his limbs, heading straight for Shi Yinfeng. Shi Yinfeng snorted disdainfully and poured a large amount of Yuan power into the blood hammer. The blood hammer released a powerful might, and the blood light on it triggered the surrounding earth flame gale, raising the blood hammer. A large amount of earth flame wind, like a dragon scroll, gathered above the blood hammer. There has never been a human or demon that dares to say such arrogant and cocky words to me. He roared and slammed his hammer at the demonic turtle, and the seemingly endless earth flame berserk wind followed and poured down. Seeing this, Yi Jiao tried to dodge away, but he realized that the blood light emanating from the blood hammer contained a pressure close to the third level of the Yuanwu realm. It actually suppressed his speed. Seeing the blood hammer smashing down, he was unable to dodge. I don't believe that you can smash my turtle shell. Yi Jiao decisively landed on the ground and shrunk his limbs and head into the turtle shell. Then black yuan power covered his entire body. Unfinished, Earth King Divine Seal. Void Shock. The two major skills opened at the same time. In an instant, the power of the earth surged into his body, and a pale yellow light appeared on his body. It was as if he had transformed into an indestructible divine mountain, allowing the sky to collapse and the earth to fall without being destroyed. At the same time, light black shocking power stirred out from the turtle shell, penetrating through the blood hammer, Earth Inferno Gale, and Shi Yanfeng. I'm going to smash your turtle shell, make your life worse than death. Shi Yanfeng shouted hideously and slammed his hammer down fiercely. Boom! The power of the hammer smashed into the turtle shell, and even the ground shook. The attack, it was more than that. Rumble! A large amount of geomantic gusts of wind impacted the turtle shell. Ding! Host talent triggered. Counterattack. Yi Jiao's talent began to counterattack. The blood hammer was shaken back, and the earth flame berserk winds impacted over, unable to shake him by half. The activation of the Earth King Divine Seal not only strengthened his defense, but also made him as stable as a divine mountain. No matter how many earth flame winds blew over, they could not shake him. Shi Yanfeng, even if you're holding a star-level weapon, your strength is at most equal to mine. Yi Jiao stuck his head out of his turtle shell and spoke grimly to Shi Yanfeng. He still had confidence in his turtle shell. Shi Yanfeng felt a numbness in his tiger's mouth, and the blood hammer in his hand almost came off. Suddenly, a violent shocking force swept through his entire body. Ah! He wailed in pain, bleeding seeping from all parts of his body. He had failed to suppress the demonic turtle, and in turn, the demonic turtle had succeeded in its sneak attack. Not daring to be distracted, he quickly looked at the other party. The demonic turtle was surprisingly unharmed, and there was not even a single sign of it moving a single inch, so his pupils instantly shrunk. Previously, in the underground of the sinking rock beast mountain, he was able to drive the demon turtle away easily. It showed that the demonic turtle was very afraid of him. But why was it that now, he, a Yuanwu realm second-level martial artist, combined with a star-level weapon and a frontal strike, couldn't shake the other party halfway? Could it be that at that time, the demonic turtle had hidden its strength? He calmed down at once, and fear arose in his heart. If at that time, the demonic turtle had attacked him madly, would he have been able to block it? He couldn't block it without a star-level weapon. Then why would the demonic turtle be afraid of him? It's sure Buyu. My nephew arrived as well, and the demonic turtle felt that it couldn't beat him 1 against 2, so it ran away. Not that it was afraid of me. Shi Yanfeng's face sank, feeling like a clown. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the demonic turtle with a grave look, and a strong sense of scorn had surfaced in his eyes. The demonic turtle was truly capable of occupying that essence vein. He himself, however, was so self-righteous that he went to forcibly occupy it, and only then did he get to eat the evil consequences of today. You took something from me. Now, it's time to return it. Yi Jiao rushed towards Shi Yanfeng. This time, Shi Yanfeng didn't dare to take the words as false. You're just an animal. What do you want this seat to return to you? Shi Yanfeng knew that both sides had irreconcilable hatred, and the only way to resolve it was a battle. Therefore, the words were completely nonchalant. Yi Jiao's killing intent was unleashed. Void assassination technique. Shi Yanfeng's face changed drastically and he quickly retreated. With a swing of his hammer, the surrounding earth flame gale rolled up a wall of fire and wind to protect himself. Put! Yi Jiao penetrated through the fire wind wall and his claws landed on Shi Yanfeng's neck. Roll! Shi Yanfeng slammed his hammer. Ding! Host talent triggered. Counterattack. The turtle shell rebounded the blood hammer, but Yi Jiao's tendency also sharply decreased, and his claws only slashed through Shi Yanfeng's hands. Arm! Rubbing! A shocking gash appeared on his arm. Blood could not stop flowing out. Bastard! I'm going to kill you. Shi Yanfeng gripped the blood hammer tightly, and all of his yuan power poured into it. Although the blood hammer was a star lower grade weapon, the strength of its power depended on the holder. Previously, he had taken the enemy lightly and had not used his full power to unleash the power of the blood hammer. Now, he was going to pour all of his yuan power into the blood hammer to utilize its ultimate power. At that time, the power of one strike would definitely be able to smash the turtle's shell, and then combine it with the earth flame gale to kill the demonic turtle. However, Yi Xiao had suffered a loss once and knew that the blood light released by the blood hammer could suppress his speed. Therefore, how could he possibly get hit again? The attack was launched in advance. Skills such as Void Shock, Void Assassination Technique, and Bone-Piercing Suction were released mindlessly. His yuan power was nearly unlimited, and with the addition of casting skills with no cooldown time, once cast, it was almost a frenzy. In the blink of an eye, Shi Yanfeng was struck dumb. This is fucking open. Shi Yanfeng was shocked and furious. Having lived for most of his life, he had never seen a demonic beast or a person that could continuously execute so many martial arts. Even if one had sufficient yuan power, their body would not be able to withstand it, right? But this demonic turtle, like a fucking machine arrow, didn't even have a gap to execute martial arts. Boom! Shi Yanfeng was sent flying, with a large wound on his chest from which blood spurted out. When he landed heavily, the blood hammer came out of his hand and fell to the side. Without the supply of yuan power, the blood hammer immediately dimmed, and the surrounding earth flame gale once again surged over. Not good. Shi Yanfeng's face changed drastically. Without the blood hammer, he would not be able to attract the earth flame gale. Once the earth flame wind surged over, he would surely die. Strongly enduring the severe pain, he grabbed the blood hammer and poured yuan power into it, stirring the blood light in the blood hammer. The earth flame winds that surged over were diverted away, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a killing intent appeared above his head. Shi Yanfeng, you brought this on yourself. Yi Jiu flashed to the top of Shi Yanfeng's head and clawed down. Shi Yanfeng had the shadow of death. Under the extreme crisis, he erupted with extraordinary strength. He rolled forward violently and flung the bloody hammer in his hand to the back of his head. Snort! Yi Jiu's claws slashed through the blood hammer, bursting into flames. However, the blood hammer was not able to protect the entire body. Pooh! The claw landed on Shi Yanfeng's back. A long bloody cut, from top to bottom, occupied the entire back. Ah! Shi Yanfeng almost fainted from the pain. He forced himself to roll forward, and that wound on his chest not only worsened, but even the bones within it broke a few. Coupled with that wound on his back, he was almost dying from his injuries. Yi Jiu didn't stop and once again executed the Void Assassination Technique. Don't kill me, please spare my life. Shi Yanfeng regretted it and shouted in terror. But Yi Jiu was never a guy who liked to pretend and talk nonsense before killing. The killing intent in his eyes was unwavering. The Void Assassination Technique fell towards Shi Yanfeng. Demon Turtle, you're forcing me. Shi Yanfeng felt the other party's harsh moves and knew that the other party really wanted him dead. He no longer hesitated, pouring all of his yuan power into the blood hammer, then ruthlessly smashing it on top of the ground in the nick of time. Rumble! The ground shattered. A large amount of earth flame gale, mixed with magma, rushed out from the shattered ground like a giant pillar in the sky. In an instant, the ground shook. Yi Jiu's killing move was just approaching Shi Yanfeng when he was directly shaken back by a guidous raging wind. The magma under this ground will be carried into the cultivation earth tower by the geomantic gale. Demon Turtle, I want you to die without a burial place. Unfinished, Yi Jiu's eyes changed. The other party would destroy the essence vein by doing this. This fellow was too crazy. Luckily, there is an essence vein underneath the Stone Rock Beast Mountain. If this place is destroyed, we can still go to the Stone Rock Beast Mountain to absorb the essence. But now is not the time to think about this. The priority was to kill Shi Yanfeng. Thinking about this, Yi Jiu's body moved and chased after Shi Yanfeng. However, the other party relied on the Bloodhammer's ability to draw away the Earth Flame Gale and specialized in flying towards the Earth Flame Gale, making it impossible for him to get close. Before long, Shi Yanfeng left the 7th floor. The power of the Earth Flame Gale has increased by more than 100 times. Yi Jiu had already felt a burning sensation in the turtle shell, and the power of the Earth Flame Gale here was still increasing. One couldn't stay here. One had to escape. Boom, boom, boom. The Earth Flame Gale carried the magma and entered the 7th layer, where the ground was filled with magma. Yi Jiu clenched his teeth and forcefully flew towards the 6th layer, but the Earth Flame Gale around him blocked him. Staying for one more second is one more second of danger. With this in mind, he quickly looked at the panel. Speed, 1/100. Defense, /100. Attack, 0/100. Experience points, 10. These 10 experience points were obtained from absorbing the essence veins here. Originally, it was to be kept for adding points to the feats, but at this critical moment, he couldn't keep it like this. Defense +10. The panel data changed. It was as follows. Speed, 1/100. Defense, /100. Attack, 0/100. Experience points, 0. Defense has reached the 3rd level of the Yuanwu realm. It's enough. Yi Jiu was going to strengthen his defense to withstand the damage from the Earth Flame Gale. Then, forcefully rush out of the 7th floor. After I rush out, I will kill you. Shi Yanfeng, He roared angrily and rushed into the earth flame gale, the other side, in order to kill you, sacrificing an essence vein and a cultivation earth tower. The price is so great that it almost destroyed the Shuriyen sect. Bruised and battered, Shi Yanfeng fled with his bloodhammer. As he spoke, his face was full of grimace. In his heart, there was undisguised remorse. If he had known that the demonic turtle was this powerful, the sinking rock beast king's essence vein, he shouldn't have unreasonably hijacked it. Otherwise, how could this calamity occur today? But remorse was remorse. The price had already been paid, and what was left besides remorse was only anger and hatred. When I go out and recover from my injuries, I will definitely set up the beast slaughtering alliance and kill all the demonic beasts in the sinking rock mountain range. He would abuse the demonic beasts as a way to vent his anger. Roar! A roar that seemed like a dragon but wasn't, came up from the 7th floor and fell into his ears. It's the roar of that demonic turtle. Did he not die? Shi Yanfeng was startled. His face turned even paler, and the speed of his escape accelerated by a few points. Roar! Another roar that seemed like a dragon but was not a dragon clearly reached his ears. Surprisingly, he came out alive. No, can't let him live, Shi Yanfeng said hideously. Accelerating, he flew out of the 6th floor. The 5th floor. He quickly left the cultivation earth tower. The demonic turtle is messing up the world and wreaking havoc on people's lives. It must be gotten rid of. I'm going to go to Liaofeng City and request for a strong person to step in and kill the demonic turtle. Outside of the sinking rock mountain range, there was a city named Loan City, a 4-star power. Its overall strength was strong and was formed by various families or organizations. Although, the Shuriyen sect was also a 4-star power, it was completely incapable of comparing to the Loxwen City. If they were to be compared, they could only say that the difference between the two was that one was an early 4-star power and the other was a peak 4-star power. Even the power of the demonic beast forest was only an early 4-star power. Shi Yanfeng was afraid that when the demon turtle came out, he would be the first to kill him, so he didn't dare to stay and went straight to Luofeng City. The treasure pavilion was ransacked, the essence vein and the cultivation ground tower were destroyed, and the Shuriyen sect existed in name only. Coupled with the deaths of his son and nephew, the Shuriyen sect had no value for him to retain. Thus, Shi Yanfeng basically abandoned the sect with this departure. The roots have been broken. There is no more Shuriyen sect in the world. All disciples and elders, go your separate ways. He still had some conscience and opened his mouth to remind the crowd as he flew away from the Shuriyen sect. The disciples and elders were in chaos. Rumble. The entire mountain shook, and magma even filled the mountainside. Underground magma has erupted. Quickly escape. If you don't escape, you'll die here. The disciple elders finally understood that the sect leader's intention, and no longer dared to delay, simply packing their bags and heading straight down the mountain. When the dark night enveloped the land, the sinking rock mountain range was plunged into darkness. The high mountain where the sinking rock sect was located was still red. That was the red light of magma. Now, the entire high mountain was filled with magma, and there was no longer a single living being inside. Within the jungle more than 10 miles away from the high mountain, Yi Jiu was lying on a weed like a rotten rock. The smell of meat wafted out from his body. I was almost swallowed by the lava, but I still survived, he muttered, his consciousness somewhat unclear. At this moment, his entire body was scorched black and smelled like it was being roasted. This was a serious injury, just one step away from death. In fact, he had the returning Ruin God realm, and was able to enter it to avoid being harmed. But doing so would only trap himself in the Ruined God realm. Magma filled every corner of the high mountain, especially the cultivation ground tower, which had become a magma hell. If one entered the Ruined Divine realm and came out facing magma, one would definitely die. If one wanted to live, the only way to escape was to come out. Even if one was severely injured, use Yuan power to recover from the injuries first. Yi Jiu didn't dare to delay because the map scanning hinted that there were 9th and 10th level demonic beasts infesting the surroundings. Now that he was seriously injured, he would not be able to deal with such demonic beasts on his own. Only by recovering from his injuries as soon as possible could he ensure his safety. A large amount of Yuan Qi surged into all parts of his body, containing his injuries and recovering from them. After fighting with Shi Buyu and Shi Yanfeng, and then escaping from life, there isn't much Yuan power left, so I need to replenish it. With this in mind, he operated his gong method, devouring the grass, trees, and soil around him and converting them into Yuan power within his body. This was the only way he could do so. If other cultivators were to run out of Yuan power, they could only absorb the essence of heaven and earth to replenish their Yuan power. System alert, a 10th weight demonic beast is rapidly approaching. Please pay attention to avoid it. There's a road to heaven that you don't take, and there's no door to hell that you barge in. Although you can't gain experience points for killing a 10th weight demonic beast, you'd better not mess with me. Yi Zhou's injuries had recovered a few points, and he was no longer afraid of the 10th weight demonic beasts. It's a roasted demonic turtle, ha ha ha. It's so cool to come and watch the Shuriyen sect get destroyed and have a free meal along the way. The 10th weight demonic beast rushed towards Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou cast the skill Jin killing. Ding! The host killed the 10th weight demonic beast. Mad blood pig. Rest a little longer and head to the sinking rock beast mountain. There was an essence vein there. He was going to absorb the essence chi, increase his experience points, and improve his strength overall. At dawn, Yi Zhou flew towards the sinking rock beast mountain. There were no obstacles along the way. When he arrived at the sinking rock beast mountain, he found that the disciples and elders of the Shuriyen sect were slaughtering the surrounding demonic beasts. These guys are pathetic. The great event of the sect being wiped out and the sect leader not knowing where he is. They are completely unaware of it and are still carrying out the sect leader's orders. Yi Zhou hated the Shuriyen sect. If it wasn't for these guys, he would have been lying on the essence vein, comfortably absorbing essence chi and rising experience points. It's time to kill. Or it's time to kill. He killed the gang of disciples and elders. Unfinished, after resolving the gang, Yi Zhou went straight to the underground of the sinking rock beast mountain. Map scanning alert. 1. 800 meters below. A small lower-grade sinking rock essence vein has appeared. I'm coming. Yi Zhou accelerated with excitement. The regret that had been silted up in his heart due to the destruction of the sinking rock sex essence vein quickly dispersed. Ding! A large amount of lower-grade sinking rock essence chi has been discovered. Is it absorbed? Absorb. Ding! Absorbing inferior sinking rock essence in. Looking at the experience points on the panel data, it was growing. He was satisfied. Soon it was daytime. The experience points rose to 7 points short of reaching the upper limit. Use it. After thinking carefully, there was no need to add feats for the time being, because Shuriyenfeng was still alive. Between him and Shuriyenfeng, a blood feud had been formed. The other party would most likely find someone to deal with him. Thus, he would have to raise his strength to prevent a disaster before it happened. Add 9 to speed, 4 to defense, and 10 to attack. In order to break through to the third level of the Yuanwu realm, the attack couldn't be held back any longer and had to be raised. At once. Speed, 1/100. Defense, /100. Attack, 0/100. Experience points, 0. Become. Speed, 0/100. Defense, 6/100. Attack, 0/100. Experience points, 0. Ding! The host's speed, defense, and attack have all reached 0 or more, allowing him to break through to the Yuanwu realm triple realm. Is it a breakthrough? Breakthrough! The Yuan power pool in his body once again expanded and became a triple Yuan power pool. Ding! Breakthrough realm successful. He became a Yuanwu realm triple demonic beast. Experience points are 0. The next thing to do is to absorb essence and accumulate experience points. With strength, Yi Zhou had a bottom line, and absorbing essence chi was much less troublesome. Absorbing essence chi and rising experience points takes time. I'll stop by to see how the data within the martial arts is doing. He had made a trip to the Shuriyen sect, fought a few battles, and his skills had been used multiple times, so his proficiency should have risen drastically. Intentions tapped into the martial arts item. Skill 1, Void Assassination 645/1000, proficiency increased to 1000, can be upgraded to Void Devouring? Skill, Void Shock 570 out of 1000, proficiency increased to 1000, can be upgraded to Indestructible Void Seal? Skill, Bone Piercing Suction 95 out of 100, increase proficiency to 500, can be upgraded to Abyssal Suction? Secret Art, Riot, within 1 minute, all abilities increase by 50%, cooldown, 3 days. There was an increase in proficiency in Void Assassination and Void Shock, but the main thing was Bone Piercing Suction. The Bone Piercing Suction didn't utilize much power in combat, but the proficiency is still increasing and will be upgraded soon. Yi Zhou decided to take a trip out later to upgrade the Bone Piercing Suction. Map scan alert, 2,100 meters above. A Yuanwu realm triple stage wild monster has appeared. Map scan alert, 2,100 meters above. 2 Yuanwu realm second weight wild monsters have appeared. System alert, a Yuanwu realm triple wild monster is rapidly approaching. Please pay attention to avoiding it. System alert, 2 Yuanwu realm second heavy wild monsters are rapidly approaching. Please pay attention to avoiding them. Yi Zhou smiled coldly, coming quite fast. Turtle son, I knew that you wouldn't stop. These wild monsters were mostly found by Shuriyenfeng to deal with him. I thought of this long ago and broke through my realm to the third level of the Yuanwu realm in advance. I'm not afraid even of those in the same realm. He had evolved twice, upgraded his skills many times, and had a secret art riot, so his strength was naturally not comparable to those in the same realm. Yi Zhou raised his head and looked at the tunnel at the top of the stone cave. Killing intense scattering everywhere. It's just the right time to borrow you guys and upgrade the bone-piercing suction to abyssal suction. Brush. A withered old man rushed out of the tunnel and hung at the top of the stone cave, his body radiating the aura of the third level of the Yuanwu realm. Shi Yanfeng was right. It really is an essence vein. The withered old man carelessly swept a glance at the demonic turtle on the essence vein, and his eyes then landed on the essence vein with fire. It was as if compared to the essence vein, the demonic turtle was simply inconsequential. Ha 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 ha, my Shui clan will have another essence vein. Shi Yanfeng has made a great achievement. The Snows family was the core force of Lofeng City, and with the addition of another essence vein this time, the Snows family would be given a strong opportunity to develop. With this in mind, he couldn't wait to rush towards the essence vein. Yi Jiu coldly shouted, "If your Shui family has an essence vein, don't come to fight me here, otherwise, I will throw you into the magma." Under the essence vein was magma. At these words, the withered old man suddenly paused. This beast is a bit troublesome, although it can be killed. If it affects the essence vein and causes it to fall into the magma, my Shui clan will lose a lot of money. He ignored the demonic turtle's warning and instead frowned and muttered to himself, not putting the demonic turtle in the slightest bit in his eyes, only believing that when he resolved the demonic turtle, it would affect the essence vein. Suddenly, the demonic turtle left the essence vein and flew towards him. He laughed out loud. Heaven has helped me. Luckily, this demonic turtle is a fool and flew towards me, so it's considered to have solved a big problem for me. With that, he blasted his right fist at the demonic turtle. Yi Jiu laughed. Not even using Yuan power? Seeing that fist approaching, void assassination technique. The void shook. Talent counterattack. Bone-piercing suction. A series of skills smashed over like a rainstorm. Rumble. Ah, my arm. The withered old man was sent flying. His entire right arm was smashed into mush, and there were several huge wounds in his chest, with bones faintly visible. In just an instant, it became a seriously injured and dying body. Pooh! The old man spat out blood and nearly fainted. It was only at this time that he remembered to use his Yuan power to protect his body. What the hell did you do earlier? It's only now that you're using Yuan power. You're pretending to be an asshole. Yi Zhao's body moved and killed the withered old man again. The withered old man's pupils shrank and he flew upwards in fear. Don't kill me, please. It was only at this time that he realized how terrifying the demonic turtle was. Even if he were to deal with it at full strength, he wouldn't necessarily be able to win. Not to mention now, when he was seriously injured and dying? I shouldn't have been so arrogant. I didn't even use my Yuan power when dealing with the demon turtle. I almost died. He was filled with remorse, but it was quickly drowned out by endless fear, because the demonic turtle chased him to his back. It was also at this moment that two Yuanwu realm second-level martial artists flew in from the tunnel above. Shui Yulong, Shi Yanfeng, save me, the withered old man shouted. Ding, the host has killed a Yuanwu realm third-level wild monster. Gained experience point 1. The old man's body was torn apart. He died on the spot, his blood spilling into the air. Shui Yulong and Shi Yanfeng, who had just flown out of the tunnel, changed their faces drastically. Elder Shui Linfeng, Shui Yulong uttered in horror. Not good. This demonic turtle has definitely broken through. Shi Yanfeng was well aware of the terrifying nature of the demonic turtle, which was why he had sought out the Shui clan elders to deal with it. Originally, with his conception, even if the demonic turtle came out alive, even if the demonic turtle was able to recover from its injuries, it would definitely not be able to fight against the Shui family elder who was at the third level of the Yuanwu realm. But he never expected that not only did the demonic turtle come out alive and recovered from his injuries, even his realm had reached the third level of the Yuanwu realm. Run! Shi Yanfeng turned around and fled. Unfinished business. Shui Yulong followed behind, not forgetting to let out some harsh words. You dared to kill my Shui family elder, demon turtle. You've caused a monstrous disaster. The Snow Clan will not let you go. Moving to threaten. What the hell is in your head, a shithole? You have to pretend to everyone you see? Yi Jiu chased after him. This guy probably didn't have any B numbers. Even a Yuanwu realm triple martial artist was killed. What was he? A mere Yuanwu realm second-level martial artist? Yi Jiu quickly closed the distance with the other party. Shit! Shui Yulong screamed in horror as he performed his stance and increased his speed, quickly overtaking Shi Yanfeng. Elder Shui Yulong, you and I will work together to block him. Shi Yanfeng was terrified. He had been seriously injured last night, and by today, he was only barely able to contain his injuries. As a result, his strength was weak and he couldn't fly fast at all, so he could only turn to Shui Yulong for help. Block that beast for me. Go to hell you. The snow jade dragon stomped on Shi Yanfeng's head, utilizing its strength to accelerate once again. Shi Yanfeng was blocked, and his charge dropped dramatically. No! He roared in despair. Using the essence vein to trade with the Shui family, Trying to kill me for revenge. Sure Yanfeng, would you have thought that you would have this day? Yi Jiu smiled grimly and outputted his full skill. Ding! Host killed a Yuanwu Realm 2nd level wild monster. Gain experience points. Sure Yanfeng was dead, and his body crashed down the tunnel, falling into the magma below. He scanned the panel data. Speed, 0/100. Defense, 6/100. Attack, 0/100. Experience points. Killed 2 wild monsters and gained a total of 1 experience point. Directly added for speed. Speed becomes. A mosquito is still meat. Snow Jade Dragon. You can't run away either. This time, the Snow Jade Dragon didn't dare to BB, and ran with all its strength, running with all its might. Yi Jiu's eyes were icy cold as he accelerated with his void assassination technique, and just as he was about to approach the ground, he finally caught up with the Snow Jade Dragon. A mere bastard. Wanting to catch up with me. Dream on. The Snow Jade Dragon spat out hostile chi, his face full of grimace. He was going to cast a secret technique and burn his yuan power to escape from this place. Yi Jiu let out a roar that seemed like a dragon's roar, and once again executed the void assassination technique to decimate the Snow Jade Dragon. However, Shui Yulong was a ruthless person, and as soon as the words came out of his mouth, he immediately cast a secret art and burned his yuan power. Only a booming sound could be heard as he flew out of the tunnel like a cannonball, straight to the ground. Snort! Yi Jiu's sharp claws cut deep marks on the stone walls of the tunnel. His skill was empty. The Snow Jade Dragon escaped. I'd like to see how long your secret technique can last. Yi Jiu was determined to kill his way through. Map scan alert, 2,100 meters above. A Yuanwu Realm 4th level wild monster has appeared. System alert, a Yuanwu Realm 4th level wild monster is rapidly approaching. Please pay attention to avoid it. He was shocked in his heart. Suddenly, a miserable scream came from the front. Elder Snow Dragon Peak, why did you kill me? I'm in the same Snows clan as you. Shui Yulong wailed and was silent again. Yi Jiu was stunned. What's going on here? I received Shui Yulong's transmission jade for help and learned that a mere beast in the district killed Shui Linfeng and Shi Yanfeng. Luckily, the family head was uneasy and asked me to secretly follow. Otherwise something would have really happened. Shui Longfeng, who had one eyebrow, exuded the aura of the 4th level of the Yuanwu realm as he slowly flew in. His ice-cold eyes looked at the demonic turtle, full of teasing and light teasing. Now that I helped you kill the Snow Jade Dragon, shouldn't you be grateful to me? With his hands behind his back, he measured the demon turtle with a lofty gaze. Yi Jiu's mind turned and sensed the other party's intentions, so he laughed coldly and said, "You're a person who enjoys robbing money halfway. I reckon that you have reached the realm you are in today by dastardly means." Shui Longfeng frowned slightly and said, "What exactly are you going to say?" Shui Longfeng, you sent assassins to overthrow the Shui family in Qingfeng town in order to kill and silence them and privately swallow the 3,000-year-old 7-leaf fruit. Now, you want to privately swallow the underground essence vein and transfer the deaths of Shui Yulong, Shui Linfeng, and Shi Yanfeng onto me. As soon as Yi Jiu's words came out, Shui Longfeng's eyes flashed with a cold light, releasing icy killing intent. How did you know about the 7-leaf fruit matter? Shui Longfeng coldly shouted, the killing intent on his body surging once again. The reason why he had killed Shui Yulong was for the purpose of privatizing the essence vein, but it wasn't a long-planned plan. It was an impromptu one. One of the main reasons was because the demonic turtle was too strong and had killed Shui Linfeng and Shi Yanfeng. This was what made him think of the evil idea of making a plan out of a plan. But how did the demon turtle know about the 7-leaf fruit? What do you care how I know? It's time to let me go now, right? After all, if I die, no one will take the blame for you. Yi Jiu sneered, killing intent rising in his heart. I can't let you go. Shui Longfeng originally wanted to let the demon turtle go, but the matter of the 7-leaf fruit, once it was rumored, would affect his competition for the position of family head. Therefore, the demonic turtle could not die, but it must not go, and must be controlled in his own hands. Red Yuan power emanated scorching heat from his body. His body moved like a fiery rainbow, scurrying towards the demon turtle. At the beginning, Yi Xiao did not intend to leave. The importance of the essence vein to him was higher than any other person or demonic beast, because he didn't have a bottleneck. As long as he absorbed it, he could gain experience points and thus become stronger. You have to stay here too. Yi Jiu shouted harshly and rushed towards Snow Dragon Peak without retreating. He wanted to leave the other party's life here. In this way, by the time the Snows clan reacted, he would have already relied on his essence chi and raised his strength to a great accomplishment. Seek death. Shui Longfeng was enraged by the demonic turtle's bold move, and with the power of his fist, he stirred up Red Yuan power, powerful to his full strength. Yi Jiu retracted his limbs and head into the turtle shell. Black Yuan power covered his entire body, and void shock was exerted. The fiery red fist was penetrated by the light black shock power and landed strongly on top of the turtle shell. Ding! The host triggers the talent. Counterattack. Boom! Snow Dragon Peak's fist was shaken away. The turtle shell, unharmed. You actually withstood my full force strike. Just as he finished his words, a shocking force spread through his arm, and blood seeped out of his skin. This demonic turtle. It's not simple nah. Yi Jiao retreated backward, pulling away from Snow Dragon Peak. His strength couldn't be judged by the same realm, not to mention his defense ability. The turtle shell is so hard, no wonder it has the nerve to fight me head-on. Shuelong Feng licked his lips, bloodlust in his eyes. But do you really think that, with a bastard shell, you can challenge me, Griffin? At the end of his words, he arrogantly shouted and killed the demonic turtle. Unfinished, brush. He transformed into a fire rainbow and approached the demonic turtle. Phew! A hot flame rose from Snow Dragon Fang's right arm, which contained a massive pressure. If you have the guts, block again. He unleashed his star-ranked lower-grade martial art, the Fire Refining Fist. Martial arts were the same as weapon grades, divided into Star Grade, Moon Grade, Heaven Grade, Supreme Grade, and God Grade. Yi Jiao smiled coldly. Since you said so, then you, Grandpa Turtle, will block one more time. With his limbs gripping the ground in a death grip, black Yuan Qi covered his entire body, and he shouted lowly in his head, Earth King Divine Seal. Host activates the Earth King Divine Seal. The power of the earth entered his body, causing a layer of pale yellow light to appear all over his body. Rock shock. A light black shocking force stirred out from the turtle shell and flew towards Snow Dragon Feng. Having suffered a loss once, Shuelong Feng didn't take it hard and flapped to the side, dodging the light black yuan power before killing the demonic turtle. An animal should be like an animal. I'm going to break your turtle shell. Fire Refining Fist, blasted on top of the turtle shell. Boom! Ding! Host triggers talent. Counterattack. Shuelong Feng's fist was once again shaken away, and another injury appeared on his hand. The turtle shell, on the other hand, was still unharmed. Can't break it? His face, very ugly. If you can't suppress the other party, how can you talk about controlling them? Turtle son, have the guts to come again. Yi Xiao sneered, his eyes filled with undisguised provocation. Shuelong Feng's face was gloomy as he said angrily, talented divine ability, very consuming of yuan power. I'd like to see how much yuan power you have to keep using the gifted divine power. He interpreted the pale yellow light on the demonic turtle's body as a talent divine ability, thinking that the fact that the demonic turtle was able to withstand a strike from his own martial arts was due to the talented divine ability. I'm sorry, my yuan power. It's endless. Yi Jiao snorted. Ridiculous fellow. Shuelong Feng said no more as his red yuan power covered his entire body, landing blow after blow on the turtle shell. Yi Lia shrunk his head and limbs into the turtle shell, letting the other party attack. Rumble. The sound of collision was constant. Turtle son, are you tired? You fucking hit dozens of times. Yi Xiao laughed from inside the turtle shell. Shuelong Feng was exhausted and panting, and when he heard the demonic turtle's laughter, his head smoldered in anger. As a Yuanwu realm 4th level powerhouse, not only could he not break the demon turtle's turtle shell, he couldn't even make the other party falter for a single point. This was disgraceful. As for his own hand, it was blood red and his injuries were aggravated. If it wasn't for the protection of yuan power, the hand would have been gone long ago. The turtle shell of the demonic turtle was able to counter the damage. However, the demonic turtle retracted into its shell, and he could only attack the shell. It was fucking crazy. Turtle son, it's my turn to strike at you now. Yi Xiao didn't want to wait any longer. He had to go absorb essence and was busy. With a movement of his limbs, he rushed towards Snow Dragon Peak, because his body was still touching the ground. The Earth King Divine Seal had been in the process of being activated. Strong defense is a unique advantage of your demon turtle, but to want to injure me on attack, aren't you too naive? Shuelong Feng rarely found a chance to fool around, and opened his mouth to sneer. He did not pull away, but faced the demonic turtle and made an attack stance. Yi Jiao smiled wistfully. Let's show you your turtle grandpa's infinite yuan power paired with machine gun skills. Approaching Snow Dragon Peak, Void Assassination Technique, Void Shock, Talent Counterattack, Earth King Divine Seal, Abyssal Suction. When he killed Shi Yanfeng, Assassination Suction had been upgraded to Abyssal Suction. A series of skills, under the output of yuan power, struck out like machine guns. Rumble. For a split second, Shuelong Feng was confused. Having lived most of his life, he had never seen martial arts used like this. Faced with such an intensive attack, one didn't even know how to defend or attack. As the saying goes, if you defend for a long time, you will lose your defense. Bang! He was sent flying, his body stained with blood. Old me doesn't have enough damage. quantity comes in. Yi Jiu chased after him with another swathe of skills. Snow Dragon Peak was suppressed by the firepower, completely unable to counterattack and could only passively defend. It was just that defense was barely of much use under the intensive attack. Enough! Snow Dragon Fong roared, and the yuan power on his body was strong for a moment. Enough, you paralyze! Yi Xiao just wanted to suppress him to death, so that he couldn't make any counterattacks. Machine gun-like skills, brainless output was done. Snow Dragon Peak was absent again and was beaten to flee everywhere. However, one of the opponent's martial arts had a huge suction force. Even if it couldn't suck him to the opponent's side, it could still affect his movements, making it a luxury for him to even flee. Hold on for a little longer. With his frequent use of martial arts, his yuan power will soon be depleted, and by then, when his martial arts are executed, their power will be reduced by several times. Shui Longfeng thought about this, gritting his teeth and holding on for dear life. As long as the opponent's yuan power was depleted, that was when he would launch his counterattack. Rumble. Skill after skill fell on him. As time passed, the red yuan power on his body gradually thinned. That was a sign that his own yuan power was almost depleted. How come it hasn't been depleted yet? Could he really have unlimited yuan power? The opponent's yuan power hadn't been depleted yet, and his own yuan power was about to bottom out. Shui Longfeng began to panic. He had managed to hold out until now without his injuries worsening, relying on his yuan power to protect his body. Once the yuan power disappeared, using his physical body to resist the opponent's attack was simply the same as committing suicide. No, even if I have to fight back with serious injuries, I have to fight back. He couldn't just sit back and wait for death. Immediately, he roared angrily, forcing himself to face the other party's attack head-on, executing the fire refining fist. Even the other star-grade lower-grade martial art, which he had yet to fully master, was struck out. Rumble. After hardening himself against a wave of the demonic turtle's attack, he managed to launch a counterattack and knocked the demonic turtle back. At this point, he finally had a chance to catch his breath. Only the cost was great. A large portion of his vital energy was once again consumed, and wounds of varying degrees appeared in various parts of his body, from which blood flowed out. Facing the other party's attack directly, even with yuan power protecting his body, he was unable to block all the damage. Do you still want to privately swallow the essence vein and frame me now? Yi Jiu smiled coldly and launched his attack again. He had to consume the other party even if he consumed them. Let the other party know how miserable a price he needed to pay for messing with him. Essence veins should be left for humans to absorb. You beasts don't deserve it. One mouthful of beasts. Do you really think that humans are noble? Yi Jiu's attack increased in ferocity. Snow Dragon Peak fought back, but it was already too late. His injuries were aggravated and his yuan power was at the bottom. So how could he fight Yi Jiu? After a wave of fierce sparring, he was shaken out and crashed through a large tree. Unfinished. You monster. Fear arose in Snow Dragon Peak's heart and he turned around to run. Not to mention killing the demonic turtle. He couldn't even shatter the turtle shell. Instead, the other party unleashed a wave of offense that was more fierce than the other, hitting him in such a way that he couldn't hold back at all. You don't want the essence vein anymore? Yi Jiu chased after him, wanting to keep the other party here. Don't be arrogant. I just don't have a star weapon with me. Otherwise you will die. Shui Longfeng no longer had any thoughts of trying to control the other party. If he couldn't even fight, how could he be qualified to control? However, even if he was beaten to death, he still had to show off with his mouth. If there were so many ifs and or else in this world, wouldn't you have to dominate the world? Yi Jiu sneered, infuriating Shui Longfeng to the point that his face turned green. Brush. Continuously casting the void assassination technique, he closed the distance with Shui Longfeng. The guy was severely injured and his speed dropped drastically. He could easily catch up to the other party by combining his skills to chase him down. If you dare to kill me, you are an enemy of the Snows clan. In the entire Lofeng city, my Snows clan is a dominant family. You can't afford to mess with it at all. Shui Longfeng was right in saying this. The main reason why Loxwen City was a 4-star peak power lay in the Snows clan. But, would Yi Xiu care? If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. And the same applies to me as a turtle. You wanted to rob me of my essence vein and wanted to control me. You should have expected this scene. He really didn't care. And after approaching Snow Dragon Peak, a whole bunch of skills were thrown over. No! Shui Longfeng wanted to dodge, but with his injuries, he couldn't dodge. He could only watch as his opponent's martial arts smashed over. Swoosh! A sharp air-breaking sound came. A green blade appeared and sent Shui Longfeng flying. The bunch of skills Yi Jiu had executed all fell short. His eyes changed slightly as he raised his head to look into the sky. The map scan did not send out a prompt, but there was an unfamiliar attack coming over. It could only mean that the person who launched the attack was beyond the range of the map scan. The visitor was very strong. Map scanning alert, 2,100 meters to the upper left. A Yuanwu Realm 6th level demonic beast has appeared. A Yuanwu Realm 2nd level demonic beast. System alert, a Yuanwu Realm 6th level demonic beast is rapidly approaching. Please pay attention to avoid it. System alert, a Yuanwu Realm 2nd level demonic beast is rapidly approaching. Please pay attention to avoid it. Yi Zhou looked to the upper left and a two-winged black panther flew down with the Sinking Rock Beast King following beside it. Sinking Rock Beast King. Killing intent erupted in his eyes. This fellow was a bane. Coming to take revenge on him so soon. Demon Turtle. You're dead. The Sinking Rock Beast King stared at the demonic turtle with a spiteful gaze. Yi Zhou's heart sank. That double-winged black panther was most likely a helper that the Sinking Rock Beast King had found. He felt that something big was going to happen. That biplane black panther swept its eyes at the demonic turtle and shook its head and snorted. The second strongest person of the Snow Wind City's clan, Shui Longfeng, was actually almost killed by a Wangbang. Shui Longfeng was struck by the green blade and felt his organs crack. It was good that he survived. Hearing the words of the two-winged black panther, he raised his head and said, Beast King of the Black Bone Forest, what do you want to do by saving me? Under the 10,000 Beast Mountain, there were 9 great Beast Kings. Each Beast King ruled an area. For example, the Earth Dragon ruled the Demon Beast Forest, the Sinking Rock Beast King ruled a part of the Sinking Rock Mountain Range, while the Two-Winged Black Panther ruled the Black Bone Forest. However, there was a huge difference in strength between the 9 Beast Kings, with some being strong and some being weak. The reason why this was the case was because there were some weak demonic beasts that were unwilling to follow the domination of the strong. They would basically run away to a remote place and become a free king of the mountain, and they would also be able to get the beautiful name of a Beast King. Of course, the two-winged black panther that ruled the Black Bone Forest was not a weak one, but a very strong Beast King. Shui Longfeng, as a strong member of the Snows clan, knew this very well. Of course I'm making a deal with you. The double-winged black panther landed on the ground, its eyes teasingly sizing up Shui Longfeng. Want me to make a deal with a demonic beast? Dream on. Shui Longfeng expressed disdain for this. Then you're on your own. Next, the demonic turtle is going to kill you, and I won't make any more moves to save you. The two-winged black panther smiled playfully. Shui Longfeng's face changed, once again remembering the existence of the demonic tortoise. That shadow of death just now. Just thinking about it made him extremely fearful. What kind of deal are you going to make with me? Shui Longfeng compromised. The demonic beasts of the Sinking Rock Beast Mountain and the demonic beast forest were all massacred by the demonic tortoise. And you, Shui Longfeng, are the representative of the humans who colluded with the demonic tortoise. The two-winged black panther recklessly sized up the demonic turtle. The words were spoken, slowly and clearly, with a 3-point playfulness and a 7-point smirk of playing with the lives and deaths of others. So it's to deal with the demon turtle. Then I'll agree to your deal. Shui Longfeng stood up, looking at the demon turtle with the same teasing gaze. Ha ha ha, bastard. You're dead. The Sinking Rock Beast King had waited for this day for a long time, blatantly framing me. Have you thought clearly about the consequences? Yi Zhou opened his mouth grimly. Sure enough, he was here to deal with him. The Beast King of the Black Bone Forest, a demonic beast at the 6th level of the Yuanwu realm. He couldn't fight it. Not only couldn't he fight it, it might even be a problem to escape. And the Essence Vein, too, could only be surrendered. But he wasn't a master who wouldn't fight back after taking a loss. This guy is so strong. He has a lot of men, right? There were also Essence Veins in the Black Bone Forest, right? In an instant, Yi Zhou's mind was filled with countless means of retaliating against the other party. The twin-winged black panther thought he heard a joke and was surprised. Did I hear it right? You're asking me to think about the consequences? The twin-winged black panther is not a weak one among the 9 great beast kings. Even Lofeng City, one of the 9 great counties, can't afford to mess with it. You, a bastard, are really naive. The Sinking Rock Beast King laughed. Shut up. If it wasn't for the fact that your mother, one of the rulers of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, ordered me to capture the demon turtle, do you think I would have come to clean up your mess? The two-winged black panther felt noisy and scolded the Sinking Rock Beast King. The Sinking Rock Beast King came to a screeching halt, not daring to say another word. He was only his mother's illegitimate son, and although he had inherited his natural aptitude, his status was low and he was not treated well by the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to the Sinking Rock Mountain range and occupied the mountain as the king. Yi Zhou's eyes rolled as he began to think of a way to escape from this place. Demon turtle, you are nothing in my eyes. I want to control your fate. It's just a matter of words. The twin-winged black panther radiated the 6th level of Yuanwu realm aura and pressed towards the demon turtle. When the Sinking Rock Beast King saw that the twin-winged black panther was about to make a move, he said to Shui Longfeng, why don't you get lost? Shui Longfeng dared to be angry and turned to leave. The matter of the demonic turtle colluding with you humans. You have to publicize it well. If the 10,000 Beasts Mountain can't hear about this, even if you return to Lofeng City, it will be hard for you to escape the Seat's pursuit. The two-winged Black Panther warned Shui Longfeng without looking back. The demonic turtle has a grudge against me, so I naturally want him to die as well. However, why do you need to make this move? Just directly strike to kill. Shui Longfeng hesitated and asked. Demonic beasts preach about the weak and the strong, but once we reach the Yuanwu realm and beyond, we have to follow the rules of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. We must not kill each other, and we must help each other to defend against the invasion of humans. The two-winged Black Panther smiled wryly. In fact, we humans also get along like this. Don't worry, I will publicize it well, so that you will have a reason to kill Yuanwu realm-level demonic turtles. Snow Dragon Peak departed. Unfinished. Your turn, little bastard. The two-winged Black Panther flew towards the demonic turtle. If I don't die today, if I kill my way into the Black Bone Forest in the next day, I will let you know the consequences of messing with me. Yi Jiu laughed maniacally and ran towards the underground tunnel entrance at the back. Ridiculous. The two-winged Black Panther spat out a green blade and swept it across towards the demonic turtle. Yi Jiu decisively used his secret art. Riot. Ding. Host uses Riot. Within 1 minute, all abilities are increased by 50%. Cooldown, 3 days. Ding. Riot 1 minute countdown begins. Bloodlight spread all over his body. A huge power that surged into all parts of his body. Brush. Yi Jiu's speed skyrocketed as he gently leapt and dodged away from the green blade. The two-winged Black Panther saw that the demonic turtle was able to dodge it, and immediately rushed up. Its speed was so fast that it came behind the demonic turtle, while opening its mouth and spitting out an orb condensed by green yuan power. Not good. Yi Jiu sensed the life and death crisis and let out a low roar, exploding his extreme speed, eventually rushing to the mouth of the underground tunnel before the attack of the two-winged Black Panther fell. He ran to the mouth of the underground tunnel and leapt down. Boom! The underground tunnel squeezed out a pile of dirt, blocking the entrance of the tunnel. Yi Jiu's charge had become so strong that he couldn't dodge at all and directly crashed on top of the mud. It's the sinking rock beast king's natural aptitude. He was enraged, and a sharp pain came from his turtle shell. The twin-winged Black Panther's attack had landed on the turtle shell. Yuan Power Coalescence, Earth King Divine Seal, Rock Shock. Yi Jiu couldn't think too much and made the strongest defense in a breath. Rumble. The green-colored light exploded on the turtle shell. A drilling pain spread from the turtle shell to the body. Ka-ching. The turtle shell shattered. The flesh was torn apart. Yi Jiu let out a muffled grunt as his consciousness almost disappeared, but he was forced to hold on again. Also at this moment, the dirt blocking the mouth of the underground tunnel was finally knocked away after his impact, and the shock of the two-winged Black Panther's attack. Must live. He roared silently, regardless of the injuries on his body, regardless of the obstacles around him. Charge. Charge down. With a movement of his limbs, he dragged his shattered turtle shell and blood, fleeing through the underground tunnel. Where can you escape to? The two-winged Black Panther charged into the underground tunnel, spitting out one green blade after another. Yi Jiu still had his senses, turning left and right as he rushed down, dodging away from one of the green blades. Enter the underground cracks. It's narrow there. The twin-winged Black Panther can't catch up. He searched for the cracks around the tunnel. Suddenly, there was a crack not far ahead. Rushing in. Void assassination technique. Brush. He borrowed the skill and rushed into the rift from the canal, then fled deeper. Ka-ching. Because of the forced squeeze into the crack, the already fragile and shattered turtle shell was once again torn apart. Ah! He couldn't help but cry out in pain. But it was also this pain that gave him a crazy urge to play hard to get. The more it hurt, the harder he pushed. Bang bang bang! The heavily injured Earth Dragon Turtle, in the midst of the narrow crack, rushed farther and farther, and finally jumped into the returning ruins divine realm. Safe. The two-winged Black Panther was shocked and furious when it saw the demonic turtle enter the crack, so it immediately rushed over, aimed at the crack, and spat out a green blade from its mouth. It was too large to enter the crack, so it could only let the attack enter the crack. Boom, boom, boom. The crack was narrow and uneven, easily blocking the green blades. None of them were able to touch the demonic turtle, and the demonic turtle disappeared after rushing to the deepest part. There is no demon that can escape under this seat's nose. The two-winged Black Panther was enraged. It turned around and returned. Returning to the ground, he ordered the sinking rock beast king, gather all the demonic beasts in the vicinity, flying, running, and burrowing, all of them, and search for the demonic turtle with all your might. The sinking rock beast king's pupils shrank. The demonic turtle escaped? Left alive in front of a double-winged Black Panther at the 6th level of the Yuanwu realm? Rubbish. Don't go yet. the twin-winged Black Panther let out a roar, waking up the Sinking Rock Beast King. Yes, the Sinking Rock Beast Mountain's demonic beasts were slaughtered, so they could only go further away to gather them. When the twin-winged Black Panther saw the Sinking Rock Beast King leave, it coldly said, "Aside from the matter of the demon turtle to be dealt with, those damned humans must be given a taste of pain as well." It let Snow Dragon Peak go, aiming to target the demonic turtle. However, the slaughter of the demonic beasts was something it had investigated before, and it was the humans who were behind it. As a member of the demonic beasts, or a powerful beast king of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, what it hated the most was humans, trespassing into the demon beast forest in Sinking Rock Beast Mountain, killing demonic beasts when you want to. You humans don't care at all about the pact you made with the 10,000 Beast Mountain back then. It grunted morosely and turned around to fly towards the underground of the Sinking Rock Beast Mountain. First, it would bring the essence vein to the Black Bone Forest. This was also one of the reasons why it would do its best to capture the demonic turtle. As for the demonic turtle, it was already seriously injured and had no absorbable essence to replenish its yuan power. With its own yuan power alone, it would not be able to recover from its injuries. It was enough to let the Sinking Rock Beast King deal with it. When we send the essence veins away, we will go back to start the beast tide and give humans a bloody lesson. Deep underground, Yi Jiu had already left the returning ruined divine realm and opened his mouth to devour the soil, running his gong method and turning it into yuan power. Quickly recover your injuries. The two-winged Black Panther couldn't have imagined that he didn't need to absorb the essence of heaven and earth if he wanted to get yuan power. It was only necessary to devour everything. A large amount of yuan power surged into his body, recovering the injuries on his body. The turtle shell is shattered, and a part of it isn't even there. Trying to restore it, even with a large amount of yuan power, it won't be able to heal in a short period of time. This was what made him the worst. The turtle shell had always been his strongest means of defense. Without the turtle shell, his own strength dropped by half. Twin-winged Black Panther, all the losses you caused me, I will take them back from you, one by one. Yi Jiu memorized this guy in his bones, and there was hatred in his eyes that couldn't be erased. He continued to devour yuan power to speed up the recovery of his injuries. Late night came. Other than the turtle shell part, the other injuries are basically healed. He exhaled and checked the panel data. There were no major changes. Intentionally tapping into the martial arts item, he checked the upgrade status of stabbing bone suction. Skill 1, Void Assassination 875/1000, proficiency increased to 1000, can be upgraded to Void Devouring. Skill, Void Shock 75 out of 1000, increase proficiency to 1000, can upgrade to Indestructible Void Seal. Skill, Abyssal Suction 65 out of 500, increase proficiency to 500, can upgrade to Jedi Suction. Secret Skill, Riot, within 1 minute, all abilities are increased by 50%. Cooldown, 3 days, currently on cooldown. Cannot use this secret skill. The proficiency of the 3 skills, all of which had increased substantially. With multiple battles, the proficiency of these skills has increased, and with the effects of the secret art Riot, the proficiency has increased exponentially. Originally, the proficiency couldn't be brushed this high because of the secret art Riot, causing the proficiency to increase exponentially. As a result, the 3 major skills were not far from being upgraded. Gotta find a place where I can upgrade my skills, like the Black Bone Forest. Yi Jiu coldly smiled, displaying the aura of an old envy. He was going to go to the Black Bone Forest and eat a wave of the twin-winged Black Panther's henchmen, and it would be even better if he could get treasures or essence veins. Continued. Before going, he would see if the essence vein was there. Although Yi Jiu guessed that the essence vein might have been taken away, he had to see it for himself before he died. There were map scanning hints that allowed him to determine whether the essence vein existed or not from a long distance away. Crawling carefully through the cracks, he soon approached the underground area of the sunken rock Beast Mountain. Where I currently am, I'm 1500 meters away from the essence vein, but the map scanning prompt wasn't triggered. Not being triggered meant that the essence vein wasn't there. Yi Jiu sighed, just like he expected. The essence vein was taken by the twin-winged Black Panther. Old me will go to the Black Bone Forest now. Go outside and find a few demonic beasts to ask where the Black Bone Forest is. Also, Sinking Rock Beast King, you'd better not be with the twin-winged Black Panther. Yi Jiu would not let the Sinking Rock Beast King go. He had to be hindered by it even when he drilled into the underground tunnels to escape from the twin-winged Black Panther's pursuit. Yi Xiao hated it to the bone. If he went to the ground and found the Sinking Rock Beast King alone, he would have to kill the other party. Approaching the ground. Map scanning alert. 2. 100 meters above. 10 8th level demonic beasts have appeared. Map scan alert. 2100 meters above. 15 7th grade demonic beasts have appeared. Map scanning. So many demonic beasts have appeared. Could it be that a beast tide has appeared? Yi Xiao had long thought that a beast tide would appear. It was only a matter of time. After all, personal grudges aside, the demonic beasts in the Demon Beast Forest and Sinking Rock Mountain Range were slaughtered by humans. This was intensifying the racial conflict. The demonic beast side would never let it go and would definitely launch a counterattack against the humans. Let's fight. Neither side is a good bird. He didn't have a good impression of either side. Map scan alert, 2,100 meters above. A Yuanwu realm second level demonic beast has appeared. A glint flashed in Yijio's eyes, and he said with bloodlust, a Yuanwu realm second level demonic beast. Wouldn't be the Sinking Rock Beast King, would it? Saying that, the speed of crawling towards the ground was faster. Just after showing his head on the ground, he heard a familiar voice. All act for me. Find the demon turtle. Don't startle it, and report to me immediately. That demonic turtle is seriously injured, without essence veins to absorb. His injuries cannot be healed. You guys can feel free to search boldly. As long as we find him, I will immediately rush over and kill him. The Sinking Rock Beast King stood on a huge rock and shouted. The surrounding demonic beasts received the order and went to search for the demonic turtle. When Yijio saw this, his killing intent skyrocketed in his heart. Sure enough, it was the Sinking Rock Beast King. At the same time, a trace of realization flashed in his eyes. So it wasn't a beast tide. It was merely the Sinking Rock Beast King gathering the demonic beasts and searching for him. I can't wait for you to find me, but now we have to see where the twin-winged Black Panther is. He did not act rashly and continued to observe. After the Sinking Rock Beast King gave his orders, he plopped down on the boulder and said indifferently, I hope I can get rid of the demonic turtle before the Black Panther Beast King unleashes a beast tide from the big back. As long as he solved the demonic turtle, he would be able to join the beast tide without any worries. So the two-winged Black Panther went to the big back to start the beast tide. Yijio climbed out of the ground and rushed towards the Sinking Rock Beast King. Demonic turtle, you still dare to come over, looking for death. The Sinking Rock Beast King rejoiced and killed the demonic turtle forcefully. You're the one looking for death. Yizhao's full skill output. In one glance, he seriously injured the Sinking Rock Beast King. You were injured so badly. How did you heal so quickly? The Sinking Rock Beast King fled in shock. Your turtle grandpa's condition is not something you can speculate on. Yijio must kill the Sinking Rock Beast King and chased after him with a bunch of skills again. Don't kill me. My mother is one of the rulers of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. And the Black Panther Beast King immediately rushed over with many Yuanwu realm henchmen. The Sinking Rock Beast King threatened the demonic turtle. Yijio's eyes lit up. Numerous Yuanwu realm henchmen. That's a huge wave of experience points. He was worried about how to go to the Black Bone Forest and shade a wave of the twin-winged Black Panther's henchmen. This just came to his door by itself. How could he stand by with his hands tied? Yeah, that's the Black Panther Beast King, followed by numerous Yuanwu realm demonic beasts. You can't kill me. The Sinking Rock Beast King thought that the demonic turtle was afraid and began to add fuel to the fire. Can't kill you? The 10,000 Beast Mountain is targeting me. So what's wrong with me killing you? Yi Xiao was too lazy to listen to its nonsense. His skill output went up and suppressed the Sinking Rock Beast King. This was the first revenge he had avenged. And the second one to be avenged was the twin-winged Black Panther. Next, we'll wait for the beast tide to start and then kill these Yuanwu realm demonic beasts. Since the twin-winged Black Panther was going to bring his men over, he would not go to the Black Bone Forest for the time being, and first go and shade a wave of the other party's men. After all, they were all experience points, so it would be a waste if they didn't brush them off. Yijio redug into the ground. While waiting, he expected that he would find a new essence vein, or a rare treasure. However, such thoughts were too extravagant. Around midnight, the underground shook slightly. It's coming. Yijio felt the shocking power of 1,000 armies galloping above the ground. It was the beast tide. The beast tide was coming. Two-winged Black Panther, you wait for Grandpa Turtle. Your good days are coming. Yijio approached towards the ground. At that moment, map scan prompt, 2,100 meters above. A large wave of triple demonic beasts has appeared. Map scan alert, 2,100 meters above. A large wave of fourth-weight demonic beasts have appeared. Map scanning. Batch after batch of uncountable demonic beasts pass through the map scanning function. This beast wave is not small, and it erupted from the early hours of the morning. I don't know how many people are going to die on the human side. Yijio shook his head inside. Map scan prompt, 2,100 meters above. A Yuanwu realm second level demonic beast has appeared. Ha, it's coming. There's a Yuanwu realm second level demonic beast. It must be the twin-winged Black Panther's henchman. He stopped waiting and chased after it, drilling out of the ground and hiding into the tide of beasts. As soon as he looked up, he saw a 5 or 6 meter tall demonic ape, flying through the air. Flying, the sign of the Yuanwu realm. That devil ape was the Yuanwu realm second level demonic beast that the map scan suggested. Make a move. Yi Zhou didn't let go of this opportunity and approached the demon ape from the ground. Just when he was only about 100 meters away from the demon ape. Void assassination technique. The void shook. Talent counterattack. Abyssal suction. A series of skills. Skillfully played machine gun style. Only a crackling rumble could be heard. And the demon ape was gone. Ding! The host has killed a Yuanwu realm 2nd level demonic beast. Gained experience points. Beast tide. Once unleashed, it was difficult to stop. Thousands and thousands of demonic beasts. Each and every one of them was charging forward without being able to help themselves. The demonic ape being killed in seconds caused a commotion. But it quickly subsided. Because the demonic beasts advanced, it was difficult to spread the effects of the demonic ape's death. Effectively, even the corpse of the demon ape, as soon as it landed on the ground, was trampled by a large number of demonic beasts and quickly became mush. Yilak lay on the back of a rhinoceros-type demonic beast and checked the panel data. Speed. Defense, 6/100. Attack, 0/100. Experience points, 1, unfinished. 1 experience point, to the current him, was smaller than mosquito meat. The days without essence veins were too sad. Shaking his head, he sighed and put the experience point first. Speed +1. Speed becomes 5 out of 100. Map scan alert, 2,100 meters to the left. 2 Yuanwu realm 1st level demonic beasts have appeared. There was another Yuanwu realm demonic beast that was swept by the map scan. Although there are no experience points for killing you guys, I just can't let the twin-winged Black Panther have a good time. Yilak carefully flew to the left. This time, led by the twin-winged Black Panther Beast King, we can definitely make the humans pay a heavy price. They broke the contract first. We can't be polite either. The 2 Yuanwu realm 1st level demonic beasts chatted as they flew. Steeply, a black shadow attacked from below. Before the 2 demonic beasts could react, they took a bunch of skill damage. Ding! Host killed 2 Yuanwu realm 1st level demonic beasts. Yi Zhou succeeded in his surprise attack and quickly jumped into the tide of beasts, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Next, he was in the middle of the beast tide, constantly searching for targets. Map scan alert, 2,100 meters behind. A Yuanwu realm 3rd level demonic beast has appeared. Yi Zhou's eyes lit up. Killing a demonic beast of the same realm will earn you 1 experience point. Go! Void assassination technique. The void trembles. Talent counterattack. Abyssal suction. Wave after wave of skills smashed up. After several rounds of fighting, the demonic beast was finally killed. Ding! The host has slain the Yuanwu realm triple stage demonic beast. The Red Plains Bull. Gained experience point 1. Cool. Speed +1. The panel data changed. It becomes as follows. Speed becomes 5 out of 100. Who is brutalizing their kind? There was an angry roar coming from the side. Yi Zhou revealed the trademark smile of an old Inbi and burrowed into the beast-tide army. Slaying demonic beasts of the same realm caused a large impact, and it was expected of him to be found on the trail, but he wasn't afraid. His own figure was small and flexible, so once there was danger, drilling into the beast tide would be the end of the matter. If even the tide of beasts couldn't shelter him, then he would hide in the returning ruined divine realm. The four-legged, two-armed bear that let out an angry roar saw a black shadow flashing into the beast tide and coldly said, "This matter can't be left alone. I have to inform the Black Panther Beast King." It turned around and flew towards the large rear, immediately informing the twin-winged Black Panther. There are kindred killing each other. Or at the Yuanwu realm level? The twin-winged Black Panther's face sank, its mind recalling the figure of the demonic tortoise. Ever since it led its men to launch the beast tide over, it hadn't seen the sinking rock beast king. It suspected that the sinking rock beast king had already died, and its murderer, most likely, was the demonic turtle. But it was only a suspicion, because it was certain that the demonic turtle had suffered extremely serious injuries. Its state was unable to kill the sinking rock beast king. But the strange thing is, in the midst of the beast tide, there are things like killing each other. This is impossible. It thought for a moment and asked, "Did you see clearly who the attacker was?" Only saw a rock-sized figure. It was very cautious. As soon as something went wrong, it drilled into the beast tide and ran away. What? A figure the size of a rock? The two-winged Black Panther was shocked and angry. The size of a demonic turtle was the size of a rock. Sure enough, it was a demonic turtle. Lord Beast King. What happened? The quadrupedal bipedal bear spoke apprehensively, afraid of angering the Beast King. "Demonic turtle, how dare you kill my men, trying to take revenge on me?" The two-winged Black Panther laughed back in anger. In decades, the demonic turtle was the first demonic beast that dared to provoke it. A mere demonic turtle. It also dared to punch it in the face. Ridiculous. Have all Yuanwu realm demonic beasts draw closer to each other. It was going to personally go over and sit down to see if this demonic turtle still dared to make a move. On the other side, Map scanning alert, 2,100 meters to the rear. 5 Yuanwu realm first level demonic beasts have appeared. Map scanning alert, 2,100 meters behind. 3 Yuanwu realm second level demonic beasts have appeared. Map scanning. Yi Jiao smiled coldly. Starting to hold a group for defense? Twin-winged Black Panther. Do you think that I really don't dare to make a move? With a movement of his limbs, he burrowed into the tide of beasts and rushed towards the back. Not a moment later, he saw a black rhinoceros of the first level of the Yuanwu realm, flying in the air. In the vicinity of this black rhinoceros, there was another Yuanwu realm first level demonic beast. The eyes swept across. Almost every 1,000 meters or so, there was a Yuanwu realm level demonic beast. They were indeed hugging and defending. Twin-winged Black Panther, just watch how I kill your men. He relied on his small size and flew low against the beast tide, slowly approaching the black rhinoceros. That black rhinoceros was also vigilant, constantly observing its surroundings. Suddenly, it sensed that something was wrong. Do it! Seeing this, Yi Jiao instantly arrived. A wave of skills, machine gun style, struck out. Rumble! Ah! The black rhinoceros screamed miserably and turned into a corpse, falling into the tide of beasts. It's a demonic turtle. The nearby Yuanwu realm demonic beasts also realized that something was wrong in an instant and immediately rushed towards the black rhinoceros. But it was too late. The black rhinoceros was still dead. There he is. A compound-eyed spider spewed out a spider web to stop the demonic turtle. At the same time, a bunch of Yuanwu realm demonic beasts killed over. Demonic turtle, seek death. The two-winged Black Panther charged like lightning, roared angrily, and killed the demonic turtle. Tortoise son, your grandfather can come and go whenever he wants. Yi Jiao laughed out loud and immediately zipped into the tide of beasts, then proceeded to take cover from the tide of beasts and entered the returning ruins divine realm. Boom! Several demonic beasts were killed by the two-winged Black Panther, while the demonic turtle was nowhere to be seen. It was here just now, and this is gone? The twin-winged Black Panther's face turned blue, feeling that it had been tricked. The rest of the Yuanwu realm demonic beasts surrounded this area, forcibly circling in open space in the beast tide. However, the demonic turtle was not there, still letting him escape. The four-legged double-armed bear frowned. Roar! A hissing sound came faintly from the very front. Lord Beast King. The beast tide entered the first human town, Qingfeng Town. There is a conflict with the humans. We have to go over immediately to guide the beast tide. A Yuanwu realm demonic beast stepped forward and reminded the twin-winged Black Panther. Instead, the twin-winged Black Panther roared lowly. Demon Turtle, do you really want to make an enemy of the demon race? The surrounding men didn't dare to make a sound to disturb. If Yi Jiao heard this, he would definitely open his mouth and spray. When did he want to make an enemy of the demon race? It wasn't because he was forced by you, this twin-winged Black Panther, and the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. All Yuanwu realm demonic beasts, move with me. The two-winged Black Panther violently turned around and flew towards the Qingfeng Town ahead. The crowd of demons immediately followed. Besides, Yi Jiao, after he entered the returning ruin divine realm, he entered a state of rest and did not think about going out. Wait for some time before going out. My skills have been upgraded. Let's see what's changed first. Checking the panel. His mind tapped into the martial arts. Skill 1, Void Devouring 0/5000, proficiency increased to 5000. Can be upgraded to Void Drawing Thunderstrike. Skill, Void Shock 985/1000, increase proficiency to 1000. Can be upgraded to Indestructible Void Seal. Skill, Abyssal Suction 495/500, increase proficiency to 500. Can be upgraded to Jedi Suction. Secret skill, Riot, within 1 minute. All abilities are increased by 50%. Cooldown, 3 days. Currently on cooldown. Cannot use this secret art. The first skill was upgraded to gain Void Devouring, and if it was upgraded again, it could be upgraded to Void Drawing Thunderstrike. Yi Jiao was looking forward to it. In addition, Void Shock and Abyssal Suction also need to be upgraded. Unfinished, when we go out later, we'll try the power of Void Devouring. He was a bit impatient, patiently waiting for more than an hour. It's almost time. Go out and take a look. Come back once there's danger. Yi Jiao went out from the returning ruins divine realm and didn't find a single Yuanwu realm demonic beast. Only endless demonic beasts rushing about. The scale of the beast tide is not ordinary. It's been more than an hour and the beast tide army is still so dense. He marveled slightly. Thud. There were sounds of battle coming from the very front. It's a battle at the Yuanwu realm level. It should be the twin-winged Black Panther's men. Ha ha! I'll eat you to death. He flew forward. Ding! Host leaves the sinking rock mountain range and enters Clear Wind Town. He arrived at Qingfeng Town. Just looking around, all of them were demonic beasts. Where was the original appearance? Map scan prompt, 2,100 meters ahead. A Yuanwu realm 3rd grade demonic beast has appeared. Map scanning alert, 2,100 meters ahead. 2 Yuanwu realm 2nd tier wild monsters have appeared. Demonic beasts and wild monsters. It was the demonic beasts fighting with the human side. Yi Jiao leaned over to take a closer look. It was 2 humans teaming up to attack a spider. 2 elders of the snow family. You guys are no match for me even if you join forces. The compound-eyed spider spewed out cobwebs and wrapped itself around the 2 people in front of it. Don't be wild. You demonic beasts are only worthy of being enslaved by us. The 2 elders of the snow family strongly counterattacked. For a while, Yuan power collided, stirring the 4 directions. But in the end, it was due to their lack of strength. The 2 elders of the snow family were suppressed and their bodies were stained with blood in many places. How bloody and violent it is to fight and kill all day long. I have to go and stop it. Yi Jiao stared wistfully at the battle above him and spoke in a reasonable manner. His body moved like a rat out of a hole. Brush. The earth dragon turtle killed the compound ice spider. The void devoured. Bang! The body of the compound ice spider. Strangely skewed. Long-range skill? Yi Jiao was stunned. And his follow-up skills were not even played out. There's a situation. Quickly strike. The 2 snow family elders, seeing that the compound ice spider appeared to be broken, immediately shot out. Seeing that the 2 sides did not discover themselves, Yi Degree folded back into the tide of beasts and looked at the battle above with interest. The compound-eyed spider resumed its action, unable to think much about the abnormality just now, and quickly responded to the attacks of the 2. A wave of fierce battle unfolded. Only, the compound-eyed spider had just revealed its flaws and was caught off guard by the 2, and was somewhat suppressed. Ha ha ha, compound-eyed spider. So what if you're at the 3rd level of the Yuanwu realm? Compared to us, what's it worth? The snow family elder, who had previously been suppressed, began to run rampant. He carried a long sword in his hand, Yuan Qi attached to it. With a vicious chop, it tore through the air and landed on the compound-eyed spider. It's only an animal after all. You and I are truly invincible when we cooperate. The other person laughed disdainfully. The long sword in his hand stirred up Yuan Qi and stabbed at the compound-eyed spider. 1 blade and 1 sword, hitting the vitals of the compound-eyed spider. These 2 are brain dead? This nigga is starting to act like a bully. Yi Jiao cursed, and void devouring was unleashed once again. But the target was the 2 elders of the snow family. Instantly, the swords and knives in the hands of the 2 elders went askew. What's going on? The 2 clearly felt that 1 blade and 1 sword were out of control. Die for me. The compound-eye spider was holding a breath, and at this moment, seeing the opportunity, he made a strong strike to decapitate the other 2. Let me make up for it. Seeing that the 2 men were seriously injured, Yi Degree immediately rushed forward with a wave of skill output, harvesting the lives of the 2 men. Ding! Host killed a Yuanwu realm 2nd level wild monster. Gain experience points. Ding! The host has killed a Yuanwu realm 2nd level wild monster. Gain experience points. 1 experience point arrived. So it's you who's behind this, demon turtle. The compound-eyed spider said in shock and anger. This demon turtle had appeared again. However, it didn't think to report on the twin-winged black panther. Instead, it wanted to kill the demonic turtle with its own strength and take the credit alone. It's you who messed up. Yi Jiao smiled eerily and killed the compound ice spider, thinking that just because I'm a little injured, I feel that I have a chance to take advantage of it. In the eyes of the compound ice spider, the demonic turtle would only run away and play underhanded tricks. It was timid and weak. Seeing the demonic turtle charging, its 8 limbs trampled over, while the spider's web came with Yuan power to entangle the demonic turtle. Even Snow Dragon Peak was beaten by me and begged for mercy. You are even more so. Yi Jiao's full skill output went up. Void devouring. Void shock. Talent counterattack. Abyssal suction. In a single shot, the compound ice spider was seriously injured. The compound ice spider was first confused for a moment, then looked at the demon turtle incredulously. This guy was so powerful. Why was he still obscenely shady? Not good. Escape. The compound ice spider reacted and fled towards the very front. It now knew it had to go to the twin-winged black panther. Also at this moment, Yi Jiao heard a system beep and said in surprise, all the skills have been upgraded. Scanning the panel data. Skill 1, Void Devouring 45/5000, proficiency increased to 5000. Can be upgraded to Void Drawing Thunder Strike. Skill, Indestructible Void Seal 0/5000, increase proficiency to 5000. Can be upgraded to Earth Diving Turtle Breath Seal. Skill, Jedi Suction 0 out of 1000, increase proficiency to 1000. Can be upgraded to Dragon Abyss Suction. All skills are refreshed. Much more powerful. Decapitating the compound ice spider was definitely a wave of skills that could kill it in seconds. Want to run? Can you run? Yi Jiao laughed morosely and cast Void Devouring and Jedi Suction on the compound ice spider that was going to be far away. In an instant, the compound-eyed spider's body was skewed, and then it was pulled back by the terrifying suction of the Jedi suction. Void devouring. What is devoured is the air around the target, leaving the target in a vacuum for a short while. He quickly discovered the strong point of void devouring. Any living being could not live without air, and once in a vacuum, its strength would be greatly reduced. Combined with the rest of the skills, they could easily be killed. Seeing the compound-eye spider being sucked over, Yijio heatedly smiled. It really suits me. Whoever messes with me in the future, I'll shade them to death. The compound-eye spider struggled desperately, but it was useless, so it couldn't help but feel fearful. If you kill me, the Black Panther Beast King won't let you go. It hasn't wanted to spare me for a long time. Do you think you can live? Yijio laughed coldly as multiple skills were cast out to suppress the compound-eye spider. I won't let you go even if I die. The compound-eyed spider learned that there was no hope of survival, and steeply hissed up to the sky, emitting sharp sound waves, trying to inform the twin-winged Black Panther. As you wish. Yijio harvested its life, turned around and mixed into the beast tide, disappearing in the blink of an eye. When the twin-winged Black Panther rushed over, it only saw the corpse of the compound-eyed spider, trampled into meat and mud by the crowd of demons, causing its body to tremble with anger. Unfinished, at this time, it remembered the words that the demonic turtle had warned it about. You made me think clearly about the consequences of messing with you, demon turtle. I'll tell you right now, in this seat's eyes, you'll always be an ant. It was impotent and furious, roaring out in rage. I will definitely crush you bastard with my own hands. The two-winged Black Panther eventually left with a gloomy face. The beast tide had invaded the human town, and there were human experts fighting back, so it had to go and block it. Yijio heard the voice of the twin-winged Black Panther from afar and snorted coldly. Still wanna pinch me to death? Let's see if I don't screw you over. Checking the panel data. Speed, 5 out of 100. Defense, 6 out of 100. Attack, 0 out of 100. Experience points. Kill a compound-eyed spider of the same realm and gain 1 experience point. Kill 2 snow family elders and gain a total of 1 experience point. Speed plus, defense plus 1. Speed becomes 5 out of 100. Defense became 7/100. Attack was unchanged. Yilak didn't consider attack for the time being. The lack of attack could be made up with skills. His full skills were upgraded and became more powerful. Those in the same realm would find it difficult to resist a wave of his full skill output. Instead, it was the defense aspect that was out of trouble. Although the defense has been enhanced, there is a small part of the turtle shell missing, and the rest of it has cracks, so it can't be risked to withstand a huge impact. He sighed helplessly. The turtle shell being injured affected him greatly. The previous beheadings were all of the same realm, or low realm demonic beasts, and they were all surprise attacks. As a result, there weren't many opportunities to use the turtle shell. To put it differently, there was not much threat to the turtle shell. However, once he encountered a fierce attack, he didn't dare to use the turtle shell to fend it off at all. If the current condition of the turtle shell were to withstand another attack from Snow Dragon Peak, he would definitely not be able to defend himself. Indestructible Void Seal, dedicated to defense, until the turtle shell recovers. Use this skill instead of the turtle shell. Of course, the injuries on the turtle shell could not be delayed. He thought about it, and there were only 2 ways to recover the turtle shell's injuries as quickly as possible: breakthrough or evolution. With these 2 methods, as long as one of them was achieved, one would be able to let the injuries heal along with the process of becoming stronger. If one could not break through or evolve, one could only slowly let the turtle shell heal itself. Only in today's situation, the turtle shell was not only broken, but also missing a small portion to completely heal itself. Without a few years, it is simply impossible. Just like growing bones, it wasn't something that could be accomplished in a short period of time. This time, it's considered a broken bone. Yijio's hatred for the twin-winged Black Panther increased a few more points. Hearing the sounds of battle coming from the front line from time to time, he said, the twin-winged Black Panther's men, they still need to be killed, but we can't kill them all. Otherwise the beast tide will not be able to stop the human counterattack. If he killed all of them, the beast tide would not be able to invade the humans, and the 2 sides would not be able to confront each other. And in that case, he would not be able to take advantage of the opportunity to go to the Black Bone Forest to reap the benefits. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed in his mind. Once the 2 sides confront each other, not only will I be able to go to the Black Bone Forest, I can also go to the city to reap the benefits. He had a way to efficiently obtain a large amount of experience points and then break through or evolve. Go to the big families in the city to get a fat wave. He had done this kind of thing quite a bit and had tasted the sweetness. Even though I have a grudge against the twin-winged Black Panther, it's too much of a waste of time and energy to go to the Black Bone Forest to look for treasures or veins right now. It would be better to make a trip to Lowen City nearby. When he was looking for the essence vein under the sinking rock beast mountain, it took him quite a bit of time. If he went to the Black Bone Forest, he would have to look for veins or treasures now, and the gain he would get would be too low. The city's lineage, on the other hand, wasn't hard to find, and once he went in, it was easy to find where the treasure was hidden. Plus, he had a map scanning function, so his search was efficient and he wasn't afraid of being discovered. Thinking about it, he made a decisive decision. Who can have a grudge against experience points? Let's go to the big families in Lowen City first. Well, let's go with the Snows family. But Yi Zhao's anger hadn't subsided yet, and he still had to kill a wave of the twin-winged Black Panther's henchmen before leaving again. There was no time to lose, so he acted immediately. He continued to charge forward. Along the way, figures of humans and demonic beasts sparring gradually appeared. The ground was covered with the corpses of both sides, and blood flowed in rivers. One side invaded, the other resisted. Humans, if you restrain yourselves and don't wantonly slaughter the demonic beasts, how could the demonic beasts possibly retaliate against you? He didn't feel that the demonic beasts were at fault. From the very beginning, it was the humans who were slaughtering the demonic beasts. Now that the beast tide had appeared, it was the humans who had caused it. Map scanning alert, 2,100 meters ahead. A Yuanwu realm 3rd grade demonic beast has appeared. Map scanning alert, 2,100 meters ahead. A Yuanwu realm 3rd tier wild monster has appeared. There were high-level demonic beasts and humans sparring ahead. Yi Jiao flew over to check it out. Humans, you slaughtered the demonic beasts and unilaterally broke the contract. Today's evil consequence is something you brought upon yourselves. The four-legged, two-armed bear exuded Yuanwu realm triple aura and shook back a human martial artist of the same realm with one punch. Demonic beasts cannot be compared to humans. There are so many of you, so if we kill them, we are also reducing the burden for you. This human martial artist, his entire body releasing ice blue yuan power, spoke with a cold face. Lowen City's Ning clan's family head, you'll have to pay the price for what you said. The four-legged, two-armed bear was enraged and roared as it killed. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Yi Jiao wanted to try his skills again, so he hid and searched for a time to strike. Also at this moment, there were violent yuan power fluctuations coming down from high up in the sky. His eyes changed. This yuan power fluctuation, it's at least up to the 5th or 6th level of the Yuanwu realm. It should be the twin-winged Black Panther fighting the strongest on the human side. Raising his head to look, it was dark and gloomy. The map scanning function wasn't triggered, indicating that the battlefield above was far more than 2,100 meters from the ground. That's good. By the time I kill them, even if you rush over, it'll be too late. Yi Jiao smiled coldly as his gaze fell on the four-legged two-armed bear and the Ning family head. Suddenly, he found the opportunity to strike. Void devouring. The four-legged, two-armed bear was just about to bite off the opponent's head in one bite when its body inexplicably lurched, somewhat out of its own control. Seeing the opportunity, the Ning family lord counterattacked, striking the quadrupedal bipedal bear's head with a palm strike. The four-legged double-armed bear screamed miserably, and just as it tried to make a move, the other party's icy yuan power froze it. Die! The Ning family lord stepped forward with a punch to end the life of the four-legged bipedal bear. At that exact moment, the air around him suddenly disappeared, and the movements of his entire body became frivolous and powerless, out of his control. The attack was blocked. The four-legged, two-armed bear gained a moment of respite, quickly shattering the frozen ice and bracing itself against its injuries as it smashed its arms against the Ning family lord's head. The Ning family lord's face changed, and when he was about to cast a secret art to force his body under control, his body happened to return to normal. To return to normal at this time, wasn't he going to let him play with the other party? Who the hell is this messing with things? To be continued. Thinking like this, but in the face of the deadly attack of the four-limbed, two-armed bear, he didn't dare to slack off. At this perilous moment in the nick of time, the Ning family master condensed a large amount of ice blue yuan power in front of his chest, ready to block the opponent's attack even at the risk of serious injury. A loud bang spread out. The Ning family lord was smashed out, his body stained with blood. The four-legged, two-armed bear took advantage of the victory and roared after him. Who's causing trouble? Come out here. It also realized that something was wrong, but it still didn't forget to kill the Ning family lord. Yi Jiao felt the thief's fucking irritation, and when he saw that the Ning family head was trying to escape from his serious injuries, he immediately performed the Jedi suction, pulling the Ning family head with him. Grass! The Ning family lord nearly collapsed, opening his mouth to curse. The suction clearly didn't want him to leave. That guy who was secretly messing with him wanted to screw him over. However, in the eyes of the four-legged, two-armed bear, it was thought that the Ning family lord was just struggling in the air, wanting to escape further away. But because of his injuries, He really couldn't fly fast enough. This was a good opportunity. When I kill the Ning family lord, I'll pull you out. The four-legged, two-armed bear beast roared and pounced on the Ning family lord. Someone is secretly messing with me. I'm being sucked in. Don't come over. Be careful of being trapped. The Ning family lord defended himself loudly in desperation, hoping that the four-legged double-armed bear would stop. What's the harm in having someone messing around in the shadows if I can kill you? The four-legged, two-armed bear laughed hideously as its claws clawed through the Ning family lord's chest, causing him to scream in pain and his strength to drop rapidly. Bastard, I want you to die. The Ning family lord was in so much pain that he lost his mind, and his eyes flashed red as he was about to counterattack. It was just that his injuries were compounded by his weakened strength, so even if he launched a counterattack against the four-legged, two-armed bear, he wouldn't pose much of a threat, unless the other party stood still and let him fight. The four-legged two-armed bear snorted, "You're the one who's going to die." Just as soon as the words were finished, it couldn't laugh anymore. Its body began to flick and became out of its control. That guy who was secretly messing around was doing something weird again. Don't let me catch you. The four-legged, two-armed bear struggled, slapping at the Ning family lord's head, ready to end the other party's life. A suction force, however, sucked and tugged at the beast's palm, blocking it from striking the Ning family lord. Coincidentally, the Ning family lord returned to normal, and like a ferocious beast, both fists blasted at it. What the hell? That guy in the dark. He's sincerely messing with things, to make them kill each other. You and I will each take a step back, stop fighting, and first uncover the guy who's messing things up. The four-legged, two-armed bear was affected, unable to return the favor against the Ning family lord, and was a bit flustered in his heart. Drafting, I'll kill you. The Ning family master had long since lost his mind, not caring if the guy who was secretly messing things up would pit himself, and seeing that the quadrupedal bipedal bear was unable to return fire, he immediately killed it. The four-legged double-armed bear's intestines were green with remorse. He should have listened to the Ning family lord's advice in the beginning and stopped in time. Rumble. The Ning family lord executed a martial art and struck it. The four-legged, two-armed bear was also seriously injured. Yi Jiao, who was secretly observing, decisively rushed out when he saw that both sides were seriously injured. It's you, demonic turtle. The four-legged bipedal bear's pupils shrunk, then let out a long whistle and called to the two-winged Black Panther beast king high up in the sky. Yi Xiao didn't dare to delay, and a wave of skills smashed up. Skills that had been leveled up were difficult to resist in the same realm, let alone a heavily injured person in the same realm. When the skills fell, the four-legged two-armed bear and the Ning family master were killed. 2 experience points arrived. Also at this moment, the roar of the two-winged Black Panther came from the sky above. Demon turtle, don't even think about escaping. Sun thief, see you again sometime. Yi Jiao laughed out loud and drilled into the beast tied below. Fleeing to the left, the two-winged Black Panther erupted with a mouthful of green blades, rippling through multiple demonic beasts but failing to retain the demonic turtle. Black Panther, if you want to strike at those of lower realms, first pass us. A human powerhouse from above chased down and blocked the twin-winged Black Panther. The double-winged Black Panther was about to explode with anger, and it couldn't chase after them even if it wanted to. This time, it was truly angered by the demonic turtle and a trace of remorse arose in its heart. Yi Jiao knew that the twin-winged Black Panther would be stopped, so when he fled, he didn't choose to escape into the returning ruined divine realm. Kill a few more of the twin-winged Black Panther's henchmen, brush up on some experience points, and then go to Loan City. His heart was free, and with the aid of map scanning and skills, he killed a few demonic beasts before dawn before heading to Loxwin City. There was no flying along the way, but instead, he went over the mountains in a low-key manner. Yi Jiao thought about the previous killing process and couldn't help but heave a smile. It's exciting and safe to brush experience points like this. It also saves the turtle shell from the danger of breaking again. Checking the panel data. Speed, 5/100. Defense, 7/100. Attack, 0/100. Experience points, 5. Defense plus, attack plus. Defense becomes 40/100. Attack becomes /100. He wanted to add it all to defense, but having suffered losses before, he didn't dare to ignore attack, so he added experience points to attack as well. Seeing the data going up, his motivation increased. Breakthrough as soon as possible, and the injuries on my turtle shell will follow. The matter of adding points to the feats could only be forced to be put on hold to raise the realm. It was just a pity that the 19 experience points on the feats, if all of them were added to speed, defense and attack, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. It's just that things are unpredictable. When he first added points to the feat technique, he didn't even think that the twin-winged Black Panther would come out to block it and take away the essence vein, but he didn't regret it. Adding points to the Gong method was to plan for the long term. Even if he didn't add them now, he would still need to add them in the future. The sky gradually brightened, and a huge city vaguely appeared in front of him. Host has arrived at the Loan City Zone. Do you scan the new map? Scanning. Ding. New map scanning begins. Ding. Scanning information loaded 10%. 0%. 0%. Ding. Information loading 100%. A lot of new information appeared in Yijio's brain. Loan City, one of the 9 major county cities in Yuanwu country, reached the level of a 4-star peak power, on par with the 9 Beast King powers of the 10,000 Beast Mountain. And the core power of Loan City was mainly composed of 3 parties. These 3 parties were the Snow family, the Ning family, and the City Lord's Mansion. In addition to the 3 parties, there were dozens of families or organizations, all of which were not weak. The Snow family is the leader, with the family head's strength at the 5th level of the Yuanwu realm, and the Ning family is tied with the City Lord's Mansion, with all of their strongest people at the 4th level of the Yuanwu realm. The Ning family head that Yijio had beheaded in the early hours of the morning was at the 3rd level of the Yuanwu realm, and was not the strongest person in the Ning family. The Ning family's oldest ancestor was, however, in detail, all 3 families were not to be messed with. There are many reasons for this. 1. He was a demonic beast, not a human. 2. It was the time of the beast tide, and the conflict between demonic beasts and humans was very sharp. 3. The turtle shell was injured and did not dare to respond to the attack of a Yuanwu realm 4th leveler. He needed to enter the city in a low profile. There's still some time before the beast tide reaches Lofeng City, so let's sneak into the city first to scout for news. If he wanted to reap a wave of fat meat in Lofeng City, he first needed to know how the situation was inside the city. If the forces within the city were attracted by the beast tide, he would have a chance to eat fat meat and earn experience points. Coming to the entrance of the city gates were tightly closed and there were a large number of patrolling martial artists on the city walls. It was very difficult to enter the city. While he was fretting, a system beep sounded. Map scan alert, 2,100 meters to the right. A Yuanwu realm 4th level wild monster has appeared. Yijio climbed to the right and his eyes lit up. It's Snow Dragon Peak. This guy didn't properly recuperate from his injuries. He came here. Ha! Xueling Luo was captured by him. Authors off topic. This author's new book 1877. Not bad. If you like, please collect more. Unfinished. The little girl's eyes were tightly closed, not knowing whether she was alive or dead. Shui Longfeng carried her towards the dense forest outside the city. Shui Longfeng, you still dare to come out? Let's see if I don't kill you. Yi Jiao followed, wanting to settle old scores with new ones. Deep in the jungle, Shui Longfeng slapped Xueling Luo's face and said sternly, "Your eldest uncle is out fending off the beast tide. No one can protect you this time." Said, how did the demonic turtle know about the 7-leaf fruit? The matter of the 7-leaf fruit, only the Snow family in Qingfeng town knew about it, but the Snow family was destroyed, leaving only Xueling Luo alive. With just a little girl, it was impossible to sit on the fact that he had swallowed the 7-leaf fruit, which was why he had let Xueling Luo live until today. Yesterday, he went to the Sinking Rock Beast Mountain and accidentally discovered that a demonic turtle also knew about the 7-leaf fruit, so he couldn't sit still. Even a demonic turtle knew about this matter. How many other demons or people knew about it? No matter which one of them spread the word, coupled with Xueling Luo as a witness, the matter of the 7-leaf fruit would definitely ruin his reputation. At that time, the family head position could not be contested, and the people in the family would still have to look at him with strange eyes. This was something he could not endure. Thus, Xueling Luo had to die today. Xueling Luo was slapped to the ground and vomited out a mouthful of blood when she woke up. The pain caused her to quickly wake up, and a glance around her revealed what was going on. Shui Longfeng, finally, was going to make a move against herself, but she wasn't afraid. Instead, she looked at Shui Longfeng in a very rigid manner. This was the guy who had sent people to exterminate his entire family, snatched the 7-leaf fruit and wouldn't stop, and now he was blatantly coercing himself. This guy, no, he was simply not human. You human-faced beast. Xueling Luo knew that she might die, so she also gave up. Shui Longfeng sneered. Quite the backbone. Will I remove your hands so that you can honestly answer my question? With that, he reached out to tear Xueling Luo's hands off raw. Just before his hands passed, a suction force pulled him backward. Steeply, a crisis arose from the bottom of his heart. Someone was nearby. Give me out. The moment he turned around and bellowed, his voice ended abruptly. It was the demon, a demonic turtle, right in front of himself. How are you still alive? Weren't you suppressed by the twin-winged Black Panther? Snow Dragon Peak backed up in horror. He couldn't beat the demonic turtle when he wasn't injured, and even more so when he had injuries on his body. Not to mention that the two were so close to each other. Shui Longfeng, one day's absence is like 3 autumns. Yi Jiao let out a fierce laugh, not giving the opponent a chance to counterattack. A wave of full skill output went up. Rumble. With just a wave of full skills, the opponent was half dead and fell to the ground wailing. Don't kill me, I can give you whatever you want. Snow Dragon Peak begged for mercy on the ground, the desire for life in his eyes. He has precious storage rings on him. There are many treasures inside. Xueling Luo suddenly shouted, expecting the domineering and cold demonic turtle to be the same little turtle he knew. Yi Zhao's killing intent skyrocketed. Another wave of full skills went up, putting a complete end to Snow Dragon Peak. In fact, without this little girl saying much, he would also kill Snow Dragon Peak. If there is a grudge, it will be avenged. It had always been Yi Zhu's style of doing things. Ding! Host killed a Yuanwu Realm 4th level wild monster. Gain experience points. Only one experience point isn't enough. The treasure in that storage ring is enough for me to devour. The treasures in that storage ring are enough for me to devour. Yi Xiao scoured the Snow Dragon Peak. There was really a ring on his hand. He went up and took it off. Ding! A spatial class ring has occurred to the host. Is it opened? Open. The space class ring has dripped blood to recognize the host and is being forced to open 1%, 5%, 10%, 0%. Ding! Forced opening of space class ring. As soon as the system beep sounded, his mind entered a modest space that was stacked with all sorts of miscellaneous items and treasures. Ha 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 ha. Getting rich. There are so many treasures. Yi Jiao transferred all the treasures inside the ring and began to devour them in one big gulp. Ding! Host takes one plant of 1,300-year-old white jade bamboo, gaining experience point 1. Ding! Host takes 1,200-year-old white smoke fruit, gaining experience points. Ding! The host takes 1,000-year-old ginseng. Ding! The host takes 1,400-year-old glazed beet and gains experience points. Ding! The host takes. Sensei didn't care about the size of the year. Just eat and be done with it. In no time, he finished eating all the treasures. Checking the panel data. Speed, 5/100. Defense, 40/100. Attack/100. Experience points, 17. Being able to gain 17 experience points from Snow Dragon Peak was a big profit. I can't get stuck in the realm this time. I have to break through, otherwise my turtle shell won't heal. He made a snap decision and added 5 to his speed, 8 to his attack, and the remaining 4 experience points, all of which were added to his defense. The panel data changed. It was as follows. Speed, 40/100. Defense, 44/100. Attack, 40/100. Experience points, 0. Ding! The host's speed, defense, and attack have all reached 40 or more, allowing him to break through to the 4th level of the Yuanwu realm. Is it a breakthrough? Breakthrough! The pool of Yuan power in the body expanded to the 4th level. The parts of the turtle shell that had chips and cracks healed themselves as the body became stronger. Ding! Breakthrough realm successful. Yi Jiao was elated. Breaking through to the 4th level of the Yuanwu realm. All the injuries were gone and the turtle shell was intact. So, are you little turtle? A puzzled and soft voice came from the side. Don't call me little turtle. Can't you see that I'm not the same as before? If Yi Jiao had a face, it would definitely be blackened. Xueling Luo swept her eyes over Xue Longfang's corpse and said with complex emotions, so you really are little turtle. You helped me avenge my death. Little turtle, how should I repay you? If you really want to help me, then tell me where the treasures of the Snow family are. Yi Lak smiled deeply. When the Xue family was destroyed and the Snow's family didn't care, Xueling Luo must have been chilled to the bone. Now that she was also almost killed by Xue Longfeng, she most likely did not have good feelings towards the Snow's family. Yi Xiao believed that Xueling Luo would agree, and even if she didn't, she wouldn't harm him. Xueling Luo didn't overreact, but calmly nodded. Uncle told me that half of the treasures of the Snow's family were forcibly robbed and scavenged, and were not allowed to see the light, so it's just right for you to go and take them. I see that your situation in the Snow's family is not good. If you want to leave, I will send you to a place that is safe and no one bullies you. Yi Xiao still had gratitude for the girl who had once gifted him a large amount of treasures, not to mention that now, this girl was going to help herself. The Snow's family has never been my home. When little turtle gets his hands on me, take me away with you. Xueling Luo said softly. The people here chilled her heart, and she wanted to go to a faraway place to live again. No problem, we'll enter the city now. Yi Jiao wanted to treasure as soon as possible and brush up on a large number of experience points. Only Xueling Luo reacted calmly and looked at him with a look that was 3 parts confusion, 3 parts pain and 4 parts exhaustion. Little turtle, it's so hard to be a human. I want to become a demon just like you. Unfinished. Yi Jiao secretly sighed. This girl was a poor person. Her whole family was wiped out and she was the only one left, and after going to the Snow's family, she might still have to face bullying. The most desperate thing was that every day, she still had to watch the murderer, Shui Longfeng, get away with calling the shots in the Snow's family. Now it was even more so that Shui Longfeng had been kidnapped outside the city and forced to endure threats and killings. A 13 or 14-year-old girl, in less than a month, had experienced the ugliness and viciousness of human nature all over again. If he were to replace himself, he would have long since blackened out. He could understand Shui Lingluo's thoughts of becoming a demon. Little turtle. I'm just kidding. I know there's a secret passage to enter the city. Shui Lingluo forced a smile on her pale face and stood up to walk outside. Yi Jiao shook his head and followed. Instead of approaching towards the city gates, they used the cover of the jungle to head to a remote city wall. There was a small hole here. There's a small hole underneath this remote city wall. Inside is a row of thatched huts that I accidentally discovered. Shui Lingluo said and climbed over. Yi Jiao's map scan had no hints that there was no danger, so he climbed in with Shui Lingluo. Next, one person and one demon carefully traveled through the city. I heard through the grapevine that there is a family in Qingfeng town that went crazy and slaughtered all the demonic beasts in the demon beast forest. Isn't this looking for death? There's also the Stone Rock sect in the Sinking Rock Mountain range. I heard that the disciples and elders within the sect slaughtered the demonic beasts, and in the end, they were overrun by the demonic beasts instead. This is retribution. Those demonic beasts are all inhumane animals. What good does it do to mess with them? All the major families and organizations in the city have already dispatched their manpower to defend against the invasion of the beast tide. Last night, the city lord's mansion asked for help. I believe it won't take long for martial artists from other cities to support them. Don't worry too much. Many people were talking, causing everyone to be at risk and the atmosphere to drop to freezing point. Because of this, no one would care about others at this time. Even a little girl, covering a rock-sized object with her own clothes, looked very strange. Little turtle, we're already at the snow mansion. I'll put you by the wall. Jump over and I'll catch you. Don't go in first. Wait a little longer. Yi Jiao opened his mouth to stop. Wait for what? Wait for the beast tide. In the afternoon, the earth trembled, and the distant sky raised dust. A beast's roar gradually reached the middle of Lofeng City, and all hearts sank. Beast tide. It was coming. Open the grand formation. All Yuanwu realm martial artists. Follow me. A person flew up from the city wall. That was the family head of the Snows clan, Shui Chentian, a Yuanwu realm 5th level martial artist, and the #1 strongest person in Luofeng City. As soon as he flew up, the Yuan martial realm martial artists behind him rose into the air. When the crowd saw this scene, comforting emotions arose in their hearts. Yi Jiao was also, he, finally no danger. Little girl, I'll take you over into the snow mansion, and you take me to the place where the treasures are stored. Aha! With Shui Lingluo agreeing, Yi Jiao quietly entered, avoiding the people inside the mansion with the hints from the map scan, all the way to the snow mansion's warehouse. You hurry up and go in. I'll help you with the wind. Shui Lingluo seemed like it was the first time she had done this kind of thing. Her little face was taut. Yi Jiao looked at it and wanted to laugh. You were already living in the snow mansion. What else are you afraid of? Hurry up and leave the snow mansion while everyone's attention is on the beast tide now, and I'll also take you out of the city later. Little Turtle is more capable than me. I'll listen to Little Turtle. Shui Lingluo panicked and ran outside the mansion. Seeing this, Yi Jiao wanted to break into the warehouse, but he was unexpectedly blocked by a layer of formations. It seemed that there was still a big difference between the families in the town and the families in the city. The same warehouse, one without a formation and one with a formation. I already knew this would happen, but it's hard to defeat me. Yi Xiao. He took a bite on the formation and ran his gong method. Ancient God Heaven swallowing scripture, devouring everything in heaven and earth and turning it into Yuan power. He was going to devour the formation. After breaking through to the 4th level of the Yuanwu realm, the Yuan power pool expanded, and the Yuan power inside wasn't stored to the fullest, so it was just the right time to devour the formation here. Turn it into Yuan power, and store it to fill up the Yuan power pool. After sucking for more than half an hour, the formation disappeared. Ha 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 hiccup, I'm coming. Jumbo. Yi Jiao bit out a large hole in the warehouse door, burrowed in, and threw all the treasures he saw into the ruined god realm. When all the treasures on the surface of the warehouse were scavenged, he wasn't satisfied and went straight to the secret room inside. The secret room was protected by a formation. Yi Jiao said it was a piece of cake. Just open his mouth and devour it. Halfway through the devouring, the system beep sounded unexpectedly. Map scan alert, 2,100 meters behind. A Yuanwu realm 5th level wild monster has appeared. System alert, a Yuanwu realm 5th level wild monster is rapidly approaching. Please pay attention to avoid it. Yi Jiao was shocked in his heart. The only Yuanwu realm 5th level martial artist in Loan City should have led the crowd of martial artists to defend against the beast tide. How did he come back again? But Yi Jiao didn't panic. After becoming a Yuanwu Realm 4th level demonic beast and recovering from his injuries, his overall strength wasn't weaker than that of a Yuanwu Realm 5th level martial artist. It was even slightly better. It was just that now that he was in a human city, once he was exposed he would easily be besieged. And at that time, even if he was killed, it was not impossible. He wasn't a master who liked to pretend. Since the number one strongest person in Luofeng City had returned, it was better to hide first. Turning around, he crawled towards the recessed corner. It was just that the comber was much faster than he thought. Creak! The door was pushed open, and a handsome youth wearing a white robe that looked like a scholar walked in. Yi Jiao stood opposite to this handsome youth. One person and one demon. Both froze for a moment. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Demonic beast? Snow Chen Tian? One person and one demon spoke in unison. With this conversation, all of them missed the bottom. So it's a thief. One person and one demon spoke in unison again. Only the tone of their voices were a bit more unkind. There's a hole in the door. You searched a lot of treasures inside, right? Hand them all over to me. The handsome youth smiled sinisterly and stepped closer to the demonic turtle, his body emitting purple yuan power, within which there was a hidden sound of thunder and lightning roaring. Yi Jiao similarly walked towards the handsome youth. We're all on the same path, so you should understand a truth called first come first served. Demon turtle, this is a human city. You dare to say that you are hanging out with me on the same path? Let's not talk about this. There's a truth you should understand. It's called the weak are the strongest. The handsome youth struck the demonic turtle with a palm. Thrust la. Purple yuan power coalesced in the center of his palm, emitting a thunderous sound as it struck the shell of the demonic turtle. Yi Jiao shrunk his head and limbs into the turtle shell. Black yuan power covered it, and sealed the shell opening. Ding! Host talent triggered. Counterattack. With a loud bang, the handsome youth was shaken back and looked at his slightly oozing palm. His face changed slightly. You see? I'm not weak, of course. If you still want to fight me, I don't mind slaughtering you. Yi Jiao stuck out his head and coldly said. When the handsome youth heard this, his face gradually turned gloomy, and the eyes that looked at the demonic turtle had annoyance and killing intent. I only used 50% of my strength just now. If you don't want to die, you should honestly hand over the treasures you searched. Since you said so, then don't be. Just do it and be done with it. Grumpy dragon turtle. Meat and fuck. Unfinished. This person wanted to rob him of his treasures. It was no less than fighting him to the death. In addition, he still had to obtain the treasures within the secret room, so it was naturally impossible for him to leave this place. The other party insisted on blocking it, so a fight was inevitable. Are you sure? The handsome youth calmed down instead, and a few moments of teasing surfaced in his eyes. Yi Jiao didn't dare to be careless. He had long since seen that this person was extraordinary. Not long after the previous map scanning prompt, the other party arrived here, giving him no time to even hide. It was evident that the strength was so strong that it was by no means comparable to an ordinary Yuanwu Realm 5th level martial artist. But was he not one to be messed with? The realm had broken through to the 4th level of the Yuanwu realm. The turtle shell defense was perverted. The skills were all upgraded. He possessed nearly unlimited yuan power, and his attack style was very strong. Against this person, Yi Jiao thought that he had a chance of winning. Just don't pretend to be contemptuous in the beginning. You're so full of crap. Yi Jiao's impatient words enraged the handsome youth. Good guts. The handsome youth laughed back in anger. The purple yuan power on his body skyrocketed. A layer of thunder and lightning power exploded in the yuan power, making him as imposing as a transcendent powerhouse who walked out from the thunder and lightning. A piercing law of thunderstorm sound spread out. The handsome youth scurried towards the demonic turtle as if it was lightning. Yi Xiao knew that the other party's speed was terrifying, and he himself was unable to dodge. But fortunately his own defense was perverted, so he didn't think of dodging. Indestructible Void Seal. Launching the defensive skill, a gray light flashed out from the turtle shell, and then merged into the turtle shell, forming a gray indestructible turtle mark. At the same time, black yuan power covered the entire body once again, and the defense power rubbed up. A rumbling sound of lightning striking the earth exploded. A large amount of purple lightning covered the turtle shell of the demonic turtle. You're not dead yet. The handsome youth laughed, but the next moment, his face changed drastically. The turtle shell was unharmed, yet there was a counterattacking force that struck again. Another rumbling sound rang out. That counterattacking force shook him back, and a drilling pain came from his arm. Fixing his eyes, his entire arm was cracked and blood kept flowing out. Why are you so hard? He had never seen such a strange demonic beast before. I'm still durable. Yi Xiao's limbs moved and attacked the handsome youth. The handsome youth sneered at this. If you want to touch me, you'd better go back and cultivate for another few decades. He was just about to dodge away, when a huge suction pulled him in, startling him, and he struggled hard. And just as he was about to break free, his body was suddenly lethargic and powerless, not under his control. This time, he couldn't run away even if he wanted to. Isn't it cool? Yijio smiled morosely and directly crashed into the handsome youth. Ding! Host talent triggered. Counterattack. The handsome youth stifled a grunt and suffered a huge impact while also having to endure a shock of counterattack power. Damn! This demonic turtle was too perverse. Not to mention crashing over by itself, the turtle shell could still release the power of counterattack. That is, the demon turtle himself rushed over, and he has nothing to do with it. Why should he take 2 damage? A wave of skills went up, and the effect was outstanding. One more wave. Yijio pulled away. Void devouring and Jedi suction trapped the handsome young man, then opened the undying void seal and charged up. I didn't expect to have to make me use my full strength in such a small place. The handsome youth couldn't possibly be stupid enough to eat the damage. And with a low shout, the purple lightning on his body condensed into a purple armor. With just one forceful movement, he forcefully controlled his body, and the suction force's impact on him was drastically reduced. With a boom, the demonic turtle crashed into him. Another force of impact, plus the force of the counterattack, doubly attacked his entire body. However, they were all dissolved by the purple armor, while the purple armor stirred up lightning and shook back the demonic turtle. So numb, Yijio spat out a mouthful of blood, scornfully looking at the purple-clothed armor on the handsome youth, and did not dare to act rashly for a while. I thought you were invincible in defense. It turns out that you can be injured as well. The handsome youth snorted and clenched his right hand into a fist, about to perform a martial art and forcefully decapitate the demonic turtle. Since you're using your full strength, I can't be hiding either. Yijio unleashed the Earth King Divine Seal, and earth power surged into his body, causing a layer of light yellow light to appear on the surface of his body. At once, the Black Yuan Power, Undying Void Seal, and Earth King Divine Seal multiply covered the already hard turtle shell. Grass, I'm not going to fight. The handsome youth's body trembled, and he put down his right hand in anger, personally experiencing the rich earth power on the demonic turtle's body. His defense power was increased several times, and he had the urge to curse. This fucking defense was already perverted enough. To hurt the demon turtle also have to use full force, this time, and then a wave of earth power to strengthen the defense. Not to mention whether it can hurt the demon turtle. That is, he will also be shocked out of the internal injuries. Want to hurt me? Or go back to repair a few more decades? Yi Xiao was a cautious person, and returned the handsome youth's words that mocked him. The handsome youth almost suffocated his internal injuries from these words. He wanted to retort, but when he thought about it, what the other party said really had a few reasons. But he wasn't a lord who suffered. Sneering coldly, neither of us can do anything about it, but don't forget your own identity. If you don't want to be found out, be honest with me. You're not a good thing either. We all can't see the light, so don't talk about those useless things. Yijio didn't bother to pay attention to the other party and turned around to fly towards the secret room. The handsome youth was so angry that his face turned black. Several times he wanted to kill up, but thinking of the other party's perverted defense, he let it go. I'm not going to talk to a demonic beast like you. I'll endure. There's a defense outside the secret room. I'll see how you break it. With this in mind, he walked towards the outside of the secret room to look at the demonic turtle with a watchful eye. Yijio didn't want to expose his heaven-defying devouring ability for the time being, so he said to the handsome young man, "You and I will join forces to break the formation, and half of what's inside will be for one person." He couldn't help the other party, and the other party didn't intend to leave, and obviously wanted a piece of the pie as well, so it could only be split in half. Fortunately, he had taken away most of the treasures in the warehouse before, or else the treasures in the secret room. He really couldn't afford to share them out. Dream on, the handsome youth snorted. That's fine, you don't want to get what's inside either. Yijio was still on the line. Anyway, everyone was not allowed to see the light. If outsiders came, they would die together. Of course, he had the Ruin God realm. If he really encountered a crisis, then he would hide in the Ruin God realm, just to devour the treasures thrown inside. The handsome young man sank, seeing the demon turtle with a second-rate gangster look. His mind turned sharply. This bastard's defense is perverted. If he encounters an attack from the martial artists here, he really won't die. But if I expose my own identity, the impact will be great. And if the demon turtle doesn't leave, even if I break the formation, the other party will forcefully break into the secret room. Thinking about this, it was even harder for him. Damn, letting this guy have his way again. Count on you to be ruthless. Half a point is half a point. The handsome youth really wanted to stomp on the shell of the demonic turtle. What's the name? Yi Liao asked unkindly. Yi Luo, what do you call yourself again? The handsome youth didn't have the good sense to say. Yi Zhu. Yi Liao was disgusting, even taking advantage of his name. Unfinished, you shouldn't have a name. Calling you a Wangbang is considered taking advantage of you. Yi Luo was disgusted. This demon turtle was too damn underhanded and shameless. Yi Luo casually called him whatever he wanted. Anyway, everyone didn't say their real names. Next, one person and one demon defended each other, discussed for a while and started to break the formation. Yi Luo took the formation disc to break the formation. Yi Xiao was on the side of the strong attack. Not a moment later, with a slight ringing sound, the formation was broken and the door to the secret room was within reach. Bastard! Stay here honestly. Yi Luo struck out a purple yuan power and slammed into the demonic turtle before breaking into the secret room door. Yi Luo resisted this purple yuan power hard, and although it didn't hurt him, it hindered him. Seeing Yi Luo enter to search, he was that angry. You are unkind, then don't blame me for being unrighteous. Rushing into the secret room, he directly struck Void Devouring and Jedi Suction at Yi Luo, and it was the uninterrupted kind. Yi Luo had just picked up a precious plant of extremely high vintage when he was restricted in place and moved very slowly, but he also reacted in time, immediately condensing his purple armor and forcibly controlling his body. Just with such a delay, the demonic turtle had already scavenged a large portion of it, infuriating him to the point where his face turned green. Shit, spit it out for me. He struck the demonic turtle with a shot of purple yuan power, but his hands were constantly scavenging the remaining treasures. Yi Jiao had the turtle shell against him and didn't panic in the slightest, quickly throwing whatever treasures he saw into the ruined divine realm. At the same time, he did not forget to release the Void Devouring and Jedi Suction, even if it was not very useful, but it was a little bit of restricting the other party. One person and one demon attacked each other, trying their best to disgust each other while quickly scavenging for treasures. Before long, the secret room was swept empty. Sun thief, bye-bye. Yi Liao got what he thought of and drew away. Although a part of it was gotten by Yi Luo, it was still within his reach. Yi Luo, on the other hand, examined the treasures he had scavenged, and when he saw that the demonic turtle was about to leave, his heart was set on stopping him, when suddenly his expression changed, and he said excitedly, "There really is a heavenly Dan fragment here. Ha 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 ha, it's not in vain that I've spent years searching for it." His ultimate goal was the heavenly Dan fragment, not stealing treasures. Therefore, after obtaining what he wanted, there was no thought of intercepting the demonic turtle. But after being stopped by the demonic turtle before and after being disgusted, it was difficult for him to swallow this bad breath. Dead bastard, I'm not on the same path as you. I, Yi Cheng Tian, will not let you escape peacefully. Leave me something. His real name was Yi Cheng Tian, and after saying this, he immediately flew above the warehouse and delivered a thunderstorm at the warehouse. Although the destructive power of the thunderstorm was small, it was so loud that the entire snow mansion would be startled. Rumble! Purple thunder exploded, resounding through the snow mansion. You're just waiting to be hunted down, dead bastard. Yi Chengtian snorted coldly and fled outwards like lightning. He was confident that with his speed, he could quickly leave the snow mansion and blend into the crowd, and since the demon turtle wasn't fast, it would definitely be discovered by the people of the snow mansion, thus being chased and killed, and as a demon beast, he didn't know how many people would want to kill him. Just as he moved, a suction force pulled him in and his body became frivolous and weak. Grass, it's a demonic turtle. His face changed drastically, completely not expecting the other party to still dare to stay here, and even more so, he didn't expect the other party to also gave birth to the idea of pitting him. Something happened in the warehouse. Quickly go over and take a look. There's someone above the warehouse. Someone is stealing the treasures in the warehouse. Quickly intercept him. There were several Shui family martial artists at the Yuanwu realm who rushed towards Yi Chengtian with a heavy murderous aura. The Shui family had a large number of martial artists who had gone out to fend off the beast tide, but still left a few Yuan realm martial artists to sit in the Shui mansion. Demon turtle, I'll remember you. Yi Chengtian shouted angrily. His purple armor covered his entire body, and with a rush with all his strength, he forced himself to break free from the demonic turtle's means and flew towards the outside of the city. Don't even think about leaving. He's too fast. I'm going to inform the family head. Can't let him escape. A large portion of the Snow family martial artists chased after him, leaving a small portion. One went to notify the family head, and the rest checked the situation of the warehouse. Those few martial artists who checked the warehouse were stunned to the ground as soon as they entered the warehouse. Something big has happened. There is nothing inside the warehouse. That youth who released the purple yuan power has stolen all the treasures in the warehouse. All of them. Quickly, make sure to notify the family head, and at the same time, notify the other forces to join forces and hunt down that youth. We can't let him escape. Great roars spread out from the warehouse. Yi Jiao, who was hiding in the shadows, smiled sinisterly, trying to play me. Let's see if I won't play you to death. He had a map scanning function to avoid danger, so he didn't go the first time, wanting to pit Yi Luo, and the other party had the same idea, only to steal the chicken and be pitted back at him. Seeing the snow mansion's chickens flying, he didn't dare to stay for long. This place would soon become a place of wrongdoing. If he still stayed here, even if he wasn't discovered now, he would be exposed later. So many treasures. Not only will I be able to upgrade, I'll also be able to get the qualification for partial evolution. Ha 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 ha. Take it right after leaving the city. Yi Jiu moved his limbs and utilized the map scan's evasion function to quietly leave the Shui family and head straight for the thatched cottage. Map scan alert, 2,400 meters ahead. A fourth-weight wild monster has appeared. A fourth-weight wild monster was a human at the 4th level of the spirit martial realm. Xueling Luo was of this realm. This girl was smart enough to come here in advance to hide. Only in the next moment, the system beep sounded again. Map scanning alert, 2,400 meters ahead. 2 Yuanwu realm 2nd level demonic beasts have appeared. Map scanning alert, 2,400 meters ahead. A Yuanwu realm 3rd level demonic beast has appeared. Yi Jiu's eyes changed. The beast tide had reached the level of a siege? If it was a siege, then the small hole under the remote city wall would definitely be discovered. Also at this moment, a scream came from the thatched hut. Not good. Yi Jiu accelerated and rushed into the thatched hut. There's a little human girl here. Eat her. Ha ha, those black rats have made a great achievement, discovering a hole here in advance. When the city is besieged later, the hole will be of great use. Then I'll go back immediately and report to the twin-winged Black Panther Beast King, asking it to change its attack plan immediately. Just as he entered, he heard the sound of several demonic beasts talking. Fixing their eyes again, 3 demonic beasts. One flew away towards the outside of the cave, while the other 2 had to lay their hands on Xueling Luo. Another wave of experience points. Yi Jiu executed Void Devouring and Jedi Suction to decapitate these 2 demonic beasts. As for the one that ran away, he could no longer catch up. There was no need for him to chase after it. He would leave Lothang City later. The one that ran away would have no effect on him. Little girl, before the demonic beasts surround the city, I'll send you to the neighboring city. Yi Jiu crawled towards the cave entrance. Xueling Luo followed in shock. Map scan alert, 2,400 meters to the rear. 2 Yuanwu realm 5th level wild monsters have appeared. System alert, 2 Yuanwu realm 5th level wild monsters are rapidly approaching. Please pay attention to dodging. As soon as the system prompt sounded, Yi Jiu heard a whistling sound coming from behind. Turning his head to look, a ball of red yuan power smashed the thatched hut and landed on Xueling Luo. P.S. Tell you guys a secret. Xueling Luo is a very key character in the back. It has something to do with the returning ruins Divine Realmio, to be continued. Boom! The thatched hut shattered. The hole within it was filled with flames. Yi Jiu rushed into the flames, but it was too late. Xueling Luo looked at him morosely and said softly and weakly, "Little turtle, I seem to be dying. I can in my next life be able to become a demon." Demon? You won't die. Yi Jiu devoured the flames, but before he could finish sucking, Xueling Luo closed his eyes. Daring to hang out with demonic beasts, Xueling Luo, you've come to the end of the line. An angry shout came from above. Yi Jiu looked up. It was a middle-aged man releasing red yuan power, exuding an aura of the 5th level of the yuan martial realm. It was clearly the Snow family's head, the #1 powerhouse of Loxwen City, Snow Chuntian. When this person saw the demonic turtle looking over, he immediately said indifferently, "If I hadn't been chasing the thieves, you beast would have been killed by me long ago." After saying this, he went straight to the young man on the side who was emitting purple yuan power. He chased the young man emitting purple yuan power to this point, and by chance, from the broken hole in the thatched hut, he saw Xueling Luo and the demon turtle, which was why he casually blasted them with a single blow. What he didn't expect was that the demon turtle was a bit strong, but he wasn't killed. He could only say that he was lucky. The young man who emitted purple yuan power was none other than Yi Chengtian. When he glanced at the demonic turtle in the flames, as well as the corpse next to it, he sneered at Shui Chengtian. "Do you know what consequences there are for messing with a ferocious beast?" The words were followed by a loud laugh, and he left like lightning. Shui Chengtian took a look around. There was only one demonic beast here, and it was that King 8. A mere kingbird. How can you call it a ferocious beast? He smiled disdainfully and continued to chase after it. Yi Jiu took Xueling Luo's corpse into the ruined god realm. It was a pity that within the ruined divine realm, it was impossible to bring in a living being other than himself. Otherwise, with a shake of his head and no more thoughts, he raised his head with red eyes and muttered to himself, the experience points that flew over. How can I let them go with my eyes open? Black yuan chi filled the whole body. The black and gold turtle shell looked even more dark and cold. Raising his head to the sky, he let out a ferocious beast roar that resembled a dragon or a turtle. With a boom, he transformed into a black stream of light and killed Shueqintian. Shueqintian's heart was chilled and his body was creeped out as he subconsciously turned around with a sword. Clang! That sword landed on the turtle shell, striking sparks. Looking at Shueqintian, who was close at hand, the earth dragon turtle roared and killed. Wave after wave of skills hit Shueqintian. A few shots passed, and Shueqintian was covered in blood, his face filled with terror. At this moment, he finally understood why that youth, who was emitting purple yuan power, had ridiculed himself. This demonic turtle in front of him was more ferocious than a ferocious beast. Quickly come over to help me and kill the demonic turtle here. Shueqintian called out to the martial artists who had come over for support. Yi Jiu was not afraid, so he stared at Shueqintian to kill him. Half a moment later, covered in wounds, he leapt up from Shueqintian's corpse and flew outside the city. Behind him was a crowd of Yuan martial realm martial artists chasing after him. Suffering from the attacks of many martial artists, even the hardest turtle shell could not withstand it. If it wasn't for the abundant Yuan power that continuously recovered from his injuries while giving him continuous combat power, he would have only planted himself here today. Next time, we can't be so reckless. Hurry up and fly out from the city wall. After he had vented a bit, the anger in his chest subsided for the most part, and his brain also calmed down. After breaking through strongly all the way, except for the group of Yuan martial realm martial artists behind him who didn't dare to touch him hard, the straggling soldiers on the city wall couldn't stop him at all. Quickly flying out from the city wall, he swept his eyes at the dense wave of beasts on the earth and turned to fly in another direction. Map scan alert, 2,400 meters behind. A Yuanwu Realm 6th level demonic beast has appeared. System alert, a Yuanwu Realm 6th level demonic beast is rapidly approaching. Please pay attention to avoid it. Hearing the alert tone, Yi Xiu's face was expressionless. Only his speed became faster, but he couldn't be faster than a Yuanwu Realm 6th level demonic beast, not to mention the injuries on his body. Demon Turtle, you are very good. Disintegrating the human forces from the inside, and also killing Shueqintian, an important person, giving me the ability to invade Lofeng City. The two-winged Black Panther flew over, the tone of his mouth carrying sneers and killing intent. Yi Jiu twisted his head and squealed. Son of a dog, you want to kill me? Son of a bitch? The two-winged Black Panther laughed back in anger. Know why I didn't make a move outside? Because I knew that you were killing Shueqintian, and now that your mission is complete, you deserve to die as well. As for the great merit of invading Lofeng City, you won't have a chance to get it. It opened its mouth and spat out a green blade, decapitating the demonic turtle. Yi Jiu's body sank and fell sharply towards the earth, dodging the green blade. It's impossible to let you escape this time. You'll honestly be a traitor who colludes with humans and slaughters demonic beasts. It wanted the demonic turtle to suffer the scorn of the demons and the hatred of the humans even after its death. Seeing that the demonic turtle was about to crash to the ground, it released all of its cyan-colored Yuan power, and its terrifying strength erupted. With a swoosh, it approached the demon turtle, and in its mouth, it condensed a green-colored orb that was constantly compressed by Yuan power, and a destructive aura gradually flowed out from within it. The next time I appear in front of you, I will kill you. Yi Jiu landed on the ground and smashed out the smoke before entering the returning ruined divine realm. At the same time, a cyan-colored orb landed on the ground, shaking the ground and lifting up a sky of smoke and dust. But after the smoke and dust dissipated, the two-winged Black Panther, who had been paying attention to the wind-blown grass here, changed its face drastically. Gone? How come it's gone again? Within the returning ruins divine realm, Yi Jiu swept Shuiling Luo's eyes, and sadness flowed from his eyes. This was a girl who had become disappointed in people and wanted to be a demon. She hadn't harmed anyone, hadn't done anything wrong, yet she still died. Yi Jiu's heart was cold and sad. People, it's really hard to be a human. Might as well be a demon. Shaking off the distracting thoughts, he silently devoured the treasures. Ding! Host takes 1,400-year-old water pear fruit. Gaining experience point 1. Ding! The host takes 1 snowlingy of 1,300 years old. Gaining experience points. Ding! The host takes 1,600 years 3 flower leaf and gains experience points. Ding! Host takes. He quickly brushed his experience points to the upper limit. Checking the panel. Speed, 40/100. Defense, 44/100. Attack, 40/100. Experience points, 0. Get stuck in the realm first, then brush more experience points before breaking through. The purpose of getting stuck in the realm was just to brush more experience points, and the purpose of getting more experience points was to become stronger. One couldn't get stuck in a realm for the sake of getting stuck in a realm. This point, Yi Jiu distinguished clearly. Speed +15. Defense +15. The panel data changed. It was as follows. Speed, 55/100. Defense, 59/100. Attack, 40/100. Experience points, 0. There's still a lot of treasures left. Keep eating. Yi Jiao continued to devour. It didn't take long before he once again brushed his experience points to the upper limit. Add 15 to speed, 10 to defense, and add the rest to feats. He had carefully projected that the treasures here were enough for the experience points he needed to break through the realm and brush up on his feats. As long as he stuck his realm at the 4th level of the Yuanwu realm, it would be completely sufficient to gain experience points from the treasures to maximize his benefits. Unfinished business. Look at the panel data again. Speed, 69/100. Defense, 69/100. Attack, 40/100. Experience points, 0. Between speed, defense and attack, there was already a difference of 2 realms, and it was impossible to add experience points unless there was a breakthrough. Intent points into martial arts. Technique, ancient god swallowing heaven scripture. There were still 75 short of reaching 100 experience points. Yi Xiao once again devoured the treasures and quickly brushed the experience points to the upper limit value, then added points to the feat, so on and so forth, eventually adding the merit to 100 experience points. Ding! Ancient god heaven swallowing scripture. A long-lost divine thought drilled into his mind. The content in the divine thoughts was the ancient god swallowing heaven scripture. Ding! Automatic cultivation in progress. Ding! Cultivation complete. The host is qualified for 1 partial evolution. Ding! Does the host open localized evolution? Yi Jiao was a bit uncomfortable. Could it be that for localized evolution, there was no need to devour the target? After hesitating for a moment, he replied to the system, "Do I need to find a devouring target?" According to the host's potential, localized evolution will be carried out automatically. The system paid him some attention this time. It was again based on his potential, which made Yi Jiao feel the importance of potential once again. Cultivating feats helped to increase and tap one's potential. Its importance could affect how far he could go in the future. Turn on partial evolution. Yi Jiao didn't think much and directly opened it. Ding! Localized evolution in progress. Ding! Detected that the host has a holy dragon bloodline in his body, able to locally evolve the turtle shell. Ding! Dragon turtle shell evolution molding 10%, 0%, 60%. Yi Jiao felt his body was hot and dry, his bones were writhing, and pain swept through his body from time to time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful partial evolution and obtaining the dragon tattoo turtle shell. Yi Jiao twisted his head and glanced at the turtle shell. The black golden turtle shell was still predominantly black, but the bone spurs had become tougher diamond horns, and under the diamond horns was a dark golden dragon pattern, which looked mysterious and unfathomable. Localized evolution has been completed. Next can be considered for the breakthrough realm. Yi Lak didn't feel that adding so many experience points for the feat was a waste. Every evolution could make him stronger and more potential. This was something that could not be obtained by breaking through the realm. It was possible that the next time he returned to his ancestor, it was because of the dragon tattoo turtle shell that caused him to succeed in his return to his ancestor and to receive an even more powerful inheritance. The last time he returned to his ancestor, it allowed him to obtain 1/10,000th of the returning ruined divine realm. It was also because of the existence of the ruined god realm that saved his life many times, which was equivalent to changing his destiny. This kind of intangible value, Yi Jiao knew it well. On top of that, because of the Gong method, he also gained the ability to communicate with all living things. Perhaps this ability could not be manifested now, but when he stepped into the great world and faced all types of races, the terror of this ability would bring him unexpected benefits. In the future, the use of experience points, the realm aspect should be taken into account, and the feats should be emphasized even more. He stopped thinking about it and his gaze fell towards the remaining treasures. The remaining treasures were to be used to break through the realm. Devouring with a big mouthful, he quickly devoured the remaining treasures were devoured. Looking at the experience points again, they had reached 0. Breaking through the realm was enough. Attack plus 18, defense plus 1, speed plus 1. The panel data changed. It was as follows. Speed, 70/100. Defense, 70/100. Attack, 58/100. Experience points, 0. Ding! The host's speed, defense, and attack have all reached 50 or more, allowing him to break through to the 5th level of the Yuanwu realm. Is it a breakthrough? Breakthrough! The pool of Yuan power in his body expanded to the 5th level. He became a Yuanwu realm 5th level demonic beast, and in terms of strength, his attack reached the peak of the 5th level, and his speed and defense reached the 7th level realm. But the actual overall strength was too much higher than the data. Next, he needed to go outside to brush experience points. The realm needs to be stuck at the 5th realm. Otherwise the benefits of brushing experience points will be greatly reduced. He no longer had experience points and needed to go outside to obtain them. And the first thing he considered was maximizing his experience point gains. By getting stuck at the realm, he would be able to maximize the gain from brushing experience points. And the first experience point he was going to brush was the twin-winged Black Panther. Now that his strength had undergone a huge metamorphosis, he was no longer prey when he faced the twin-winged Black Panther again. Twin-winged Black Panther, only one of you and I will survive. He took a deep breath and calmed down, checking the panel data for any new changes. Several pieces of data didn't change drastically, but it was one of them, the return to ancestor qualification, that caught his attention. Reaching the 10th level of the Yuanwu realm, one obtained the qualification to return to the ancestors once. Now that he had reached the 5th level of the Yuanwu realm, he was only halfway between. Look at the martial arts panel. The mind tapped into one of the martial arts. Evolution, Earth Dragon Tortoise, Yuanwu realm 5th level demonic beast with a holy dragon bloodline. Technique, Ancient God Heaven Swallowing Scripture. Skill 1, Void Devouring 675/5000, increase proficiency to 5000. Can be upgraded to Void Drawing Thunder Strike. Skill, Indestructible Void Seal 655/5000, increase proficiency to 5000. Can be upgraded to Earth Diving Turtle Breath Seal. Skill, Jedi Suction 775/1000, increase proficiency to 1000. Can be upgraded to Dragon Abyss Suction. Skill 4, opens its 7th level of Yuanwu realm. Secret skill, Riot, within 1 minute. All abilities are increased by 50%. Cooldown, 3 days. Currently on cooldown. Unable to use the secret art. The data change in the martial arts panel was huge. He was no longer an Earth Dragon Turtle, but an Earth Dragon Tattoo Turtle. In addition, the experience points required for the feat reached 500, and he was able to obtain an avatar that transformed into a doppelganger. Avatar, I'm starting to get in touch with divine abilities. Yijo's heart was on fire as he thought of the great divine aptitudes such as the indestructible golden turtle and Dharma heaven and earth that would follow up the merit law. And the transformation split avatar in front of him also made him look forward to it. Then he looked at the skill aspect. The proficiency of all the skills had increased significantly, especially the Jedi Suction, which was not far from being upgraded to the Dragon Abyss Suction. When I reach the 7th level of the Yuanwu realm, I'll be able to open the 4th skill. Yijio swallowed his saliva, itching to immediately break through the realm to the 7th level of Yuanwu realm. However, breaking through to the 7th level of the Yuanwu realm required quite a few experience points. If he hadn't added points for his feats just now, can't think like that. Skills are far less important than evolutions, abilities and aptitudes. If I had to choose again, I would still choose evolution. His mind was clear, distinguishing between priorities. Shaking his head slightly, he shook off the superfluous thoughts. Right now, the top priority was to obtain more experience points. The more experience points the better. As for how to obtain experience points, Yi Xiao already had a clear plan. Twin-winged Black Panther. Killing you will gain you experience points. And with the essence veins in the Black Bone Forest, my goal of breaking through to the 7th level of the Yuanwu realm and obtaining the transformation and separation avatar will depend on you. Yi Jiao smiled coldly and jumped out of the returning market divine realm. This time, he was going to be the hunter and kill the twin-winged Black Panther. Right after he came out, to his surprise, Xueling Luo's corpse gradually merged into the ruined divine realm and completely disappeared in no time. After coming out again, the twin-winged Black Panther was no longer there, leaving only a large pit here. It's gone so quickly, even my map scan can't scan it. Yi Jiao pondered for a while, and finally decided to take a look around Loan City. Now that it was in the period of the Beast Tide, the twin-winged Black Panther should have taken the big picture into consideration and gone back to direct the Beast Tide. Continued. The twin-winged Black Panther should be in the vicinity of Lofeng City. He moved his body and flew over. Before he got close to Lofeng City, a beast roar came over. Yi Jiao hid inside a cloud and probed down. The Beast Tide was surrounding the city, and some individual demonic beasts had already rushed into the city, but he was most concerned about the twin-winged Black Panther. The search continued. Suddenly, a familiar beast roar came. He followed the sound and saw that on one of the city walls, the twin-winged Black Panther was releasing green-colored Yuan power, shocking the walls and fighting with a number of Yuan martial realm martial artists. Looking at that aura, it had steadily suppressed the human side. Twin-winged Black Panther, the enmity between you and me is over today. Yi Jiao killed the twin-winged Black Panther, but the system prompt sounded. Map scanning alert, 2,700 meters to the right. 2 Yuanwu realm 7th level wild monsters have appeared. Map scan prompt, 2,700 meters to the right. 2 Yuanwu realm 8th level wild monsters have appeared. Map scanning alert, 2, 700 meters to the right. A Yuanwu realm 9th level wild monster has appeared. System alert, a large number of irresistible wild monsters are rapidly approaching. Please pay attention to avoiding them. Yi Zhou's neck shrank and he turned around to hide in the clouds in fear. How did so many human powerhouses come? Too scary turtle. But in his heart, he estimated that they were not here to find him. The beast tide invaded Lofeng City, one of the 9 major counties in Yuanwu country, and it was impossible for the rest of the counties not to react. Those human powerhouses were mostly here to support Lofeng City against the beast tide. He sighed softly and said unwillingly, "Twin-winged Black Panther, letting you die at the hands of those guys is really cheap." Swoosh! A black eagle flew over from high in the sky, emitting a long, sharp cry. The 2-winged Black Panther drew back and left, while letting out a long whistle, and its men immediately followed. Without a backbone, the tide of beasts scattered into a mess. Some who understood the long whistling of the 2-winged Black Panther fled, while some who didn't understand were still following the army to capture Lofeng City. Yi Zhou could communicate with all creatures and understood the voice of any creature. Not only did he know what the long whine of the biplane Black Panther meant, he even understood the sharp long cry of the Black Eagle. It meant that a human powerhouse had come to support them. So retreat quickly. This son of a bitch is alert, putting out a whistle in advance to prepare for the warning. Yi Zhou smiled bloodthirstily and drilled into the sea of clouds, secretly following the twin-winged Black Panther. He hoped that the twin-winged Black Panther escaped. That way, he would be able to kill his enemy with his own hands. Twin-winged Black Panther, you led the demons to invade Loan City, violating the peace agreement between 10,000 Beast Mountain and Yuanwu Kingdom. We will not let you go. A middle-aged man with white silver hair chased after the twin-winged Black Panther. He was the lord of Loxwin City. The twin-winged Black Panther snorted. The demon turtle colluded with you humans to slaughter the demonic beasts in the Demon Beast Forest and Sinking Rock Mountain Range. It was you who violated the contract long ago. You should be glad that I didn't notify the other Beast Kings or else Lofeng City would have been destroyed. Yilak secretly cursed the twin-winged Black Panther in the sea of clouds. This son of a bitch had reached this point and still didn't forget to falsely accuse him. Humph, it's just a few demonic beasts. What is it compared to our human lives? You'll just have to wait for Yuanwu Kingdom's counterattack. The silver-haired middle-aged man saw that he couldn't catch up, so he didn't pursue any further. The demon turtle killed my Shui family's head and almost caused the destruction of Lofeng City. He must die. A one-eyed middle-aged man was still flying and spoke with a face of hatred. As for what the 2-winged Black Panther said, about the collusion between the demonic turtle and humans, he chose to acquiesce. The contradiction between demonic beasts and humans was very sharp, and the collusion between the demonic turtle and them would have no effect on them, but instead would allow the demonic turtle to be spurned and hunted down by all the demons. Precisely because of thinking of this point, therefore regardless of whether it was true or not, acquiescence would be the end of the matter. In fact, not to mention him, the rest of the people were all thinking the same way. Shui Chen, with the death of the Shui family head, wouldn't it be to your liking that you and Shui Longfeng can fight for the head of the family in peace? But the demon turtle, I won't give it to you. He colluded with you guys and committed a great crime. I'm going to personally capture him to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain and have him executed in front of all the demons. The 2-winged Black Panther sneered and accelerated away, easily shaking off the humans' pursuit. Yi Zhou dropped his gaze to the one-eyed middle-aged man. According to the information from scanning Loxwin City, the Shui family had 2 core elders besides Shui Chen Tian. One was Shui Longfeng and the other was Shui Chen. Both of them were Yuanwu Realm 4th level martial artists. The one-eyed middle-aged man was Shui Chen, and it was believed that without Shui Longfeng and Shui Chen Tian, he would be the #1 powerhouse of the Snows family. It's better to focus on the twin-winged Black Panther first. This son of a bitch is going to sit on my great crime of colluding with humans and slaughtering demonic beasts. Yi Zhou's killing intent rose. When I slaughter you later, you will know what it means to have a cheap mouth and regret. The 2-winged Black Panther led his men and withdrew early, avoiding the strong human support coming over, only leaving behind a bunch of low-realm demonic beasts, still foolishly attacking the city. The result can be imagined. Time passed quickly and gradually came to night. Under the cover of darkness and terrain, Yi Zhou came to the ground and continued to follow the 2-winged Black Panther. This guy didn't stop for a moment and went straight to the Black Bone Forest. The Black Bone Forest was deeper in the Sinking Rock Mountain Range. Yi Zhou sped all the way, and suddenly came the system beep. Host left the Sinking Rock Mountain Range. Is it scanning for a new map? Scanning. Ding. Scanning for a new map begins. Ding. Scanning information loaded 10%. 0%. 0%. Ding. Information loading 100%. Yi Zhou's brain had information about the Black Bone Forest. Once they reached the Black Bone Forest zone, the speed of the 2-winged Black Panther and his men slowed down. Beast King, we almost invaded Loan City. It's a pity. A blood tiger with long bone spurs on its back couldn't help but sigh. I never thought I could invade Lofeng City in the beginning. I started the beast tide only because I wanted to take revenge on this group of arrogant humans. The two-winged black panther snorted coldly. I see, that demonic turtle really does have a few skills, able to disintegrate the human forces from the inside and almost let us succeed in our invasion. The blood tiger nourished a sigh of relief. I suspect that the sinking rock beast king died in his hands. This is a bit troublesome. It's not good to explain to the queen mother of Stone Rock. It's a good thing that I started the beast tide. It's considered to be making up for my mistakes, but it's hard for me to feel at ease if the demonic turtle doesn't die. The two-winged black panther's heart felt remorse. After provoking the demonic turtle, and then now, his men were retaliated by the demonic turtle, and some of them died and some were injured. If he still couldn't catch the demonic turtle, he didn't know how many times he would be retaliated against in the future. Moreover, the growth speed of the demonic turtle was a bit shocking. If it was allowed to grow, I'm afraid that one day it would be the one to die. Therefore, it was imperative to catch the demon turtle as soon as possible. That's good to do. The Beast King unleashed a beast tide and invaded the human towns, but the demonic turtle made trouble out of it, killing Yuanwu realm demonic beasts and hindering our invasion. In the end, even the sinking rock beast king was killed. Blood Tiger smiled grimly. Don't forget that the demonic turtle also colluded with humans to slaughter all the demonic beasts in the demonic beast forest and sinking rock mountain range. We'll report all of these crimes to Queen Mother Shiryen of the 10,000 Beast Mountain. Another twin-winged Black Panther's henchman chimed in unkindly. Right. When the time comes to report it up, without the need for the Beast King to take action, the 10,000 Beasts Mountain will break the demonic turtle into pieces. Blood Tiger laughed out loud. Good idea. I'm in favor of it. But first I have to ask. How do I get to the 10,000 Beast Mountain? Yi Jiu flew out. P.S. The new book will be released on Saturday, the 8th of the month at Tower Reading. Before the release, there will be a new book activity in the group, with a big red envelope rain. Group number, 58756. Author's digression, this author's new book 1877. Not bad. If you like, please collect more, unfinished. Grass, get him. The blood tiger was the first to react, biting at the demonic turtle. The rest of the demonic beasts killed them one after another. Yi Jiu excitedly said, please, come and fuck me, hurry. With that, he shrunk his limbs and head into the turtle shell. How arrogant. Disable him first. The gang of demonic beasts became even angrier and launched an attack, ruthlessly smashing into the demonic turtle. The two-winged Black Panther sensed that something was wrong and opened its mouth to shout, all stop. However, it was still too late. Its men had already attacked. Ding, host talent triggered. Counterattack. Ding, host, listening to a system beep. Yi Jiu felt very energized. Through the shell mouth, he saw a demonic beast being shaken out and spilling blood in the air. When they landed, without exception, all of them were seriously injured, and individual weaker demonic beasts even died on the spot. The two-winged Black Panther on the side was confused. A bite of the king's tortoise shell would be shocked to death? Incorrect. It was the demonic turtle that had gotten stronger. It retreated a step back with a gloomy face, its green-colored Yuan power covering its surroundings, and a raging Yuan martial realm 6th level aura pressed over. Demon turtle, don't think that just because you've risen a bit in strength, you're qualified to fight me. Today, I will let you have no return. The two-winged Black Panther was angry on the surface, but scared in the bottom of his heart. When he first met the demonic turtle, he was able to beat the other party and flee with serious injuries. And now that it was seeing it again, it was already able to threaten it. It had to be killed. At all costs. Son of a bitch, you've made me go through a lot of effort to regain my energy, and my strength has only increased by a tiny bit. Saying this, Yi Jiu arrogantly raised his tone and added, I'll leave my words here first. Hand over the essence vein and treasures, or I'll beat you to death. Son of a bitch. The two-winged Black Panther was furious. I've lived for so long. I've never seen such an arrogant demonic beast. You die for me. With a roar, like a green-colored ferocious beast, it spat out green blades and killed the demonic turtle. Yi Xiao once again became excited. I can play you to death even if I don't attack. It was afraid that the other party's attack would hit crookedly, and made a point to catch it. Boom boom boom. A green blade landed on the turtle shell with a destructive power of 0. The two-winged Black Panther was also at this moment, coming in front of the demonic turtle and clawing away. But just at this moment, it suddenly remembered the scene of its men being sent flying by the shock, and its claws immediately paused on top of the turtle shell, begging to dry ah, don't dare to do it. The dog cub is afraid? Yi Jiu was dissatisfied. The two-winged Black Panther was enraged. There's still nothing I don't dare to do. That claw was attached with Yuan power and grabbed on the turtle shell. Ding, host talent triggered. Counterattack. The turtle shell counterattacked, shattering the claws of the two-winged Black Panther and sending it flying out along with its body. Now, it's my turn. Yi Jiu laughed fiercely and killed up. This time, He no longer held back and struck with his full strength. Earth King Divine Seal. Void Devouring. Undying Void Seal. Jedi Suction. Talent Counterattack. Rumble. In the Blackbone Forest under the night, there were bursts of miserable cries. Stop fighting, please. The two-winged Black Panther was lying on the ground wailing. It had been beaten by the demonic tortoise and its entire body was covered in blood. One of its eyes was blinded. It just couldn't take the destruction anymore. Hand over the essence veins and treasures. Yi Zhou's eyes showed a ferocious light as he coldly shouted. Can you spare me? The two-winged Black Panther said weakly. Can't. Yi Zhou had no intention of letting the twin-winged Black Panther go. Then you go to hell. The two-winged Black Panther burned its yuan power to escape the Blackbone Forest. I warned you to think clearly about the consequences of dealing with me, and you told me the answer a long time ago, which is to get me killed. Yi Zhou was very vindictive and would not stop until he killed the two-winged Black Panther. I regret it. As long as you spare me, I'll give you all my treasures and essence veins. The twin-winged Black Panther's intestines were green with remorse. I'm going to kill you, but the treasures and essence veins, I want them too. Dream on. Then go dream for the rest of your life and don't wake up. Yi Zhou's full skill output went up, directly harvesting the life of the twin-winged Black Panther. The great vengeance had been avenged, but there was still a need to eliminate future problems. He turned around fiercely and killed the double-winged Black Panther's men. These guys were all heavily injured and were easily killed by Yi Zhou. There's also a wave of experience points for killing you guys. He checked the panel data. Experience points, 8. Not bad. Still got 8 experience points. But he had a huge need for more experience points. I have a map scanning function, so I can find treasures and essence veins even if I spend some time and energy. This was the reason why he didn't want to be with the twin-winged Black Panther at all. With a movement of his body, he flew into the depths of the Blackbone Forest. Before the 10,000 Beasts Mountain reacted, he hurriedly found essence veins and precious treasures, and raised his strength to have the ability to defend himself. The effort was not enough. And finally, in the early hours of the morning, the essence vein was found. Yi Zhou found a huge hole in the ground under a swamp, which was filled with a large amount of essence chi. 2 essence veins. Nima, old me is rich. There were also all kinds of treasures growing inside the cave. So it was no wonder that the two-winged Black Panther dared to move the essence veins over. The hole in the ground here was suitable for placing the essence veins without causing their essence chi to leak. Ding! A large amount of lower-grade sinking rock essence chi has been discovered. Is it absorbed? Absorb. Ding! Absorbing lower-grade sinking rock essence chi in. Yi Zhou was inside the hole in the ground, lying down and rising experience points. In addition to being able to absorb the essence chi and rise experience points, the treasures on the rock wall should not be wasted. Swallowing the precious treasure will accelerate my rising experience points. He gobbled up the treasures here, but didn't think of moving to the returning ruined divine realm in one go. This was because once the treasures were taken away, perhaps the essence veins here would wither. Unless it came time for him to leave, he would choose to scavenge it all away. As for the essence veins, the ruined divine realm is still too weak to hold essence veins. And as for the spatial ring I obtained, the space is too small to hold essence veins. Therein lay the melancholy. What could be done to relieve the despondency? The only way was to make a breakthrough and add some feats. Because of the devouring of the treasures, he, who hadn't stayed in the hole in the ground for long, quickly brushed his experience points to the upper limit value. Checking the panel. Speed, 70/100. Defense, 70/100. Attack, 58/100. Experience points, 0. Add 9 to speed, 9 to defense, and 1 to attack. Such an addition had stuck the realm at its limit. The data changed for a while. It became as follows. Speed, 79/100. Defense, 79/100. Attack, 59/100. Experience points, 11. Between speed, defense and attack, there was a difference of 2 realm points. However, the experience points hadn't reached the upper limit value yet, so he could not use the breakthrough for the time being, and the experience points could be swiped again. He continued to devour the treasures within the hole in the ground until the experience points reached the upper limit value again. This time, one can choose to break through. Yi Zhou immediately added points for attack. P.S. I'll tell you guys a secret. Xueling Luo is a very key character in the back. It has something to do with the returning Ruin God Realmyo, to be continued. Feats +1. Attack becomes 60/100. Ding! The host's speed, defense, and attack have all reached 60 or more, and can break through to the 7th level of the Yuanwu realm. Is it a breakthrough? Breakthrough! The pool of Yuan power in the body expanded to the 6th level. The strength became stronger once again. Since he had reached the 6th level of the Yuanwu realm demonic beast, he was able to once again add points for speed, defense, and attack. There were still 9 experience points left. speed plus 10, defense plus 10, attack plus 9. The panel data changed, as follows. Speed, 89/100. Defense, 89/100. Attack, 69/100. Experience points, 0. Cool. I'll soon be able to break through to the 7th level of the Yuanwu realm and obtain the 4th realm. Brush up on experience points again. He didn't continue to devour the treasures within the underground cave, worrying that after eating them, it would have an impact on the environment within the cave. If it caused the 2 essence veins to wither, then he wouldn't even be able to cry. Patiently absorbing the essence, his heart quietly sank. That girl's corpse can't be placed in the returning ruins divine realm. It needs to be thickly accounted for. There were some things that could not be forgotten. The mind entered the ruin god realm and swept through. Where is the person? Yi Xiao stopped absorbing essence and entered the ruin god realm, creepily saying, where did Xueling Luo's corpse go? Could it be that he had seen a ghost? Thinking carefully, it should have something to do with the returning market divine realm. This wasn't an ordinary space, but a 10,000th part of the ruined divine realm, which should have other uses besides holding space. But the only way to tap into the other uses was to become stronger. Getting stronger was the only way to peer into the truth. That's good. When I get stronger someday, I might even be able to resurrect you. The gloom in his heart was swept away, and he once again went to absorb the essence, waiting for the next day in the afternoon. Using the absorption of essence chi, he rawly brushed his experience points to the upper limit value. Another 0 experience points arrived. As for how to use it, given today's situation, it was best to use it for breakthroughs. He was now in the middle of the Black Bone Forest, and the rulers around him were all first-rate powerhouses, and there was a 10,000 beasts mountain pressing down even higher. If he hurriedly raised his realm, any trouble would be a matter of 2 paws. As long as the trouble was solved, wouldn't the essence vein here still be his? The old way, attack plus 1. There were 9 experience points left. Inside the panel data, the attack became 70/100. Ding, the host's speed, defense, and attack have all reached 70 or more, and can break through to the 6th realm of the Yuanwu realm. Is it a breakthrough? Breakthrough! The Yuan power pool expanded to the 7th level. He became a Yuanwu realm 7th level demonic beast. As the Yuan power pool expanded, the storage capacity became more, and the Yuan power inside, which previously seemed to be full, was now pitifully small. When he went outside later to devour the dirt and strange rocks and trees, his Yuan power must always be sufficient. As for the essence veins here, he couldn't afford to devour them. That said, since he had reached the 7th level of the Yuanwu realm, the 4th skill could also be opened. Checking the panel data, his mind tapped into the martial arts item. Skill 4, Giant Shell Rolling 0/100, proficiency increased to 100. Can be upgraded to Spiny Shell Chariot, Giant Shell Rolling? Yi Jiao could visualize the sense of picture, letting the turtle shell roll, like a giant stone smashing into the enemy. It should be like this. Then this skill is heaven-defying, as long as the turtle shell's defense reaches a super high state. And then ram it. Who can stand it? Not to mention that he had the talent to counterattack. No one could touch him. Yi Jiao liked this skill and pondered in his head about how to use this skill. If he mastered the great magical power of Dharma heaven and earth, he would make himself change to tens of thousands of meters in size, and then do a giant shell roll. Nima, wouldn't this become a meteorite skyfall? It was no longer a matter of who could stand it, but a matter of whether this earth could withstand it. Ha ha ha, this new skill must focus on brushing proficiency. No, all skills must focus on brushing. With the opening of the new skill, the gap between the power and the old skill grew bigger and bigger, and he had to consider skill proficiency. After thinking about it, he finally decided that he needed to find a sandbag to accompany him in brushing his skills, in the way that skills had to be upgraded multiple times and required more proficiency. This sandbag needed to be very resistant to being beaten up. When he thought of being resistant to being beaten, he thought of the sunken rock beast king. That bastard had fought him hard and was a very suitable sandbag, but he had killed it. Next time, I need to pay more attention to this type of beating-resistant demonic beasts. If I find one, I'll properly capture it to help me brush my proficiency. With this in mind, Yi Jiao once again shifted his focus to experience points. Right now, time is experience points. Hurrying up and using up the remaining 9 experience points to quickly brush experience points was the most crucial. Currently, his data was able to add experience points as follows. Speed, 89/100. Defense, 89/100. Attack, 70/100. Experience points, 9. When it really came to using it, he hesitated instead, because he thought of a problem. What if his realm was too high, and the experience point gained from absorbing the lower quality essence veins dropped? Originally, it had always been The rise. If it turned into a rise of, because of the increase in realm, then wouldn't it be a loss? Map scanning alert, 300 meters ahead. A Martial Zone Realm First Level Demonic Beast has appeared. System prompt, a Martial Zone Realm First Level Demonic Beast is rapidly approaching. Please pay attention to avoid it. Martial Zone. A superpower that was one major realm higher than the Yuanwu realm. Could it be that the ruler of the 10,000 Beast Mountain had come? Yi Jiu was so shocked that he didn't dare to consider it anymore. And just as he was about to add 10 to his attack, countless withered branches spread within the hole in the ground. A grey terrifying Yuan power enveloped him. It's over. His pupils shrank and he felt like he was going to be cold. At this point, he was conversely in no hurry to add points to himself. Even if he raised his realm to the 10th level of the Yuanwu realm, he still couldn't bring down a single finger of a Martial Zone realm existence. Little friend, don't panic. I am afraid that you will escape before I make this move. Don't worry. I won't hurt you. A voice as hoarse as a baby's cry came in. Yi Jiu's body trembled at the sound, but he still looked for the voice. A dry tree trunk stretched in, and there was an old face on the trunk. This was that strong person from the martial sect realm. Steady, don't be a wimp. Taking a deep breath, he said, Senior, you are looking for me. What is your business? I am one of the 3 great rulers of the 10,000 Beast Mountain, a tree spirit that is about to decay. You can call me Kuyu. I have come here because I want you to replace the twin-winged Black Panther and become the Beast King of the Black Bone Forest. Yi Yu said, what's going on? Asking himself to be the Beast King, and this good thing? It couldn't be a trap for him, right? A series of questions filled his mind. Suddenly, he shook his head. People were just a Martial Zone realm powerhouse. They needed to pit him in this way? If he wanted him to die, he would have poked him to death with a tree branch long ago. Senior Kuyu, I killed a Yuanwu realm demonic beast, and it's still at the Beast King level, violating the... Senior, I'm asking, can I directly become a Beast King? He was almost scared to death by the first half of his sentence. Damn, isn't it obvious to tell people that the old man has violated the rules? Why should I be recruited? Isn't this a typical seeking death? Sensei did not care why he had to be the Beast King. Just be the Beast King and be done with it. When he is the king of the beasts, he will be the king of the beasts. He will be the king of the beasts, and he will be the king of the beasts. Continued. The pale face on the tree trunk said bluntly, when your strength reaches a certain level, a lot of previous mistakes, the 10,000 Beasts Mountain is able to forget about it. Many thanks, Senior. Yi Lak agreed with the words it said. As long as he was strong, all rights, wrongs and rights would have to bow down to him. What level of realm have you reached now? Song Yu sized up the demonic turtle, amazed in his heart that with his own strength, he couldn't see through the demonic turtle. It would be strange if it could really see through it. Yi Yu's way of upgrading was by relying on the system. If he wanted to see through his depths, he would first have to see through the system. However, this was impossible. Elder, I have already become a Yuanwu realm 7th level demonic beast. Yi Yu did not hide it. Anyway, as long as he had essence veins, 1 realm a day, every day was not the same. Song Yu laughed. That's very good. From now on, you will follow me. As for the Sure Yin Queen Mother, I will help you resolve the crisis. Queen Mother of Stone Rock? Yi Xiao hadn't gone to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain to scan the map yet, and wasn't clear about the specific information of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. There are 3 major rulers of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, which are the Blue Fox, the Sinking Rock Queen Mother, and me. The Sinking Rock Beast King is the illegitimate son of the Queen Mother of Stone Rock, but it doesn't please the Queen Mother of Stone Rock. Even if he dies, there's no harm in it, and with me advising you, you'll be spared from the Queen Mother of Stone Rock's recriminations. Song Yu told a general story. Yi Jiu heard and understood. Thank you, Senior, for your help. Senior, what do I need to do to become a Beast King and what benefits can I get? Yi Jiu was not a reserved master, and was straightforward. There is no need for you to do anything. Just sit in this place. As for the benefits, don't you see? Song Yu blinked, gave a pale laugh, and left. Yi Jiu flew out of the hole in the ground and watched Song Yu leave before the smile disappeared from his eyes and a ray of contemplation surfaced. Suddenly a strong person of the first level of the Martial Zone realm came, meeting him and giving him the Beast King, and also eradicating the trouble for him. Isn't this the same as the routine of free activities in the previous world? First let you take advantage and give you some benefits, then pull you into the pit and eat all the valuable things on you. This old monster's words can't be trusted in their entirety. We need to have more eyes. He had the slightest sense of crisis, but it wasn't strong due to the essence vein. After becoming a Beast King, he was able to absorb the essence chi from the essence vein without worry, and both his strength and feats could be increased. As long as these two were up, his strength would also be up. At that time, No crooked ways would be able to threaten him. Now that I'd become a beast king, then I don't have to steal chickens and dogs anymore. And I don't have to worry about the 10,000 beast mountain looking for trouble. From now on, it's possible to add points to the feats. Returning to the cave in the ground, Yi Jiao began to redistribute his experience points. Checking the panel data, it was as follows. Speed, 89/100. Defense, 89/100. Attack, 70/100. Experience points, 9. After some thought, Yi Jiao decided that one experience point should be kept and the remaining experience points should be used on feats. The reason for this distribution, it was also to leave himself a back way to be able to break through the realm quickly. With one experience point, just add 1 to speed, 1 to defense, and 10 to attack. He will be able to immediately break through the original realm in case of a surprise attack from an external danger. As for now, well, he still has to keep it, not break through. He has another layer of consideration. In case he breaks through the realm and absorbs essence, the rise in experience points would turn into a form. Then the difficulty of saving his experience points would be doubled about tenfold. If that was the case, the loss would outweigh the gain. The remaining experience points, on the other hand, could all be added to feats. If he wanted to obtain a transformational split avatar, he would need to add 500 experience points to the merit law. Now that he had the essence vein, he had the ability to add up to 500 points to the technique. In the future, without the essence vein, he didn't know when and how he would be able to accumulate 500 points. Therefore, the feats were to be added. I'll just settle down here as a beast king and accumulate experience points. He was not a hesitant turtle, and since he had decided, he acted immediately. Feats plus 17. At once, only one experience point remained. Looking at the feats again, it had increased to 117, which was still far from 500. In order to add to 500 as soon as possible, he began to scramble for time. Lying on the vein the whole day, he absorbed the essence and waited for the experience points to rise. Yilak made such a trip and finally realized what it meant to waste his days. However, after a careful recollection, it was pretty damn cool. Song Yu, don't come. I just want to be a waste beast king, the kind that waits for death. Yi Xiao leisurely muttered to himself. A few days passed. No major events happened. The only change was that there were more strange beasts in the Black Bone Forest. He is the beast king when the spicy eyes, day and night in the cave. The door does not leave the door. Completely the Black Bone Forest vacant. After a long time, some strange demonic beasts have settled down in the Black Bone Forest. Night came again. Yi Lak checked the panel data. The experience points required for the technique had increased to 41, and was only 87 away from 500. Almost there. Map scan alert, 300 meters ahead. A first-level demonic beast of the Martial Zone realm has appeared. System alert, a Martial Zone realm first-level demonic beast is rapidly approaching. Please pay attention to avoid it. Yi Yu sighed softly. It was time to come. This time Song Yu came. More than likely he was going to get him something to do. He didn't struggle. He couldn't run away anyway. And he raised his spirits, with a smile in his eyes, and greeted his seniors. Then, he was confused. The visitor was not Song Yu, but a blue fox that emitted blue light. It was the blue fox, one of the 3 rulers of the 10,000 Beast Mountain. Damn. It's not like he's in some kind of fairyland here. So why did he all have to come and take a turn? Could it be that he wants to look at the essence veins here? But think about it and it's not right. Have become the ruler of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. How would he look at this inferior level of his essence vein? He was wary and carefully said, Senior, do you have any orders for coming to my place? If there is, I promise to be obliged. The blue fox surveyed the hole in the ground and said with a smirk, the days are comfortable. You don't care about anything outside. What demonic beasts have taken root here? You are at least a beast king. If Senior is not satisfied, I will go to control the control. Yi Jiao made a gesture to go. Alright, I don't understand your little mind. You just came here because you see the essence veins here. Blue Fox shook his head and sighed. A look of gravity appeared in his eyes. Yi Lak smiled awkwardly. Then Senior came here. Do you know how big of a mess you've gotten yourself into? If it wasn't for the tree spirit's strict surveillance, I would have come to find you a few days in advance. Blue Fox's complexion was corrected and he opened his mouth in a very serious manner. Yi Jiao carefully asked, Senior, what have I gotten myself into that warrants you coming over to remind me? It was another guy who had nothing to offer. All of them were not good fucking things. Thinking so, but he didn't dare to say it. The tree spirit is going to take you as a sacrifice. Only you. The sacrifice. The realm has not reached the conditions for sacrifice, so you can live a few days of good life peacefully. The blue fox smiled coldly. Yi Jiao was furious. This tree spirit is so insidious. Blue Fox shook his head. I know you don't trust me yet, there's no need to put on this attitude. Unfinished, Yi Jiu said that he was really tired of dealing with these bigwigs, but he didn't dare to really show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. He could only give an awkward smile as a sign of respect. I'm not reminding you gratuitously. The blue fox had just said this when his face changed and he turned around and flew out of the hole in the ground. Yi Lak froze. What kind of operation was this? Map scan alert, 3,300 meters ahead. A first-level demonic beast of the Martial Zone realm has appeared. System alert, a Martial Zone realm first-level demonic beast is rapidly approaching. Please pay attention to avoid it. Tree Spirit Son Yu came. His eyes showed amazement. The Martial Zone realm was awesome. The alert ability was even stronger than his map scanning function. Little friend, were there other demonic beasts coming just now? Son Yu's unpleasant voice came in. Yi Jiu said awkwardly. I've been in the ground cave for the past few days and haven't gone out. The Black Bone Forest had more unfamiliar demonic beasts, and they even barged in here, but they were driven out by me. Since you have become a beast king, you still need to manage the Black Bone Forest. The old man still has things to do, so I won't bother you anymore. Son Yu didn't do anything suspicious and left after dropping a sentence. Yi Lak cursed in his heart. The blue fox just came, and Son Yu is here. Is he really spying on me? The sense of crisis increased steeply. He calmed down and thought about it. He couldn't just sit back and wait for death. If something really happened, it would be over. Is it spying on me? That's not simple. Go and wander around the Black Bone Forest. I don't believe the map scanning function can't scan you. Yi Jiu did as he thought, immediately flew to the ground, and in the name of the Beast King, began to manage the Black Bone Forest. First, he symbolically drove away unfamiliar demonic beasts, and before he finished circling the Black Bone Forest, the map scanning prompts really found a Martial Zone realm first-level demonic beast. Was it a blue fox or a Son Yu? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, he chose a direction and prepared to leave the Black Bone Forest. However, just after stepping out of the edge of the Black Bone Forest, that Martial Zone realm first-level demonic beast came over. Young friends still listened to the words of the old immortal. Son Yu passed by in disguise and gave the demonic turtle a satisfied smile. Isn't Senior doing something? Why are you still in the Black Bone Forest? Yi Jiu asked in surprise. Already done. Ready to return to 10,000 Beasts Mountain. You also go back soon. Son Yu said a few words and left once again. Yi Jiu knew that he hadn't really left. The map scan had been sweeping him all along. Old undead guy, want to play with me? Then fine. I'll immediately become stronger. Brighten your eyes. Yi Xiao briefly managed the Black Bone Forest and then drilled into the hole in the ground to absorb the experience points. When he reached the early hours of the morning, the experience points rose to 0 full points. Looking at the panel data again. Speed, 89/100. Defense, 89/100. Attack, 70/100. Experience points, 0. Speed +1. Defense +1. Attack +10. The panel data changes. Speed, 90/100. Defense, 90/100. Attack, 80/100. Experience points, 18. Ding. The host's speed, defense, and attack have all reached 80 or more, allowing him to break through to the 8th level of the Yuanwu realm. Is it a breakthrough? Breakthrough. The Yuan power pool expanded to the 8th level. He became a Yuanwu realm 8th level demonic beast. Looking at the panel data again, there wasn't much change. Map scan prompt, 3,600 meters ahead. A Yuanwu realm 9th level demonic beast has appeared. System prompt, A Yuanwu realm 9th level demonic beast is rapidly approaching. Please pay attention to avoiding it. Just made a breakthrough and there's a practicing one coming? No. It could be Son Yu looking for it to test his strength. He still remembered what Blue Fox had said. Son Yu was going to use him as a sacrifice. Only the realm wasn't enough. It wasn't known if it was true, but Yi Jiu didn't dare to bet on it. Newly promoted Beast King of the Black Bone Forest, come out to me. An unkind roar spread through the Black Bone Forest. Yi Jiu flew out from the hole in the ground, and he saw a huge 100-meter-long python with earth-colored markings around it. Who are you? He said in annoyance. The San Sea python that ranks first in the Beast King rankings. You killed the 5th-ranked twin-winged black panther. Let me see how you, the bastard, killed it. The San Sea python laughed cruelly and killed Yi Jiu. If Yi Jiu moved for real, this San Sea python would definitely die. However, with Son Yu watching, he didn't dare to show his true strength yet. Then it's just as well. If I don't get serious with you, I'll use you as a sandbag to brush up on my skill proficiency. Pulling away, he cast Jedi Suction, Giant Shell Roll, Undying Void Seal, and Void Devouring. Multiple skills were thrown out with suppressed strength, only to hear the tone of increased proficiency ring out. Yi Jiu felt refreshed. The San Sea python suffered an attack that didn't hurt, but it was enraged and killed the demon turtle forcefully. Yi Zhou relied on the advantage of his natural turtle shell hardness and ate the opponent's damage many times, then continued to brush the skill's proficiency. Also during the battle, he felt that the other party had killing intent without killing heart. Otherwise, the opponent's offense should have to be twice as fierce to be normal. This guy was really sent by Tsangyu to test his strength. You demonic turtle. Your attack doesn't work, but your defense is hard as hell. No wonder you were able to kill the twin-winged black panther. The Sansi python snorted coldly and seemed to be instructed to close its hand. Yi Xiao was addicted to brushing and laughed. Play again. Saying that, he threw up a wave of skills. Ding! Giant shell rolling proficiency. Reached 100. Has been upgraded to spiny shell chariot. The new skill was upgraded, but it wasn't enough. A mere Yuanwu realm 7th level demonic beast. Don't provoke me again. The Sansi python spat out killing intent and glared fiercely at Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou knew that the other party was here to test his strength, not to kill him. Then, he was still afraid of the balls, so he could brush them vigorously and be done with it. He hemmed and hawed and circled around the Sansi python to brush his proficiency, stimulating the Sansi python into a violent rage and moving to kill. However, just as the Sansi python was about to make a move, it seemed to have been instructed by something and forcefully suppressed its anger. Come and fuck me. Quick, please. Yi Zhou committed the crime of charging up and throwing wave after wave of skills up. Ding! Jedi Suction Proficiency. Reached 1000. Has been upgraded to Dragon Abyss Suction. Another skill followed the upgrade, and he came even more energized. Don't think I can't kill you. The Sansi python moved to kill again, but quickly suppressed it before leaving in a very stifled manner. Don't leave. Play again. Yi Zhou chased after it and swiped it, but the Sansi python was determined to leave, so he couldn't stop it. What a pity. What a good sandbag. He was thinking about the Sansi python. It seemed like he would have to find an opportunity to make a house call to the Sansi python in the future. Pretending not to know that Song Yu was watching, he returned into the hole in the ground and absorbed the essence while checking the martial arts panel. Skill 1, Void Devouring 985/5000, proficiency increased to 5000. Can be upgraded to Void Drawing Thunderstrike. Skill, Indestructible Void Seal 955/5000, increase proficiency to 5000. Can be upgraded to Earth Diving Turtle Breath Seal. Skill, Dragon Abyssal Suction 185/5000, upgrade to 5000. Can be upgraded to Eye of Storm. Skill 4, Spike Shell Chariot 195/500, skill upgraded to 500. Can be upgraded to Spiked Cracking Shock. Void Devouring, Indestructible Void Seals proficiency brushed up quite a bit, but the main thing is the skill and skill 4. Jedi Suction upgraded to Dragon Abyssal Suction, and the subsequent upgrade target, Eye of the Storm. Giant Shell Rolling was upgraded to Spiked Shell Chariot, and the subsequent upgrade goal was Spiked Cracking Shock. Unfinished business. Avoid a long night. Use the experience first. Originally, he had been considering was to use it on feats, but the pressure given by Tsang Yu made him put the feats on hold. Yi Yu still had 18 points of experience left that he hadn't used, and now he could use it. Scanning the panel data. Speed, 90/100. Defense, 90/100. Attack, 80/100. Experience points, 18. Attack +9. Defense +9. The data produces a change. Speed, 90/100. Defense, 99/100. Attack, 89/100. Experience points, 0. This distribution would allow him to reach the strongest defense and the peak of the 8th level of attack. If he encountered something more dangerous, he would also only need to add 1 experience point to his attack to break through. The reason why he added points like this was still because of the brush experience points. Although Tsang Yu had given pressure, it wouldn't be dangerous for a short period of time, so it made sense to temporarily keep the realm stuck and brush more experience points. With the realm stuck at the 8th level, the gain from absorbing experience points should be crap. His guess came true. The form of rising experience points changed from 2. He didn't pay attention just now, but now he glanced at it. Heartache unbearable Previously, when the realm was at the 7th realm, it was absorbed properly, and it changed as soon as he broke through to the 8th realm. Had I known. Hey, he was going to raise his realm no matter what. It was an unavoidable step. It was to be expected that the rate of experience points rising would slow down. It was just that when it really happened, it still made it hard for him. After slowing down for a while, he honestly accepted the reality. What could be done? Just suck it up. Can't just rely on the lower essence vein. There was Tsang Yu guarding him from the outside, and an invisible pressure enveloped his entire body. He needed to obtain more experience points as soon as possible before he could do so. As for how to obtain, Yi Zhou had a flash of light and smiled. He. If Tsang Yu wants to take me as a sacrifice but never did it because I'm not in enough of a realm, If I tell it that I can break through if I'm almost a precious treasure? With this in mind, he got up to leave, but stopped halfway through his flight. The yield of the lower quality essence vein has become lower, and I become stronger, so can I fit it into the ruined god realm? As soon as this thought came out, it immediately turned into an impulse. Try. Lie down on the essence vein, then open the ruined god realm and throw it inside. The essence vein went in. I'll go. It really works. It seemed that after he got stronger, the ruined god realm was also getting stronger, and things that couldn't be contained before could now be stored. There was another essence vein within the hole in the ground, and he threw it in with it. Let's see if the essence vein withers within the ruined god realm. He entered the ruined divine realm and felt the extent of the essence vein's essence loss. Not a single trace of it had leaked out. This made him satisfied. In the future, if there was danger, he would be able to hide in the ruined divine realm and absorb the essence chi from the essence veins. It was slow, but it was better than being safe. Since the essence vein moved in, the environment of the ground cave is not so important. The treasures growing inside. Collect them all. Yi Jiao swallowed his saliva and couldn't wait to rush out of the returning ruins divine realm. Previously, he was afraid that eating the treasures inside would affect the environment of the earth cave, thus causing the essence veins to wither. Now there were not so many scruples. Just eat and be done with it. One mouth. Open. Another swallow. And so on. 7 points of experience arrived. Cool. That old guy is putting too much pressure on me. Speed, defense and attack need to be increased. After thinking carefully, he immediately added points for speed, defense and attack. Speed plus 9. The data became as follows. Speed, 99/100. Defense, 99/100. Attack, 89/100. Experience points, 18. The remaining 18 experience points were completely enough for him to advance to full level status. But right now, he really didn't dare to break through. In case the realm was high, absorbing the essence veins within the returning ruins divine realm turned into, well, a form of it, and he wouldn't even get any experience points at all. Then he would really lose out. 2 essence veins, all loaded into the ruined god realm, and not a single trace of essence had leaked out. This was much more valuable to him. In the future, if he encountered danger, or if he couldn't brush experience points outside, he could still enter the ruined divine realm and slowly grow his experience points. It was considered to be a way out for himself. It was indeed necessary to take it seriously. After thinking about it, it was still necessary to get stuck in the realm, or at least brush experience points to the upper limit before breaking through. This would maximize the benefits. Keep 1 point of experience points. 1 experience point would allow him to immediately level up and have the ability to deal with danger. As for the remaining 6 experience points, they were added directly to the feats. The experience points required for the merit law reached 419, only 81 short of 500. Go ask Songyu for some treasures. Yilak wanted to obtain more experience points before the realm was full, not only for breakthroughs, but also for feats. Before leaving the hole in the ground, he uneasily looked at the essence veins within the returning ruins divine realm, worrying that something else would happen to them. The essence veins were unharmed. Just as he was about to withdraw his thoughts, the pupils in his eyes suddenly shrank. Not right. With a brush, he rushed into the ruined divine realm, taking a look around. Where was that pile of low realm treasures? When he first went to the Shuriyen sect and the Shueclan to scavenge for treasures, he had loaded all of them into the ruined divine realm in his head. There were a large number of low realm treasures inside. Yi Xiao did not choose to absorb them, but kept them within the ruined divine realm. But now these treasures were all gone. His eyes sank. Damn it! First Xueling Luo's corpse was gone, and now the low realm treasures were gone. Is it possible that this returning ruins divine realm is haunted? Also at this moment, out of the corner of his eye, he swept into an image that shocked him. A small, translucent, delicate hand poked out from the spatial wall of the ruins of the divine realm. A delicate hand that was very careful, but moved as if it was a thief. She seemed to be groping for something, and without realizing it, she touched the essence vein. Only the essence vein was really huge for this delicate little hand, but she even grabbed it with force, wanting to take it away. Yi Jiao wanted to laugh as he watched, and couldn't help but shout, Xueling Luo? Brush! The delicate little hand was startled and retracted into the spatial wall. Xueling Luo? Yi Jiao shouted again, without any form of mutation responding to him. After a while, he reluctantly left. It was time to go to the 10,000 Beast Mountain to find Songyu, although Songyu was nearby, but matching this technique, Yi Jiao still knew how to do it. Flying to the ground, he deliberately approached the place where Songyu was and shook his head. A little bit short of a breakthrough I can make, but I already have a bottleneck. I need a rare treasure to help me break through. Speaking here, he paused for a moment, his eyes surveying the surroundings. Take a trip to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. There should be quite a few rare treasures growing there. I'll spend some time and I should be able to find them. Dropping these words, he found a demonic beast and asked for directions. Heading straight to the 10,000 Beast Mountain, Song Yu in the dark mused. Immediate breakthrough? This demonic turtle does have a bit of natural talent. That's just it. I'll help you out. If you break through as soon as possible, I can use it as soon as possible as well. With a cold smile, he quietly rushed to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Yizhou's map scan found Song Yu following him, and immediately smiled wistfully. I'm not that easy to utilize. I can't pick you to death. Unfinished, the mountain of 10,000 beasts was still deeper, and when he arrived, the map scanning function began to scan a new map. In an instant, it dawned on him. The three rulers of the 10,000 Beast Mountain were indeed the Blue Fox, the Stone Rock Queen Mother, and the Tree Spirit Song Yu. 9 Beast Kings followed them. Among them, Song Yu's subordinates were the Sand Sea Python, which was ranked as the first Beast King, and the Golden Crystal Mountain Gopher, which was ranked as the 7th. Old thing, you would never have imagined that I could be able to gain knowledge of the relationship between the Sand Sea Python and you through this means. He was now completely certain that Song Yu was going to go after him. Map scan alert, 3,600 meters ahead. A Martial Zone Realm First Level Demonic Beast has appeared. System alert, a Martial Zone Realm First Level Demonic Beast is rapidly approaching. Please be careful to avoid it. Song Yu came. This old thing was quite fast. He had just stepped on the edge of the 10,000 Beast Mountain when the other party arrived. Why did you come to the 10,000 Beast Mountain? The tree spirit flew from the air and said with a surprised expression. Yi Jiao was stunned and immediately said in surprise. So it's Senior Song Yu. To tell you the truth, I am only one final step away from breaking through to the 8th level of the Yuanwu realm, but the bottleneck of this step is too firm to break through without taking rare treasures. So I wanted to come to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain and look for rare treasures. Song Yu let out a murmur. I happen to have some unused rare treasures in my hand. Take them and use them. Consider it as my reward for accepting you as a subordinate. A gray yuan power wrapped a storage bracelet and flew out from the tree hole. Yi Jiao stretched his claws to catch it and said in surprise. Thank you Senior for the reward. With these treasures, my breakthrough to the 8th level of the Yuanwu realm is just around the corner. Hurry back and cultivate. Since you've reached the final step, don't delay your cultivation. Song Yu smiled and turned to leave. Yi Jiao took the storage bracelet and returned to the cave in the ground of the Black Bone Forest in a beautiful manner. When he opened the storage bracelet, it was full of rare treasures. Wealthy! He couldn't wait to start devouring it. It didn't take a while to brush his experience points to the upper limit value. Then he looked at the panel data. Speed, 99/100. Defense, 99/100. Attack, 89/100. Experience points, 0. Feats plus 0. At once, the experience points required for the feat technique reached 449, only 51 short of 500. Continuing to devour the treasures, he once again brushed the experience points to the upper limit value, and the feats still added 0. The experience points required for feats reached 479, and was only 1 short of 500. Immediately, I'll be able to obtain the avatar of transformation and diversion, so for safety's sake, I'll go to the returning ruins divine realm to add points. Yi Jiao jumped into the ruin god realm and first swept his surroundings. That translucent delicate little hand never appeared again. Perhaps it was not a small shock. Shaking his head, he didn't think anymore and directly devoured the treasures. Brushing his experience points to the upper limit value, he began to add 1 experience point for the feat. Ding! Ancient God Heaven swallowing scripture. A divine thought entered his mind. Ding! Automatic cultivation in progress. Ding! Cultivation complete. Host obtains a divine ability to transform and split. Ding! Does the host open the divine ability of transforming and splitting? Yi Jiao asked. What can it transform into? According to the host's soul, it automatically takes shape. Yi Jiao had a bitter face. It was randomized but he had no choice but to choose to turn it on. Ding! Turning on the morphing detachment in progress. Ding! Detected that the host possesses a human soul and can incarnate and split into an adult. Ding! Human shape split shape 10%, 0%, 60%. He felt a sharp pain coming from his mind, as if his soul was being torn apart. Suddenly, a wave of warmth flew out from his soul, through his flesh, and landed in front of him, transforming into a hot white light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully transforming into a split body and obtaining a humanoid split body. As the system beep sounded, the sizzling white light turned inward and revealed a male body. As he fixed his eyes on it, a sense of affinity surged out. Wasn't that him from his previous life? Clean and ordinary? Ding! Subsystem opened. Is it connected to a humanoid doppelganger? This voice caused Yi Jiao to be stunned. but he quickly understood that this was giving his own doppelganger, installing the subsystem a proper weapon to become stronger. Connect. Ding. Connecting. Ding. Connection successful. Only the humanoid Yijio slowly opened his eyes and laughed. Yijio, have a human body too. He had gotten his thoughts from the demonic beast Yijio, so he didn't feel any discomfort after awakening. That's right, I still have a subsystem. Go see what some of the things are. The humanoid Yijio's thoughts entered his mind, and at the same time, the demonic beast Yijio's thoughts also entered inside. Checking the panel. Split, Yilak, name can be changed. Main system has supreme control. Realm, 8 out of 10, 8th level martial artist of Yuanwu realm. The bilocation realm is synchronized with the host's realm. Talent, not activated. Endurance, 0/100%, spirit martial realm level. Speed, 99/100. Defense, 99/100. Attack, 89/100. Note, the data of the doppelganger is based on the strength of his own data. Martial arts, opened, oxymoron. This doppelganger is synchronized with my stats. Another helper to help me gain experience points in the future. Demon Turtle Yilak laughed out loud. He was able to control the doppelganger in real time, and he was also able to view the doppelganger's true data. He was able to understand the subsystem's notes. The data of the doppelganger was the same as him, but the strength was different. It was because the physical body was different. As an earth dragon tortoise, he had evolved many times, and his own strength was going to overflow the data too much. And the doppelganger could only be based on its own data. It was as much as it was fixed. Of course, inside the subsystem of the doppelganger, there was talent and patience, and when these two data came together, the strength of the doppelganger would change accordingly. Not to mention, there was also a martial arts. Right, martial arts also go in and take a look. The demonic beast Yi use mind move to enter the martial arts item. By location, Yishao, name can be changed. Main system has supreme control. Technique, Ancient God Heaven Swallowing Scripture. Skill 1, not activated. Skill, not activated. Skill, not activated. Skill 4, not activated. Skill 5, the number of split skills grows in tandem with the number of host skills. Awesome, Yi Xiao, will never fight alone again. Hey, by the way, how come I don't see any experience points? The demonic beast Yi Lak was puzzled. Could it be that the doppelganger couldn't absorb experience points to cultivate? Regarding this doubt, he gave feedback to the system. Ding, the subsystem is unable to acquire experience points. The realm data is synchronized with the main system. Demonic beast Yi lacked hope, but he quickly pulled himself together. Just because it couldn't obtain them didn't mean it couldn't help him. The subsystem could go search for essence veins, precious treasures, and other heavenly treasures, and then let him absorb them. I have Shui Longfang's storage ring here. It contains his clothes. Hurry up and put it on. Then I'll take you out and you can cultivate on your own. The demonic beast Yi Xiao threw out a storage ring, and the doppelganger Yi Xiao took it. The doppelganger could also learn. He had talent, patience and skills, all of which he needed to figure out and master on his own. Author's digression, don't worry to read on. The bilocation will be dealt with later, unfinished. Seeing that the doppelganger was putting on his clothes, demonic beast Yi Liao's attention fell on the realm. Checking the panel data. Speed, 99/100. Defense, 99/100. Attack, 89/100. Experience points, 9. There were 9 more experience points. And on top of that, there were quite a few rare treasures given by Tsangyu. As long as he ate these treasures, he could easily reach full level status. At that time, he would be able to qualify for one homecoming. However, he had experience with Ancestor Return once and knew that the key to whether or not Ancestor Return would be successful lay in the height of his own bloodline. Last time, it was devouring the Earth Dragon and obtaining a trace of Holy Dragon bloodline that allowed him to succeed in Ancestor Return. Before returning to his ancestors this time, Yi Xiao decided to raise his bloodline again, and whether or not he could raise his own bloodline depended on evolution. Right, Devouring Synthetic Evolution. Taking a closer look, the third Devouring Synthesis Evolution would be opened within these few days. I have to look for a demonic beast with a high-grade bloodline as my target for Devouring Synthesis Evolution. He would first devour the synthetic evolution and obtain a high-ranked bloodline before returning to his ancestors. Thus, the realm could not be raised to full rank for the time being. Once he reached the full rank, he would have to carry out the ancestral return evolution, and even if he postponed it, he wouldn't be able to postpone it for more than a few days. Just raise the realm to the peak of the 9th level of the Yuanwu realm. Attack +9. The data changed as follows. Speed, 99/100. Defense, 99/100. Attack, 98/100. Experience points, 0. Attack is still a little bit short. Yi Lak devoured the treasures again, nonetheless adding another point to the attack. Soon, speed, defense and attack all reached 99, just one step away from full level. Going to this level all relied on the essence veins and precious treasures of the Black Bone Forest, as well as the precious treasures gifted by Song Yu. With the realm so high, I wonder if the other stats on the panel have changed. Sweeping a glance, the only thing that had changed was the merit technique. Merit technique, ancient god heaven swallowing scripture. The threshold of stepping into the martial zone was the transformation of Yuan power into form. Yi Xiao said it wasn't difficult, as long as the experience points managed to be enough. The main thing at the moment was devouring synthesis evolution and ancestral return. And in order to carry these two out perfectly, the top priority was to find a suitable devouring target. I'm worried. Where can I find one? Beast Mountain? It could only be the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. It was the holy land of demonic beasts in this region, and there must be quite a few demonic beasts with high-level bloodlines. Hey, dressed up, so damn handsome. The doppelganger Yi Jiu clearly inherited Yi Jiu's prodigal and slutty character, as well as that inexplicable self-confidence. Wearing a piece of strong clothing, he also had to let himself go. What was even more speechless was that the demonic beast Yi Xiao also nodded his head furiously. Handsome indeed, worthy of being myself. One person and one demon looked at each other and smiled, with a great sense of hating each other. They were all one person, and they still hated each other. Why don't they sympathize with each other? Fortunately, these two brothers weren't self-absorbed and knew to walk out of the returning ruins divine realm. However, just as they went out, they were dumbfounded by a roar and the roar of beasts. What's going on? There was a world war? Map scan prompt, 3,900 meters ahead. 10 Yuanwu realm 8th level demonic beasts have appeared. Map scanning alert, 3,900 meters to the right. 8 Yuanwu realm 8. Heavy wild monster. Map scanning. When the two brothers looked at each other, they both saw the horror in their eyes. This was a retaliation battle for the humans' counterattack on 10,000 Beasts Mountain. No, this was no longer a war of retaliation, but a war of races. A war between the human race and the demon race. You beasts, you destroyed my entire family. I want you to die. Kill them all. Kill them all. They all have valuable things on them. Ha ha ha. Experiencing life and death will allow me to make a breakthrough. This battlefield is perfect for me. Mother, I will avenge you and kill the hateful demonic beasts. Sagittarius, I've come to avenge you. After killing the demonic beasts, I'll go see you. People roared and hissed, holding various purposes to kill the demonic beasts. But essentially, they all treated the demonic beasts as life and death enemies. On the other hand, on the side of the demonic beasts, they were also counterattacking, for different reasons, but they equally hated humans and wanted to kill them afterward. This was an irreconcilable contradiction. And once the war started, it was out of control. I don't know how long it will take to fight. Let's get out of here first. One person and one demon fought in disguise, gradually moving away from the battlefield. Suddenly, the map scan of the demonic beast leaf lack found a demonic beast of the first level of the martial zone realm approaching. It can't beat Song Yu, right? After fighting like this, you're still spying on me? You're fucking sick, little friend. So you're fine. Great, quickly follow me. I'll take you to avoid this fight. Song Yu came to the demonic beast Yi Jiu's near front, and didn't care if Yi Jiu answered or not. He directly released a gray yuan power, wrapped Yi Jiu, and then forcibly pulled him away. Yi Jiu's heart sank as he realized that he couldn't return to the returning ruins divine realm. The explanation given by the system was that he was bound and could not enter. What about the doppelganger Yi Xiao? He didn't even have the ruin god realm, let alone enter it, unless guided by him, the main body, but he couldn't even protect himself, let alone the bilocation Yi Xiao. And now, the bilocated demonic beast suffered a great crisis and was about to face Song Yu's strike. Humans, you've come to the wrong place. Song Yu ejected a gray yuan power, heading straight for the split leaf lac. When the doppelganger Yi Jiu sought Song Yu, he knew that things were not good, but the other party was too strong and fast. And without waiting for him to make a move, the gray yuan power killed him. His pupils shrunk. It was too late to dodge. Could it be that he had just transformed out and was about to cool off? Old demon Song Yu, if you dare to kill my grandson, I, Yi Longtan, will kill you. That angry voice came, followed by a huge red yuan power wrapping around the doppelganger Yi Yu. The gray yuan power landed on the red yuan power and exploded with a bang, completely unable to shake the red yuan power. Song Yu's face sank. Yi Longtan, I didn't expect you to come too. Yi Longtan, the previous generation of Yuanwu Kingdom's protector god general. 50 years ago, he had led hundreds of thousands of troops to defend the border and repel the tide of 10,000 demon beasts. Later, the peace agreement between Yuanwu Kingdom and 10,000 Beast Mountain also had a lot to do with him. Yi Longtan landed on the ground with a boom as he held his long spear. Aggressively, he walked towards the doppelganger Yi Yu and coldly said, 50 years ago, you were just a member of the Beast King, and now in the eyes of the old man, the same is true. Song Yu subconsciously took a step back, his heart filled with fear. Yi Longtan had the capital to be crazy. It had the self-awareness to want to leave this place. Since he's your grandson, watch over him, don't let him run around. Dare to come here. Isn't he looking for death? Song Yu struck 3 long swords condensed by Yuan power, killing the doppelganger Yi Jiu, while taking the opportunity to escape. Yi Longtan wanted to chase after him again, but those 3 Yuan power long swords had to be blocked as well. I'll get you later. He repelled the 3 Yuan power long swords with a shot. His annoyed eyes fell towards the doppelganger Yi Jiu, and he angrily shouted, little brat, you don't look at that strength of yours, and you dare to come here. Grandpa rest his anger. Zicheng also wanted to impress Grandpa, that's why he came to the battlefield. A stunningly beautiful young girl flew in and protected the doppelganger Yi Xiu behind her. You're the only one who still protects him. Xing Dai, it's really a commission for you to marry him, but I, Yi Longtan, won't treat you poorly. Yi Longtan was very helpless every time he faced Ling Qingdai, a belly full of anger with nowhere to spread it. The reason for this was that his own bastard grandson really wasn't worthy of Ling Qingdai, but on the contrary, Ling Qingdai, such a big family's daughter, liked her own grandson. Continued. Qingdai hasn't married him yet. There's just a paper marriage contract. Ling Qingdai's face was relatively thin-skinned, and when she heard such direct words from Yi Longtan, her face blushed slightly. Yi Longtan laughed and his anger subsided for the most part. This girl still knows unmarried Then you run to the Yi family every day. Privately call my grandfather. That is a big 1,000 gold can do things? The whole thing is like a daughter-in-law of the Yi family. But he didn't point it out. Instead he smiled and said, Qing Dai, take him back. With your Yuanwu realm 3rd level strength, there's no problem returning all the way back. Then he looked at the doppelganger Yi Jiu. His face instantly sank, and said like constipation, tapeless brat, with your strength of the 8th level of the spiritual martial realm, don't give me a blind stir here. Listen to your daughter-in-law this time, and go back honestly. The face flip is faster than a book. Who the hell is your own grandson? Bah! I'm not your grandson at all. You've mistaken me for someone else. At most, I can only resemble your own grandson. The doppelganger Yi Xiao also reacted from his state of confusion and spoke. I am not your grandson. Yi Longtan was furious and slapped his doppelganger Yi Jiu, cursing, you've gone against the grain. You don't even recognize your grandfather. If you want to find one, you should also find a good excuse. Insulting old me's intelligence. Ling Qingdai was afraid that her grandfather would still want to fight, so she hurriedly said, Grandfather, Zicheng and I will go back first. With that, he hugged his doppelganger Yi Jiu and left. The doppelganger Yi Jiu was slapped and wanted to curse, but when he saw Yi Longtan's aggressive and manic look, his heart was abashed, and he secretly said, taking advantage of me and trying to beat me up. I'll make a note of it. Humph. Yi Longtan saw the two leave, and then he gave up, but the anger in his heart had not subsided, so he held his long sword and vented it on the demonic beast. Zicheng, don't do something like this in the future. Qingdai is really scared. Ling Qingdai looked at the doppelganger Yi Jiu with heartache and tearful eyes. Although you're very pretty, I'm really not Yi Zicheng. You've recognized the wrong person. Yi Jiu was still self-aware. If he was really this wrong, when the real Yi Zicheng showed up, he would have no good results. Because standing in the Yi family and spirit family's perspective, it would be a scandal and a strange shame. At that time, he would definitely be executed. You don't even recognize me? A pitying grudge and sadness surfaced on Ling Qingdai's exquisite beauty, causing Yi Jiu to resist the urge to protect. But for the sake of his own little life, he still had to reject it sensibly. But Ling Qingdai wouldn't listen to his nonsense and flew towards the human camp at the back with him. In the middle of a deep mountain forest, Tree Spirit Sun Yu brought Demon Turtle Yi Jiu and walked rapidly through the forest. We'll be away from the battlefield soon. Don't resist. I'll take you to a safe place. He casually comforted the demonic turtle. However, that perfunctory tone seemed like it wasn't prepared to hide anything. The demonic beast Yi Jiu was still trying his best to cooperate. Many thanks to Senior Song Yu for saving my life. If it wasn't for you, that Yi Longtan arrived, I would have died. Song Yu nodded. It's also your bad luck that you fought that kid. I reckon that kid shouldn't be Yi Longtan's real grandson. Yi Longtan's real grandson, I killed before. He had been searching for the demon turtle in the Black Bone Forest, and by chance, he killed a youth, who was exactly the same as that kid before. Thinking back at this time, it seemed like Yi Longtan's real grandson had been killed by him long ago, and the youth that Yi Longtan had saved was just a resemblance to his grandson. Yi lacked a shock. There was still this, but he immediately had an ominous heart. Son Yu dared to tell him about this matter. What did it mean? It meant that he was already a dying turtle, and the other party didn't care how much truth he knew. So close. Fortunately, Senior saved me. Senior, I have an unkind request here. You say, I drilled into the ground before, wanting to make a breakthrough in peace, but the war suddenly broke out, causing me to interrupt it, and now I would like to ask Senior to help me find a quiet secret room. The demonic beast Yi Jiu sighed helplessly. Tree Spirit Son Yu's heart moved, and a hint of greed and joy surfaced in his eyes as he looked at the demonic turtle. Then go to the mountain of 10,000 beasts. This seat's cultivation chamber is there. There is no one or demon to disturb you. Thank you Senior for your help. After I make a breakthrough, if Senior has any orders, I will definitely be obliged. Yi Yu respectfully said. Along the way, Son Yu intentionally avoided any demons and quietly entered the 10,000 beasts mountain from a remote place. It was a gigantic mountain that was half a few thousand meters wide, with the upper half nowhere to be seen, and it looked very peculiar. Son Yu led him into a crack in the mountain and made his way down. Map scan prompt, 3,900 meters below. A Yuanwu realm 9th level demonic beast has appeared. Map scan prompt, 3,900 meters below. A Yuanwu realm 8th level demonic beast has appeared. Yi Jiu's heart stirred. It was during the time of war between demonic beasts and humans. How could there still be a Yuanwu realm 9th level demonic beast and a Yuanwu realm 8th level demonic beast in the 10,000 beasts mountain? He was captured by Son Yu and Son Yu was bound to have something in mind. That's why he didn't participate in the war. Could it be that those two Yuanwu realm high-level demonic beasts were the same? Soon, he knew what was going on. Hot air came up from below. It was hot down there. According to Yi Jiu's experience, there was probably magma down there. But this wasn't the sinking rock mountain range. So why was there magma underground as well? Steeply, a shocking conclusion arose in his heart. Could it be that underneath this territory, it was all magma? Here it is. You hurry up and go in for a breakthrough. Son Yu came to the underground cave, withdrew the gray yuan power from the demonic turtle, and said to a cultivation room. Yi Lak scanned around. This cave was quite large, and there were several other cultivation rooms. Still not going in? Son Yu frowned. I'll go in right away. Yi Jiu obediently entered the cultivation room before Son Yu personally closed the door of the cultivation room. A layer of formation surfaced. This was the formation that trapped him. Entering the cultivation room, coldness surfaced in his eyes. Based on the hints from the map scan, he knew that there were two Yuanwu realm high-level demonic beasts nearby. It was likely to be in those cultivation rooms. Son Yu, are you trying to use me as a sacrifice? Those two Yuanwu realm high-level demonic beasts, they are likewise sacrifices? Yi Jiu sneered in his heart. He wasn't a lord who was willing to be trapped. Moreover, if he wanted to transform his yuan power into form and break through to martial zone, he would have to add 100 experience points to his gongfu. The remaining treasures in his hand, eating them all would not be enough for 100 experience points. As for going to the returning market divine realm to absorb the essence veins, with his current realm to do so, he didn't know how many months it would take to save up 100 experience points. This was a complete waste of time and energy. Therefore, leaving this place became inevitable. The mind scanned the panel data. Speed, 99/100. Defense, 99/100. Attack, 99/100. Experience points, 6. Previously, he had eaten several more treasures in order to fill up his attack, and there were still 6 experience points left. Plans can't catch up with changes. Breakthrough. After reaching full level, my chances of escaping will be a bit higher. Yi Jiu had just been in Son Yu's hands and was unable to escape. But now that he was far away from Son Yu, he also had a chance to escape. But to be on the safe side, the realm should be raised. As for returning to the ancestors, it was better to escape first. Speed +1, defense +1, attack +1. The data all reached 100. Unfinished. Ding. The host has become a Yuanwu realm 10th level demonic beast, and has gained the qualification to return to the ancestor once. Does it proceed to return to the ancestor? No ancestor return for now. Ding. Countdown to ancestor return, 5 days. Yi Yu said. Within 5 days, I will definitely turn on Devouring Synthesis Evolution. I have to find a high-level demonic beast as soon as possible and evolve before performing ancestral return. Not daring to waste time, he devoured the ground floor of the cultivation room, breaking through the realm multiple times. The Yuan power pool expanded and its capacity grew larger and larger. At this time, devouring the mud in formations was just the right time to replenish the Yuan power. A large amount of mud and formation power was all devoured by Yi Jiu. This was where the demonic nature of the ancient god heaven swallowing scripture lay. No matter what kind of formations, prohibitions, or thick defenses you have, They are useless in front of Yijio. All of them are eaten, quickly eating out a passageway. Yiju went all the way down. So hot. I'm not far from the underground magma. I have to change direction and drill out of the 10,000 Beasts mountain. Yi Xiao no longer went down, but devoured horizontally, all the way forward. It wasn't long before the map scanning prompt rang out. Map scan prompt, 4,200 meters below. A Taiku Divine Beast Fire Qilin has appeared. Map scan prompt, 4,200 meters below. A Martial Zone Realm First Level Demonic Beast has appeared. Yi Xiao's body lurched as a look of shock appeared in his eyes. An ancient divine beast. The Fire Qilin. How could an ancient divine beast appear in an area that was just a projectile? Suddenly, it dawned on him. Underneath this territory, it was all magma, a very wide area, which was already strangely spectacular. That ancient divine beast, the Fire Qilin, most likely also chose to inhabit here because of the magma here. In addition, 4,200 meters below, not only did the swift ancient divine beast Fire Qilin appear, but a Martial Zone Realm First Level Demonic Beast also appeared. To put it differently, a Martial Zone Realm Demonic Beast that dares to appear in front of a Swire God Beast? Something must have gone wrong with that Swire God Beast. Go and take a look. If something really goes wrong, won't I have a chance to devour it? When Yijio thought of this, a rush of hot blood filled his entire body. Damn it, if he devoured a swift ancient divine beast, he would definitely take off. The future, too, would change because of this swift ancient divine beast. Approaching downwards cautiously, he was already prepared to enter the returning ruins divine realm. Luckily, the journey had been safe and sound, and he quietly arrived above the natural fire cave where the fire poison was rampant. Looking down, magma spread out all over the fire cave, and in the very center of the fire cave, there was a huge reddish rock. On top of the rock, lying on top of it was a huge griffin burning with flames, and the fire unicorn's eyes were tightly closed at the moment, not knowing whether it was alive or dead. Yijio's pupils shrunk, and he subconsciously closed his breath in nervousness. At the same time, the system prompted that there was a demonic beast of the first level of the Martial Zone realm that was approaching. He scanned downwards and found Tree Spirit Song Yu wrapped in Grey Yuan power, flying towards the huge Fire Qilin. Grass. Sure enough, it's Song Yu. He's long since realized that there's an ancient divine beast here. Yijio had expected this, and now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he roughly guessed in his heart what this guy was going to do. Song Yu was probably going to use him as a sacrifice, and perhaps other sacrifices, with the aim of making a move on the Fire Qilin. This old fellow wanted to obtain certain things from the Fire Qilin. You Grandma Bear, I won't let you have your way. Yijio's thoughts of devouring the Fire Qilin became even stronger, but he was sensible and didn't act rashly. To act rashly, choosing to continue observing the situation below, Song Yu flew next to the Fire Qilin and greedily said, I spent 200 years and paid a large amount of tree essence longevity to introduce you into the tree essence illusion realm until your current half-dead state. And the price I have to bear is that my lifespan comes to an end. Even the elevation of my realm has been suppressed indefinitely, and by now, I am only at the first level of the Martial Zone realm. Its voice was mellow and low, as if it was reminiscing about the past. Luckily this will soon be over, as long as I sacrifice those few offerings and unleash the top secret technique. Your Fire Qilin flesh body will be mine. His eerie laughter reverberated through the natural fire cave. In Yizhao's eyes, a cold light flashed. Sure enough, he wanted to sacrifice him, and his purpose was to take over the Fire Qilin flesh. I was wondering before why you didn't transmigrate and transform into a form. So it turns out that you've been waiting for this. According to the introduction of the ancient God Swallowing Heaven scripture, a demonic beast that reaches the Martial Zone realm possesses the qualification of transforming into a form through a tribulation once. However, whether to use it or not depended on the demonic beast itself. The minimum requirement for the sacrifice is to be at the 8th level of the Yuanwu realm. The Sanxi Python and the Golden Crystal Mountain Ground Rat have been cultivated by me to above the 8th level, and now we're just missing the demonic turtle. Song Yu looked at the Fire Qilin as if he was surveying a work of art, his gaze greedy and eager. This move, he had continued for 200 years. Yijio looked on indifferently, waiting for the time to come. Half an hour later, Song Yu left with a fondness, and the color of greed surfaced in Yijio's eyes. Song Yu, go and dream your big dreams. I'm going to devour the Fire Qilin. He waited until the map scan could not scan Song Yu before he dared to fly to the Fire Qilin. Feeling the divine beast's might that the Fire Qilin was unconsciously emitting, Yijio's heart was moved. Come quickly, devour Synthesis Evolution. He was waiting for the third Devouring Synthesis Evolution to open. Because of the Fire Qilin, he waited impatiently. Finally, when night came, the third Devouring Synthesis Evolution opened. Ding! Congratulations host, the third Devouring Synthesis Evolution has opened. Please choose the target to devour. Yi Jiao excitedly replied to the system. I choose to devour the ancient divine beast fire Qilin. The system released its scanning energy, and when it swept the fire Qilin next to it, a beep sounded in Yi Jiao's mind. Ding! The host has chosen to devour the target, the fire Qilin. Please pay attention to the panel data. Yi Jiao couldn't wait to check the panel data. Then his mind tapped into the evolution item. Evolution, Earth Dragon Turtle, 10th level Yuanwu Realm Demonic Beast with Holy Dragon Bloodline. Devouring target, Fire Kirin, a severely injured Martial Emperor Realm Taiku Divine Beast. Select synthesis points, Fire Qilin's Qilin Bloodline. Fire Qilin's innate divine ability surprising 9 changes. Fire Qilin's innate divine ability Descent of the Inferno Realm. Synthesis evolution target, Lin Yan Emperor Devouring Turtle. Crap, Griffin Bloodline, amazing 9 changes, Yen Realm Descent. If Yi Jiao had a heart condition, he would definitely have to commit a crime. These 3 synthesized points, each one of them was heaven-defying. What should I do? How do I choose? Anxious. System, what if I want them all? Yi Jiao was having trouble choosing. Obtaining the Qilin bloodline would allow him to have unlimited potential, and he would definitely receive a great inheritance when he returned to his ancestors. Moreover, it wasn't just a trace of Kirin bloodline, but the entire one. The surprising 9 transformations of heaven and the descent of the Inferno realm were awesome divine abilities at first glance. The main thing was that these 2 divine abilities were both natural divine abilities, the kind that came with birth. Perhaps if one missed it today, then in the future, there might not be any more surprising Sky 9 transformations and Inferno realm descent in this world. Ding! The host can only choose 1 synthesis point. Please choose as soon as possible. Otherwise the evolution will close in 1 minute. Yi Jiao's eyes changed drastically. Unfinished. The previous few times he had evolved, he hadn't had much hesitation, so he hadn't encountered this situation. Only one can be chosen. Yi Jiao forced himself to calm down. The Qilin bloodline, which was a potential-based synthesis point, would be of great benefit to him in the future as he returned to his ancestor and became stronger. The surprising 9 transformations in Inferno Realm Descent were strength-enhancing type synthesis points that could immediately increase his strength once mastered. Considering it another way, it was a matter of choosing long-term or short-term. Choose the Qilin bloodline. Having experienced a hint of the benefits that the Sacred Dragon bloodline brought him, he had no reason to give up an entire Qilin bloodline. As for the shocking 9 transformations and Inferno Realm Descent, they could only be given up. He had the ancient god heaven swallowing scripture and could also master many great divine abilities. There was no need to be short-sighted and choose them. Since he had a choice, he didn't hesitate anymore and replied to the system in his head, choosing to synthesize the Qilin bloodline. Please ask the host to contact the devouring target. Yi Yu was just about to step forward to contact the fire Qilin when Song Yu's furious hiss came from above. Demonic turtle, how dare you escape? I'm about to succeed. How dare you escape? That voice was coming from the passageway that Yi Jiao had dug over. The system alert was also ringing out that Song Yu was rapidly approaching. This old thing has found out. Quickly devour it. There was no way Yi Jiao would give up the treasure in front of him. Rushing forward to directly contact the fire Qilin. Devouring Synthetic Evolution begins. As the system beep sounded, the fire Qilin gradually dissolved. However, the fire Qilin in front of him was not truly dead. It was only in a half-dead state. After being messed with by Yi Jiao, it was about to wake up. Yi Xiao climbed onto the fire Qilin and said, "Don't wake up, honestly accept my devouring." His entire body was changing, and he didn't want to be forcibly interrupted by the fire Qilin. Roar! Feeling the extreme pain, the fire Qilin opened its eyes as if it was returning to the light. A terrifying pressure of an ancient divine beast instantly spread out, and Yi Jiao bore the brunt of it, only feeling powerless. He was suppressed by the bloodline. However, the devouring was not interrupted and continued. Also at this moment, Song Yu arrived. Its face changed when it saw the demonic turtle lying on top of the fire Qilin while the fire Qilin melted away again. You dare to touch my fire Qilin, I want your life. It had spent most of its life's work on the fire Qilin, and if the fire Qilin was taken, it would be worse than killing it. Without saying anything else, it shouted angrily and killed the demonic turtle. But it was indeed unlucky. Just appeared. The fire Qilin's open eyes saw it. At that moment, the fire Qilin that had been introduced into the tree elemental illusion realm and became in a state of serious injury. Its consciousness was chaotic. Subconsciously, it blamed the pain on its body on the tree spirit. The Qilin hissed weakly, and a dark, blood-colored light erupted from its mouth, striking the tree spirit. Song Yu's heart was filled with the shadow of death, and he calmed down in a flash. Seeing the blood-colored light strike, he dodged and avoided the blood-colored light. Luckily, the fire Qilin was seriously injured and dying. Its consciousness was chaotic, and the attack it struck was fragile and sluggish. Otherwise it would have been basically impossible for it to avoid it. He. You came just in time. Yi Jiao but laughed. With such a delay, the fire qilin dissolved into his body amidst its struggles and powerlessness. His body, on the other hand, was evolving at a speed visible to the naked eye. Magma flow patterns spread all over the turtle shell. The diamond horns on the turtle shell turned dark red, and the entire shell looked as if it was slowly flowing death magma. The limbs were shaped like unicorns and dragon claws, with the ferocious charm of an ancient divine beast in it. The head resembled a dragon and a turtle, and the same magma flowed across the entire head. Eyes have become fire red. The upper part of the head has a number of flame streams of light swaying. Looks like a mysterious and scary, untouchable mythological creatures. At the same time, the body became 3 or 4 meters large, more powerful. Even Son Yu was subdued by the sudden change of the demon turtle. Ding! Devouring Synthesis Evolution is successful. The next Devouring Synthesis Evolution will open in 3 months. Yi Yu couldn't help but raise his voice to the sky and let out a long whistle, resembling a dragon's roar, but with more of the ferocious rhyme and penetrating power that the qilin specially carries. With just one sound, he shook Son Yu back, but at the same time, it also woke Son Yu up. Demon turtle, what trick did you pull to take away my qilin? Son Yu was so angry that madness emerged in his eyes. Most of its life's work was lost. It was furious, extreme anger. It was not willing. I want you to die. Son Yu roared, killing the demonic turtle with all his might. Yi Yu's face was grave as he coldly said, "You're a martial zone first level. I'm a peak Yuan Wu, but I've evolved 3 times. Let's see who's stronger." He wanted to try how good his defense was. A piece of branch stabbed over. The gray Yuan power contained in it could pierce through gold and stone. If Yi Jiao in the past had resisted it with his turtle shell, he definitely wouldn't have been able to carry it. But now, well, Earth King Divine Seal, Indestructible Void Seal, Black Yuan Power. The 3 powers were added to the turtle shell that looked like flowing magma, and the defense doubled several times. When the piece of tree branch came over with terrifying might, only a loud rumbling could be heard as it landed solidly on top of the turtle shell. However, the result was unexpected. The turtle shell was unhindered, but instead, the branch was shaken back and burned up. Yi Xiao was overjoyed. He was able to resist the full force of a demonic beast at the first level of the martial sect realm. Perverted turtle shell. Demon turtle, my whole life has been ruined by you. I will kill you. Son Yu really went crazy. Seeing that he missed with one strike, he immediately burned his Yuan power and killed the demon turtle again. At this moment, his aura grew insanely, straight up to the 2nd level of the martial zone realm. But it wasn't over yet. It was still rising. At the 10th level of the martial zone realm, the difference between each level was very large. Far from being comparable to Yuan Wu realm cultivators, a martial zone realm 2nd level martial artist could kill a martial zone realm 1st level martial artist with a single move. Not to mention that today's Son Yu, his realm was heading straight for the peak of the 2nd level of the martial zone realm, or even the 3rd level. Yi Yu's eyes changed sharply. He didn't dare to block. As for fleeing, it was that Son Yu had not burned his Yuan power, and with the speed of his own realm, he would be able to catch up with him. After all, his greatest strength was only his turtle shell, not his speed. Can't escape, then no escape. Seeing Son Yu's frantic killing, Yi Xiao immediately turned around and leapt, plummeting towards the magma below. Bye-bye, Son Yu, you want to take me as a sacrifice? Then I'll swallow the fire qilin as a return gift. You and I don't owe each other anything. Ha 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 ha. The Lin Yen Emperor devouring turtle zipped within the magma and quickly disappeared. He was going to search for the essence vein that had been swallowed by the magma, then find a good place to return to his ancestors. As if Son Yu had lost its mind, it also followed suit and jumped into the magma. But when it was almost in contact with the magma, drilling pain struck it from all parts of its body. Its body burned up. Not good. Son Yu calmed down instantly and flew upwards, away from the magma. The threat of magma was too great. Only demonic beasts at the high level of the martial zone realm could physically resist magma. Not to mention that it was a tree demon. Magma was a nemesis to it. However, to make it spare the demon turtle, unless it wanted it to die. Demon turtle, I, Son Yu, swear that I will definitely catch you. It flew out of the 10,000 Beasts mountain and rooted itself in the dense forest, and with a thought, it unleashed its own natural aptitude, the tree spirit. In an instant, all the trees, weeds, or underground would attribute plants within the range of the 10,000 Beasts mountain became its eyes. Unfinished business. Within the humans' camp, the doppelganger Yi Jiao didn't expect that just after he transformed out, he became the grandson of the previous generation's protector god general, with a beautiful fiancée, and he didn't even realize that the grandson of the previous generation of protector god general Yi Longtan had been killed by Son Yu long ago. His data was shared with the Honored One. If the Honored One side wanted to convey a message to him, It only required a flick of the honored one's mind for him to receive it. This makes me the grandson of a divine general? He pondered for a moment and decided to change his name. Checking the panel data. By location, Yi Lak, can change name. Main system has supreme control. Realm, 10 out of 10, 10th level martial artist of Yuanwu realm. The bilocation realm is synchronized with the host's realm. When the realm of the main body reaches the 10th level of the Yuanwu realm, he can automatically become the 10th level of the Yuanwu realm as well. Only this change was silent and natural. I'm going to change my name to Yi Ziqing. The doppelganger Yi Jiao said in his heart. Ding, after changing your name, you cannot change it for 90 days. Does it continue to change? Continue to change. Ding, you can start changing your name. Voice recording in. Change it to Yi Ziqing. Ding, change name, change to Yi Ziqing. Ding, changing name in progress. Ding, change completed. The doppelganger Yi Jiao had a black face. Are you fucking kidding me? Look at the panel data again. By location, change to Yi Ziqing, main system has supreme control. Damn. It's better to not change it. But then again, changing it or not seems pointless, right? On second thought, it wasn't pointless. If someone were to cast a divine power, or some other means, and use his name as a medium to launch an attack against him, that would still be somewhat useful. Forget it, we'll use it. From now on, I am Yi Ziqing. He had received an urgent mission from his principal earlier. It was to allow him to become Yi Ziqing and borrow his identity to obtain treasures and essence veins. The reason why it was urgent was because the honored one had evolved and needed a large amount of experience points to add to the merit technique. Merit technique, ancient god heaven swallowing scripture. This is the reason why my father wants to add experience points to the merit technique. Only when Yuan power is transformed can my father step into the martial zone realm. Otherwise, my father will be restricted to the Yuanwu realm. After stepping into the 10th level of the Yuanwu realm, the lower essence veins can no longer absorb experience points. The honored one had found a large number of lower-grade essence veins that had been swallowed by the magma. Yet his own realm was too high to absorb them. Thus, he had to look for essence veins, or at least medium-grade essence veins, but it was too difficult, so he could only go and look for precious treasures first. However, precious treasures also had requirements. Since he had reached the 10th level of the Yuanwu realm, the minimum vintage of the precious treasure had to be at 1900 years. I have to think of a way to find some treasures. He was one with his original body, coexisting together. So naturally, he didn't want his original body to become weaker. As he was thinking of a plan, Ling Qingdai came. Ling Qingdai lifted the door curtain and walked towards Yi Jiao. Ziqing, Grandpa is looking for you. Yi Jiao raised an eyebrow, thinking that he had come to an opportunity, but he said under his breath, what is it that he is looking for me for? I'm not sure, but don't worry, Qingdai will protect you. Yi Lak chose to remain silent, because he didn't know what the real Yi Ziqing would react. The two of them walked towards the camp. My lord, the effect of launching a surprise attack on the demonic beasts has already disappeared, and the demonic beasts, under the guidance of the ruler of the 10,000 Beast Mountain, have begun to counterattack. This is inevitable. Next, the second plan can be implemented. Currently, we are stationed in the Sinking Rock Mountain Range, and that gang of demonic beasts will definitely choose the Sinking Rock Mountain Range if they counterattack. Are those extermination formations set up everywhere in the Sinking Rock Mountain Range? It's already set up. As long as the demonic beasts kill on a large scale, once the formations are activated, the demonic beasts will die for sure. There were sounds of discussion in the camp. Ling Qingdai stood outside and respectfully said, Commander-in-Chief, Yi Ziqing has arrived. The discussion sounds inside stopped. Come in. Yes. Ling Qingdai and Yi Jiao entered the camp. Before Yi Jiao even entered, he used the map scanning function to learn about the situation here. The people inside were all strong people at the 5th level of the Yuanwu realm or above. They came from the 9 counties and empires with strong strength, and now they had temporarily become the men of Commander Yi Longtan, planning to attack the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. After dawn today, Yu and Qingdai will leave the Sinking Rock Mountain Range and return to the Yuanwu Kingdom's imperial capital. Yi Longtan spoke coldly. Ling Qingdai obediently led the order. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. In public, she knew very well what to shout. Yi Jiao, however, was distracted, his eyes sizing up the people present. Strictly speaking, it was measuring the storage rings on these people. Even if the storage rings were precious, but as a high-ranking figure of a major county or imperial capital, they should have them, right? Yi Ziqing. Yi Longtan's face sank as he snapped. What for? Yi Jiao gave a displeased reply back, but quickly realized that something was wrong, almost forgetting that he was Yi Longtan's grandson. Seeing Yi Longtan's violent anger and the rest of the people stifling their laughter, he immediately said respectfully, Yes, Commander-in-Chief. This only made Yi Longtan's face ease up quite a bit. Then with a wave of his hand, he let Yi Jiao and Ling Qingdai leave. As Yi Jiao left, he swept the storage rings on those present once more before departing. Damn it, dare to mock me. I'll steal your pants off tonight. He saw sneers in the eyes of those present and secretly memorized their looks in his mind. Stay with me tonight, don't go anywhere, Ling Qingdai softly instructed, her small face slightly red. Hearing Yi Jiao's heart itch. Don't think nonsense, the commander-in-chief and the others have formulated a plan. They are going to use this campsite as a bait to lure the 10,000 demons over, then borrow the big formation that has been set up to subdue the demonic beasts. So it's going to be very dangerous for the next few days. Ling Qingdai spoke later with a grave expression. You guys are really ruthless. Ha? No. These demonic beasts have destroyed multiple towns, and even Liaofeng City was almost invaded. So it's time to teach them a little lesson. At this moment, someone walked over. Yo, if it isn't Yi Ziqing, the first genius of Yuanwu Kingdom, breaking through to the Yuanwu realm at a mere 13 years old. Now you should be 17. What's your realm? A little white boy wearing splendid and thick armor sneered in a conspiratorial manner. Ling Qingdai's face sank. Zhu Zirao, you've been living in the imperial capital for so many years, and every time you see Ziqing, you only say this? Yi Jiao didn't know how the real Yi Ziqing would respond, but he wouldn't put up with this kind of small fry. Pig's waist, not going to sleep at night, wearing such thick clothes. Which cemetery are you going to for a thick burial? Yi Jiao's sentence infuriated Zhu Zirao. Ling Qingdai on the side was stunned. Ever since Ziqing fell from the altar of genius, his fighting spirit also fell with him. When others scolded him and laughed at him, he chose to numbly ignore them. Only to his own grandfather would he rebel. And now he has also developed a rebellious intent towards outsiders. Could it be because of this war? It should be so. Otherwise, once the war broke out, why did Ziqing secretly go to the battlefield? To be continued. Rubbish thing. Don't think that just because Qingdai is by your side, you have the right to scold this young master. Next time you dare to be reckless, I will beat you once I see you. Zhu Zirao said coldly, with coldness and jealousy in his eyes. He couldn't even be jealous of Yi Ziqing in the beginning, because the other party was too demonic. At the age of 13, he had become a Yuanwu realm martial artist, and if he kept it up, he would be at least a Yuanwu realm 6th level powerhouse today. With this kind of natural talent, the daughter of the new protector god general of the imperial capital, Ling Qingdai, was definitely a good match for Yi Ziqing. However, when Yi Ziqing was 14 years old, his realm suddenly dropped, falling to the 8th level of the spirit martial realm, and he did not make an inch of progress for several years. In the end, he became a joke in the imperial capital, a waste that everyone knew about. However, a waste was not worthy of being with Ling Qingdai. Zhu Zirao, who had once been crushed by Yi Ziqing's natural talent and couldn't raise his head, grew madly cynical in his heart. Every time he encountered Yi Ziqing, he couldn't help but sneer a little, then comparing himself to Yi Ziqing who had become a waste, in order to show how powerful and extraordinary he was. But what he couldn't figure out was why Ling Qingdai didn't even look at himself. Instead, he was still defending a waste that had no future for a long time. Zhu Zirao, you're proud of finding existence in Ziqing? Don't forget, Ziqing's identity comes from the 3 great lineages. While you're just a slightly stronger lineage son, Ling Qingdai was always on Yi Ziqing's side, and when she saw Zhu Zirao's villainous demeanor, her face turned cold. Zhu Zirao's expression froze. Ling Qingdai was right. The 3 major lineage families in the imperial capital all had court officials who were inextricably linked to the imperial family. The Ling family alone had the background of the new protectorate divine generals and was in charge of a third of the real power of the Yuanwu kingdom's military, and the Yi family was an old generation hegemon. Even if it had fallen, it wasn't something that a random family could contend with. No matter how fierce he was, he wouldn't dare to really do anything to Yi Ziqing. Zhu Zirao, don't make Miss Qingdai angry. As for that loser, just smile. If you say a few words about him, won't you be demeaning yourself? A light voice rang out. Zhu Zirao turned his head to look, and joy grew on his face. Mr. Long, you've also been arranged by the family to train? The handsome young man in green clothes walked up and first smiled politely at Ling Qingdai, ignoring Yi Jiao, then said, it's not just me. Many sons of the imperial capital's families have come. His name was Long Xiaochen, from the Long family, one of the 3 great families, and nowadays the Yuanwu kingdom's #1 genius, who already had the strength of the 4th level of the Yuanwu realm. His family's father was an important court official and his grandfather was the commander of the Forbidden Army. His status was equally extraordinary. Behind him, there were multiple sons of the family, who were reserved in front of Ling Qingdai, but turned a blind eye to Yi Jiao. Ziqing, let's go. Ling Qingdai didn't want Yi Ziqing to be aggrieved and pulled him away. When Long Xiaochen saw Ling Qingdai go to pull Yi Ziqing's hand, he frowned and said indifferently, Miss Qingdai, let's go together for tomorrow's adventure. If you are in danger, I will be able to save you in time. Yi Zhou's eyes turned cold as killing intent surfaced. Although Yi Zicheng was dead and he had only replaced Yi Zicheng, in the end, he did possess Yi Zicheng's identity, and Ling Qingdai, being Yi Zicheng's fiancé, was also unchanged. This dragon what's his name guy, taking advantage of his fiancé in front of him? I'm sorry to say that he really couldn't get angry. After all, he wasn't really Yi Zicheng, but the thought of wanting to kill this disgusting guy was really there. What kind of eyes you have? Put them away. Miss Qingdai and Mr. Long are talking. You'd better get out of the way. Don't affect this beautiful couple. Yi Zicheng, hurry up and leave. Don't make a fool of yourself. The group of children from the families following Long Xiaochun chided Yi Zhou. Yi Xiao shook his head and sighed. How arrogant. She's my fiancé. The Yuanwu realm 10th level Yuan power pool in his body began to overflow Yuan power all over his body. A sneer appeared in Long Xiaochen's eyes, and he said indifferently, it's just a paper marriage contract. Just tear it up. When the training is over, I will go to the Ling family to propose marriage, and completely end the ridiculous marriage contract between you and Qingdai. Ling Qingdai's face changed dramatically, holding Yi Zhou's hand tightly and said, don't be ridiculous, you guys. It's only because you saw that Ziqing was out of strength that you dared to be so arrogant. You really make me feel. Before he finished his words, he was hugged by Yi Zhou. Everyone's complexion changed. Long Xiaochen spat out killing intent. Let go of your dirty hands. Ling Qingdai could only be his. I originally wanted to tolerate and hold back because, tonight, I still have things to do, but you guys are getting ahead of yourselves, daring to take advantage of my fiancé in front of me. If I can still tolerate it, I'll really be a tortoise. Yi Zhou took a step forward, and a terrifying pressure was released from his body. Long Xiaochen and the others' faces turned white, as if they were in hell. How do you guys want to die? Yi Zhou smiled cruelly, radiating an aura at the 6th level of the Yuanwu realm. You, how are you so strong? Xu Zirao was so scared that he stepped back. Put. A few of the sons of the family who had just chided Yi Ziqing were so frightened that they knelt on the ground. Yi Zicheng wasn't a waste. He had hidden his strength. And just now, they had borrowed Yi Zicheng's fiancé to taunt Yi Zicheng. Impossible. Yi Zicheng has been a waste for a long time. You're not Yi Zicheng. You definitely aren't. Long Xiaochen said angrily. What I hate the most is hypocrites like you, who can't see others being strong. I'll take you first. Yi Zhou blasted up with a punch. In the underground magma of the mountain of 10,000 beasts, the demonic beast Yi Zhou, who had evolved into the Lin Yan Emperor devouring turtle, swallowed the last precious treasure on his body. After he swallowed all the treasures, he was ready to return to his ancestors. But before that, first check the data after evolution for any changes. Host, Yi Xiao, return to the ruins divine realm. Realm, 10 out of 10, Yuanwu realm 10th level demonic beast. Countdown to ancestor return, 5 days. Evolution, Lin Yan Emperor devouring turtle, Yuanwu realm 10th level demonic beast with Qilin bloodline. Talent 1, counterattack, when attacked. Return 55% of the attacker's damage. Talent, divine seal of the Earth King, when activating this seal, the body will receive the power of the earth. The sky will not collapse and the earth will not fall. Talent, death magma, when activated, consumes a large amount of Yuan power, causing the turtle shell to gush out death magma, inflicting continuous damage to the enemy. He possessed the third talent aptitude, death magma. Although it wasn't as strong as surprising 9 transformations and Inferno Realm Descent, it still had a decent power. Then look at the data inside the martial arts. Technique, Ancient God Swallowing Heaven Scripture. Secret Technique, Riot, within 1 minute. All abilities increase by 50%. Cooldown, 3 days. The experience points gained from eating the treasures were all added to the Merit Technique, but it was still 6 points short of Yuan Power Transformation. It's a pity that the lower grade essence veins can't be absorbed. It's a good thing that the bilocation site is collecting treasures, so I don't have to worry about the treasures. I'll just return to my ancestors in peace. It's good to have a bilocation. There is a helper in searching for treasures, and one can also focus on returning to the ancestors. Sinking his heart, he said to the system in his head, carry out the ancestor return. Host is sure you want to carry out the ancestor return? The system prompted. I'm sure. Ding. Countdown to the return to the ancestor. 10, 9, 8, 1. Ancestral return begins. Unfinished. Yi Zhou replied to the system in his head. Proceeding with ancestor return. Please make sure again. Host, do you want to proceed with the ancestorization? The system prompted. I'm sure. Ding. Ancestral return countdown. 10, 9, 8, 1. Ancestral return begins. The system scanned the entire body. Ding, detected that the host has a Qilin bloodline in his body, and his physical body has become a Lin Yen Emperor devouring turtle. The return to ancestor is successful. As the system beep sounded, his consciousness was pulled into a certain image. The dim dome of the sky was covered in scarlet snowflakes. The cold, chilly wind cut across the heavens and earth, blowing up scarlet snowflakes. Above the ground, the bones of various races were scattered everywhere. This was the picture Yi Jiao saw. In his heart, a thought could not help but arise. Is this place a purgatory? There wasn't any life. No, not even anger. There was only death, coldness, and loneliness filling the sky and earth. I'm afraid that any living being in this place would feel despair, right? Yi Xiao thought to himself. Suddenly, the dim vault of the sky darkened, visibly pressing towards the earth. His body and mind were shocked. The dome of the sky collapsed? But immediately, he was shocked by the next scene. A prime beast foot took a step out of the distant darkness. A step that spanned 100,000 meters. Boom! When the prime beast foot landed, the loud sound that emanated from it resounded through the heavens and earth. Yi Jiao was dumbfounded by the sound, as if this world was only this loud sound and there were no other murmurs. When he recovered, he saw that the dim dome of the sky wasn't falling, but rising. Gradually, the dark sky became red like blood. The heavens and earth were illuminated by the blood-red light, and the being with the prime beast's feet was also visible in the darkness. Yi Jiao fixed his eyes on it and sucked in a breath of cool air. That was actually a black and heavy heaven-supporting divine turtle. The four limbs stepped on the four directions of heaven and earth. The hideous turtle shell topped the dim dome of the sky, and the overbearing head that contained the divine charm of the ancient fierce beasts looked down on the beings of heaven and earth. I drop a turtle. Giant tortoise holding up the sky. What a shock! Abruptly, an auger dragon with ancient heavy pupils flew out from behind the giant turtle. This scaly dragon was smaller than the divine turtle, but in the world of heaven and earth, it was still a behemoth. Nope, it's not a scaly dragon. It's the tail of this divine turtle. Yi Jiao was shocked. The turtle and the scaly dragon were one giant turtle. The identity of the heaven-supporting divine turtle was calling out. It was a legendary mythical creature, the Xuanwu divine beast. Yi Lak was confused. Wasn't the old ancestor of the turtle-type demonic beasts, the returning market heavenly turtle? How did it turn into a mythical creature? Xuanwu divine beast? Suddenly, Xuanwu's tail spotted him and flew straight towards him with an angry roar. Roar! Yi Jiao's heart shook. Then his consciousness returned to his body. Even after experiencing a similar scene, he was still in awe. After slowing down for a while, his mind gradually calmed down, carefully recalling the image just now. This world is mysterious and vast. There are many turtle-type great powers surviving. In addition to the returning ruins heavenly turtle, there is also the Xuanwu divine beast, and there may be other types of divine turtles as well. He deduced this conclusion. As for the real ancestor of the turtle-type demonic beasts, shaking his head, he really couldn't think of any. Ding! The host has obtained 1/10,000th of the Xuanwu's giant god's power. The system beep sounded. Yi Xiao knew that he had obtained the Xuanwu inheritance, so he couldn't wait to check the panel data. Host, Yi Xiao, returning market god realm. Realm, 10 out of 10, Dunmu realm 10th level demonic beast. After reaching the 10th level of the Wu Zone realm, it will be qualified to return to its ancestor once. Evolution, Lin Yen Emperor devouring turtle, Yuanwu realm 10th level demonic beast with unicorn bloodline. Inheritance, the power of the giant god that holds up the purgatory dome, degree of power, 1 in 10. 000. Cooldown, 5 days. Acquiring the power of the giant god. Even though it was 1 in 10,000, it was a power that could hold up the purgatory vault. Just 1/10,000th of it was enough to explode with terrifying divine might. However, a doubt arose in Yi Jiao's heart. There's one more inheritance data. Why isn't the ruined god realm within the inheritance? He expressed his puzzlement. Eventually, he gave himself an explanation. Every time you return to your ancestors, you wouldn't necessarily obtain an inheritance. Perhaps you would obtain the abilities or divine abilities of these turtle great powers. And these abilities and divine abilities were not within the inheritance. Thus, they could not be planned inside the inheritance data. Yi Lak shook off these distracting thoughts and said, whatever inheritance or not, it's fine if it can be used. Nowadays, his own self had a big change that was off the charts. Evolution and ancestral return, the two most important things, had been completed. Next, it was time to carry out Yuan power transformation and break through to the martial zone realm. That old thing, Song Yu, might be using some crazy tactics to find himself. One had to break through to the martial zone realm as soon as possible. Otherwise one's heart would be suppressed by this old thing's thoughts all the time. As for how to break through, it was simple. Just add experience points to the merit method. Technique, ancient god heaven swallowing scripture. He was still 6 experience points short of a breakthrough. With the strength of the 10th level of the Yuanwu realm of the split, Finding treasures worth 6 experience points won't be a problem. I'll go join him once, just in time, to go outside and try out his newly acquired natural aptitude. In addition, his 4 skills, he also needed to brush up on them, especially the spiny shell chariot. The moment he thought of the spiny shell chariot, he couldn't help but associate it with a lot of usage skills. My turtle shell can erupt death magma. If I cast spiny shell chariot during the eruption, Yijio felt like as if he had opened the door to a new world. Sinking Rock Mountain Range, the humans' temporary camp. Within the Commander-in-Chief's tent, the doppelganger Yiju coldly swept all the children of the worldly families in front of him. Anyone who was swept by him did not dare to meet his eyes and lowered their heads. Long Xiaochen wanted to glare defiantly, but looking at Yijio's harsh eyes, he couldn't help but remember the scene that happened earlier. All the children of the family, including Zhu Zirao, were all beaten up by this guy, and their bodies were stained with blood. Of course, the most miserable one was him. He was beaten and cried out, with tears and snot coming out of his eyes. If it wasn't for Ling Qingdai stopping him, as well as the elders who had arrived to intercept him, he believed that the other party would definitely kill him. What are you looking at? Believe it or not, I'll beat you up. The doppelganger Yijio coldly said to Long Xiaochen. Long Xiaochen was so jolted that he didn't dare to meet the other party's eyes, but hatred was frantically growing in his heart. Yi Zicheng, say less. Yi Longtan roared lowly with an ugly face. Fortunately, the place where the fight was taking place was not far from the Commander-in-Chief's tent. Otherwise, if he had come a little later, I don't know how many of those few sons of the family would have died. Only, what he was most concerned about now was not his own grandson, why he had to violently beat up Long Xiaochen and the others. Rather, it was his own grandson. When did he have the strength of the 6th level of the Yuanwu realm? Look, what kind of arrogance has this become? Even if he's your Grand Commander's grandson, he can't be so arrogant. A middle-aged man with cold eyes stared at Yi Xiao and said, he was Long Xiaochen's third uncle, serving in the army, and this time, he was following Yi Longtan to clear the demonic beasts. Yi Longtan's eyes were cold, and he said morosely, arrogant? Wasn't what Qingdai said just now clear enough? You can't tell who started it? These people, they really thought that because the Yi family was down and out, they were easy to bully. Long Xiaochen's third uncle frowned, but didn't retort. It was just a few words on the mouth. There was no need to develop to the point of making a move. This Yi Zicheng is deliberately stirring up trouble. Another person with a stout figure was Zhu Zirao's father, a captain in the imperial capital's army, and at this moment, he was also staring at Yijio with an unkind look in his eyes. It's just a couple of mouthfuls? Being provoked and insulted. Even his fiancée was verbally taken advantage of. This is also called just a few words on the mouth? Equals. PS 00/month 8. Saturday in the Tower reading release new book. Before the release, there will be a new book activity in the group, with a large amount of red envelope rain. Group number 58756. Author's digression, the doppelganger is just a temporary substitute. After a while, it will eventually return to the protagonist's body. Everyone patiently read on. Continued. Yi Jiao and Ling Qingdai, their faces sank at the same time. See how lightly you say it. I, Yi Zicheng, will admit my fault to your son, and come to the door some other day to properly apologize to your wife. Yi Xiao stared at Zhu Zirao's father and sneered. Yi Zicheng, how dare you? How did the Yi family produce such you? Before he could finish his words, Zhu Zirao's father felt a wave of icy killing intent, scaring him so much that his face turned white. Only at this time did he realize that Yi Longtan was still present. It was just a few words on my mouth. Where would I have the guts to dare to disrespect you? Yi Jiao was thinking about this fellow. Zhu Zirao's father sniffed and dared to be angry. Being disliked by the other party with the same tone and words, he was furious and angry. However, it didn't dare to retort. Because Yi Longtan was furious. After the incident of Yi Longtan releasing his killing intent, the faces of the people present changed slightly and no longer dared to act recklessly. The position of the Yi family's old hegemon, and its Yi Longtan's status as a former protectorate divine general, was still not something they could provoke. Who's right and who's wrong? We all have a bottom in our hearts. How to punish them? Do you all have any suggestions? Yi Longtan coldly snapped. Ling Qingdai had already told the cause and effect of the matter. Who was right and who was wrong? As long as one wasn't a fool, they could all judge. It's normal for the younger generation to fight and mess around. All of them are wrong. I think just go outside and run 10 laps each. They are here to practice. A scuffle just now is considered the first practice. Just go run a few laps. Someone thought of a compromise and started to round up the situation. Yi Longtan didn't want to lightly spare these few juniors at first. If it wasn't for his own grandson striking too hard, he wouldn't necessarily have stopped. Even his grandson's daughter-in-law dared to talk. How could he tolerate Good thing his grandson is also enough to fight. Have blood. But then the words came back around. How could his own grandson have the strength of the 6th level of the Yuanwu realm? And slow down. Some people wanted to stop, but others didn't want to stop there. Yi Longtan's third uncle coldly said, "It is known that Yi Zicheng is a waste, but since he went to the battlefield, he came back a different person. Even his strength has become stronger. I suspect that he is not a human being, but is transformed into a demonic beast of the martial realm." Saying outright that Yi Zicheng was a waste in front of Yi Longtan was quite a slap in the face. However, the second half of his words caused everyone, their complexion to change again and again, especially Long Xiaochen. Immediately raised his head and looked at Yi Jiu resentfully. He is definitely not Yi Zicheng. Usually when he sees us, this waste has to walk around. When we scolded him, he didn't dare to rebut. Now he dares to rebel. It's definitely not the same person. Yi Longtan's face sank. Dare you all bully my grandson like this? Also, because of resistance, it's not the same person? If you don't fight back, and suffer your insults and beatings every day, then you're the same person? How can you call this a reason? Long Xiaochen, look at you. You're so honorable, but you're really a disgusting hypocrite. Ling Qingdai said angrily. She could sort of see through this person. What Xiaochen said isn't unreasonable. Shouldn't a person's sudden change in temperament and increased strength warrant suspicion? Long Xiaochen's third uncle sneered and then came up with a solution. As long as the Yi Zicheng in front of him could answer, then he was not a demonic beast, transformed, but the real Yi Zicheng. This method was approved by everyone. Even Yi Longtan and Ling Qingdai chose to acquiesce. The sudden change in temperament and strength was something that was indeed questionable. This is a question that requires Yi Zicheng to have personally experienced something that we also know about. But the demonic beasts are the only ones that don't know about it. Long Xiaochen's third uncle Long Yanfei smiled coldly. Yi Lak's heart screamed at him, and his eyes swept towards the storage rings on those present. This father was only 6 points short of experience and could not afford to fall here. It could only force a wave of scavenging and leave. There's a problem that everyone knows, while the demonic beasts definitely don't. Long Xiaochen only wanted Yi Zicheng to die, and had long since not cared about the image he usually maintained in front of Ling Qingdai. The crowd looked at him. 10 days ago. Yi Zicheng, tell me what you did to give you a reminder that everyone knows very well. Long Xiaochen coldly stared at Yi Jiu and forcefully forced the question. 10 days ago that thing. When Yi Longtan heard these words, he sighed helplessly, a look of anger surfacing. Ling Qingdai, on the other hand, lightly bit her lips with a trace of intolerance in her eyes. You say it instead. Xu Zirao wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth and laughed harshly. You wouldn't not know, would you? That's something that's known all over the city. If you really don't know. Ha ha ha. Multiple sons of the worldly families who had been punched by Yi Jiu sneered. Yi Jiu's silence caused the surrounding Yuanwu realm martial artists to show a fierce light in their eyes. Zicheng, speak up. That incident has long passed. People won't laugh at you. Ling Qingdai's eyes were misty and her voice choked. She hoped that Zicheng's silence was because she didn't want to face that incident 10 days ago, not because she really didn't know. When Long Xiaochen saw Ling Qingdai moving for Yi Zicheng, his hatred in his heart wildly increased 100-fold. He stepped forward and roared. Speak, goon, say it if you have the guts. Yi Jiu fiercely looked at Long Xiaochen, killing intent erupting in his eyes. Roar! A fierce beast roar that looked like a dragon but not a dragon spread throughout the sinking rock mountain range. Demonic beasts have emerged from the ground. Not good. It's a demonic beast raid. This demonic turtle will spew lava. Everyone avoid it. The outside was in chaos, and everyone within the commander-in-chief's tent had a huge change in color. Go out to defend the enemy. Yi Longtan's complexion changed and he said coldly. Some people didn't want to go. Want to let the plan laid out in the sinking rock mountain range be undone? This is a military order. It would be more important to deal with the demonic beast raid outside than suspecting Yi Zicheng. Zhu Lin, stay and watch over Yi Zicheng. The rest of you go with the commander-in-chief. Long Yunfei looked at the big picture, frowned and gave a low shout, then rushed out of the tent. Zhu Zirao's father, Zhu Lin, saw the commander-in-chief and the rest of the generals go out. His complexion turned cold, and a few moments of ill will surfaced in his eyes as he looked at Yi Jiu. Ling Qingdai walked to Yi Jiu's side, coldly scanning everyone present, indifferently saying, no one is allowed to touch him before the commander-in-chief returns. Yi Lak, on the other hand, bowed his head in silence with a few moments of excitement in his eyes. As a doppelganger, he was also able to see the battle prowess of his honors when the honors allowed it. The 3 to 4 meter large Lin Yen Emperor devouring turtle retracted its limbs and head into its turtle shell, and with the support of Yuan power, it executed the stinging shell chariot. The turtle shell that gushed out death magma rolled rapidly. In an instant, the turtle shell transformed into a magma boulder strewn with diamond corners. spraying magma while rumbling and smashing into the human camp stationed here. At that moment, the magma sprayed in all directions as the turtle shell crushed everything it touched. The might was terrifying. There's a martial sect realm powerhouse, Earth King Divine Seal, Indestructible Void Seal. Yi Jiao was full of battle spirit and executed various skills. Immediately, the power of the earth spread all over his body, and the Indestructible Void Seal was added to his entire body. His defense power increased several times. Unfinished, a demonic turtle that can spew lava. Yi Longtan's pupils shrank. It was the first time he had seen it after living for so many years. Fortunately, the demonic beast that attacked was only this demonic turtle, so it was a matter of killing it as soon as possible. With a flip of his hand, he took out the 9 stripes iron spirit gun from his storage ring, and silver yuan power flowed throughout his body. With a boom, the pressure of the 4th level of the martial zone realm spread out. Demon turtle, you've come to the wrong place. Yi Longtan took a step out and killed the demon turtle. Through the information given by the doppelganger, Yi Xiao knew that the most dangerous character was Yi Longtan. Thus, as early as the moment Yi Longtan revealed himself, he pulled away in advance and prepared himself to drill into the underground magma at any time. Boom! A strong aura of the 1st level of the martial zone realm spread not far from him. Yi Jiao looked from the turtle shell, and the one releasing the strong aura was a middle-aged man. According to the information from the doppelganger, it was this guy, the one who raised the question about the doppelganger's identity, who kinda defended Long Xiaochen. Breaking my good deed, get you killed. Yi Jiao turned and rolled towards the middle-aged man. Unfortunately, the power of the spiny shell chariot was too small. If he could upgrade it twice, he could crush the other party into a serious injury alive. Long Yunfei saw the demonic turtle charging, and smiled disdainfully. Destructive power is not based on body size. You're imposing, but in front of me, it's just a matter of a kick. After saying that, dark blue yuan power flowed from his body. His foot stepped on the ground and went straight to the demon turtle. He was very confident, facing the huge demonic turtle that came like a magma boulder. He was not afraid. Instead, he proudly said, daring to take the initiative against me, courage is commendable. However, it's time to end it. There was no danger that couldn't be solved with 1 kick. If not, then 2 kicks. With an arrogant smile, his right foot steeply erupted with a deep blue cold aura before viciously kicking at the demon turtle. Elder Long's best skill. Star grade upper grade martial art. Cold Mansion shooting star leg. What Long Yunfei is best at is leg attacks. That demonic turtle is going to be unlucky. No matter how hard the turtle's shell is, it can't withstand a blow from a strong martial zone realm practitioner. Combined with a star grade upper grade martial art, many people in the camp saw the scene and knew the outcome in their hearts. Even Yi Longtan sighed in relief, and the speed of killing the demonic turtle slowed down. Although Long Yunfei was one of the few strongest martial sect realm practitioners in the Long family and was in opposition to the Yi family, it had to be recognized that the other party was indeed strong in the same realm. Seeing the other party's kick, Yi Jiao excitedly said, still too slow, let me help you add more strength. This is the only way to have strength. He directly executed the Dragon Abyss Suction. Immediately, a terrifying suction force, faintly emitting the sound of a dragon's roar, surged from the turtle shell. The Cold Mansion meteor kick was pulled by the suction force, and the speed of the kick towards the turtle shell was instantly increased by several times. Long Yunfei thought that he had overplayed his hand and praised himself in his heart. I will kick you to death here. He let out a fierce laugh. That feeling of killing the opponent with a kick to the flesh. He enjoyed it, and that feeling would arise the moment the kick shattered the turtle shell. Coming. Boom. The Cold Mansion meteor kick struck the turtle shell. Ha ha ha. Cool. Ah. Lu Yunfei was still experiencing that sense of enjoyment in the first half of his sentence. Then he let out a pig-killing scream in the second half. Boom! There was another roar as Lu Yunfei was drenched in magma and became a flaming man as he was sent flying out. The crowd was dumbstruck and collectively petrified. Thank you, boss. Yi Jiao was kicked in the direction of the commander-in-chief's tent by Long Yunfei's kick. Along the way, death magma spilled into the surroundings, igniting many tents. Yi Longtan was the first to react and secretly screamed that it was bad. Not only did Long Yunfei's kick fail to shatter the turtle shell, he shocked himself instead. But this was not the most terrible consequence. The most frightening thing was that the kick had actually kicked the demonic turtle towards the commander-in-chief's tent. Inside there were his own grandson and Qing Dai. Ziqing, Qing Dai, come out quickly. The demonic turtle is smashing over. His face was white with fear. The Yi family had fallen. 2 of their sons had died in battle, and the family only had one bloodline left, Yi Ziqing. If even Ziqing died, there would truly be no one left to succeed his Yi family. As if in response to his cry, the demonic turtle that was born out of lava rose steeply, and then in a high-speed rotation, It ruthlessly smashed into the commander-in-chief's tent, like a boulder falling from the sky. Once it landed within the commander-in-chief's tent, the people inside would die 9-1. No! Yi Longtan's body exploded with silver-colored yuan power, and then all the silver light yuan power converged on the Nine Stripes Iron Spirit gun. The Nine Stripes Iron Spirit lance instantly trembled, and with a buzzing sound, it was thrown at the demon turtle by Yi Longtan. However, it was still too late. Even if the 9-grain Iron Spirit lance contained a power that could kill even a second-level martial artist of the martial zone realm, it still had to be able to hit its target. Yi Jiao accelerated downwards, dodging the Nine Stripes Iron Spirit lance and smashing into the commander-in-chief's tent viciously. At the same time, he raised his voice to the sky and let out a ferocious beast's roar. The commander-in-chief's tent collapsed. Zicheng! When Yi Longtan saw the tent collapsing, he felt like the sky had collapsed and his head was dizzy. However, he recovered in an instant before killing the demonic turtle in a desperate attempt. Yi Jiao brushed his face and flew towards the hole in the ground that he had just drilled up, and laughed fiercely. Damned humans! You slaughtered the demonic beasts, and this is the retaliation I'm going to unleash on you. I want you to die. Yi Longtan killed over with bloodshot eyes. Just within 2 steps of catching up, he heard 2 coughing sounds coming from within the crumbling tent burning with flames. His body shook as he suddenly turned around and rushed towards the collapsed tent. Lifting the flaming remnants of the tent, 2 youths, covered in blood, came into view. It was his own grandson and his unmarried granddaughter-in-law, Ling Qingdai. Yi Jiao was lying on top of Ling Qingdai's body, and there was a large and shocking wound on his back, but it was in such a heavily injured situation that his eyes, however, were dead fixed on Ling Qingdai underneath him. Cough, cough. Qingdai, are you alright? He coughed up blood, his eyes scattered. There was blood on Ling Qingdai's body, but it was Yi Jiao's. She was shocked and couldn't stop tears from welling up in her eyes. When she then heard Zicheng's words of still caring for her despite her serious injuries, her body was instantly warm and weak, and the only thing left in her mind was the scene where Zicheng saved her. Zicheng, you are the real Zicheng, but I didn't want you to be injured like this at all, she cried out in pain. At that critical moment, everyone else was subconsciously hiding, but only Yi Zicheng was subconsciously protecting her. How could such Yi Zicheng be fake? You are fine as long as you are fine. Yi Zichao smiled pale and fainted on top of Ling Qingdai. Zicheng, you mustn't be in trouble. Oh, Grandpa. Zicheng, he became like this to save me. Save him? Oh. Ling Qingdai felt like the entire world had gone gray. If she didn't have Yi Zicheng, she didn't even know how to live. On the other hand, the demonic beast Yi Jiao, who had burrowed into the hole in the ground, said through the main system, for the sake of your Yi Zicheng identity, brother can only help you up to this point. Unfinished, the demonic beast Yi Jiao was just about to jump into the magma below when several thick tree roots stopped him. Song Yu, his voice sank. What trick did this old fellow pull to find this place? Found you. I'm going to kill you and pay back everything you owe me. Song Yu's epileptic voice came out from within the roots of the tree. Want to kill me? Then come and kill me in the magma. Yi Jiao sneered coldly, bypassing the tree roots and drilling into the magma. I found you because of the tree spirit's senses. At the same time, I also found out that the sinking rock mountain range has multiple extermination formations, and after living for so many years, I've delved into the art of formations, and I happen to know how to activate such formations. Song Yu's maniacal voice was mixed with reckless killing intent. Listening to this, it was obvious that he wanted to kill him with the help of the Extinction Great Formation. Aren't you able to drill into magma? I'll turn the destructive power of the Extinction Great Formation to the underground. Song Yu laughed maniacally. Yi Jiao's pupils shrank. This old thing was crazy. The magma underground, from the sinking rock mountain range all over the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, contained terrifying magma power within it. These magma forces, which had been accumulated by the thick ground for an unknown number of years, had long since become a gas tank with super high pressure. The eruptions of many volcanoes were formed in this manner, but the magma force here was by no means comparable to the magma inside a volcano. Once it was detonated, Yi Jiao believed that the power was absolutely destructive. Dog thing, don't mess around. You won't be able to kill me. I have a way to avoid the explosion. Instead, it's you who will absolutely die. Yi Jiao had the Ruin God realm and wasn't afraid of this kind of explosion, but he was asked to see the destructive magma power with his own eyes, taking away the lives of countless living beings. No matter how selfish he was, he couldn't do nothing. Ha 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 ha. You taking away the fire Qilin has long since forced my heart to die. I want you and all the living beings here to be buried with me. The ground trembled slightly between Song Yu's laughter. Yi Jiao's heart jumped and he said in horror, Sima thing, you're going to make a big deal out of this. He hurriedly contacted the doppelganger. At this moment, The doppelganger Yi Jiao was lying on the bed, receiving care from Ling Qingdai. His bitter trick was worth it. Everyone was not doubting his identity. Only Long Yunfei, who was still trying to incite everyone, did not feel the slightest bit of guilt. One should know that it was because of this pitiful kick that the demonic turtle smashed into the big tent. Other than the doppelganger Yi Xiao and Ling Qingdai, none of the others survived. He was thinking about how to scavenge for treasures when a message came from his own body, frightening him to the point that his body trembled. Ziqing, you're awake? Ling Qingdai inquired with concern. Yi Longtan, who had been concerned about his grandson's well-being, walked into the tent when he heard the sound. Didn't you guys notice that the ground is shaking? Yi Jiao opened his mouth with his heart pounding. Yi Longtan sensed it and his face changed slightly. The magma power underground is suddenly strong and weak. He didn't feel the vibrations, but he felt the strange movements underground. Earlier, I heard Qingdai say that there are several great formations here. Could those great formations be affected by the magma force? Yi Jiao muttered. When Yi Longtan heard this, a bad feeling arose in his heart, and he instructed a few words to Ling Qingdai and turned to leave. Yi Jiao had done what he could. Now it was time to find the treasures. Seeing that Ling Qingdai was looking at him with concern, he suddenly looked to the side. He suddenly looked to the side and said, "What person?" Ling Qingdai searched for the sound and looked. Splat! Yi Jiao slashed his hand and chopped Ling Qingdai unconscious. But just before Ling Qingdai fainted, he didn't forget to pit Long Yunfei. Long Yunfei, you even tried to kill me. Before Ling Qingdai fainted, she heard these words and panicked in her heart before she fainted. Yi Jiao skillfully revealed the old Inbi smile. No matter how bitter and tired he was, no matter how busy and dangerous he was, he would never forget his enemies. Hurry up and go harvest a wave of treasures. This father needs experience points to break through. He rushed out of the tent with a brush, scanning the panel data. Split, changed to Yi Ziqing, main system has supreme control. Realm, 10 out of 10, 10th level martial artist of Yuanwu realm. The bilocation realm is synchronized with the host's realm. Talent, not activated. Patience, 0/100%, spirit martial realm level. He tried to activate it. It didn't work. Looking at patience again. No movement either. He went to activate the skill and still couldn't activate it. It should only be activated when we reach the martial sect realm. As for patience, when we get through this crisis, we'll find a spirit martial realm martial artist to try. I had wanted to increase my strength and be a little more stable when harvesting treasures, but if it couldn't be activated, then forget it. With his Yuanwu realm 10th level full strength, being careful, he could still do it. Let's go to Long Yunfei first. That guy is a martial sect. There are enough treasures. More importantly, he's not lightly injured. There's an opportunity to take advantage of it. Yi Jiao smiled wistfully and borrowed the map scanning function to look for Long Yunfei. Tap tap tap. The soldiers within the camp moved and then gathered in the open space. You guys go check out the formation. If you encounter a demonic beast, report immediately. The rest of you, follow me to the cracks in the sinking rock mountain range to check for underground movements. The hole in the ground drilled by that demonic turtle. Check it out as well. Maybe the underground anomaly is what it's causing. But be careful as well. It could be a magma anomaly. Yi Longtan gathered soldiers and generals not far away and started giving orders. Yi Jiao didn't see Long Yunfei, which meant that this guy was recuperating from his injuries. Good chance. It didn't take him long to find Long Yunfei's location. The guy was within a tent. Approaching quietly, a voice reached his ears. Big brother, Yi Ziqing was thrown into the black bone forest by me, but he survived in a big way and was saved by Yi Longtan instead. Long Yunfei's voice was suppressed very low, but Yi Jiao had reached the 10th level of the Yuanwu realm and could clearly hear it in such a quiet environment. Damn. So there was this layer of darkness, that Yi Ziqing didn't go to the black bone forest by himself, but was thrown there by Long Yunfei with the purpose of beheading Yi Ziqing. Once Yi Ziqing died, there would be no one to succeed the Yi family, and that Yi family, in the future, would surely collapse. No wonder this guy had been targeting him. It turned out that the other party had wanted him dead for a long time. There is also the fact that Xiaoqin died, killed by a demonic turtle. Long Yunfei spoke in a somewhat fearful tone. Yi Jiao approached again and quietly cut through the tent. Looking in through the gap, that guy had gauze wrapped around his body. His aura was weak, and he was talking with a voice transmission jade. It's not badly injured. You can make a move. Yi Jiao used the torn-off sleeve and covered his face, then secretly searched for a moment to surprise attack. Rumble. The ground shook violently. Rumbling sounds came from underground. The magma was detonated. It's now. Yi Jiao killed his way into the tent and went straight to the storage ring in Long Yunfei's hand. Long Yunfei was in the middle of transmitting his voice. Focused. When the sudden shaking and roaring froze him in his tracks. The shaking and roaring noise covered up the movement of Yi Jiao killing his way into the tent, and that moment of freezing gave Yi Jiao the time to attack. Unfinished business. There was a strong wind pounding behind him. Long Yunfei turned his eyes to look. Crap! Someone was getting close. It's a masked man. How did he get close? I'm a first-level martial sect realm powerhouse, and I can't even perceive the other party? Indeed he can't. A doppelganger is born from the body, and all the power of the doppelganger comes from the body and the system. It had nothing to do with the outside world. Therefore, if others wanted to perceive the bilocation, unless the realm gap was too great, they would not be able to perceive it at all. This doubt of Long Yunfei's had just arisen when he was startled by another frightening association. Oops, the opponent was able to get close. So wouldn't the message he had just spoken to the voice transmission jade have been heard by the other party? That was important information that could shake the Yuanwu kingdom. Once it leaked out, the Yi family, which had yet to completely collapse, would absolutely riot, and he, as well as the Long family, would bear the brunt. This person must die. With a single thought, he made a decision. However, the other party swooped in, much faster than his reaction. Bring it to me. Yi Jiao's right hand transformed into a handblade covered in black yuan power and chopped at Long Yunfei's fingers, while his left hand slapped and pasted at his face. At such a close distance, even if Long Yunfei wasn't injured, he wouldn't be able to deal with it in full force, let alone being injured. In the nick of time, he could only release his yuan power to protect his body. With a loud bang, the masked man slapped him in the face and his other hand transformed into a handblade, chopping off his fingers under the coverage of black yuan power. Then, the masked man took the severed finger and ran away. Long Yunfei let out a muffled grunt. My arm, which had been wrapped with gauze with great difficulty, was fucking ruined again. However, when he saw the masked man running away, he was shocked and angry. If he really gave the other party a chance to run away, just the information leaked would be enough to threaten his own life, as well as the Long family behind him. Moreover, inside the storage ring on that broken finger, there were extremely precious treasures that could not be lost. You can't leave, he roared in a hideous rage, his dark blue yuan chi filling his entire body as he chased after the masked man. Also at this time, the ground tore apart, a crack expanding and spreading all over the place, and a stream of magma roiled up. The entire camp was ablaze with fire, and some unlucky people who weren't paying attention fell into the cracks and lost their lives in the blink of an eye. The sudden drastic change made Long Yunfei's face change again and again. What's going on? I just recuperated in the tent for a while and reported to my superiors. How come in the blink of an eye? The information leaked. I lost my fingers, and even heaven and earth changed? But fear and anger didn't make him forget to chase after the masked man. Don't run! He saw the masked man running towards a tent not far away, and immediately chased after him. Kill that masked man. As long as the masked man was killed, all crises would be cut off. Long Yunfei saw that the camp was in chaos. Magma was gushing out from the cracks, and everyone was fleeing in a big mess, so he knew that he couldn't drag it out any longer. Immediately, he let out a low roar and cast a secret art. His entire body was like a dazzling blue light in the late night fire, brushing the ground. Lightning like cut through multiple burning tents, directly closing the distance with the other party. I want you to die. At this moment, a strong killing intent that had never been seen before was born in his heart. Yi Jiao, who was masked, smiled grimly. Turtle grandson, your retribution has come. If you have the guts, follow me. Come. When the honored one learned that he had snatched the treasure, he got rid of Song Yu's entanglement and drilled into the tent to meet him. After Yi Jiao finished speaking, he rushed into the tent in front of him, and then transmitted his voice with yuan power. Long Yunfei, why are you trying to kill me? Ah, you beast. You even want to kill Chang Dai, Xing Dai. You can't die. You have to live well. The yuan power transmission, which spread throughout the camp, was heard by almost everyone. After the camp was in chaos, Yi Longtan was concerned about the safety of his grandson and Ling Xing Dai, so he turned back and rushed towards the tent. However, before he reached the tent, his grandson's screams came, which immediately scared him to the point that his face changed drastically, and his body stirred up silvery yuan power as he accelerated and rushed over. Then, he saw the tent collapsing and Xing Dai flying out backwards. He stepped forward to catch it and then looked at the collapsed tent. Long Yunfei blasted his fist on his grandson, who was unable to withstand it and fell down towards the cracks that ripped open in the ground. Ziching! Yi Longtan frantically rushed forward, and just as he reached the crack, he saw his grandson, crashing inside the lava. At that moment, his brain shook as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer, and the color of despair appeared in his eyes. Long Yunfei on the side, his heart thumped, vaguely feeling as if he had been undermined. As he was thinking about how to explain, a wave of killing intent struck him. Long Yunfei, Do you think my grandson can survive if he falls? That's a magma that only a high-ranked martial artist above the martial zone realm can carry. Yi Longtan, who was in the midst of the berserk silver yuan power, slowly turned around and looked at Long Yunfei with the eyes of a dead man. Long Yunfei's face changed drastically as he explained. He's not your grandson. It's Yi Ziqing who was transformed into a demonic beast. He snatched my storage ring and went inside the tent to join the demonic turtle. Things are not at all what you think, he said, and even stretched out his broken finger in an attempt to convince Yi Longtan. Yi Longtan said expressionlessly, the only bloodline of my Yi family is Yi Ziqing. Once he dies, my Yi family will also fall. This is something that the entire imperial capital knows. Long Yunfei's heart sank and he subconsciously stepped back. There are many people who want to accelerate the Yi family's decline, and that includes the Long clan. Long Yunfei, you have been constantly targeting my grandson from the very beginning, and even when my grandson laid down his life to protect Ling Qingdai, you are not prepared to let go. Yi Longtan slowly approached Long Yunfei, his tone calm and cold, like the calm before a storm. As you wished, my grandson was finally killed by you. Now, you still want to use the matter of the so-called demon turtle to fool me? Do you think that I am old and confused? Today, you will be the first corpse for me to step on the Long clan. Yi Longtan laughed morosely as silver light suddenly exploded from his body. A terrifying fluctuation of yuan power spread out in the midst of this pandemonium camp. At the same time, the riot of underground magma reached the top. A loud rumbling sound spread out from underground, and before long, a column of magma erupted, and the ground shattered piece by piece before being submerged by the magma. 90% of the demonic beasts that remained in the sinking rock mountain range, and the human martial artists stationed here, had their lives swallowed up by the magma. Within the returning ruins divine realm, the demonic beast Yi Xiao looked at the treasures inside his storage ring and excitedly said, with these treasures, I can break through immediately. He was entangled by Tsangyu underground, but found that this fellow was too crazy. Before he could even finish his words, the other party activated the extinction formation and detonated the power of the magma underground, so he couldn't stop it even if he wanted to. Seeing that the situation was over, he had the intention to retreat in his heart, just as the doppelganger grabbed the storage ring, so he immediately went to receive the doppelganger. At the same time, the two brothers will plan to shade a Long Yunfei. The result was successful, and now, the doppelganger Yi Jiao was cultivating and recovering his yuan power. Yi Xiao also started to prepare for the breakthrough. Suddenly, he saw an almost transparent delicate little hand that reached out from within the space wall. Unfinished business. That delicate little hand cautiously reached out as if it was afraid of being discovered. Demonic beast Yi Jiao muttered. It's even more transparent than last time. This little hand had appeared before. However, at that time, this delicate little hand was still in a semi-transparent state, whereas now it had become almost transparent. Let that little hand feel around on its own for a while. I'll break through first. He began to take the treasures, swallowing the precious treasures in his storage ring. The experience points dawdled and soon accumulated to a full 0 points. Merit technique plus 0. Merit technique, ancient god heaven swallowing scripture. There were still 6 experience points left before he could step into martial zone. Yi Xiao devoured the treasures and experience accumulated to 6 points, then added it all to the merit technique. Ding! Ancient god swallowing heaven scripture. Ding! Automatic cultivation in progress. Ding! Yuan power transformation in progress. Yi Jiao clearly felt that the yuan power within the yuan power pool in his body was compressing. When it was compressed to a certain degree, he felt that his control over the yuan power was even easier. Ding! Yuan power transformation is complete. Ding! Host speed, defense, and attack broke through the 10 upper limit values. Finally breaking through the upper limit value, one could continue to break through upwards. As long as there were experience points, one could immediately step into the martial zone level. The treasures in front of me are all experience points. I'll swallow them. Yi Xiao excitedly devoured the treasures. When he finished swallowing all the treasures, his experience had accumulated to 189 experience points. Long Yunfei's treasures were unexpectedly large. It was truly worthy of being a high-ranking figure of the Long clan. Of course, it also had a lot to do with the martial zone realm martial artists themselves. Arriving at the martial zone was considered to be among the ranks of the powerful, and as far as the eye could see, it was no longer that inch of land around them. Their own ability becomes stronger, their vision is higher, their exposure is wider, and accordingly, there are more channels and means to obtain treasures. Being able to accumulate a large number of treasures is the most basic ability of a martial artist. Of course, each martial arts sect is different. Some of the treasures accumulated will be used immediately, and some will be accumulated and hoarded. Yi Jiao was lucky that this Long Yunfei was a guy who liked to hoard treasures, and was able to fatten him up in a wave. Checking the panel data. Host, Yi Xiao, returning Market God Realm. Realm, 10 out of 10, Yuanwu Realm 10th level Demonic Beast. After reaching the 10th level of the Wu Zone Realm, it gains the qualification to return to its ancestor once. Evolution, Lin Yen Emperor Devouring Turtle, Yuanwu Realm 10th level Demonic Beast with Unicorn Bloodline. Inheritance, Giant God's Power that holds up the Purgatory Dome, Degree of Power, 1 in 10. 000. Cooldown, 5 days. Talent 1, Counterattack, when attacked. Returns 55% of the attacker's damage. Talent, Divine Seal of the Earth King, when activating this seal, the body receives the power of the earth. The sky collapses but does not panic. The earth sinks but does not fall. Talent, Death Magma, when activated, consumes a large amount of yuan power, causing death magma to gush out from the turtle shell, inflicting continuous damage to the enemy. Speed, 0/1000. Defense, 0/1000. Attack, 0/1000. Experience points, 189. Based on past experience, Yi Jiao estimated that if he wanted to make a breakthrough, he would have to add 100 experience points to each item, and the 189 experience points he had accumulated were still not enough to break through to the first level of the martial sect realm. It was true that the higher the realm, the more experience one needed. Shrugging his head, it was useless to think about this. It was better to use the experience. Yi Xiao immediately added points. Add 45 to speed, 100 to defense, and 44 to attack. Instantly, the data panel changed. Speed, 45/1000. Defense, 100/1000. Attack, 44/1000. Experience points, 0. At least the defense stats. Reaching the first level of the martial zone realm, coupled with my turtle shell that has evolved many times, doubling my defense. It's the second level of the martial zone realm that can help me. Yi Jiao smiled faintly. As long as the defense reached a high level, going out to look for treasures was much less dangerous. But on second thought, it seemed that there were no demonic beasts of the second level of the martial zone realm in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Then wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted? Let's first look at the changes in terms of feats as well as skills, then go out and look for treasures in medium-grade essence veins. The mind tapped into the martial arts item. Evolution, Lin Yen Emperor Devouring Turtle, 10th level Yuanwu Realm Demonic Beast with a Unicorn Bloodline. Technique, Ancient God Heaven Swallowing Scripture. Skill 1, Void Devouring 1155/5000, proficiency increased to 5000. Can be upgraded to Void Drawing Thunder Strike. Skill, Indestructible Void Seal 195/5000, increase proficiency to 5000. Can be upgraded to Earth Diving Turtle Breath Seal. Skill, Dragon Abyssal Suction 665/5000, increase proficiency to 5000. Can be upgraded to Eye of Storm. Skill 4, Spiked Shell Chariot 495/500, increase proficiency to 500. Can be upgraded to Spiked Rift Shock. Secret Art 1, Riot, within 1 minute. All abilities increase by 50%. Cooldown, 3 days. Secret Technique, opens at the third level of the martial sect realm. The feats changed. The great avatar of Dharma phase heaven and earth had finally appeared. Yi Jiao was excited, but when he saw the 1000 experience points, he suddenly calmed down. It was necessary to add up to 1000 points for the feats to be able to obtain the first layer of the Dharma phase heaven and earth great divine power. Contemplated for a moment. Don't be delusional at the moment. After finding the precious treasure and the medium essence vein first, only then will you be able to obtain the Dharma phase heaven and earth. On the contrary, Skill 4, Spiked Shell Chariot, with a proficiency of 495, was only 5 points short of proficiency before it could be upgraded. This skill, the reason why it had risen so quickly, had to do with him using it frequently. Pairing it with Death Magma and casting Stabbing Shell Chariot was too cool, making Yi Jiao love it. Of course, the proficiency of the other skills had also increased. It was only that the proficiency required to upgrade was too high, so it looked as if there was no improvement. Attention turned to the Secret Art. Secret Art opens at the third level of the martial sect realm. As the realm was raised, the second Secret Art also appeared. I went from the demonic beast realm, broke through to the Yuanwu realm, and then I'm about to step into the martial zone realm, and the second Secret Art finally appeared. Yi Xiao felt that it was still normal for it to be so difficult to appear. His first Secret Art was very heaven-defying. All abilities were increased by 50%, and when he got higher in his realm, the more powerful this Secret Art became, the more terrifying it became. Now, the appearance of a second Secret Art was definitely able to bring him huge gains. Whether it's making a breakthrough, or obtaining feats in Secret Arts, they all require experience points. It's not too late. Start moving. The 10,000 Beasts Mountain definitely had medium-grade essence veins, only that in the past, he didn't have the ability or energy to look for them. Now he could go and look for it properly. But, before that one had to take a look at that little hand. Yi Jiao looked over. That delicate little hand stroked the lower grade essence vein, carefully and gently, and at the same time, it also carried a bit of urgency. This hand is about to disappear. Yi Jiao frowned. He vaguely believed that the owner of this small hand was Xueling Luo, associating it with all the things that happened within the ruined god's territory. He said, within the ruined god's territory, a lot of low realm treasures, all of them disappeared, and they should have been taken away by this small hand. Looking at the situation of the small hand today again, it was moving towards the trend of disappearing. Yi Xiao had some contemplation and felt that the owner of the small hand had no treasures that could be replenished, so it was about to disappear. With this in mind, he immediately took out a bunch of low realm treasures from inside Long Yunfei's storage ring. These low realm treasures, the highest was 800 years old. Taking them out was definitely a rare existence, but to Yi Xiao, unable to gain experience points, they were low realm treasures. She seems to be very timid, just put it quietly next to her. Yi Xiao put this pile of low realm treasures and carefully placed it next to the essence vein. Unfinished business. Not long after, the small hand seemed to have discovered something and quickly touched the treasures. Then with a grab of the small hand, a precious treasure was grabbed by her into the space avoidance. The demonic beast Yi Qiu dawned on him, then looked at the doppelganger Yi Qiu. Secretly, he commanded, I'll go outside to look for the precious treasure and the medium essence vein. You stay here and watch her change. Pay attention. If she's Xueling Luo, you have to avoid her a bit. The doppelganger Yi Jiao knew what the honored one meant. Xueling Luo was averse to the world, averse to people. If he showed his face, there might be an accident. Also, after a while, I will let you return to the city. Since he had a doppelganger, he had to utilize it. Oneself would obtain experience points amongst the demon race, and let the doppelganger go to the human race to search for treasures or essence veins. Working together like this would increase efficiency. Thus, the doppelganger was going to the Yuanwu Kingdom's imperial capital to rejoin the Yi clan. As his realm became higher, he needed more and more experience points, and trying to obtain experience points unilaterally was more than enough. Having his doppelganger go to the human race to search for treasures or essence veins would help him alleviate a great deal of pressure. I happen to study my talents and skills. The doppelganger Yi defect also had a subsystem, and as the main body broke through the upper limit value and reached the level of martial zone, it would affect him even though he hadn't formally stepped into it yet. The demonic beast Yi Lak nodded and left the returning ruins divine realm. As for the doppelganger Yi Xiao, he closed his eyes and his mind entered his mind to check the panel data. By location, change to Yi Ziqing, main system has supreme control. Realm, 0 out of 10, Yuanwu realm 10th level martial artist. The bilocation realm is synchronized with the host's realm. Talent, not activated. Endurance, 0/100%, spirit martial realm level. Speed, 45/1000. Defense, 100/1000. Attack, 44/1000. Note, the data of the doppelganger is based on the strength of his own data. Martial arts, enabled. His data, synchronized with the data of the main body. The data of speed, defense and attack of both, were exactly the same. However, the true strength of both sides was different. He now possessed the defense of the first level of the martial zone realm, and he really only possessed the defensive ability of the first level of the martial zone realm. Unlike the original, because of the multiple evolutions, coupled with the turtle shell's natural nature of having a strong defense, it was able to withstand even the attacks of the second level of the martial zone realm. This was not like the spirit martial realm where the gap between the minor realms was small. In the martial zone realm, the gap between each of the minor realms was extremely huge. Thus, being able to withstand the attacks of a high-level martial artist across the levels was already a remarkable ability. I've also broken through the Yuanwu realm restriction and arrived at the level of the martial zone realm. The talent, I should be able to activate it. With this in mind, his mind tapped on the unactivated top of the talent. Ding! Split body activates talent, natural talent transcendent. On the interface, the talent, unactivated, becomes talent, innate transcendence. Once the bilocation enters the learning state, the talent is triggered passively. The bilocation froze. This was a learning talent, a talent that was different from a combat talent, but compared to a combat talent, it was absolutely demonic. In the human world, the reason why there were all sorts of capable people and geniuses and geeks was because of the word learning. Learning allowed many people to master a wide variety of abilities, aptitudes, techniques, or secret arts. The most typical ones were learning formations, alchemy, and weaponry. In addition to humans, other than humans, he could also learn things from other races. It was completely unrestricted. However, no matter which race one was in order to step onto the very top of a certain field, one needed more than just learning. One also had to have natural talent. However, the doppelganger Yi Lak was an exception. Once he entered the state of learning, he would trigger his talent and his natural ability would be superb. At that time, anything profound and difficult to understand that needed to be mastered by an epiphany would no longer be a problem. When we go to the imperial capital, we'll master more abilities within formation, alchemy, and weaponry, and we can profit from them when we learn the finer points. Isn't that how experience points come? The doppelganger Yishao was already making plans on how to obtain treasures amongst the humans. The day has just dawned. The sinking rock mountain range had changed drastically. There was slowly flowing magma everywhere, and only a few peaks were spared from the ground shattering and not drowned by the magma. The demonic beast Yijio jumped into the magma and took an early morning bath. The initial magma explosion had already been dodged by him, and now the magma was no threat to him. I wonder how the 10,000 Beast Mountain is doing. He flew out of the magma and headed straight in the direction of the 10,000 Beast Mountain. If the 10,000 Beasts Mountain was swallowed by the magma, then finding the precious treasure would be impossible. That thing couldn't withstand the magma. Instead, the essence veins could withstand it. And to find it, one could only find the essence veins. Flying all the way over. Everywhere I looked, it was all magma. Looking at it like this, he realized even more the horror of the underground magma. Last night, he hid in the returning ruins divine realm to avoid the eruption of underground magma. But look at the sinking rock mountain range today. The entire sinking rock mountain range had sunk. It could be seen how strong the destructive might caused when the underground magma erupted. Suddenly, the map scan prompted that there were demonic beasts ahead. Odd. There was magma everywhere, and there were still demonic beasts surviving? Even if it was a Yuanwu realm demonic beast that could fly. After last night's explosive impact of the underground magma, I'm afraid that less than 10% of them could survive. Fixing his eyes changed slightly. There was really a demonic beast, and it was on the ground. It turns out that last night, only the underground magma of the sinking rock mountain range was detonated, and the underground magma of other places were not affected. Yijio saw that the earth in front of him was not strewn with magma, and only the area close to the magma zone had turned into a scorched earth. Looking further away, it was still the same as the original, with dense mountains and forests. He coldly smiled. Song Yu, this dog, really didn't have the guts to put his own life on the line and only detonate the underground magma where the sinking rock mountain range was located. Of course, it was also possible that the human side, after his reminder, had discovered in time that the extinction formation had been tampered with, stopping Song Yu's crazy behavior, but only stopping half of it. So only the underground magma at the sinking rock mountain range was detonated. Shaking his head, there was no need to think about the individual parts of this. The power of the magma under this territory hadn't been detonated in its entirety. That would be fine. Song Yu mad dog, next time I see you again, I'm going to fight you to the end. The current Yiju was not at all vain of the other party, and even had a few moments of excitement. That old thing had lived for so many years. He might have stored a lot of good things. Suppressing the other party would definitely have a lot of benefits. Before long, he flew past the Black Bone Forest and other places, and gradually looked at the huge mountain of 10,000 beasts in front of him. Thousands of meters wide, half of the huge mountain. Now see again. Still give him not a small shock. There are demonic beasts approaching. He looked to the side based on the hints from the map scan. I've come to inspect by order of the Queen Mother of Shuriyen. Demonic turtle. From which territory did you come? A thunder jade eagle flew around Yijio, its tone cold and indifferent. Yijio's heart fluttered. This fellow, treating him as an alien demonic beast. However, thinking about it more carefully, it was also right. Ever since he evolved into the Lin Yin Emperor Devouring Turtle, he hadn't come into contact with local demonic beasts, except for Song Yu, of course, but that guy had intentionally avoided the rest of the demonic beasts when he brought him to the bottom of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, so he had never been exposed. Even when he showed up in the human camp last night, it was only for humans. Unfinished business. Yi Yu looked towards Lei Yu Eagle. This dude swallowed his saliva and had a few moments of fear in his eyes. It couldn't be unafraid. This demon turtle, just by looking at its appearance, especially the upper part of its head, actually had several streams of flame swaying, not to mention the turtle shell that was like death magma all over. The entire turtle looked as if it was a mythical creature that came out of the magma. At a glance, it was the kind that couldn't be messed with. Since the Stone Rock Queen Mother is there, then Song Yu is also there, right? Yijio's fiery red eyes gazed at the Thunder Jade sculpture, and a trace of divine beast pressure naturally flowed from his body. The Thunder Jade Eagle was shocked and couldn't help but say, "It disappeared ever since the war between us and humans broke out." Just as it finished speaking, it reacted. "That's not right. I came to verify the identity of the demon turtle on the orders of Queen Mother Shuriyen. This is the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Any unfamiliar Yuanwu realm demonic beast that comes over has to be verified. How is it that when it comes to the demonic turtle, the other party takes the initiative instead? Any unfamiliar Yuanwu realm demonic beasts that come from unfamiliar territories have to go to the 10,000 Beast Mountain and meet the 3 rulers. You come with me. Thunder Jade Eagle put on a few more points of majesty. Yi Jiu's eyes flickered as he said, "Go." After flying for not long, the map scanning gave a hint that 200 meters ahead, there were Martial Zone realm first-level demonic beasts appearing, as well as multiple Yuanwu realm demonic beasts. Yi Jiu thought to himself, either it's Queen Mother Shi Yan and her men, or the Blue Fox and her men. Soon, he knew who it was. As soon as he approached the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, he saw several demonic beasts on the mountainside. It wasn't the Blue Fox or Kangwu. It could only be the Stone Rock Queen Mother. Roar! 100-meter-long Stone Rock Scaly Dragon flew out from beside the Stone Rock Queen Mother and roared, its hard scaly tail smashing fiercely at him. The moment it came, it gave him a dismay. This 10,000 Beasts Mountain's meet and greet. How exciting! Yi Jiu smiled bloodthirstily. I like the style of meeting and fucking, but the force isn't sour enough. I'll give you another hand. Dragon Abyss Suction. Terrifying suction force mixed with a hidden dragon's roar surged from the turtle shell. The strength and speed of the auger tail that smashed over instantly increased by several times. The Shi Yan Jiao dragon sneered, death-defying fellow. The auger tail smashed over. Yeah, I didn't expect you to be so death-defying either. Yi Jiu laughed coldly. According to the information from scanning the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, he knew that the Stone Rock Jiao Dragon was named Longyan, a Beast King under the Stone Rock Queen Mother. It ranked as the 3rd Beast King, and its strength had reached the 8th level of the Yuanwu realm, but in Yi Jiu's eyes, it was just cannon fodder. Boom! The auger tail landed on the turtle shell, and Dragon Rock smiled disdainfully. When you come to the 10,000 Beast Mountain, just give me a plop. Ah! Its unruly words were forcibly changed by a counterforce on the turtle shell. A miserable scream struck across the sky. Only its hard auger tail was seen to shatter inch by inch. Then it was shaken out and smashed solidly on the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. You should be glad that I didn't release the death magma. Yi Xiu looked towards the waist of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, his ferocious light flourishing. At the mountainside, the Stone Rock Queen Mother looked at him coldly. Next to the Stone Rock Queen Mother, there was another Beast King, a giant rock spirit at the 9th level of the Yuanwu realm and ranked 2nd. It was a giant made up of countless stones, with a ferocious aura exuding from its body. A Wongbang. How dare you come to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain to spread your wildness, giant rock spirit. Crack his turtle shell for me, the Stone Rock King Mother coldly ordered. With a roaring sound, the giant rock spirit trampled the mountain rocks and rushed towards the demonic turtle. That 10-meter tall volume, paired with the hardened mountain stone body, anyone who saw it would have to change color on their face. Demon turtle, do you think your turtle shell is extremely hard? Today, I'll come and change your mind. The giant rock spirit laughed fiercely as its aura swept across the 10 directions. Yi Jiu excitedly rushed up. Beat-resistant demonic beast, do you need door-to-door service? The time to brush up on his proficiency had arrived. When the two were about to collide, countless trees suddenly rushed up from the ground, with Grey Yuan power erupting from them. It was the Grey Yuan power of the Tsongyu old demon. That guy wanted to make a surprise attack. Old me is thick and specializes in surprise attacks. Old demon Tsongyu, feel free to come. Seeing the countless trees surrounding him and the Grey Yuan power enveloping the trees, he made a split-second decision and hissed, unleashing his talent, Death Magma. As the magma went down, the trees were incinerated. As for the Grey Yuan power, it used to be able to bind him, but now it could only limit his speed. But a turtle-type demonic beast needs speed? At least not right now. Yi Jiu topped the Grey Yuan power and kept weaving in and out of the blazing fire. Suddenly, the system beep in his head rang out fiercely. Map scan alert, 4,200 meters above. A first-level demonic beast of the Martial Zone realm has appeared. System alert, a Martial Zone realm first-level demonic beast is rapidly approaching. Please pay attention to avoid it. Yi Jiu's heart tightened and he raised his head to look. There was a black spot high in the sky that was gradually enlarging, and there were air-breaking sounds coming from above. Yi Jiu was shocked and cursed. Old demon Tsongyu, you're a fucking lunatic. The black dot above was actually Tsongyu and a giant rock hundreds of meters in size. This Sima thing, rooted in the boulder, had countless roots spread all over the boulder, and then utilized the thrust of the Yuan power explosion to continuously push the boulder to accelerate. In the end, the boulder carried a terrifying might and fell from the sky, smashing into him. Yi Jiu never expected that this bee would appear in this form. At the same time, he also realized that Tsongyu had never thought of a surprise attack in the first place, but rather wanted to forcefully smash him to death by means of the boulder falling from the sky. As for the trees and Grey Yuan power here, It wasn't Son Yu's surprise attack at all. It was just a means the other party used to limit his speed. You unexpectedly didn't die. You deserve to die. You have to die right now. My tree spirit talent can make you hide nothing. Aren't you a turtle shell hard? I'm going to smash you to death. Son Yu's eyes were bloodshot and he was already in a frenzy. Right when the demonic turtle came to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, its tree spirit had discovered the other party. This demonic turtle that had taken away most of its heart and soul once again aroused its ferocious killing intent. So it took advantage of the time when the Queen Mother of Shi Yan gave the demon tortoise a hard time. And with the power of the martial sect, it quietly lifted up a huge rock and smashed it into the demon tortoise from a high altitude. The demon turtle's turtle shell was hard. It knew that. But in the face of the boulder that was constantly accelerating down from high altitude and increasing in strength, the demon turtle definitely couldn't carry it. If the demonic turtle wanted to run, with the limitations of countless trees and gray yuan power, how far could he run? This boulder smashed down. It would be useless for him to run 1,000 meters. Damn, you are a scourge. Yi Jiu's killing intent boiled. From yesterday's detonation of magma to the current boulder falling from the sky, which time was not crazy. Son Yu had to be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise the other party would keep targeting him with crazy tactics. However, it wasn't to be resolved now. He couldn't withstand that boulder smashing down. It could only be avoided. The trees and the gray yuan power, which limited his speed. He couldn't run out of the boulder's impact range in time and could only enter the returning god realm. But just as he jumped in, the system prompted, the host is bound by an external force and cannot enter the returning market divine realm. In just one sentence, his strongest means of escape was cut off. At this moment, Yi Jiu truly felt the crisis of life and death, a shadow of death that he had never felt before, enveloping his entire body. Unfinished business. Lord Son Yu, I am a member of the 10,000 Beast Mountain. Don't kill me. Spare me. The giant rock spirit was bound by a large number of trees, and the gray yuan power on them bound it to death. It wasn't Yi Yu, who could still move around inside. However, how could Son Yu pay attention to it? That madman had even done something like detonating the power of magma in order to kill Yi Jiu. You'll be the demon turtle's companion. You all have to die here. Son Yu roared in frenzied rage. The giant rock spirit was scared out of its wits, especially now. The oppressive force coming from above was increasingly making it feel short of breath. If it dragged on for a little while longer, the boulder would come crashing down, and it would have to die. Seeing that it was useless to pray, it could only place its hopes on the Queen Mother of Shi Yan. Queen Mother, save me. I'm your loyal henchman. Don't abandon me. The giant rock spirit shouted at the top of his voice. But when the stone rock Queen Mother saw Son Yu descending from the sky with the boulder, she had long since been frightened and fled. So how could she care about the giant rock spirit? Save me. I've done so much for the 10,000 Beast Mountain. Save me. Save me. Save. Don't fucking shout. Carry it down with me. Yi Jiu roared, his fiery red eyes, once again red as blood, similarly maniacally looking at the boulder above him. It was better to seek others than to seek oneself. The ruined god realm couldn't be entered and couldn't be exited. Then it wouldn't enter. With your turtle shell of a bastard? Don't fucking dream about it. Even my body can't carry it, let alone you. The giant rock spirit hated the demonic turtle. If it wasn't for the demonic turtle, how could it have made a move to the point of being used as cannon fodder by Son Yu? Dead bastard. It's all your fault. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. It cursed angrily. Yi Jiu ignored it at the moment of life and death. But instead, he looked up to the sky and shouted angrily, Son Yu, today it's either you die or I die. A fierce beast roar that resembled a dragon and not a dragon came out from its mouth, stirring out a long way. Yuan power transformation. A large amount of yuan power surged out from the yuan power pool, rushing out of the body and transforming into an immense and incomparable black giant shield, propped on top of the turtle shell. Indestructible void seal. A gray light flashed out from the turtle shell before it merged back into the shell, forming a gray indestructible turtle mark. Riot. Ding. Host uses riot. Within 1 minute, all abilities are increased by 50%. Cooldown, 3 days. Ding. Riot 1 minute countdown begins. Bloodlight surged into all parts of his body. All of his abilities, boosted by 50%. Boom. His defense was directly raised to the 3rd level of the martial zone realm. Even his speed and attack were also increasing, but it was still not enough to run out of the range of the boulder's impact, so he could only carry it hard. In an instant, the black giant shield that Yuan Li had transformed into, glowing with bloodlight, compressed once again and became thick and sturdy. That indestructible void seal floated with bloodlight, becoming even harder. Ha ha ha, the way you're fighting with all your might really makes me feel soothed. You must be desperate. Son Yu hissed and laughed. His heart was soothed, and the strength of the boulder he pushed grew stronger and stronger. Gradually, When the boulder smashed down, the gas that rushed away quickly formed a strong wind. It could be seen that the power contained inside. How terrifying it was. You must be the one to die. You shouted angrily with bloodshot eyes. The boulder was rapidly approaching, and before it completely touched the ground, a huge oppressive force was already impacting the ground. A large number of stones and trees were shattering. Ridiculous fellow. You really think that your turtle shell is invincible? You took away most of my life's blood. I will definitely let you die. Song-yu suddenly stomped on the boulder and rushed up to the sky. However, its eyes were still staring at the boulder falling to the ground. It wanted to see with its own eyes the scene where the boulder smashed the turtle shell into mush. The boulder sprinted. Phew! Boom! A fierce wind pounded its face. In the end, it even emitted a roar that seemed to make space tremble. In the distance, Queen Mother Shi was horrified. How did Song-yu become so crazy? In order to kill a demonic turtle, he even used such means. Even the rumored high-level powerhouses of the martial sect realm can't stop it. That demonic turtle and the giant rock spirit will surely die. This is definitely a move that changes the terrain. Once it falls, the ground will have to tremble. The blue fox and its men were also startled, looking at the terrifying scene above them and couldn't help but suck in cool air. The rest of the demonic beasts, their limbs trembling with fear, were scared to flee as far away as they could by the unrivaled boulder descending from the sky. Underneath the boulder, the giant rock spirit howled. Its body couldn't stop trembling, and only despair and sadness remained in its eyes. While Yi Jiao looked at the huge rock coming, the desire for survival in his heart grew stronger and stronger. When the huge rock immediately smashed in, he let out a low roar. Giant God's power. This was his killer weapon. Ding! Host unleashes the power of the giant god that holds up the purgatory vault. Power level, 1 in 10,000. Cooldown time, 5 days. As soon as the beep sounded, a phantom of a Xuanwu divine beast rushed out from within him. Then, it wrapped around his body again, causing him to briefly grow in size to more than 10 meters. And even his appearance vaguely turned into a Xuanwu-like appearance. Abruptly, the black giant shield transformed by Yuan Li collided with the giant stone. In the next moment, the giant shield shattered at the touch, and the boulder smashed down again. Finally, contact was made with his turtle shell. Yi Jiao roared angrily as he exerted all his strength. Roar! When the ancient divine beast roared, heaven and earth shook. Queen Mother Shi, Blue Fox, and the other demonic beasts subconsciously softened their bodies and almost knelt on the ground. Divine beast pressure. That demonic turtle's roar actually contains divine might. Near death. It still has such a strong will to struggle. Shiryen Wangmu and the other demonic beasts murmured, their scalps tingling from the impact of the demonic turtle's desperate roar. The blue fox murmured, if he survives, in the future, he will surely be a great power in the demon race. Dang! The boulder and the turtle shell powerfully touched each other, rippling out a large amount of airwaves that stirred the heaven and earth in all directions. Yi Jiao was pressed by the boulder and kept sinking down. Rumble! It eventually landed on the ground. The ground trembled. A huge deep pit was formed in the blink of an eye. Smoke and dust filled the area between the deep pit. Queen Mother Shiryen and Blue Fox looked at the huge boulders and pieces in the large pit with palpitations. The destructive power of changing the terrain can only be struck by a martial king above a martial zone. Blue Fox muttered to himself in horror. The strike of the boulder falling from the sky had reached the power level of a martial king. He can't withstand this kind of power. He should be turned into flesh and mud by now. Queen Mother Shiryen shook her head, and in her heart, she didn't know how that demonic turtle, in the end, offended Song-yu, forcing Song-yu to use such crazy means. Fortunately, Song-yu was the ruler of this place, and this place was relatively remote and backward. There was no existence of martial kings or the like. If he had used this move in any other place, he would definitely be hunted down by a large number of experts afterward. This kind of large area covering attack could only be used after becoming a martial king, and only then would there be no one or demon that would dare to question or resist. It would be strange for a mere martial zone to borrow an external force to use it and not be retaliated against. AI. Blue Fox sighed softly, and sighed in respect for the spirit of the demon turtle that wanted to resist even when it was dying. P.S. Request silver votes partners. Starting tomorrow to 5 start. Ready your silver votes, to be continued. The demons flew towards the boulder just in time to see Song-yu fly down and stand on the boulder with a sardonic smile. Demon turtle, you're finally dead. That look of great revenge made Queen Mother Shiryen unable to resist inquiring, how did it offend you? Song-yu ignored it and instead turned over the rubble, wanting to dig up the demonic turtle's corpse. Seeing that Song-yu ignored him, the Queen Mother of Shiryen's complexion sank as she said disdainfully, a mere demonic tortoise has gotten you into such a state. 1,000-year-old tree spirit is nothing more than that. Song-yu still didn't respond. Queen Mother of Shurian felt that the other party was afraid of herself and thought she had the upper hand, so she shook her head, sneering as she turned her side. I wanted to suppress that demonic turtle and take him under her wing, but unfortunately I don't have the chance. Song Yu, just help me dispose of his corpse. That tone was as if it was telling Song Yu, as the same ruler, you are only worthy of helping me collect the corpse. As for the demon turtle, it was reduced to nothing. It was as if not being able to deal with the demon turtle in person was really a regret, making it such a strong person with no place to use its power in high ground. The blue fox heard all the meaning in the words of Queen Mother Shurian. At once, it frowned, thinking that the demon turtle really appeared. And you still dare to say these words? As if in response to what it had in mind, Song Yu, who was madly lifting rocks, was suddenly smashed on a piece of broken rock. The blue fox and the Queen Mother of Stone Rock looked at the sound, only to see that Song Yu seemed to be sucked by some suction force, forcibly sucked in, clinging to the broken stone and unable to get up. The two demons' complexions changed drastically, and a horrifying thought vaguely arose in their hearts. Shurian Queen Mother, you still have the chance to suppress me now. A low voice that seemed to be holding back a force came out from under the fragmented boulder. Queen Mother Shurian's face brushed white and subconsciously fled 100 meters away. The blue fox was so shocked that its fur stood up and said in horror, "You're not even dead." It wasn't that it wished for the demonic turtle to die, but it couldn't understand how the demonic turtle could be under such an attack and still not die. Demonic turtle, you're still not dead, still not dead. Song Yu was on the verge of being bewitched in order to kill the demonic turtle. At this time, he was even closer to the edge of collapse. Lousy lava also detonated. Boulders also smashed. Why don't you die? You're not this tough, are you? The real grass egg. It shouted angrily, releasing its small amount of gray yuan power and smashing it on the rubble, trying to prop itself up. However, the suction force was too strong and its own yuan power was not much, so it could not get up at all. I forgot to tell you, my secret art time hasn't expired yet, and your yuan power is almost depleted, right? Between the rolling of the rubble, the Lin Yen Emperor devouring turtle crawled out dyed in blood. His blood-red eyes were at the moment like the demonic eyes of a hellish god of death. With just one glance, it scared the Queen Mother of Shurian to the point of splitting her liver. Brother Turtle, what I said just now was a lie, so you can just take it as me clowning around and see you again if you have the chance. Dropping a sentence, she fled. Just kidding. The demonic turtle that couldn't even be smashed to death by a boulder falling from the sky. It dared to mess with it? Yi Jiao smiled coldly. Horse hindsight. Let you pretend afterwards. He didn't bother chasing after it. The most important thing right now was to cut Song Yu down before the riot time was over. This dog thing, bringing a boulder hundreds of meters in size to high altitude required the consumption of a large amount of yuan power. Not to mention, in order to make the boulder smash down at the fastest speed possible, it also blew up its own yuan power as a pushing force. Now that Song Yu was lying on the rubble, unable to get up, it was clearly a sign that his yuan power was about to run out and his strength was declining. It was a good opportunity to kill the other party. Although he was injured, with the power of Riot and Giant God, that boulder smashing down did not seriously injure him. Thus, with his current situation, there was a chance to decimate the other party. You robbed me of most of my life's blood. How can I let you off easily? Song Yu was nearly collapsed. His demeanor was demonic, and the only thing left in his mind was the idea of killing the demon turtle. But he didn't realize in the slightest how dangerous he was. Yi Yu became angry as soon as he heard these words. Old me swallowed the fire Qilin, and it wasn't because you did it to yourself. If you didn't bring me to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain and try to sacrifice me, how could I have found the fire Qilin and devoured it? Not only did you bring this upon yourself, you tried to kill me with a boulder from the sky, and now that he didn't kill me, he's selling himself short? Of course, he didn't say these words in front of the blue fox and other demonic beasts. The fire Qilin was, after all, an ancient divine beast, plus the fact that he had seized the body by devouring and evolving it. No matter which point was spread out, it would be a huge disadvantage to him. As I said, it's either you or me today. You're too much of a loser to be the ruler of the 10,000 Beast Mountain. Let me be the one to do it. Yi Jiao killed Song Yu because he was touching the ground. The Earth King Divine Seal could also be used, and with the ability boost from the Riot Secret Art, he was strong, and his yuan power was nearly unlimited, which could also support him to keep fighting. Just in time for Skill 4, Thorn Shell Chariot, upgraded to Thorn Cracking Shock. Previously, he had cast Thorn Shell Chariot when he was trapped by trees in Grey Yuan power, thus the proficiency increased and got upgraded. And the next upgrade target for stabbing Crack Shock, Deadly Roar. Without thinking too much, he first took Song Yu to try out its power. At this moment, he rushed up and attacked fiercely. Earth King Divine Seal, Void Devouring, Indestructible Void Seal, Dragon Abyss Suction, Stabbing Crack Shock, Talent Counterattack, all of them were used. Not far away, Blue Fox's henchman, the Blood Emperor Crocodile Beast King, who ranked 4th in the Beast King rankings, whispered fiercely, while the two of them are injured. No need. I have my own plans. The Blue Fox directly interrupted the Blood Emperor Crocodile Beast King's words and looked towards the scene of the demonic turtle suppressing Song Yu, its gaze flickering. Suddenly, it realized that the demonic turtle's blood-red eyes, implicitly swept over. A chill swept through its entire body as a jolt went through its heart. It turned out that the demonic turtle had not ignored it and its men, and was prepared to kill them as well. Thoughts that shouldn't be there. Don't have them. Blue Fox took a deep breath and coldly warned his men. On the other side, with Yi Zhou's machine gun-like skill output, Song Yu was finally cut down by him. Ding! The host killed a 1,000-year-old tree spirit, a first-level demonic beast of the martial sect realm. Gain experience points. He was only at the 10th level of the Yuanwu realm right now, and 1 level up. He was at the first level of the martial zone realm, so he was able to gain 2 experience points. But 2 experience points were far from enough for him to use. Song Yu, as a tree spirit, had lived for a long time and definitely had tons of treasures. Yi Yu did some searching and even dismantled the tree spirit all over, finally allowing him to find a storage ring. Getting rich. Song Yu, as the ruler of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain and having lived for such a long time, the treasures inside will definitely help me break through. He threw the storage ring into the ruined divine realm and turned to Blue Fox. Do you know where Song Yu's lair is? He had previously been captured by Song Yu in an underground cave in the middle of the 10,000 Beast Mountain, but he wasn't sure if it was Song Yu's lair. Blue Fox smiled faintly. No, I'll take you there. This guy is usually very mysterious and often lives in deep seclusion. He must have hidden a lot of treasures. This time you've been blessed by misfortune. Yi Xiao was excited. If he got more treasures, even breaking more realms would not be a problem. At that time, the conditions for opening the second secret art would not be far away. To be continued. On the way there was no danger. So Yi Zhou took out the storage ring from the returning ruins divine realm again and quietly opened it. Ding! Host found a space-type ring. Is it open? Open. The space-class ring has dripped blood to recognize its owner and is being forced to open 1%, 5%, 10%, 0%. Ding! Forced opening of space-class ring. Yilak separated a sliver of his mind to enter within the storage ring and swept the space inside. A large amount of treasures were piled up inside, as well as a few pills that had never been seen before. As for martial arts, weapons, and other things, there was even a huge pile of them, richer than the resources stored by humans. Old demon Song Yu has lived long enough to have so many treasures. It looks like it hasn't been to human cities before. Scanning carefully. Suddenly, a familiar-looking parchment scroll caught his attention. This parchment scroll, he seemed to have seen it somewhere before. After a slight contemplation, a flash of light flashed through his mind. Inside Long Yunfei's storage ring, there was also this parchment scroll. At first, he was desperate to get experience points and only wanted to allow himself to transform his Yuan power into form as soon as possible and step into the martial sect. So after a cursory scan of Long Yunfei's storage ring, his attention was drawn to the treasures. Now that he thought back, this sheepskin scroll, Long Yunfei also had it. How strange. A trace of his intention swept towards the parchment scroll. There was only a layer of yellowish background on it, with nothing in it. Then he looked at the size of the parchment scroll. It was a bit small. It shouldn't be complete. Here it is. It's right under the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. The Blue Fox was very skillful and quickly led Yi Zhou to the interior of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Yi Zhou withdrew his thoughts and scanned the area. It was exactly the same as the underground cave that Song Yu had brought him to before. This should be Song Yu's lair. You search here at ease. I'm going out to pacify the demons. That magma explosion, although it destroyed the humans' attack, we were also greatly injured. The Blue Fox didn't spare a thought and turned around. Yi Yu looked at its numb departure and said faintly, at the beginning, you reminded me in the Black Bone Forest that Song Yu was going to sacrifice me, and now you skillfully brought me to find Song Yu's lair. Blue Fox, what exactly are you trying to figure out? He vaguely felt that the Blue Fox in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain was not as simple as he thought. Not much time to withdraw his gaze. His attention once again fell inside the storage ring. This place was to be searched, but before that, one had to raise their realm in case an accident would strike outside. He took all the treasures inside the storage ring and ate them. In the end, after finishing the treasures, the experience points rose to 5. I'm really rich. Yi Zhou checked the panel data. Speed, 45/1000. Defense, 100/1000. Attack, 44/1000. Experience points, 5. Speed plus 55. Attack plus 56. At once, the panel data changed. It was as follows. Speed, 100/1000. Defense, 100/1000. Attack, 100/1000. Experience points, 14. All reach 100 experience points. Ding! The host's speed, defense, and attack have all reached 100 or more, allowing him to break through to the first level of the martial zone realm. Is it a breakthrough? Breakthrough! Yi Jiao stepped into the martial zone realm as he wished. The Yuan power pool in his body violently expanded, and the Yuan power within it once again compressed, becoming solid and easier to control. Even the injuries followed and healed themselves. Ha ha ha! First level of the martial zone realm. I already have the strength of the first level of the martial zone realm. I will be the ruler of this 10,000 beast mountain. Stepping into the martial zone realm put him completely at ease. As for why he replaced Song Yu, he was naturally running towards the resources of the 10,000 beast mountain. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down. There were still 14 experience points left, so he could continue to add more. A slight thought. Add 100 to defense and 4 to speed. It was still a priority to add defense and speed, expanding the natural advantages of the turtle shell and making up for the flaws in speed. As for attack, it could be made up for now with skills, talents and secret arts. Looking at the stats again. Speed, 14/1000. Defense, 00/1000. Attack, 100/1000. Experience points, 0. Defense reached the second level of the martial zone realm, but his true defense was at the third level of the martial zone realm. Except, of course, the giant god's power that held up the purgatory vault, which was one of his final killer weapons. Now that he had used it once, it would be cooled down for 5 days before he could continue to use it. Without further thought, it was time to search Song Yu's lair next. If he got another treasure from inside, he would be rich. Right, the parchment scroll. Before searching, he thought of the sheepskin scroll. He immediately took out the parchment scrolls from inside Song Yu's and Long Yunfei's storage rings respectively, and combined them together. Ding! Congratulations to the host, triggering the Heavenly Dan fragmentation quest. Ding! Does the host activate the Heavenly Dan quest? Yi Jiao was shocked. It was rare to trigger a quest, so he didn't hesitate and chose to activate it. Who cares what quest? Activate it first. Maybe if he completes it someday, he'll get a generous reward. Ding! Host activates the Heavenly Dan quest. Ding! Mission tip, the Alchemy Palace, one of the 3 major legacies in the ancient dragon state, lost a heavenly pill prescription due to a huge disaster. It wasn't until 200 years later that the Alchemy Palace branch searched for fragments of the heavenly pill prescription. It was only then that the Alchemy Palace was informed of the heavenly pill prescription, which was divided into 9, and was lost all over the ancient dragon state. Yi Jiao's body shook. He seemed to have activated an unimaginable task, evolving many times. He was also informed of what kind of huge world he was in from the mouths of humans and demonic beasts. The ancient god continent had 8 major states, among which was the ancient dragon state, which was vast in size. Within it, there were hundreds of clans, strong people like clouds, and all kinds of clans, dynasties, organizations, and other forces. The list was endless. The Alchemy Palace, on the other hand, was a super clan that dominated 1/3 of the ancient dragon state, also known as the Inheritance Sect. Currently, he was in a bullet point in the west of the ancient dragon state. As for the Heavenly Dan, it was also a type of elixir, except that it was very advanced and could be called the world's top treasure. At that exact moment, the system prompt rang out once again. Ding! Within 2 years, collect all the Heavenly Dan fragments and receive a reward, 3,000 experience points, or 4 consecutive levels. Yi Jiao was overjoyed. So cool? Ding! Within 2 years, unable to collect them completely. Failure penalty, the system extracts 1,000 experience points from the host to make up for the loss of issuing the mission. This time, it was too much. Grass, I'm not taking it. Withdraw the mission. Withdraw it quickly. Yi Jiao was in a hurry. If he withdrew 1,000 experience points, wouldn't he have degraded to his mother's womb? He was self-aware. The ancient dragon state was so big, hell knows where the heavenly elixir fragments were lost to. Some of them might have disappeared from this world long ago. If he was to collect all of them within 2 years, it would be better to let him evolve into a Xuanwu divine beast or a returning ruins heavenly turtle on the spot. Ding! The host has activated the quest. If withdrawn, it will be withdrawn as a failure. Ding! Does the host withdraw? Yi Jiao realized how much of a fool he had been in this moment. It was because he had one more. The thought of not claiming the quest for nothing, but it brought him great trouble. There's no need to withdraw. Leave me alone. I want to be quiet. Yi Jiao felt that it was too hard for him. He had been under a lot of pressure lately. Unfinished. Ding! Heavenly Dan quest, officially opened. Currently obtained Heavenly Dan fragments /9. As this beep sounded, Yi Jiu knew that he had to fight for his life. Starting right from the bullet point in the western part of the ancient dragon state, getting stronger, evolving, gaining experience points, and searching for heavenly Dan fragments, Yi Xiao quickly gathered himself and beat his spirits to search Song Yu's lair. The results of the search, however, were greatly out of his expectation. First, inside the 2 cultivation rooms, he found the dying sand sea python, and the golden crystal mountain ground rat. These 2 goods were also considered to have dipped into his luck. If it wasn't for him destroying Song Yu's sacrifice, the 2 goods would have been sacrificed long ago. The 2 beast kings got free and first thanked the demon turtle, but Yi Yu didn't give a damn about them and chose to continue searching. Ignored by the demon turtle, the 2 beast kings hurriedly fled for their lives. Next, Yi Xiao was in many secret chambers, finding all kinds of strange secret and forbidden arts, as well as the tools to perform these secret and forbidden arts. As for the rest, digging 3 feet, he only found a large number of demonic beast corpses and bones. Old dog Song Yu's treasures are all in his storage ring, and the ones hidden in his lair are all woozy things. He also knew that these tools of secret and forbidden arts, as well as a large number of demonic beast corpses and bones, these were mostly what Song Yu used to find the art of taking over the body. It could be seen that Song Yu had put in a lot of effort in order to seize the fire Qilin. Unfortunately, this fellow made a death wish and messed with him. These miscellaneous things, as well as the martial arts and other things in the storage ring, I have no use for holding them, so take them to the bilocation to learn. The doppelganger was gifted and superbly talented. Mastering these things was no big deal. As for the weapons and elixirs, Yi Xiao first took out the weapons to try them one by one. There were 3-star level lower grade weapons, 2-star level middle grade weapons, and 1-star level upper grade weapon. The lower and middle grade levels were of little significance to a martial zone realm cultivator. Only a star grade upper grade weapon could exert a power that would reach the 1st to 2nd level of the martial zone realm. If that Song Yu old demon had started out and used a star grade upper grade weapon against him, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the other party. Even if he had the giant god's power and riot, the other party wasn't stupid and could fight a tug of war. Or worse, escape. Unfortunately, this guy had miscalculated, thinking that he could smash him to death by using boulders to descend from the sky. In the end, the Yuan power was exhausted, and he couldn't even activate his star-level weapon. In the end, he was killed by Yi Jiu alive. Star-level upper-grade weapon. It's not as good as my turtle shell. Skills, and talent, leave it for the doppelganger. He threw the weapon into the ruin god realm. Next, he took out the pills. Pills were the same grade as weapons in martial arts, all divided into star grade, moon grade, heaven grade, supreme grade, and god grade. There were all lower, middle, and upper grades. This was the first time Yi Jiu had ever seen an elixir. Pills are refined from many treasures as materials. Swallowing one of them can raise a lot of experience points, right? Thinking about this, Yi Jiu casually picked up an elixir and swallowed it. Ding! The host has taken 1-star grade lower grade Yuan power pill. There were no experience points. It should be because the elixir grade is too low. Swallow again. Ding! The host takes 1-star grade lower grade poison cleansing pill. Still too low. Swallow again. Another star level lower grade. Grass. This Song Yu old demon is a martial sect realm demon beast. How do you have a potion grade so low? Yi Xiao did not believe it. One by one, like melon seeds swallowed in the mouth. After taking 2 or 3 more, there was finally a change. Ding! The host has taken 1-star grade medium grade Yuan power pill. It was still too low. Next, he took all the pills again. The results obtained were either star grade lower grade or star grade middle grade. It was also at this point that Yilak understood why there were only low grade pills left. The high grade ones were all eaten by old demon Song Yu, and the remaining ones were all useless to him. Damn! Wasting my time. In the future, let the doppelganger master the art of alchemy and refine all kinds of high-level pills. I will drink it as water. Also at this time, the map scanning gave a hint that 4,700 meters above, a demonic beast of the first level of the Wu Zone realm appeared. It should be the blue fox. As the realm rises, the map scanning distance is getting bigger and bigger, and has expanded to 4,700 meters. At the 9th level of the Yuanwu realm, it was 3,900 meters. At the 10th level of the Yuanwu realm, it was 4,200 meters. The increase was 300 meters. When one reaches the martial zone realm, it reaches 4,700 meters. The rise was 500 meters. It was beautiful. There's nothing worth searching for here. It's time to go be the ruler of my 10,000 beasts mountain and dig into the resources here. Yilak was in desperate need of experience points and didn't dare to delay for half a second. Otherwise, the failure penalty of that quest alone would finish him off. Leaving the underground cave, he didn't go up for long before encountering the blue fox. Humans are attacking. These were the first words of the blue fox, and although they were plain, they were still mixed with a few points of anxiety. Yi Yu's heart went cold. Old me had just become the ruler of 10,000 Beast Mountain. And I'm in a mess? It shouldn't be. The magma of the sinking rock mountain range had almost wiped out the human race. How could it have made a comeback so quickly? Yi Jiu calmed down, thinking that this could be an opportunity for the doppelganger to return to the human camp. According to the frontline intelligence, Old Demon Son Yu borrowed the sinking rock mountain range's extinction formation to detonate all the magma power under the ground. Although the humans had stopped it and only allowed the magma at the sinking rock mountain range to explode, the consequence was the annihilation of the human camp. As a result of this, the humans were completely enraged, directly brought an army over. Last time, the humans only sent out a few generals and recruited various types of martial artists from Yuanwu Kingdom to come over. Now, it was an official army, and its strength would be multiplied several times. That was an army that used to be used to guard the borders against other empires. Now that it was used to deal with demonic beasts, it would be difficult for the 10,000 Beasts Mountain to resist. Moreover, the magma explosion in the sinking rock mountain range had already caused the 10,000 Beasts Mountain to suffer a great deal of damage, and if the human army attacked, they might have to abandon the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. The blue fox sighed quietly, with a few moments of expectation in its eyes. It hoped that the other party would help the 10,000 Beasts Mountain get through this. Yi Jiu sighed helplessly. I killed the ruler of the 10,000 Beast Mountain. I have already committed a great sin, plus I am an alien turtle. How can I be qualified to be the ruler? Blue Fox rolled his eyes. Who was it that said they wanted to be the ruler when they beheaded Son Yu earlier? Now that you're in trouble, you want to find a reason to leave. Good for you, asshole. How can it be that easy? You became a ruler because you wanted treasures, essence veins, and other resources, didn't you? Humph. Old me had already anticipated this. The blue fox grunted twice in her heart and spoke. Becoming the ruler of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain will qualify you to enjoy a medium-grade essence vein together, and every once in a while, a large amount of treasures from the Beast King will be offered. Yi Jiu almost choked to death and coughed twice. Are you telling the truth? You and I are going to cultivate in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain in the future, so what's in it for me to lie to you? I can't beat you again. Blue Fox blinked her pretty eyes. Yi Jiu pondered for a while and said seriously, the world's demonic beasts are one family. Since the demonic beasts are being invaded by a foreign race, even as an alien turtle, I should do my bit. This ruler's identity. Let me be the one for the time being. Author's digression, this author's new book 1877. Not bad. Like it. Please collect more. To be continued. Rumbling sounds came from the distance. At the top of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, the Queen Mother of Shurian raised her eyes and saw the human army, raging to kill into the 10,000 Beasts Mountain territory. All the demons fled, and those that didn't were all killed by the humans. Even the demon beast cubs were not spared. Look at that all the way over. Corpses everywhere. Blood flow into a river. Its heart tightened. Anger, hatred, and finally sighed. Helpless, and smiled bitterly. What did we do wrong? They had always been in a defensive stance from before until now, and had never invaded the humans for no reason. Even so, humans were still arrogant enough to slaughter them. What had they done wrong? There was no conflict of interest between the two sides. So just because a race was different, they had to slaughter? Suddenly, Blue Fox's men, the four-clawed fire eagle flew in. Report, Demon Beast Forest, Yellow Ridgeland, Black Bone Forest, Black Broken Cliff, and other 9 Beast King territories, all fell. The demon beasts inside, all slaughtered by the human army. We only have the 10,000 Beasts Mountain left. Queen Mother Shurian shook her head sadly. There's no need to report. They've already killed their way in. The humans covering advance and slaughtering of all the demonic beasts must have been a decision made by the human hierarchy a long time ago and prepared in advance. That magma explosion was merely an early stimulus to the humans, causing them to attack in advance. The four-clawed fire eagle was silent. Having flown all the way here, how could it not know? It was just that it needed to fulfill its duty. Let's flee, the four-clawed fire eagle mourned. Right now, standing at the top of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, one could see that the human army was advancing rapidly, and it wouldn't be long before the 10,000 Beasts Mountain would be under siege. They would have to leave. The Stone Rock Queen Mother opened its mouth to say something, although it was at the martial zone realm and could make a move to stop them. The humans were there as well. Thus, the four-clawed fire eagle was right. It had to flee. Suddenly, screams came from below. They're killing over. Run. Surprisingly, it's an army and it's full of martial artists. We can't beat them. Quickly flee back to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Damn it. They were the ones who slaughtered our demonic beasts in the first place. It's simply their fault. Why are they still rushing to kill us all? Escape, save your life first. Those humans are even more cruel than us demonic beasts. Go to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. It's our last place of refuge. The gang of demonic beasts panicked and fled towards the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, with the humans in the back relentlessly chasing them. Queen Mother Sure Yan's eyes flickered, and finally, as if she had made some important decision, she spoke with difficulty. Retreat, abandon the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Where are we going? The four-clawed fire eagle asked. Just survive. Queen Mother Sure Yan turned around powerlessly. We still have hope. Blue Fox suddenly flew in. With just the two of us? The Stone Rock Queen Mother turned her back to Blue Fox and said, add another Lin Yen Emperor Devouring Turtle. The Blue Fox had just finished speaking when a whistling sound came from the air not far away. The two demons looked over and were horrified. A huge demonic turtle, spewing death magma, just like the previous boulder heavenly descent, carrying an unstoppable momentum, descending straight from the air. As promised, medium-grade essence veins and treasures. None of them can be missing. With a loud shout, Yijiu ferociously smashed into the dense army below. Kill them all. Leave no one behind. A general, who stomped a unicorn cub to death with 1 foot, viciously said, ha 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 ha, I love to see them despair. Tread down the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. All demonic beasts shall be killed by me. Kill them all. Damn demonic beasts. I feel sick just looking at them. The generals led their soldiers and rushed towards the 10,000 Beast Mountain. Suddenly, a whistling sound came from above. They looked up and a huge rock filled with fire and spewing magma smashed in like a meteorite. At that moment, great terror enveloped everyone's body and mind. Someone quickly reacted, running and saying angrily, why don't you smash it towards the demonic beasts? Why don't you smash it against the 10,000 Beast Mountain? We humans have done nothing wrong. Fuck you humans. Yijiu shouted angrily and ruthlessly smashed into the army. Rumble. The ground was smashed out into a large pit, and a large amount of death magma continuously gushed out. The human army suffered a block, and the humans who were not affected in the distance shouted, it's a demonic turtle. Kill it. It shouldn't hurt us humans. Dismantle it. A bunch of humans rushed towards the demonic turtle. Yijiu smiled bloodthirstily, and the turtle shell rotated steeply. Only rumbling could be heard as the turtle shell crushed towards the killing humans. If you want to kill me, let's see if you guys have the ability. Stabbing, cracking, shock, death magma, skill plus talent. Yijiu was like a hot ball of boiling water, rolling over the ants around him. His attack method was simply the nemesis of the human sea tactic. Between rolling, the death magma spread out, and those who were dipped in it would surely die. Dragon Abyss Suction. He unleashed his second skill. Suddenly, the rotating turtle shell gushed out a huge suction force, and there was a faint sound of a dragon's roar. This was the kind of suction that could even suck in Song Yu, who was at the martial zone realm, not to mention the humans at the spiritual martial realm and Yuanwu realm. Once it was exerted, only humans in all directions, like ants, were seen being sucked towards the turtle shell, but on the way to being sucked over, they were again engulfed by the magma sprayed by the turtle shell. Some of the unlucky ones directly hit the turtle shell, and a terrifying counterforce was triggered on the spot. Yijiu was very pleasantly surprised. Performing skills to these humans, the proficiency kept growing. Among them, casting it on Yuanwu realm martial artists of different strengths, the growth was between 1 and 9. Performing it on spirit martial realm martial artists of different strengths, the growth was between 2. Although the growth was so small that it was almost negligible, it didn't matter. There were a lot of humans. Skills thrown at a single human. The proficiency would only increase between 1 and 9, or only to between. Then what if it was thrown at hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands? Seeing the proficiency of Dragon Abyss Suction and Stabbing Cracking Shock, it rubbed up. He hurriedly unleashed Void Devouring and Undying Void Seal. These two skills also needed to be brushed up. Thus, the human army suffered. With the demon turtle as the center, a large number of humans were sucked away once they approached, and the demon turtle was still constantly moving, rolling around. Those who wanted to stay away would be crushed. The humans who saw that the situation was not right in the distance began to order the evacuation, but they suddenly realized that the air around them was drained. Their bodies could not move, and some of the weak ones directly suffocated to death. Escape! This demonic turtle's attack is covering. Can't beat it. Quick! Go and request for support from the Martial Zone realm generals. Damned beasts! We noble humans were killed by you. You will surely suffer our revenge. Daring to strike at humans, the demonic beasts have already committed a heinous crime. The humans further away cursed in hatred as they fled. You humans are fate, but we demonic beasts are not? You were the ones who made the first move against us, and you still want to indiscriminately label us with the name of a great sin. Give me death. Four-clawed fire eagle. Blood Emperor Crocodile Beast King and other demonic beasts killed the humans further away. Author's digression: those who want to add all kinds of skills and talents for the protagonist, and those who want to set up a plot, can go to the comments section and reply. The author will look at it in addition. Ask for silver votes, unfinished. At the top of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, Queen Mother Shi Yen trembled. This demon turtle is simply a human nemesis. I also didn't expect that he would be so fierce. It's simply a turtle blocking 1,000 armies. The blue fox was shocked by the way the demonic turtle attacked. When that turtle shell sucked, countless humans were pulled towards it. There was also that death magma that spewed out over a large area, and no one could carry the erosion of the magma. Not to mention, the demonic turtle was able to roll with the help of the turtle shell, combined with suction and death magma. In one turn, the hundreds of meters of humans around were gone. It was really sparks and magma all the way. Who could withstand this? Blue Fox, you're right. We still have a chance. If we follow the Lin Yan Emperor Devouring Turtle, we have a chance. The Stone Rock Queen Mother flew towards the battlefield. The Blue Fox murmured, Lin Yan Emperor Devouring Turtle. What a domineering name. Earlier, when it asked the demonic turtle about its identity, it was also shocked for a moment. Now that it watched the demonic turtle in great power again, it deeply realized why the demonic turtle was called the Lin Yan Emperor Devouring Turtle. I was once a genius of the 10,000 Demon Hall, and now even though I live on in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, in terms of strength, I'm not weak either. Blue Fox smiled proudly and killed the battlefield. 10,000 Demon Hall, the holy land of the demon race in the western zone. If the 10,000 Beast Mountain was a 3-star power, then the 10,000 Demon Hall was a rare 2-star power. As soon as the two rulers rushed, the demonic beasts that had fled to the 10,000 Beast Mountain originally wanted to follow and kill over. However, once they saw the appalling attack style of the demon turtle, their heads turned cold. It was better to forget about it. Once they went over and were sucked away by the demonic turtle, their deaths would be in vain. Oh my god, the demonic turtle is here. He's practically a demon. Can't be sucked by him. Many Yuanwu realm 1st to 7th and 8th, even 9th and 10th humans were killed by Yijio. As for the spirit martial realm humans, there was even less to say, crushing them in pieces. Not long after, the skill upgrade prompt came. Scanning the panel data. Skill 1, Void Devouring 55/5000, proficiency increased to 5000. Can be upgraded to Void Drawing Thunder Strike. Skill, Indestructible Void Seal 675/5000, proficiency increased to 5000. Can be upgraded to Earth Diving Turtle Breath Seal. Skill, Dragon Abyssal Suction 165/5000, upgrade proficiency to 5000. Can be upgraded to Eye of Storm. Skill 4, Deadly Roar 0/5000, proficiency upgraded to 5000. Can be upgraded to Storm's Fury. New Skill 4, Deadly Roar. At the beginning, when dealing with Songyu, the Spiked Shell Chariot was upgraded to Spiked Rift Shock. The skill stats also became Stabbing Crack Shock 0/1000, with proficiency raised to 1000, which could be upgraded to Outlaw Roar. However, at that time, his Riot secret art had not yet disappeared. Thus, under the increase of Riot, casting Stabbing Rift Shock continuously on Songyu allowed the proficiency to grow exponentially and exponentially, coupled with the fact that now, to so many people, the Thrusting Rift Impact was constantly being cast. The proficiency of Stabbing Rift Shock rose like a roller coaster, eventually allowing Skill 4 to be upgraded. The new Skill 4, Deadly Roar, was already equal in power to the old skill, and the next upgrade target for Deadly Roar was Storm Fury. Looking at Skill 1 again, Skill and Skill. Again, when dealing with Songyu, because of the increase in the Storm Rage secret technique, the proficiency levels had all increased exponentially. Plus now, a moment, non-stop casting of skills. The growth in proficiency was terrifying, and there was less than half of it left until 50-100 proficiency, especially the Indestructible Void Seal, because it was used too often. The proficiency had already surpassed Void Devouring. Of course, Yi Zhao's favorite thing to use was Skill 4. This was also the reason why Skill 4 could be quickly upgraded multiple times. Try my new skill right away. Deadly Roar. Yi Zhu knew that the battle had just begun. These humans had almost slaughtered all the demonic beasts in this land. Although it was a ploy that had been premeditated long ago, how cold that heart must be to be able to endure killing so many demons. Thus, he had no burden at all when he killed the humans. What's more, he was now a demon of the demon race. Use the skill, Outlaw Roar. The rolling Lin Yan Emperor Devouring Turtle vibrated steeply as layers of dark baleful aura continued to coalesce around its body. In the end, berserk baleful intent erupted from his body. A roar that sounded as if it came from hell spread out from the baleful aura, and the scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood surfaced in the eyes of all the living beings who heard it. It can affect sanity. Ha ha ha. Come and try the power. Rolling forward, shrouded by the dark fury intent, he was like an undead coming out of hell, carrying the monstrous fury chi, quickly crushing past hundreds of meters. What a fast speed. The impact was also stronger. More importantly, the more beings that were crushed, the more fury chi on his body, and the stronger the destructive power of the skill. This skill, once cast, could get stronger the more battles were fought. It was worthy of being outlaw roar. Yi Xiao was liking skill 4 more and more. Proficiency guys, here I come. He crushed away furiously, and lava spewed out again, which was terrifying. The new ruler is a pervert. All the attacks are ranged. I want to be a turtle too. Don't you see the point? Casting these attacks moment by moment. How much yuan power does he have to have? Hey, I never thought that a turtle-type demonic beast could be so terrifying. I also want to be a turtle. The four-clawed fire eagle, blood emperor crocodile beast king, and other demonic beasts were envious and jealous and marveled when they saw the demonic tortoise rampaging across the battlefield. We're almost recovered. That turtle lord should be our new leader. Ha ha ha. I like that kind of lord. The sand sea python as well as the golden crystal mountain ground rat also came to the battlefield. They already knew that the demonic turtle that had ravaged the battlefield was the new ruler that had replaced Song Yu, and would be their leader from now on. Envy flashed in the eyes of the four-clawed fire eagle and the other beast kings. Following such a ruler with terrifying strength, there would be a great future in the future. The major beast king sighed and continued to hunt down the humans. The humans had recklessly destroyed the homes of the demonic beasts and had to be killed. On the other side, Yi Xiao looked at the proficiency rubbing up, his heart growing more and more comfortable. As a round rolled by, the destructive power of deadly roar increased once again. Not only that, death magma, dragon abyss suction, undying void seal, void devouring, and other natural skills were following suit. The dreadfulness of the killing power chilled all humans. It was no exaggeration to say that because of one of his turtles, he scared off all the humans. It's a pity that I can't gain experience points. Otherwise, I would have broken through by now. Yi Lak also just grumbled. If he could gain experience points for killing these low real meers, he wouldn't have immediately become a turtle-type powerhouse. Map scanning alert, 4. 700 meters behind. 3 Wuzong Realm first level wild monsters have appeared. Map scan prompt, 4,700 meters behind. 1 Martial Zone Realm second level wild monster has appeared. System alert, 3 Martial Zone Realm first weight wild monsters and 1 Martial Zone Realm second weight wild monster are rapidly approaching. Please pay attention to dodge. Yi Jiao turned to the back and smiled coldly. Finally reacted. But you guys came at a really good time. My outlaw roar. The destructive power has been stacked to the point where even I am scared. Unfinished. For human powerhouses, carrying star-level weapons, flew in. Demon turtle, you have committed the crime of certain death by plaguing the humans. Demonic turtles messing with the world is a great evil and should be eliminated. We have been ordered by the Emperor of the Yuanwu Kingdom to come and sweep away the demonic beasts. So all of you come together and kill the demonic turtle. Those 3 generals of the first level of the Martial Zone Realm killed the demonic turtle. The only one who didn't move was that second level Martial Zone Realm general, who had his hands behind his back and didn't even look at the demonic turtle, only focusing his gaze on the blue fox and the queen mother of Shurian. That demonic turtle was far less important than the blue fox and the queen mother of rock. After all, the demonic turtle looked fierce and terrifying, but it was only powerful in front of Spirit Martial Realm and Yuan Martial Realm martial artists. If they really had to face a martial sect realm martial artist, they would immediately have to be current. Bastard is a bastard. If you don't turtle up properly and come out to show off, you won't live long. Once the 10,000 Beasts Mountain is extinguished, it is also considered to give an explanation to the civilians in Qingfeng Town and other places that were trampled by the beast tide. And more importantly, Yuanwu Kingdom gets expanded, and the neighboring countries won't dare to be too reckless. This general gave a cold smile and flew towards Blue Fox. Both of you, including Song Yu who is hiding and doesn't dare to come out, will all die. He had to kill Blue Fox first, then Queen Mother Shurian, and as for Song Yu, he had to find him as well. The opportunity to purge the 10,000 Beast Mountain was very rare. If it wasn't for the fact that the hostile neighboring countries were being held back by the Dark Forest in the east, Yuanwu Kingdom wouldn't dare to hastily transfer its army and march into the 10,000 Beast Mountain. One must realize that the 10,000 Beast Mountain was not weak, and was the same 3-star power as Yuanwu Kingdom. The only difference was that the Mountain of 10,000 Beasts was an early 3-star power, while the Yuanwu Kingdom was a mid 3-star power. Therefore, in order to eliminate the 10,000 Beast Mountain, Yuanwu Kingdom would have to mobilize its army and take out 2/3 of its strength to deal with it. Now that the 10,000 Beast Mountain was greatly wounded and its hostile neighboring countries were being held back, it was a great time for Yuanwu Kingdom to purge the 10,000 Beast Mountain. This general released his earth-colored yuan power and his speed skyrocketed as he killed the blue fox. Rumble! A huge sound came from the side. He grunted disdainfully. Listening to the rumbling, the demonic turtle was definitely beaten up. There was no need to pay attention. Continue to approach the blue fox. The next moment, miserable screams came from the side. It was a bit familiar. He swept a glance and his complexion changed drastically as he said in shock, "What's going on? Why are they all dead?" 3 generals of the first level of the martial zone realm were actually crushed to death by that demonic turtle. How was it possible? The demonic turtle seemed invincible, but it was only showing off in front of the spirit martial realm and yuan martial realm. How could even the first level of the martial realm die under its shell? And those 3 martial sect members all had star level top grade weapons. How could they die? Regret arose within him. If at the beginning, he had gone to deal with the demonic turtle, the 3 generals at the first level of the martial zone realm would not have died. Those were martial zones. Apart from the strongest Yi Longtan and the new protectorate divine general, there were only 6 martial zones in Yuanwu Kingdom. Every death was a major loss for Yuanwu Kingdom, let alone 3 at once. This time, even if the 10,000 Beast Mountain was annihilated, it would still be a disastrous victory. Demon Turtle, do you know how much trouble you've caused? The only living general, Long Chen, stared at the demon turtle with grim eyes, and with a flip of his hand, a blood-colored longsword appeared in his hand. It was a star-grade upper-grade weapon, capable of utilizing the second level of might of the martial zone realm. Earth-yellow yuan power was poured into the blood-colored longsword. With a boom, a powerful killing intent was released from the blood sword. Yi Jiao, however, he was shocked. The destructive power of this undead roar is stacked too high. I can't control a few, I can't remember a few anymore. Come and stop me. Come and fuck me. He was truly surprised that the undead roar stacked so high to a certain degree that it could even affect his own sanity and actions. Countless hissing noises spread out in the berserk fury. A strong killing intent also drilled into his mind from the berserk chi, causing him to have thoughts of killing everything. Those 3 martial artists of the first level of the martial zone realm, who were holding star-level weapons, were not weak in the first place. Yi Jiao would definitely not be able to gain any benefits from fighting one of them. However, the undead roar was in the middle of the battlefield, absorbing too much fury. The destructive power was stacking higher and higher, and the final power was terrifying. In just a single glance, it dried up 3 first-level martial artists of the martial zone realm. Damn, a mere trumpet in the district. Too arrogant. Long Chen was enraged and killed the demonic turtle with his sword. You came too good. Quickly kill me. Hurry up. I'm dying of pain. Yi Jiao didn't dare to move, fearing that if he moved, the turtle shell would roll up again and he would no longer be able to control it. Dead bastard. I've never seen such an arrogant demonic beast. I'm going to kill you. Long Chen's eyes were on the verge of spitting fire as he gripped the blood sword and ruthlessly chopped at the demonic turtle. Blood moon falling to the ground. This demonic turtle was cheap and arrogant, and he was so angry that when he struck, it was a star-grade upper-grade martial art. This strike contained the might of the second level of the martial zone realm, a star-grade superior grade weapon, and a star-grade superior grade martial art. With all 3 stacked on top of each other, it was already infinitely close to the destructive power of the third level of the martial zone realm. A single sword strike would definitely be able to split the demonic turtle in half. In an instant, a 10-meter-long blood-colored sword aura stirred out from the sword and fiercely landed on the demon turtle. The blue fox and queen mother of Shi Yan in the distance had long since discovered the general. At this moment, seeing the blood-colored sword on chopping at the Lin Yin Emperor devouring turtle, their expressions changed greatly. Die! Long Chen laughed fiercely, his mind already thinking of the scene of the demonic turtle being split in half. However, he nearly collapsed the next moment. The blood-colored sword aura landed on the demonic turtle that was filled with fury, and not only was the demonic turtle fine, but it also let out a comfortable chanting sound. Comfortable. One more time. Yi Jiao felt that the berserk baleful aura on his body decreased a lot, and his own sanity and actions gradually returned to normal. Queen Mother of Stone Rock froze, laughed twice, and ran off to continue chasing the humans. Blue Fox's face darkened. What a bitch! And Long Chen returned in disbelief. What the fuck did you say? He was just irritated by the demon turtle's wave of bitchiness and asked one more question. But he actually understood in his heart what the other party was talking about. You didn't hear me? I said come again. Hurry up, it's quite refreshing. Yi Lak thought that the other party really didn't hear it, so he patiently said it again. Holy shit, Long Chen really broke down this time, slashing the demon turtle furiously with sword after sword. But not only did the demon turtle not do anything, it also chanted again and again. That bitchy voice made Long Chen want to eat the demon turtle, but he couldn't do anything about it. He had used his full strength, but he couldn't even cause any damage to the demonic turtle. Gradually, he calmed down, and a dark feeling of horror grew within him. The demonic turtle was strong. At least the defense was so strong that it was perverted. When did the 10,000 Beast Mountain have such a terrifying demonic turtle? Strong enough. The berserk baleful aura on Yizhou's body finally thinned out, and his body was able to control itself. Longchen was awakened by the voice and stepped back vigilantly. He thought to himself that turtle-type demonic beasts' strong defense was originally their nature. As for attacking ability, it was absolutely impossible for it to be as strong as defense. In order to repay you for helping me cut off the demonic chi, I will let you die a painful death. Yizhou smiled wistfully and outputted his full skills. We don't have enough damage, so let's make do with quantity. If a wave of full skills can't hurt the opponent, then 2 or 3 waves, just to borrow the other side to brush up on the high level of proficiency. Continued. The moment the demon turtle rushed up, Longchen sneered in disdain. A mere bastard. How strong could its attack power be? After a while, when he was beaten to the point of crying, he realized that he was still too young. This Wangba, no, this perverted demonic turtle, was completely and overwhelmingly ferocious beast clad in a turtle shell. That machine gun like martial arts. That thundering turtle shell. That speed that compares to his speed. This fucking is also called a turtle? Release me, I'm really wrong. He prayed for the other party to release his life. What a big deal. Just pay attention in your next life. Yi Xiao panted and killed the other party. Damn it, this martial zone realm second level martial artist was also too hard to kill. He had used at least 50 to 60 waves of full skill output, coupled with Turtle Shell's talent counterattack, before he was able to grind the opponent to death. Of course, if the opponent had retained his strength and fled outwards from the start, he would have never been able to kill him. Nay, this bee was too pretentious and thought that he couldn't attack, so he disliked him. Then the guy disliked him and realized that something was wrong and wanted to escape, but it was too late. This strength gap between each level of the martial sect realm really couldn't be ignored. My attack is just at the first level of the martial zone realm. It's still too weak. I need to raise my attack up as soon as possible. However, Yizhou's gains were also huge. With the realm of the first level of the martial zone realm, he was able to cast a skill against a second level martial zone realm martial artist, and he was able to gain 0 proficiency every time. The increased proficiency from 50 to 60 waves of full skill output was quite terrifying. Doing some rough math, each skill would increase almost 1,000 proficiency. Yizhou checked the panel data. Speed, 14/1000. Defense, 00/1000. Attack, 100/1000. Experience points, 10. Killing 3 martial zone first level martial artists of the same realm gained a total of points of experience. Killing a martial zone realm second level martial artist gains points of experience. The remaining experience points were all gained from killing 10th level martial artists of the Yuanwu realm. Killing a person 1 realm lower than himself would earn 1 experience point. He wreaked mad havoc on the battlefield, and without realizing it, he had also killed several Yuanwu realm 10th level martial artists. Use it first. Attack plus 10. The panel data changed. It was as follows. Speed, 14/1000. Defense, 00/1000. Attack, 110/1000. Experience points, 0. A drop in the bucket. More experience points are needed. Without thinking much about it for the moment, the mind taps on one of the martial arts. Skill 1, Void Devouring 555/5000, proficiency increased to 5000. Can be upgraded to Void Drawing Thunder Strike. Skill, Indestructible Void Seal 675/5000, increase proficiency to 5000. Can be upgraded to Earth Diving Turtle Breath Seal. Skill, Dragon Abyssal Suction 45/5000, increase proficiency to 5000. Can be upgraded to Eye of the Storm. Skill 4, Deadly Roar 165/5000, proficiency increased to 5000. Can be upgraded to Storm's Fury. The proficiency of all the skills, once again, rose by more than 1,000. It wasn't far from upgrading to the next new skill. Next, it's time to let the doppelganger leave. I'm also going back to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain to enjoy the medium-grade essence veins. That's all a big wave of experience points. Yizhou swept the battlefield. When he fought with Yuanwu Realm 2nd Heavy Martial Artist, many humans took the opportunity to escape. However, only a few of them really managed to escape. The Blue Fox and the Stone Rock Queen Mother, as well as multiple Beast Kings, hunted them down and killed a large number of these humans as they fled. The humans' plan to slaughter the demonic beasts was a complete failure, and it was a fiasco. Shaking his head, he searched away the storage ring on this person's body, and then took away the other 3 storage rings of the first level of the martial zone realm. My lord, you go to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain to rest. Just leave the matter of handling the aftermath of the battle to us. The Sand Sea Python and the Golden Crystal Mountain Ground Rat came forward and respectfully said. Yizhou was surprised and swept his eyes at them. These two fellows were sharp-eyed, and as soon as they saw the end of his battle, they immediately came up. After a slight thought, he nodded his head and said, "Bury it with fire and earth." As he walked away, he deliberately looked at the golden crystal mountain gopher. This fellow was under Songyu, ranked as the 7th beast king, and was not reasonably strong. However, because of the sacrifice, this fellow was forcefully cultivated by Songyu to the 8th level of the Yuanwu realm. Well, the strength is good. It's fine to take it under his command. All the way back, she is indeed Xueling Luo. She came out from the space wall. Only, she is afraid of people and only wants to see you. The doppelganger passed through the system and conveyed information to him. Yi Zhou's eyes changed slightly as he jumped into the returning ruins divine realm. The doppelganger shared a glance with him. That girl is afraid of people. She seems to loathe people. She keeps calling your name under her breath, and I haven't dared to show my face. Yi Zhou nodded, then guided the doppelganger out of the ruined divine realm. It was time to let the doppelganger Yi defect return to the Yi family. Little turtle, little turtle, little turtle, little turtle. A soft voice mixed with a few moments of trepidation came from a corner. Yi Jiao approached to take a look. The translucent Xueling Luo, shrinking in the corner, gray eyes, helplessly looking towards an unknown place, opening her mouth to unconsciously repeat a sentence. The little girl looked even more fragile and lonely. Yi Jiao muttered a word. "This is a soul body?" His voice seemed to have startled Xueling Luo. Xueling Luo turned her head to look at Yi Jiao. Her eyes suddenly blossomed with a divine light, and in her soft voice, there was less trepidation and more peace and joy. She pounced on Yi Jiao. "Little turtle. You are little turtle." Yi Jiao was shocked. "I've changed my appearance drastically. You still remember me?" Just as he finished speaking, Xueling Luo had pounced, but it penetrated his body. Ding! The returning market divine realm has given birth to the unsullied spirit. The host has officially obtained the inheritance of the returning market divine realm. Yi Jiao was speechless for a while. Dare I say that the ruined god realm that I worked so hard to obtain from the returning ancestors has always had nothing to do with me. It was only until now that I obtained the inheritance of the ruined god realm? Then the feelings I gave to it before were wasted for nothing? Grass. Slag. Slag. Ahem. This slag can't. Check the panel data. Host, Yi Xiao. Realm, 1 out of 10, a demonic beast in the first level of the Wuzong realm. After reaching the 10th level of the Wuzong realm, it gains the qualification to return to its ancestor once. Evolution, Lin Yin Emperor Devouring Turtle, Martial Zone Realm First Level Demonic Beast with Qilin Bloodline. Inheritance 1, the power of a giant god that holds up the Purgatory Dome, degree of power, 1 in 10. 000. Cooldown, 5 days. Inheritance, the returning god realm containing the 6 paths of reincarnation, unsullied spirit, fragile primordial body. Cooldown, 5 days. I'm dropping a turtle. The ruined god realm that contains the 6 paths of reincarnation. Is that so awesome? Although we don't understand what's so awesome about it, but it doesn't look like an ordinary thing. Also, what's the meaning of the fragile primordial body? Is it implying that Yi Xiao is an unsullied spirit that can be cultivated? But what's with the cooldown time at the back? Incorrect. Since there was a cooldown time, it meant that the primordial body could be used. Yi Jiao hemmed and hawed, but quickly got serious and said to the system, "I want to use the unsullied spirit." Ding! The host can directly give commands to the unsullied spirit. The system replied to him, and in the meaning of the reply, it clearly stated that he could really use the unsullied spirit. Unfinished business. Yi Jiao retracted his intention and his gaze fell on Xueling Luo who was on the side. This girl was quizzically surveying her body. Little turtle. It seems like I'd become different from before. Yi Jiao couldn't help but ask, "How on earth did you recognize me?" "Do you still need to ask? I can feel it." Little turtle. "It seems like I'm not human anymore." The little girl laughed softly. Yi Jiao heard this, but he sighed. "I didn't expect that you really don't want to be human." Listening to that laughter, it was so innocent and flawless, not mixed with the slightest impurity. After experiencing the darkness of the earth, it is still possible to have such a heavenly nature. Perhaps this was the reason why the returning ruins divine realm would absorb Xueling Luo into an immaculate spirit. Little girl, what can you do inside the ruined god realm? Yi Jiao didn't forget about the fact that he was able to give commands to the unsullied spirit. To give commands. The little girl tilted her head in thought, then suddenly said, "I can absorb a lot of things." Absorb a lot of things? Yi Jiao said that he himself would be able to. Little turtle. Look. The little girl was afraid that little turtle didn't believe it, and immediately stretched out her hand, pointing it towards those lower grade essence veins. Those lower grade essence veins. There were not just 2, but 5. Apart from the 2 taken in from the black bone forest at the beginning, the remaining 3 were all found by Yi Jiao in the magma. It was a pity that he was too high in his realm to absorb them. but he felt it was a pity, so he threw them into the returning market divine realm. At this moment, the 5 lower grade essence veins that had been ordered by the little girl were dissolving at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yi Jiao watched in disbelief. Not a moment later, the 5 lower grade essence veins all disappeared. Gone? Finished just like that? Little turtle, this is what I absorbed. Look, can you use it? I want to give it to you. The little girl put her 2 delicate little hands and cupped them in front of the huge Lin Yan Emperor devouring turtle. The way she fought to hold it high made Yi Yu's heart warm. Yi Xiao looked at the object in the delicate little hands. A drop of water that emitted a soft yellow light. As he looked closer, a scent unique to treasures entered his nose. Ding! The host has obtained a drop of immaculate divine liquid, which can increase a large number of experience points after taking it. The system prompt sounded, causing Yi Jiao to be surprised and delighted. Being able to get a large amount of experience points. This immaculate divine liquid was so magical. No, it was Xueling Luo who was even more magical. This girl had condensed the essence of 5 inferior essence veins and finally obtained this drop of unsullied divine liquid. One had picked up a treasure. He couldn't wait to suck it in, and the scaleless divine liquid entered his mouth. Nothing changed, but the panel data, it definitely changed. Checking the panel. Speed, 14/1000. Defense, 00/1000. Attack, 110/1000. Experience points, 100. Crap. 1 drop of immaculate divine liquid can increase experience by 100 points. The little girl is so demonic. Suddenly, Yi Jiao became excited. 5 lower grade essence veins could condense 1 drop of unsullied divine liquid. Then if he went to find more lower grade essence veins, wouldn't he be able to get more unsullied divine liquid? On second thought, the little girl had said that she could absorb many things. In other words, not only could she gather the essence of lower grade essence veins, she could also gather various types of treasures. If my guess is right, that little girl will be my treasure in the palm of my hand and meet in my heart from now on. Yi Jiao was agonizing. After the realm was high, precious treasures that used to be precious could not even gain experience points from taking them now. And now, such an affliction might be going away. Let the little girl condense the low realm treasures later. I'll use the experience points first. Yi Xiao immediately added 76 for speed and 4 for attack. At once, the data changed. It was as follows. Speed, 00/1000. Defense, 00/1000. Attack, 144/1000. Experience points, 0. Attack was only 56 short of the second level of the Martial Zone realm, and he would be able to break through to the second level of the Martial Zone realm. He also had a few storage rings. With the status of those few Martial Zoners, there should be quite a few treasures. Retracting his thoughts, Yi Jiao took out the storage rings and his eyes just changed. Xueling Luo had her hands behind her back, fragile like a gust of wind, but that delicate, light and brittle cheek still carried a sweet smile. Little turtle, what's wrong? She looked at little turtle, wondering why little turtle was staring at herself without moving. You've consumed too much. You absorbed them. Note that it's you who took them. Yi Xiao took out a large amount of low realm treasures. The little girl herself didn't even know that her body had once again tended to become transparent. It was really a child who was so naive that it made people's hearts ache. The little girl didn't notice her abnormalities and just thought that little turtle was being kind to her. She obediently absorbed the essence of the low realm treasures as her body gradually solidified. Yi Jiao pondered for a moment and opened the panel data. Inheritance, the returning god realm containing the 6 paths of reincarnation, unsullied spirit, fragile primordial body. Cooldown, on cooldown. It was in the middle of cooling down. In other words, if he still wanted the second drop of the unsullied divine liquid, he would have to wait for the 5 days of cooling time to pass. That's good. The little girl can't withstand the vaporization. 5 days is enough time for me to search for more lower grade essence veins. On the contrary, whether or not it is possible to condense the essence of the lower realm treasures and thus condense the immaculate divine liquid, let's talk about it later. He didn't want the little girl to be the one to condense essence for him at the cost of injuring her body. Anyway, inside the storage ring, there were still quite a few precious treasures that he could take. Immediately take it. Ding! Host takes 1 2100-year-old white starfruit. Gaining experience point 1. Ding! Host takes 1 2100 years golden edge ginseng. Gaining experience point 1. Ding! The host takes 1 2000-year-old icefire leaf and gains experience points. Ding! The host takes 1 plant of 2200-year-old 3-flower root. Gaining experience points. Ding! The host takes. Not a moment later, a bunch of treasures were taken, bringing him 54 experience points. This time, his luck wasn't good. There were 2 martial sex storage rings that only had a small amount of precious treasures inside. These 2 should not have the habit of hoarding treasures, and were the type to use them as soon as they got them. As a result, His final profit was only 54 points of experience. Not as much as old demon Song Yu. Of course, that Song Yu old demon was living for a long time and had the habit of hiding treasures, which made Ji Yu's wave of fat. After taking the treasures, we're just short of pills. He got a few pills from inside these storage rings. The pills were pitifully few, which showed how poor Yuanwu Kingdom was. The 3 first level of the martial realm, plus a second level of the martial realm general. Inside the 4 people's storage rings, the combined amount of elixirs was not as much as the Song Yu old demons. It's good to have it. Eat first. Yi Jiu ate all of them in one brain. Ding, the host has taken 1-star grade inferior Yuan power pill. Ding, the host takes 1-star grade lower grade vigorous force pill. Ding, the host has taken 1-star grade medium grade Yuan power pill. Ding, the host takes 1-star grade upper grade white poison pill and gains experience points 1. Finally gaining experience points. Eat all of the remaining 2. Ding, the host takes 1-star grade upper grade Yuan power pill, gaining experience points. Ding, host takes 1-star grade superior grade concentration pill, gaining experience points. Yi Jiu was dazed. This top grade elixir also had advantages and disadvantages. The superior ones could give him experience points or even more. An inferior one would only get 1 experience point. Unfinished. Check the panel data. Speed 00/1000. Defense 00/1000. Attack 144/1000. Experience points 59. Getting so many experience points at once. It's true that it's still faster to get money by killing people, but it wasn't desirable. This world was too big, and there were too many unhidden or hidden forces. If in case he killed some guy with a background that led to being hunted down by a crowd of powerful people, then he would be done for, and it wasn't necessarily possible to get treasures after killing. High risk, low return, not cost effective. Shaking his head without thinking much, he began to add experience points. Attack plus 56. Ding, the host's speed, defense, and attack have all reached 00 or more, and can break through to the second level of the martial zone realm. Is it a breakthrough? Breakthrough! The Yuan power pool in his body expanded once more, and the Yuan power within it compressed once more. Ding, breakthrough realm successful. Yi Jiu became a second level demonic beast of the martial zone realm. Looking at the panel again. Speed 00/1000. Defense 00/1000. Attack 00/1000. Experience points 0. And so many experience points. Speed plus 100. Defense plus 100. Attack plus. The panel data changed as follows. Speed 00/1000. Defense 00/1000. Attack 0/1000. Experience points 0. After adding so much, it's beautiful. Only 97 experience points away from breaking through to the third level of the martial zone realm. The second secret art, which needed to reach the third level of the martial zone realm to be opened. It's not far away. Little turtle. I'm so sleepy. Xueling Luo's voice came. Yi Xiao withdrew his thoughts and looked at Xueling Luo. This girl became dazed after taking the low realm treasures, then merged within the spatial wall once again. It should have gone to rest. After the little girl finished taking the low realm precious treasure, her body is more solid than before. It seems that if I want to cultivate you better, I need to get more of these types of treasures for you. Yi Jiu scanned the panel data. There was no major change, so he jumped into the returning ruin god realm. It was time to go to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain to absorb the medium-grade essence veins. That was also a big wave of experience. Suddenly, the doppelganger sent back a message. Ding, main system alert, split soul destroyed. The bilocation soul is destroyed. Please retrieve the bilocation immediately. This message caused Yi Jiu's eyes to change drastically. He didn't have time to think about it and followed the sensation with the bilocation and chased straight over. On the eastern side of 10,000 Beasts Mountain, between a barren mountain forest, the doppelganger Yi Jiu sat on the ground, his eyes gazing at a piece of black iron in front of him. This was what he saw when he was passing by. There were formation fluctuations on the black iron, and as he looked at it, he was suddenly mesmerized. Obviously, this was triggering a talent, a supernatural talent, and entering a supernatural state of learning. The doppelganger had learned quite a few things before inside the returning ruins divine realm. In particular, the various secret and forbidden arts about Song Yu that the honored one had thrown at him had been mastered by 20 to 30%. This included formations, and thus knew a small portion of formations as well. Formation vortex. According to the records in that book of broken ancient formation records, this is the phenomenon often referred to as formation disorder in the formation circle. The mind deduced, then analyzed again, entering into the natural of natural talent, whether it was memory, enlightenment, or logical ability. He was moving up layer by layer, without capping, all the way, upwards, Not a moment later, the array vortex gradually disappeared. Suddenly, a terrifying divine thought rushed out from the black iron, drilling into his body and charging straight into his soul. Not good. He tried his best to block it. Ning Pivot, have waited here for 200 years, and finally, someone has discovered the crippled array corner and attempted to break it. My chance to seize my body. Here it comes. This divine thought emitted a maniacal voice. The doppelganger Yi Xiao was caught off guard and couldn't resist, and was ravaged by the other party as he rushed into his mind and swallowed his soul in one gulp. The demonic beast Yi Jiao, who was rushing over, had a pain in his head, and his soul was as if it had been torn apart. The intense pain made him irritated. Dare to take over my flesh, I won't get you killed. He accelerated again and quickly arrived at the barren mountain forest on the eastern edge of the 10,000 Beasts mountain. At a glance, he saw the doppelganger, fainting on the ground. Ding! The doppelganger has been seized by an unfamiliar divine soul. Is it suppressing the invading divine soul? Demonic beast Yi Jiao's main system once again issued a prompt. Suppress. Give me a fierce suppression. Ding! Have suppressed the unfamiliar divine soul. Is it destroyed? Yi Jiao pondered for a moment and added, can I enter the bilocation body? The main system has the highest control. It can be entered. I want to enter the bilocation body. After Yi Jiao replied this sentence to the system, his consciousness went black, and when he came to his senses, he was already inside the bilocation's physical body. What's going on? My divine soul is a martial emperor level existence. Why am I still trapped? This body in the end. Who are you? Ning Pivot spoke out in horror. Just as he was about to take control of this body, he was bound by an irresistible force, followed by an unfamiliar divine soul that entered this body. Who am I? I'm the owner of this body. He was my bilocation, and now he's been taken over by you. Yi Jiao coldly said. Ning Pivot's face changed drastically. No wonder he was bound by an irresistible force. So it was because he had messed with a great power. The force that bound him was the power of this doppelganger's original power unleashed. How terrifying must this be? He himself had just seized this bilocation, and the owner of the bilocation instantly descended and suppressed him. Former, senior, I am also forced to beg you to let me live. Ning Pivot begged for mercy in terror. He had meticulously lived in the crippled corner of the formation for 200 years, and now that he had managed to get out of the trap with great difficulty, he could not willingly be killed. Humph, you destroyed my detachment. There's no chance. Yi Xiao was going to order the system to destroy this divine soul. Senior, I have value to utilize. I know where the fire qilin that startled the ancient dragon state 200 years ago is hiding. Yi Jiao's heart fluttered as he indifferently asked, trying to bluff me? Ning Pivot was so frightened that he told the whole story of what had happened to him. 200 years ago, the forbidden zone of life in the western zone, the ascending dragon valley, suddenly erupted into an absolute battle, startling powerful people from all sides. Many powerhouses went up to investigate and discovered that it was a rumored ancient divine beast, the fire qilin, fighting against an ancient divine beast, the razor-cracker crocodile. The great battle lasted for 10 days. The ascending dragon valley was razed to the ground in a radius of 1,000 miles. The once rolling mountain ranges were destroyed by the battle. Later on, the battle seemed to startle a certain existence within the forbidden zone of life, and a beast claw that covered the sky reached out from within the ascending dragon valley. With a single strike, it seriously injured the fire qilin and the thunderbolt heaven-splitting crocodile. The fire qilin was lucky and managed to escape, eventually arriving at this bullet-ridden place to hide and heal its wounds. On the other hand, the laser-rift heavenly crocodile was not so lucky, and was dragged into the ascending dragon valley by the claws of the beast that chose the sky to hide the sun. Yi Jiao was shocked in his heart. That fire qilin had even encountered such a great event. No wonder it was heavily injured when it was found under the 10,000 Beasts mountain. Unfortunately, it was targeted by the 1,000-year-old tree spirit, Song Yu, and it took most of his efforts to control it. But the ultimate winner was Yi Jiao, who had killed it halfway. How did you know it came here? Yi Lak did believe what he said. The great battle had alarmed the ancient dragon state, and he only needed to casually go out and ask about it. The other party would never dare to hide it. The other party might even think that he knew about it as well. Unfinished business. 200 years ago, the latecomer's breakthrough to the martial emperor realm was imminent, so he chose this remote place on 10,000 Beast Mountain to break through. Ning Pivot said this with hatred. The more Yi Jiao listened, the more he felt that this fellow was a super unlucky egg. It was hard to get to this step of breakthrough, and he had just broken through to the martial emperor realm at the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, when that severely injured swift ancient divine beast fire qilin came. In order to heal its wounds, the fire qilin wanted to swallow this bastard. The two sides naturally had a great battle, but the fire qilin possessed great strength even though it was seriously injured. and nearly killed him many times. Luckily, this fellow knew formations and was able to escape every time with the help of formations and forbidden arts. However, the price paid was also very heavy. His physical body was destroyed, and in order to survive, he sealed himself into the formation. When the fire Chilin's injuries worsened and he didn't want to tangle with him, he destroyed the formation and dived into the magma region underground to heal his wounds. Fortunately, this guy hid in the corner of a piece of the formation and was not destroyed. However, it was also buried in the barren forest until now, until Yi Jiu's doppelganger showed up. Senior, don't kill me. I can take you to find the fire Qilin, Ning Pivot begged. Yi Jiu asked the system in his mind. Can he discover that the system exists? Only the host can discover it. Then treat him as my doppelganger for the time being. Ding, strange divine soul. No authority to take charge of the bilocation subsystem. That means it can't be his bilocation. Yi Jiu agonized. Ding, the bilocation soul is destroyed and the host has not recovered it for a long time. It will be hosted by the system. The host can operate remotely. It could still be manipulated like this? It was fortunate that he entered the bilocation and didn't choose to take control of it. Otherwise, the system wouldn't necessarily host it on its own. This was good. At least the bilocation hadn't been destroyed and could still go to the human city. Otherwise, if he couldn't go to the human city, he wouldn't be able to dig for treasures and essence veins. It was a land of hidden gold, and with the strength and talent of the bilocation, it could definitely bring him tons of experience points. Senior? Ning Pivot cautiously called out. What's your name? Yi Jiu asked in return. Ning Cardinal. Then you'll stay in my alter ego for now, and I'll ask you when I need you. Yi Jiu had his own reasons for keeping Ning Pivot. The other party was at least a martial emperor realm existence, and would be of great help to the bilocation as it lurked in the human territories. Yes. Ning Pivot breathed a huge sigh of relief. To be able to survive would be the greatest fortune. Yi Jiu returned to his main body and checked the panel data. Host, Yi Jiu, in system hosting alter ego. Can be controlled from afar? Realm/10, second level demonic beast of the Wuzong realm. After reaching the 10th level of the Wuzong realm, it gains the qualification of returning to its ancestor once. Evolution, Lin Yen Emperor Devouring Turtle, Martial Zone Realm 2nd level demonic beast with Qilin bloodline. After a slight contemplation, he attempted far control. Ding, host opens remote control. A part of Yi Jiu's consciousness brushed and entered the doppelganger. He used this part of his consciousness to control the doppelganger. Moving his limbs, he was flexible and smooth, without any sluggishness. Actually, this is quite good, although it's a bit tiring. He was still satisfied. Map scanning alert, 5. 200 meters ahead, a Martial Zone Realm triple threat wild monster has appeared. Map scan alert, 5. 200 meters ahead, a Yuanwu Realm 4th weight wild monster has appeared. There was a human infestation. Yi Jiu returned to his own body once again. Also at this moment, a system prompt sounded in his head. Ding, the host's consciousness has returned to the main body. The split body simulates the host's behavior. Ding, the doppelganger, based on big data calculations, decided on its own to take the next step in its behavior, travel to the Yi family of Yuanwu Kingdom, learn all the abilities of humans, and obtain a large amount of treasures and essence veins. Ding, the subsystem activates its adaptive mechanism and will extract data from the Ning Cardinal. Ding, the subsystem's realm is insufficient, so it can only extract 10%. Ding, extraction of data complete. Computing result, the bilocation will adapt to human society within 5 days. The eyes of the doppelganger had a gleam in them, as if it was really like a person. It smiled at him and turned around to fly to Yuanwu country. Yi Jiu was dumbfounded. Wasn't this the previous life page game? The one-click hang-up. Automatic cultivation routine. Nima. If he had known that it could be like this, he should have let the system host the doppelganger a long time ago. Let the system help the doppelganger learn, become stronger, and then acquire a large amount of treasures and essence veins. How easy it would be. And it was dozens of times more efficient than fumbling around on his own. It's really cool, so much so that he, the main body, wanted to have the system hosted. After thinking about it, he still felt that it would work, so he asked the system for hosting. But the system didn't give a damn about him. I'll do it myself. Yi Jiu was furious and turned around to fly to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. There were medium-grade essence veins there that he needed to absorb. All the way to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, Yi Jiu checked the situation of the split body through remote control. Everything was good. However, it was still important to be careful. After all, the map scan had just suggested that there were Martial Zone Realm triple wild monsters infesting the area. With the split stats, it couldn't be beaten. As the doppelganger was flying through the air, an old man with a goatee on the ground seemed to sense something. The old man raised his head and looked, just in time to lock eyes with the bilocation. The doppelganger followed the adaptive mechanism and took the initiative to collect some of the data in the old man's eyes, analyze it, and then adapt itself. Grandpa, what are you looking at? The stunningly beautiful young girl next to the goatee-bearded old man looked upwards curiously, but there was nothing. Nothing. The goatee-bearded old man shook his head, but cold sweat surfaced on his back. Just a moment ago, he had only glanced at that youth, but he actually had the feeling that his entire body was being seen through. While he didn't dare to give birth to the intention to resist. The Western Zone. When did such a strong young man appear? He thought with palpitations in his heart. Grandpa, look, is this flower nice? The young girl's heart was rotten and her face was smiling. It's as good looking as my granddaughter. The goatee-bearded old man was absent-minded. Grandpa, are you taking me to Yuanwu Kingdom to find me a husband? Hearing these words, the goatee-bearded old man returned to his senses and said seriously, within the people of this Western realm, there is no one who can match my granddaughter. Grandpa is so demanding that I won't be able to marry in this lifetime. Wine Formation Yuan, as a monthly grade medium formation master, I don't know how many people would like to tie the knot. Grandpa will definitely find you a match at the level of a supreme genius. Yi Jiu returned to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. The Blue Fox and Queen Mother of Stone Rock had been waiting for a long time. Emperor Devouring Turtle. The medium grade essence vein is inside the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Come with us. Blue Fox knew this bastard's virtues, so he opened the door as soon as they met. Yi Jiu smiled excitedly. I'm really liking the 10,000 Beast Mountain more and more. Under the guidance of Blue Fox and Queen Mother of Stone Rock, he entered the interior of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Map scanning alert, 200 meters to the lower right. A small medium-grade sinking rock essence vein has appeared. He increased his speed and approached the medium-grade sunken rock essence vein. Ding! A large amount of medium-grade sunken rock essence has been discovered. Is it absorbed? Absorb. Ding! Absorbing lower-grade sinking rock essence Qian. Unfinished. This essence vein was left here 200 years ago, by a mighty senior named Ning Pivot. Otherwise, the 10,000 Beasts Mountain wouldn't be so prosperous. The 10,000 Beast Mountain is very famous, only because Senior Ning Pivot Machine stepped into the legendary Martial Emperor realm here. However, Senior Ning Jiuji has always been secretive, and after his breakthrough, he never showed up again, and I don't know where he went to get away with it. Blue Fox sighed quietly. This bee, are damn fast hanging. Yi Xiao looked at its face of yearning and envy, pondered for a while, and finally did not have the patience to tell the truth. The returning market divine realm was still too fragile to fit a medium-quality essence vein. Thus, it was better to absorb the essence vein in peace. Moreover, mid-grade essence veins were already hard to find, so he still quite cherished the present. Checking the panel data, the experience points were growing in the form of, and the speed was fast enough that saving 30 to 40 experience points a day was no problem at all. Then look at the other data. Speed, 00/1000. Defense, 00/1000. Attack, 0/1000. Attack was only 97 points short of breaking through to the third level of the Martial Zone realm. At that time, it would be possible to open the second secret art, as soon as possible, in about 3 days. Save up the experience points to 97. The afternoon of the first day. Ding! Today's report, the bilocation returned to the Yuanwu Kingdom's imperial capital in time to stop Yi Longtan's killing spree. Ding! Today's achievement, the doppelganger found a good excuse to integrate into the Yi family and successfully disguised himself as Yi Ziqing, who was at the 6th level of the Yuanwu realm. The corner of Yi Jiu's eyes twitched. This was a message that the subsystem actively pushed to him. It was still really novel. However, it also made him realize, no wonder the human army invaded the 10,000 Beast Mountain and didn't see Yi Longtan. It turned out that this guy was going back to the imperial capital to find trouble with the Long clan. At this moment, Blue Fox walked in. Emperor Devouring Turtle. Your men found a large number of low realm treasures as you ordered. After Blue Fox finished speaking, he threw a storage ring to Emperor Devouring Turtle. Yi Jiu had just caught it when Blue Fox added, the storage ring is very precious. Next time I come back, you have to return it to me. A small few handfuls of breath. What did you say? Blue Fox heard shattered thoughts. I said thank you, pretty Blue Fox. The Blue Fox twisted its head and left. Yi Xiao put a large number of low realm treasures, all of them into the ruined god realm, and shouted, if the little girl woke up, then she could take all these treasures. As an unsullied spirit, the little girl was just a fragile primordial body. This can't be done. This ninny is our family's treasure in the palm of our hand. It must be raised. The next day in the afternoon. Ding! Today's report, Yi Longtan was summoned by the court for failing to assist the army in clearing the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, and was later ostracized by the 100 officials. The doppelganger wasn't affected, and is studying formations in the Yi family. Ding! Today's achievement, the doppelganger got 100% favorability from Ling Qingdai, and found another excuse to concentrate on studying, activating his talent, with a superb natural talent, and is about to step into the line of formations. After understanding the report, it was time to look at the data. Speed, 00/1000. Defense, 00/1000. Attack, 51/1000. Experience points, 0. He was up to a certain point and then just added points to attack. There was no saving up all the time. Now, it was only 49 experience points short. Up. Watching the experience points continue to rise, his heart gradually became excited. Soon, the afternoon of the third day arrived. Ding! Today's report, Yi Longtan was once a divine general protecting the country, guarding the borders for 40 years. But now that he has been ostracized by all the officials and coldly rejected by the emperor, he voluntarily took off the name of the Grand Duke and returned to the Yi family, preparing to enjoy his days. There is only one hobby left in his heart: watching his grandson become stronger. Ding! Today's achievement, the doppelganger stepped into the line of formations and received guidance from Cardinal Ning, concentrating on his studies and activating his talent. His natural talent is superb, and he gradually mastered the star lower grade formation. After listening to the report, look at the panel data again. Speed, 00/1000. Defense, 00/1000. Attack, 89/1000. Experience points. Yi Jiao pressed his excitement and said, "A breakthrough is coming soon, my second secret art. Coming soon, late at night." Ding! The host's speed, defense, and attack have all reached 00 or more, and can break through to the third realm of the martial zone realm. Is it a breakthrough? Breakthrough! The Yuan power pool became larger. The Yuan power was compressed again, and one's ability to control the Yuan power was more at one's fingertips. Ding! Breakthrough realm successful. Yi Jiao reached the third level of strength of the martial zone realm. He couldn't wait to check the panel data. Evolution, Lin Yan Emperor Devouring Turtle, Martial Zone Realm Third Weight Demonic Beast with Qilin Bloodline. Technique, Ancient God Heaven Swallowing Scripture. Skill 1, Void Devouring 555/5000, increase proficiency to 5000. Can be upgraded to Void Drawing Thunder Strike. Skill, Indestructible Void Seal 675/5000, increase proficiency to 5000. Can be upgraded to Earth Diving Turtle Breath Seal. Skill, Dragon Abyssal Suction 45/5000, increase proficiency to 5000. Can be upgraded to Eye of the Storm. Skill 4, Deadly Roar 165/5000, proficiency upgraded to 5000. Can be upgraded to Storm's Fury. Secret Art 1, Riot, boosts all abilities by 50% for 1 minute. Cooldown, 3 days. Secret Art, Fusion, fuse all skills to gain a random greater avatar. Can be used twice. Cooldown, 5 days. Second Secret Art, Fusion, fuse all skills to gain the opportunity to cast a great avatar twice. That's a great avatar. Thinking of the Fire Qilin's innate divine abilities, shocking 9 changes and Inferno Realm Descent, he envied and salivated. And now, he had a similar great divine ability. Haha, this second secret art. Awesome. Yi Jiao almost wanted to try it out. Map scanning alert. 700 meters ahead. A Martial Zone Realm 4th level wild monster has appeared. System alert. A Martial Zone Realm 4th level wild monster is rapidly approaching. Please pay attention to avoid it. Yi Jiao was puzzled. A human at the 4th level of the Martial Zone realm. In Yuanwu country it was a top powerhouse. Only Yi Longtan. No, there was another one who had also reached this realm. Yuanwu Kingdom's new protector god general, Ling Wanduan. According to the reports coming back from the secondary system, Yi Longtan is retiring at home and has long since closed his heart. So the one who came should be Ling Wanduan. Yi Jiao smiled coldly and flew out of the 10,000 Beasts mountain. Whoo! A long green rainbow broke through the air. In the darkness, it was very dazzling. Approaching the 10,000 Beasts mountain, the long green rainbow hung in the air and let out a long whistle. 10,000 Beasts Mountain Demon Turtle. This seat, Ling Wanduan, come out to me. The sound stirred the 10 directions of heaven and earth, and all the demonic beasts were startled. However, what responded to him was an even more violent and ferocious roar, that resembled a dragon, not a dragon, and carried the unique penetrating sound of a Qilin, rumbling and drowning out Ling Wanduan's voice. Immediately afterward in the darkness, a long, dark red rainbow flew out from the 10,000 Beasts mountain. Human, I've been waiting for a long time. The Lin Yan Emperor Devouring Turtle coldly shouted, slaughtering so many of my human army. And you're still not running, I admire your vigor. Spirit Wandering Dust took down his twin swords from his back, and 2 green lights blossomed on the swords. As the ruler of the 10,000 Beast Mountain, why would I run away? If you come, I'll block it. Yi Jiao was ready to try his second secret art. Unfinished business. With a boom, Ling Wanduan's aura surged once again. The might of the fourth level of the martial zone realm spread in all directions, forcing all the demonic beasts to retreat. In the midst of the darkness, that cyan-colored yuan power glow illuminated him like a deity descending to the mortal world. With his dual swords clenched in his hands, the swords stirred up tens of meters of sword awnings. The Yuanwu kingdom is rife with rumors of your ferocious reputation. So I will behead you today to show the world that you are no better than that. Ling Wanduan turned into a rainbow and killed the demonic turtle. Yi Jiu was shocked in his heart. What a fast speed, worthy of being a fourth-level martial artist of the martial zone realm. But his greatest advantage was defense, not speed. If you can't dodge, then don't dodge. Skill, undead roar. Talent, death magma. The huge turtle shell spun up, and a large amount of magma sprayed out in all directions. The magma was like instantly blooming fireworks that cut through the night sky. Spirit Wandering Dust's face changed slightly as he immediately pulled away to avoid being affected by the magma. The demon turtle was just as rumored, capable of spraying magma, and it was very dense. It was not only the nemesis of the man-o-war tactic, but also the nemesis of the raiding assassin. Oomph, this seat has its own way of cracking it. Spirit Wandering Dust gripped his twin swords tightly, sending 2/3 of his body's yuan power steeply into his arms as well as his twin swords. With his twin swords crossed, his cold eyes stared at the spinning demonic turtle, and suddenly let out a low shout. Absolute Dust Sound Blade. Moon rank lower grade martial art. Absolute Dust Sound Blade. Moon rank lower grade martial arts. With a power at the 3rd to 5th level of the martial zone realm. With this move, his power reached the power of a half-step of the 5th gravity. This was his famous stance, and he had once used this stance to scare the enemy commander into not daring to show himself, thus repelling hundreds of thousands of troops. The dual sword awnings instantly extended to more than 100 meters. It was like a green-colored divine aura that cut through the darkness. Demon Turtle, if you can resist this move, I, Spirit Wandering Dust, am willing to bow down. Spirit Wandering Dust brushed his face and killed the demon turtle. 200-meter-long cyan divine awns chopped at the demonic turtle. Buzz! The green-colored divine awns were cutting through the air. All the demonic beasts in the surroundings, their expressions changed drastically, and they all felt an unrivaled might. Yi Xiao sensed the crisis and knew that if he forced himself to catch it, the turtle shell might not be able to withstand it. He immediately unleashed the second secret art. Fusion. Ding. Host uses fusion, fusing all skills to gain a random great avatar. Can be used twice. Cooldown, 5 days. Ding. Fusion target, Void Devouring. Undying Void Seal. Dragon Abyss Suction. Undead Roar. Ding. Fusion completed. Randomly obtaining the Hell Spirit King Beast's innate aptitude. 3000 Emperor Inflammatory Techniques. Can be used twice. It seemed slow, but it was all converted by the system in an instant. Seeing the terrifying green divine aura falling, Yi Jiu decisively cast the Great Divine Power, 3000 Emperor Flame Technique. Ding! Host activates the 3000 Emperor Flame Technique. The Lin Yen Emperor Devouring Turtle stopped rotating and raised its head to the sky. A layer of blood-red light rose from the turtle shell, spreading between heaven and earth in an instant. Boom! A beam of fire rushed out from the turtle shell, piercing straight through the sky. Then the second, third, fourth, in the blink of an eye, it increased to thousands. It wasn't over. It was still increasing. In the end, 3,000 beams of fire rushed out, densely piercing through the sky, almost illuminating the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Rumble! The countless beams of fire contained a terrifying pressure, forcibly shattering the absolute Dust Sound Blade. How is this possible? Spirit Wandering Dust shouted in horror, but seeing the terrifying fire beams rushing towards him, he could only avoid them first. That sky full of fire beams, mixed with high temperatures and furious whistles, pierced the sky. If Yi Jiu was willing, he would make a spin in the air, and there would be no place in all directions where he could dodge the attack of the 3000 Emperor Flames technique. Just one move and it drained 2/3 of my yuan power. Yi Jiu was horrified. This great divine ability was too terrifying. However, he knew that he had completely failed to utilize the power of this great divine ability, because his realm was too low. There's still one more chance to perform it, but I can't perform it. There's not enough yuan power. He was too late to quench his thirst from afar by devouring everything in the heavens and earth and turning it into yuan power. Demon Turtle, I, Spirit Mao, am convinced, but if the 10,000 Beasts Mountain is not destroyed, it will be difficult for the Yuanwu Kingdom to have peace of mind. If you don't evacuate this place, you'll be waiting for the Yuanwu Kingdom to attack again. Ling Wanduan dropped a sentence and left. Yi Jiu snorted coldly. Come once, I'll kill once. His yuan power was severely depleted and it was useless to chase after him. Shaking off a strong enemy with one move was the best result. If he really fought again, he wouldn't be able to beat Spirit Wandering Dust. If he encountered a crisis, he wouldn't be able to hide in the returning ruined divine realm either. Having suffered a few losses had made him clearly aware of the limitations of not being able to enter the ruined god realm. Once one suffered interference from external forces, one would not be able to enter the ruined god realm, not even if there was just a tiny bit of interference. This was especially true of yuan power fluctuations. Once there was a yuan power fluctuation, it would be disturbed, making it difficult to enter the ruined god realm. This was something he had secretly tried. As for those at the martial zone realm and above, whenever they fought, they would release strong yuan power fluctuations. This made him realize that in a battle with a higher realm, the ruined god realm could no longer be his place of refuge. Thus, if he really wanted to fight to the death with spirit wandering dust, he couldn't hide in the ruined god realm. He could only fight to the death with the other party. Hey, what's the point of thinking about this? After raising his strength, this situation wouldn't occur. Recovering his strength up at the moment would be more important. I have to find a place to devour everything and replenish my yuan power. Yi Jiu calmed himself down and couldn't lose himself due to the divine might of the great divine power. With a movement of his body, he flew into the distance. In the darkness, he went to the sinking rock mountain range and opened his mouth to devour the magma, which was transformed into yuan power under the operation of his gong method. Several hours later, the pool of yuan power was full. Ling Wanduan, when you come back next time, I'm no longer in this realm. Yi Jiu flew non-stop to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain and continued to absorb the medium-grade essence veins. Along the way, check the panel data. Intentionally tap into the martial arts. Skill 1, Void Devouring 4055/5000, proficiency increased to 5000. Can be upgraded to Void Drawing Thunder Strike. Skill, Indestructible Void Seal 4175/5000, increase proficiency to 5000. Can be upgraded to Earth Diving Turtle Breath Seal. Skill, Dragon's Abyss Suction 95/5000, increase proficiency to 5000. Can be upgraded to Eye of Storm. Skill 4, Deadly Roar 1865/5000, proficiency upgraded to 5000. Can be upgraded to Storm's Fury. Secret Art 1, Riot, boosts all abilities by 50% for 1 minute. Cooldown, 3 days. Secret Art, Fusion, fuses all skills to gain a random greater avatar. Can be used twice. Cooldown, on cooldown. For skills, proficiency increased by 500 for all of them. Not far from being upgraded to the next new skill. There's also this benefit. When fusing the 4 skills, it also increases their proficiency. Yi Jiu was excited. It seemed like he would have to use the fusion secret art more often next time. Speaking of fusing secret skills, he took a closer look at the secret skill. It was cooling down. It indicated that the Hell Spirit King Beast's natural divine ability, the 3000 Emperor Flames technique, had disappeared. He had been able to cast it twice, but because of the cooldown, the qualification to use it was gone. However, he did not regret it. That was, after all, a skill that came from fusion and was used temporarily. In the future, he would have such great aptitude himself. Besides, as long as he had the secret art fusion to fuse the 4 skills, he would also be able to randomly obtain a new great avatar. There was no need to think much about it. Map scanning alert. 700 meters ahead. A 7th level demonic beast of the martial zone realm has appeared. Ahead was the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. That strong man was within the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. To be continued. According to the information obtained from the information collected by the bilocation in the Yuanwu Kingdom's imperial capital, in the Western Belt, there were the forces of the 4 demon sects and the 4 sacred sects collectively, the Mountain of 10,000 Beasts, the Dark Forest, the Valley of Extinction, and the Heavenly Snow Sacred Mountain were the 3-star forces of the demon race. They were called the 4 demon sects by the people and demons of the Western Belt. Yuanwu Kingdom, Lei Luo Kingdom, Lioli Palace, and White Spirit Sect were 3-star forces of the human race. They were called the 4 sacred sects by the people and demons of the Western Zone. The struggle between the two sides had been going on for a long time. However, the level of the struggle was basically at the 5th level of the martial zone realm and below. There was no 3-star force that possessed a strong person at the 6th level of the martial zone realm and above. Once they did, they would be recruited by higher level forces. And there were only 2 higher level forces in the Western Zone. The demon race's 10,000 Demon Hall, the human race's Heavenly Cloud Palace. Both are rare 2-star forces. The 10,000 Beast Mountain was neighboring the Yuanwu Kingdom and had always struggled constantly. However, there had never been this scene today. A demonic beast at the 7th level of the martial zone realm interfering with the development of the 10,000 Beast Mountain. This guy, he can't be running towards the middle grade essence vein of the 10,000 Beast Mountain, right? Yi Jiu was shocked in his heart. Snatching the essence vein, that would be cutting off his path to wealth. System alert, a martial zone realm 7th level demonic beast is rapidly approaching. Please pay attention to avoid it. A hot fluctuation of yuan power swept over. Not good. It's been detected. Nope. It should be said that the other party had been waiting for him for a long time. Ding. The host is bound by an external force and cannot enter the ruined god realm. Yi Jiao was affected by the fluctuation of yuan power and couldn't enter the ruined god realm. Although he had expected it, he could only escape. The other party was at the 7th level of martial zone. His strength was too strong. Against this kind of existence, in a single glance, he would have to die. Now, the second secret art fusion was cooling down. Only the first secret art, Riot, and the power of the giant god could be used. But casting Riot, which boosted his abilities, wouldn't shorten the power gap between the two sides. As for the giant god's power, it was only blessed with divine power and could not be blessed with speed. With the opponent's terrifying strength, he could easily dodge his giant god's power. Using it would be in vain. Also at this time, a ball of firelight came from the 10,000 Beasts mountain, and he twisted his head and ran. Little bastard. I heard rumors about you in the 10,000 Demons Hall. Your strength has risen too quickly, and you have great magical powers. Any secrets you have, leave them all behind. The giant bird in the firelight accelerated to catch up, quickly closing the distance with him. Sure enough, there was too much wind and something happened. Yi Jiao felt an irresistible pressure coming on, and with a clench of his teeth, he cast the first secret art, Riot. Even if he couldn't shorten the gap in strength with his opponent, a little bit was a little bit. Ding! Host uses Riot. Within 1 minute, all abilities are increased by 50%. Cooldown time, 3 days. Ding! Riot 1 minute countdown begins. Bloodlight surged into all parts of his body. All of his abilities, boosted by 50%. The speed increased again, but he still couldn't pull away from the other party. This was caused by the gap in strength being too large. I've been watching you since you killed Songyu, and now it seems that you really do have something. The flame bird laughed excitedly, as if it had gotten the secret on the demon turtle. With a flap of its wings, the flames roared and once again caught up with the demon turtle. Yi Jiao's eyes changed greatly, immediately realizing that speed alone couldn't close the distance. One could only utilize obstacles to block the other party. As long as he was able to fly out of the range of the other party's yuan power fluctuations, he would be able to enter the ruined divine realm and temporarily avoid a disaster. With this in mind, he sharply turned his direction and drilled into the dense forested earth below. The flame bird wasn't in the slightest bit of a hurry. It loved this game of cat chasing mouse. That feeling of being able to grasp the other party in the palm of his hand, yet letting the other party see a glimmer of hope, was too much for him to enjoy. Seeing the demon turtle drilling into the ground, it followed without haste. Let me try if your turtle shell is really hard. Opening his mouth, he spat out a plume of fire that cut through the air and crashed into the demon turtle's turtle shell with a loud bang. Yi Jiao only heard a click as the turtle shell cracked. Luckily, this guy only used a small portion of his strength. Otherwise, with a little more strength, his turtle shell would surely shatter. Bastard! Take out that great divine ability you just had and let me try its power. The flame bird became even more pleased, and with pleasure in his heart, he began to order the demonic turtle. Take your fucking balls, you few-handed bird. I will pull out all your hair one day. Yi Jiao cursed and plunged headfirst into the ground, while running his gong method and opening his mouth to devour the soil. Quickly swallowing out a channel, he fled straight to the deeper underground. The flame bird's face sank as it coldly said, "How dare you be arrogant even at the end of your life?" In the 10,000 Demons Hall, it wasn't considered a big shot, and was even looked down upon by its fellow disciples. And now that it had stepped out of the 10,000 Demons Hall, how could it endure the insults of a King 8? It had to make the King 8 suffer a bit. Let it know that as a 7th level martial zone realm powerhouse of the 10,000 Demons Hall, it was not something that you, a little royal 8, could mess with. You're so capable of drilling. Let's see how far you can drill. It released its fire yuan power, covering its entire body and wrapping itself into a huge fireball. Then it landed strongly. With a loud boom, a large pit appeared on the ground and the underground soil was compacted. Didn't that demonic turtle want to drill from the ground? I'll compact the underground soil. Let's see how you can drill. In fact, this idea of its was really good. If it was any other type of demonic beast, even if it was a drilling type, it would have to be seriously injured in this move. However, Yi Xiao was different. He was devouring, not drilling. Even if the flame bird compacted the underground soil, it couldn't affect his devouring. Thus, by the time the flame bird dug into the dirt and tried to dig out the crushed and dying Wang Yao, it only reacted. That Wang bastard wasn't affected at all and had long escaped. The flame bird roared in hideous fury, and the flames on its body spread out with a roar, incinerating the forest. Wang bastard, I don't believe that you won't come out for the rest of your life. This 10,000 beasts mountain territory, and even farther away, I will call on all the demons to watch to the death. That feeling of controlling the other party but losing control made it incomparably irritated. Yi Jiao went deep into the ground, and after distancing himself from the other party, he entered the ruin god realm. This turkey, I'll roast you for dinner. He twisted his head and saw the shattered turtle shell. His eyes filled with rage. Releasing the Yuan power within the Yuan power pool, he slowly recovered his physical strength as well as the minor injuries in various places. As for the injuries on the turtle shell, it was almost at the level of injuring the bones. Wanting to recover quickly unless one made a breakthrough or evolved again, quickly calming down. The top priority now was to raise his strength. The only way to get through the crisis was to become stronger. In the past, being forced by the Earth Dragon, being chased by the sinking Rock Beast King, being driven away by Shi Yinfeng, being chased by the twin-winged Black Panther, and being controlled by Xangyu. All of these time and time again crises were resolved by him continuously becoming stronger. This time was no exception. Next, I'll wait for the little girl to awaken and help me condense the immaculate divine liquid. He was going to rest for a while, so he went to wander around in the underground magma and find an inferior essence vein no matter what. With an inferior essence vein, he would be able to condense the unsullied divine liquid. Unfinished business. In the early hours of the morning, Yi Jiao jumped out of the returning ruins divine realm, devouring the soil underground to advance, and soon arrived in the underground magma. Jumping within the magma, he began to search for the lower grade essence veins. The boundaries of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain were vast, and the last time he evolved into the Lin Yin Emperor Devouring Turtle, he had searched underground once. However, when he realized that he was unable to absorb the lower grade essence veins, he didn't look for them again. And now, there was a little girl who could help him condense the unsullied divine liquid. Then searching for the lower grade essence vein became a necessity. In the midst of the magma, constantly traveling. At the same time, giving a new urgent task to the bilocation that was far away in the Yuanwu Kingdom's imperial capital, to have the doppelganger quickly raise its endurance. The doppelganger's patience data was as follows. Patience, 0/100%, spiritual martial realm level. If you want to improve it, you have to start at the spiritual martial realm level. As for the skills of the bilocation, they also had to be activated, as many as they could. When daybreak came, the subsystem of the bilocation pushed a message. Ding! Today's report, the bilocation has received an urgent mission, interrupting its studies to begin temporarily mastering the lower grade moon level formations imparted by Ning Pivot. It is now primed to begin. Ding! Today's achievement, the bilocation received an urgent task. During the break in mastering the formation, left the Yi Mansion, found 5 weaklings of the spirit martial realm and withstood their attacks. The bilocation's patience is improving. Ding! Today's achievement, the bilocation received an urgent task. During the rest period of mastering the formation, attempted to activate Skill 1, and finally succeeded in activating it, and obtained Skill 1, Imperial Divine Fist, first level. Yi Jiao glanced at it and then focused his mind on an essence vein 100 meters ahead. It was a lower grade sinking rock essence vein that was flooded with magma, and looking at the length, it was 500 meters long. It was much larger than the lower grade sinking rock essence vein he had obtained before. The higher my realm is, the larger the area of the ruin god realm is. It's now more than 1,000 square meters, which is completely enough to accommodate this essence vein. With this in mind, he swam over and through this lower grade sinking rock essence vein, into the ruined divine realm. Then, the search continued. 3 days later, he returned to the returning market divine realm. In front of him, there were 4 essence veins, the largest of which was 700 meters. Although the number wasn't as much as last time, the amount was more than last time. Thanks to the magma underground, there were hardly any demonic beasts that could obtain essence veins from the magma. As a result, these essence veins had survived until now, and it also allowed Yi Xiao to take advantage of it. Little turtle, you're awesome, getting so many goodies. Xueling Luo's surprised expression exhibited a lively, cute, and full of vitality. Yi Jiao sighed. This time, I need you to absorb them all and condense the divine liquid for me. The awakened little girl was full of vigor, but every time she condensed the unsullied divine liquid, she would tend to be transparent, but there was no way around it. The situation forced him. He needed the unsullied divine liquid to gain experience points and get through this crisis. Aha! Since little turtle likes it, I'll condense it right away. In the little girl's mind, the most important thing was little turtle. The little girl pointed at the 4 essence veins. Instantly, the 4 essence veins dissolved and eventually disappeared. Nah, little turtle. I coalesced it. The little girl cupped her hands high, trying to get as close as possible to the 3 to 4 meter large Lin Yin Emperor Devouring Turtle. Yi Yu looked at this nymphet's hands. Divine liquid in her hands. A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. This drop of immaculate divine liquid was bigger than the last one. This should be related to the essence veins. This time, the amount of essence veins was very sufficient, so the unsullied divine liquid condensed was even more sufficient. Yi Xiao opened his mouth and sucked, and the scaleless divine liquid entered his mouth. Just as he wanted to check the panel data, a beep sounded. Ding! The fragile unsullied spirit, which has used the power of returning ruin multiple times, can evolve. Ding! Evolution failed. Reason: the unsullied spirit is low on energy. Ding! Countdown to the last evolution. One day, if the evolution fails again, it will permanently lose its qualification to evolve. Yi Lak froze, and then his pupils shrank. This was a big deal. Then he looked at the little girl. This ninny's body once again tended to be transparent. Her face was pale and powerless, and although she had a smile, she was no longer energetic. Little turtle, why are you looking at me again? The little girl did not notice her body's abnormality, and still asked strangely, you take a good rest, I'll go find you a precious treasure. In his body, he had long since run out of treasures and needed to go out and look for them. This time, he didn't want to differentiate between low realm treasures and high realm treasures. As long as it was a precious treasure, it would be given to the little girl. She was his own treasure in the palm of his hand, and he could not afford to let anything slip, even if he had to sacrifice some of his experience points. Yi Jiao was willing. This little girl had brought him many opportunities and even rewrote his destiny. The first time was in the demon beast forest, which was only the size of his palm. At that time, the other party gave him a package filled with treasures, allowing him to become stronger and get transformed. The second time was in Loan City, allowing him to obtain the treasures of the Snows family, thus becoming stronger and evolving into an earth dragon tortoise. It was also from becoming an earth dragon tattooed turtle that he had come this far. Thus, this little girl, Shui Lingluo, held a very important position in his heart. Regardless of whether or not the other party could condense the immaculate divine liquid, he would take care of it carefully. What's more, nowadays, the little girl was going to evolve. Yi Jiao jumped out of the returning ruins divine realm and approached towards the ground. Can't let her evolution fail, even if it's dangerous. We have to find treasures to replenish her energy. He only had 1 day to collect them. Once 1 day passed, Shui Lingluo would lose her permanent evolution. Thus, it was imperative to hurry up. To ensure that he could collect more treasures, he used all his experience points. Check the panel. Speed 00/1000. Defense 00/1000. Attack 00/1000. Experience points 150. That drop of immaculate divine liquid gave him 150 experience points. Speed plus 150. At once, the panel data changed. It was as follows. Speed 450/1000. Defense 00/1000. Attack 00/1000. Experience points 0. Yi Jiao was very decisive and took all the experience points and added them to speed. By doing so, he could quickly search for treasures as well as easily dodge away from danger. Now, the speed reached the 4th level of the martial zone realm and was the best of the 4. Approaching the ground. Map scanning alert. 700 meters above. A large number of Yuanwu realm 2nd level demonic beasts have appeared. Map scan prompt. 5,700 meters above. A large number of Yuanwu realm 3rd level demonic beasts have appeared. Map scanning alert. 700 meters above. A large number of. There were a lot of demonic beasts. It wasn't what Yi Lak expected. That firebird had summoned all the demonic beasts of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, and even demonic beasts from other realms. The purpose was only to find him. The 4 demon gates, the 10,000 Beast Mountain, Dark Forest, Desperate Valley, and Heavenly Snow Sacred Mountain. The closest demonic gate to the 10,000 Beast Mountain was the Desperate Valley, a 3-star mid-stage power. Inside the demonic beasts up there might be Desperation Valley's demonic beasts, which would be stronger and more vigilant. Who cares what kind of demonic beasts you have? If I want to take the precious treasure, no one can stop me. Yi Lak internalized his breath and quietly came to the ground. Author's digression, want to add skills for the split? Hurry to comment in the comments section out of date high in addition. Then ask for silver votes. I update to give a strong, not yet finished. From what Elder Flamebird said, that demonic turtle went crazy and slaughtered the demonic beasts of the 10,000 Beast Mountain. The weak is strong. I do understand. Killing a few is no problem. But he actually slaughtered all the demonic beasts. That's the same clan. Yeah, thanks to that bastard who is still the ruler of the 10,000 Beast Mountain. But I heard that it was the demon turtle that fended off the Yuanwu Kingdom's human army with his own strength. How? Go. These are all rumors. Flamebird is the elder of the 10,000 Demons Hall. This time to inspect the 4 demons sect. Personally saw. Last night the demon turtle put all the demonic beasts of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Brutally killed. This kind of bloodthirsty bastard. My desperate valley's demonic beasts are obligated to kill it. Several Yuanwu realm demonic beasts, monitoring the area, discussed last night's big event under their breath. Yi Jiao emerged from the dirt, his fiery red eyes staring at them. Anger after anger rose in his heart. What a ruthless elder of the 10,000 Demon Hall. I have never met you in the first place, yet you want to kill me to seize the treasure. Not only that, in order to hunt me down, you even slaughtered all the demonic beasts in the 10,000 Beast Mountain. What's the difference between such cruelty and those humans? Thinking of the blue fox's haughty appearance, the Sansi python and the golden crystal mountain ground rat's scenes of searching for the treasures of the lower realms. What is wrong with them? Seem a thing? You'd better not let me get stronger, or I'll take your life. Yi Jiao was truly enraged. Who? There was a sharp black rat that heard the commotion. The rest of the demonic beasts were alerting their surroundings. Your turtle grandpa. Yi Jiao jumped out of the mud and landed firmly on the ground. Run away. Oh my god. It's the bloodthirsty demon turtle. Run. Quickly go inform Elder Flame Bird. A few demonic beasts were so frightened that they ran away. Yi Jiao stared at them coldly and cast the skill, Dragon Abyss Suction. The powerful suction force sucked these few demonic beasts that ran away. Back again. Spare your life. I'll go back to the Valley of Extinction right away and never come to mess with you. Lord Demonic Turtle. Grandfather Turtle. Ancestor Turtle. Don't kill me. Let me go. I will never reveal your whereabouts. A bunch of demonic beasts trembled and opened their mouths to beg. Do any of you have storage rings and treasures? Yi Jiao inquired. Storage rings were precious things in the Western Zone. Only a few Yuanwu realm demonic beasts or martial artists possess them. I have a lot of 800 or 900-year-old treasures in it, and there are also some treasures around 1,000 years old. A black rat offered its own storage ring. I've memorized your face and breath. You'd better roll back to the Valley of Extinction. Dare to come out. I'll kill you. Yi Jiao took the storage ring, then spoke indifferently. Yes. The black rat shivered and ran away. Seeing the black rat leave peacefully, the remaining few demonic beasts were in despair. They didn't have storage rings, let alone storing treasures, and the result was not as they thought. Yi Xiao just knocked all of these few demonic beasts unconscious and threw them into the weeds to hide them. That flame bird's idea was a very good and sinister one, borrowing the desperate valley's demonic beasts to find him. If he resisted and moved to kill these demonic beasts, then the desperate valley would treat him as an enemy. More importantly, he would be sat solidly guilty of slaughtering the demonic beasts of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Yi Jiao would not let the flame bird have its way. He was vindictive. If the flame bird wanted to harm him, he would retaliate back tenfold, 100-fold. Re-drilling into the ground, with the help of the map scanning function, he continued to look for prey. If he wanted to go looking for wild treasures, one day was not enough. He could only plunder from the demonic beasts of the desperate valley. The treasures stored inside the black rat's storage ring are far from enough. Yi Lak was not satisfied. Gathering his mind, he devoured the soil underground and advanced silently. The technique, the ancient god swallowing heaven scripture, was very overbearing. Its core ability, devouring everything in the heavens and earth and turning it into yuan power. This alone made him love it, and the more he used it, the more he liked it. It was a pity that after devouring all things in heaven and earth, it could only be converted into yuan power. If it could be converted into experience points, how good it would be. Shaking his head, he shook off these unrealistic thoughts. Concentrate on hunting underground. Map scanning alert, 700 meters above. A Yuanwu realm 6th level demonic beast has appeared. Correcting the error, the scanning range is 5,700 meters. I'm sorry about that. Yi Jiao's eyes lit up and decided that it was it. Immediately rushing out of the ground, with a few maneuvers, he seized the storage ring of this 6th level demonic beast. Well, there were quite a few treasures inside the ring, but he still didn't think it was enough. Continuing to search, half a day passed and it was nearing the afternoon. Yi Xiao had already obtained 6 storage rings, and there were already a lot of treasures inside. However, according to his estimation, it was still a little short. Plunder another storage ring. If there are treasures inside, then it should be almost enough. As he thought of this, he started hunting once again. Not long after, a beep sounded in his head. Map scanning alert. 700 meters above. A Yuanwu realm 9th level demonic beast has appeared. Yuanwu realm 9th level demonic beast. It definitely possessed a large amount of treasures. This is it. Just as he was about to approach the ground, the beep sounded again. Map scanning alert. 700 meters above. A martial realm 7th level demonic beast has appeared. He was shocked in his heart. 7th level of the martial zone realm? It was that flame bird. Now that he was close to the ground, Then further up, it was in the air. That seemed a thing, it was hiding in the air. Map scanning alert, 700 meters to the left. 2 demonic beasts of the first level of the martial zone realm have appeared. Map scanning alert, 700 meters to the right. There's a 2-stage demonic beast of the martial realm. Grass. There's still an ambush. And the ambusher is also a martial zone realm demonic beast. It must be one of the top demonic beasts from Desperate Valley. This old Inbi most probably knows that I'm looting the storage ring of the demonic beast, so he set a trap and waited for me to take the bait. Yijio coldly smiled. Trying to undermine me. Do you really think that I don't dare to take food from a tiger's mouth? I will make you hate me to death, but just can't kill me. With a cold snort, he immediately took action. Approaching the ground, he operated the ancient god heaven swallowing scripture, devouring the soil on a large scale, and soon ate out a huge hole in the ground out. Only a thin layer of the ground was left behind. Yijio burped, then levitated in the center of the hole in the ground and cast the skill, Dragon Abyssal Suction, aiming upwards. With a bang, the ground was torn apart by the suction. The whole body was affected by the pull. As the ground was torn apart, the connected ground was affected and collapsed, falling towards the huge hole in the ground below. However, Yijio's target was the Yuanwu realm 9th level demonic beast above. The suction ripped through the earth's skin and rushed straight upwards, brushing the nervous Yuanwu realm 9th level demonic beast and pulling it down. At the same time, he quickly drilled deeper into the ground. Oops, quickly chase after it. Don't let the demonic turtle escape. The flame bird high in the sky was startled and hurriedly chased after him. Unfinished business. The Desperate Valley's martial zone realm demonic beasts that were ambushed on the ground were so skewed by the effects of the tearing of the ground that they didn't respond in the first place. This resulted in the demonic turtle being able to escape peacefully as soon as it released its suction power. As for the Yuanwu realm 9th level demonic beast that was the bait, the demonic turtle didn't approach at all and pulled it into the ground with suction from afar. Most of all, when the hell did a huge hollow appear underground? My lord, the storage ring is for you. Don't kill me, I know you won't kill me. That Yuanwu realm 9th level demonic beast, when it was sucked into the underground, hurriedly spat out a storage ring. It knew that when demonic turtles snatched the storage ring, they would let the demonic beast go. Yijio sniffed and twisted his head to see that there was indeed a storage ring. He immediately turned his suction towards the storage ring, then inclined his head towards the flaming bird that rushed down and said, "You slaughtered the demonic beasts of 10,000 Beasts Mountain and threw the blame on me. Don't you feel guilty?" After saying that, he brushed his face and rushed into the passageway that he had devoured earlier. At the beginning, he was prepared for defense, coupled with the fact that he used the Dragon Abyss suction again. The storage ring he obtained, the flaming bird couldn't get close at all. Thus, he was able to leave without any danger. And when he was far away from the flame bird's yuan power fluctuations, he peacefully entered into the returning ruined divine realm. The flame bird was infuriated. As a 7th level demonic beast of the martial zone realm, plus 2 first level demonic beasts of the martial zone realm, and a 2nd level demonic beast, setting up an ambush at this place, not only did they fail to capture the other party, but they also allowed the other party to snatch the storage ring right under their noses. This was a slap in its face. Anger made its hatred grow steeply, but it didn't make it lose its mind, because the words of the demon turtle, regardless of whether or not they could be verified as true or false, that was skeptical. Put away your skeptical gazes. The fact that the demonic turtle didn't kill these demonic beasts and only grabbed the storage ring is just a blindfold, trying to confuse you. The flame bird coldly swept his eyes at the several martial zone realm 1st and 2nd level demonic beasts and turned to leave. Next time, when he struck again, he would never give the demonic turtle any chance. Within the returning ruins divine realm, Yi Xiao placed a large amount of treasures in front of the weak Xueling Luo. Absorb them and use them to replenish your energy. As he finished speaking, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Within a day, a large amount of treasures had finally been collected. Thank you, little turtle. Little turtle is so nice. Xueling Luo began to absorb the treasures. Seeing this, Yi Jiao opened the panel data. Inheritance, the ruined god realm containing the 6 paths of reincarnation, unsullied spirit, fragile primordial body. Cooldown, on cooldown. He estimated that after the little girl absorbed the essence within the precious treasure and replenished her energy to the fullest, she should be able to evolve. Little by little, time passed. Ding, fragile unsullied spirit, replenishing full energy, about to enter dormant cooling period. Ding, fragile unsullied spirit, evolving itself during the dormant cooldown period. Ding, dormant cooling begins. Self-evolution begins. Yi Xiao looked at Xueling Luo. After the little girl finished eating, she rubbed her eyes as sleepiness struck her and said in a daze, "Little turtle, I'm so sleepy, I." Before the words were finished, she lay down on the ground. then merged into the space wall. Sleep well, when you wake up, you will become even stronger. Yi Lak smiled faintly. Since the little girl head's matter has been resolved, then, it was time to go search for essence veins. He wanted more essence veins. The more the better. This would allow the little girl who had become an unsullied spirit to condense more unsullied divine liquid for him. Of course, the matter of collecting treasures to replenish the little girl's energy would not be forgotten by him. As for the issue of letting the little girl condense the unsullied divine liquid, resulting in injuries to her body, that was simply a false guess on his part. When the little girl condensed the immaculate divine liquid, she was using the power of the returning ruin. The more the power of returning ruin was used, then the likelihood of her evolving would also increase. This was something that would benefit both parties. Yi Jiao left the returning ruin divine realm and entered the underground magma, searching further afield. With the map scanning function, he only needed to keep swimming to detect the essence veins. Therefore the search was very efficient. The next day came and he checked the information pushed over by the subsystem. Ding! Today's report, according to the data collected by the subsystem, we were informed that the Yuanwu Kingdom's military strength, due to the ferocious tortoise in the 10,000 Beasts Mountains block, was weakened, and after the hostile neighboring country, Lei Luo, learned of this, it began to move, and the Yuanwu Kingdom is in a state of tension. Ding! Today's achievement, the bilocation has basically mastered one of the lower moon level formations taught by Ning Pivot, and is now focusing on improving patience as well as skill 1. Currently, patience, 50%, Yuanwu realm level. Skill 1, Imperial Divine Fist, 2nd level. Yi Jiao was really a bit envious of the talent of the doppelganger. The learning talent, the natural talent was superb, and once one entered the learning state, this talent would be triggered. Possessing this talent, the bilocation would be super demonic no matter what it learned. For example, that lunar grade lower grade formation. Last night it was still just a preliminary start, but today it has basically mastered it. There was also its own patience. Last night it was still at the spirit martial realm level, but today it had already reached the Yuan martial realm level, and if the bilocation was given a little more time, it would definitely be able to reach the martial zone realm level. At that time, with the patience of the martial zone realm level, any attack that fell on the doppelganger would have to be dissipated by the patience. What a perverse ability this was. Skill 1, Imperial Divine Fist. Likewise, yesterday it was still at the 1st level. Today it's at the 2nd level. The only pity was that skill 4 could not be activated yet. It should be activated only after his realm was raised again. If you want to raise your realm, then seize the time to find the essence vein. Yi Lak's eyes narrowed and he began to continue searching. He searched for a day and a night and was lucky enough to find a 600-meter-long lower-grade sunken rock essence vein. He threw it into the ruin god realm. Right. The treasures shouldn't be forgotten either. Approach the ground and see what's up there. Yi Jiao crawled towards the ground. Map scan prompt, 5. 700 meters above. A Yuanwu realm 8th level demonic beast has appeared. Map scan prompt, 5. 700 meters above. A Yuanwu realm 9th level demonic beast has appeared. Map scanning alert, 5. 700 meters above. A Yuanwu realm 9th level demonic beast has appeared. With so many Yuanwu realm high level demonic beasts in the Desperate Valley, it felt like the overall strength of the Desperate Palace was much higher than the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. However, this did not pose a threat to Yi Jiao, who was already at the martial sect realm. However, the flame bird was tricky, so it was better to be careful. Yi Xiao restrained his aura and quietly approached. I'm afraid that no one could have imagined that he possessed such a powerful map scanning function. No matter how you set up traps on the ground, I will be able to defend against them and avoid them in advance. The treasures of our Yuanwu realm are useless against the martial zone realm. Even the lower grade essence veins are useless against the martial zone realm. But Elder Flamebird said that the demon turtle was scavenging for treasures at the Yuanwu realm level. Although I don't know what the demon turtle is using it for. He must be in dire need of it if he's taking the risk of coming up here to collect it. So yeah, isn't the demonic turtle trying to collect treasures? Elder Flamebird directly put down blood money to acquire lower grade essence veins from the 4 demon sect, placing them in multiple places on the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Didn't the plan of using bait to lure the demonic turtle onto the bait fail? Wouldn't it be brain dead to use it again this time? After the lesson from last time, Elder Flamebird changed his plan and placed the lower grade essence veins on the formation. A few demonic beasts whispered. When Yi Jiao heard this, he moved in his heart and replied to the system. Can I absorb the formation ability of the doppelganger? Unfinished, it can be absorbed. Is it absorbed? The system's reply surprised him. The bilocation learns, masters, and then shares it with him. That was refreshing. Absorb. Yi Jiao smiled coldly. When the flame bird purchased an inferior essence vein, that was a big price to pay. Every essence vein had a great impact on a party of demonic beasts. For it to purchase an inferior essence vein from the Four Demons sect, that cost was beyond imagination. It could be seen how strong the desire of this dog, a few handfuls of birds, who wanted to kill him to seize the treasure, was. Ding! Absorption complete. Yi Jiao closed his eyes and digested the absorbed data. After a while, he opened his eyes, and his eyes flickered within. It turned out that setting up a formation only required a formation flag and a formation disk. The formation flag sets up the formation, and the formation disk is used to activate and control it. That's how simple it is. But accordingly, this type of array flag and array disk was sold to the outside world and was very expensive. It was because only the human race and a few other races could make formation flags and disks, but never the demon race. This was a monopolized sale, and the difficulty of making it was already huge, so the price was naturally expensive. Dog, several birds. You're using formations against me. That's right, I'll destroy them all for you. The inferior essence veins that you spent blood money to acquire are mine as well. Yi Jiao smiled sinisterly, but didn't act immediately. According to what those demonic beasts above had said, the flame bird had also set up these types of lure traps in other places. Then we can't just favor one place alone. The lure traps in other places must also be focused on. Therefore, Yi Xiao began to move underground, using the map scanning function to look for places where lure traps were set up. Several hours passed and it was afternoon. There are a total of 4 places. That is, 4 formations and 4 lower grade essence veins. The level of the formations is at the star grade upper grade, and their power reaches the second level of the martial zone realm. A star grade upper grade formation had the limit of its power at the second level of the martial zone realm. However, his realm had already reached the third level of the martial zone realm, in which speed and defense reached the 4th level. That formation can trap the second level of the martial zone realm, and it can also briefly trap the third level of the martial zone realm. But I'm the exception. Yi Jiao heatedly smiled and began to wait for darkness. As soon as it gets dark, he will act. Ding! Today's report, according to the data collected by the bilocation, we were informed that Yuanwu Kingdom's military strength was weakened due to the ferocious tortoise blocking the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. The hostile neighboring country, Lei Luo Kingdom, learned about it and began to move, and Yuanwu Kingdom continues to be in a state of tension. Ding! Today's achievement, the subsystem has begun to master the second lunar grade lower grade formation taught by the second Ning pivot, and is now focusing on improving patience as well as skill 1. Currently, patience, 90%, Yuanwu realm level, and skill 1, Imperial Divine Fist, peak of the second tier. The message pushed by the subsystem was largely similar to yesterday. The only difference was the achievement. The subsystem had begun to master the second lower lunar grade formation, although he still didn't understand the production and esoteric principles of a lunar grade formation. Special circumstances were treated specially. The more formations the bilocation mastered, the more helpful it would be for him to get through this crisis. On top of that, patience had also reached 90%, Yuanwu realm level, not far from reaching the martial zone realm level, and skill 1, Imperial Divine Fist, also reached the peak of the second level. Still need to give the doppelganger a bit of time to grow. Yi Xiao waited for a few hours and the sky darkened. He suppressed the excitement in his eyes and headed to the ground. The formation approached. Suddenly, he stopped rising when he was 1,000 meters underground from the formation. This formation is very obscure. Once it is turned on, the formation will spread out a layer of transparent formation power that covers 1,000 meters. As long as a creature that possesses life, once it steps into this 1,000-meter range, the array plate will send out an alert, informing the array maker that there is an invasion by a foreign enemy. Yi Jiao was grateful in his heart. It was fortunate that the formation hadn't been activated when he approached last time, or else he would have definitely been discovered. Now that he had absorbed the bilocation's knowledge of formations, he could already see the way. Although the bilocation's formation knowledge was at the level of star-level lower-grade formations, it could only see the way, and could not be targeted to crack the star-level upper-grade formation. However, the bilocation relied on its supernatural talent and turned on its demonic talents to find an all-purpose method that could crack all star-level formations from many ancient books on formations. That was to borrow the formation vortex. Formation vortex, in formation circles, was a common phenomenon of formation disorder. In any formation, as long as there was an accident at a certain point, its own operation would be thrown into a state of confused infinite circulation. This phenomenon is called a formation vortex, and the split's omnipotent cracking method was to tamper with the formation vortex, and then allow the formation vortex to fall into a self-vicious cycle until the formation died out. With this method, one could destroy the formation in a silent manner, much less cause the array disk to sound an alarm. Wanting to cause a formation vortex is even simpler. I'll just approach the formation with my Yuan power from 1,000 meters away. Yuan power had no life and would not cause the formation to alert. With this in mind, he immediately made his move. following the universal cracking method and destroying the formation. Ha ha ha, my detachment is just so awesome. If this method were to be published, it would definitely cause an uproar. High in the sky, the flame bird internalized its breath and hid in the clouds. In front of it, there were 4 array discs. One array disc, corresponding to one formation. Once one of the array discs issued an alert, he would be able to rush over at the first opportunity and prepare a means of response. I spent 3/4 of my family's fortune to acquire 4 lower-grade essence veins, as well as 4 star-level upper-grade formations. Nearly 10 full preparations allowed me to lay a seamless and perfect trap. Although he was heartbroken that his family's wealth was just gone, if he could obtain the demonic turtle's great divine ability, as well as the secret to rapidly increase his strength, then it would all be worth it. One must know that the great divine power was too rare. Its value was incalculable, and if one really wanted to compare, it would be at least 10 times higher than his family's wealth. At least, and the secret that could rapidly increase his strength, once obtained, it would be worth even more than the great avatar. This time, I'll see how you escape. The flame bird laughed coldly, and there was undisguised excitement in his eyes. The opportunity for himself to come out as a bird had come. In the 10,000 Demons Hall, he was an elder with no presence, and was often ostracized by the other elders. And now, such a situation was about to be changed. No way. Be calm, calm. In front of a great opportunity, one must be able to control their emotions. The flame bird took a deep breath, suppressed the fluctuating emotions in its heart, and began to wait quietly. There was no hurry. Put down the bait and there would always be a fish on the hook. It was just that it waited for a night until dawn. The array disc. There has been no movement. It was slightly anxious, but still didn't go out to check, instead comforting itself. Last time, the demonic turtle was lured onto the hook. Even if it managed to escape, it must have a warning in its heart. Right. The demonic turtle was on guard, so it didn't dare to make a sudden move for the time being. Still have to continue to wait. This time, waiting from dawn until night, there was still no movement. Finally, it couldn't hold back any longer and flew out of the clouds and towards the ground. When it saw the formation laid out on the ground, it was so angry that he almost passed away at an unexpected speed. Not yet finished, the formation self-destructed, the essence vein disappeared, and the demonic beast on the side fainted and died in the corner of the nook and cranny. All of this almost caused it to leave tears of remorse. Had it known this, it should have come down to check every so often. It had too blindly trusted the warning ability of the array disc.